guy for Testicle Testaments. You and Jordan were giving me shit, and I wasn't really raised religious. I mean, a little bit, but nothing really that crazy. And it just makes me so uncomfortable to like be that like straightforward. Like I've always been nervous around girls, but like the thing like tell them you're gonna like light their asshole on fire. Like I get like hard, like I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack.
What do you want to come up and explain something? I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell people about something I've known for a long time. I just never like talking about. When I'm on stage, I talk about sex sometimes. I tell you why I talk about sex sometimes. Not that I'm a dumb fuck, which I am really a dumb fuck. The problem why I talk about sex is because I hate it. Since I was a kid, I've always hated sex. You know, I'm good at basketball. I'm good at talking shit on the corner. I'm not good at it. I was always very, I can't even go for a massage. Do you know that? Like I went with my wife 3 months ago. She said her stomach hurts, so I take her for a massage over here. They don't give me a hand job or nothing. But still, just the thought of people touching me and shit like that drives me crazy. You know, when you're a kid, you always want to have sex. The sexual experiences I had as a kid fucked me for life. You know, I was thinking about it's Halloween week, and I always hated Halloween because I hate Halloween. I never got dressed up for Halloween after I was 15. One of the reasons why I hate this weekend, it's this weekend, the next weekend I really don't like it because it was one of the last weekends I had with my mother. And I remember staying out with Joe Forcaraccio and Steve Villo and all those guys and getting home, and she smacked me because I came home fired. She wanted me to be a man or whatever. And I always think about that. I think my train of thought of fucking stone. But anyway, it's just so weird that last night driving home, I'm seeing all these fucking zombies and shit. I'm like, you know what, man? I haven't dressed up in years. What the fuck is wrong with me? You know, but I'm too uptight. And it's funny that I was thinking about after my mom died, this girl called me up with sympathy pussy. But I had not had sex with before, like some of the titties when I was like 16, 15. And she called me and she said, I'm sorry about your mom and stuff. Do you want me to come over? And she fucking had both kids, right? I'm walking to her house, get her, and walk her back to my house. Now, for like 10 days after my mother died, I stayed in my house by myself with an aunt that I had, Zoraida from New York City. And I remember her, Zoraida would get fucked up at night. She was passed out. So that night, this girl, Rabbi, came over was her name. And I, like I said, I had fooled around with her, like something, shit like that. And that night, she took her pants off, swallowed spit, and she fell on the bed, and I was taking her pants off. As I was taking her pants off, she had a fucking period. It was that time of the month, but she didn't have a tampon, and she had a Kotex popped open like a fucking tongue from like a tongue. And I never forget, I was mummified. I was fucking mummified. I just looked at the pussy, looked at the tail, whatever it is, not the tampon, the Kotex. And it just fucking shelled me. I remember telling her, like, I can't do this. Like, I'm too depressed. My mother, walking her home, wanting to kill her. And walking home, I never really seen her. She's on Facebook now, obviously, like all the freaks are. But those little stories I tell you, fucking traumatized me. My friends took me to the 1040 club. It's a joke I brought on stage. That really fucking me. Because I was too young, I was too prepared. I wasn't prepared. I thought I wanted to do it. We all think we can handle fucking everything when we're kids. But we really can't, but it stayed with me. So it's funny. I don't put a lot of weight on sex. I have friends that look me in the face and go, I gotta go out and get sex. So because of all that shit, that I don't really like sex, I've always attacked it as it's not worth the drama. Like to me, it's not worth the fucking drama. Like I gotta take you out to dinner, listen to your bullshit, you know, pay for dinner, pay for this, take you to a movie, and then maybe we'll get lucky. And the first 3 times is the most awkward you're ever gonna be in your fucking life. Yeah. Like the first time you take a woman's clothes off to me is the most awkward. You're like, yeah, I talk shit, but I've realized the reason why I did all that stupid shit I did, like get rid of dicks up in closets and comedy clubs and shit, is because I really don't like the contact. I really don't like the contact too much, you know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong, I get warmed up like everything else, and I bang one out, or you don't bang one out. But that's what it is sometimes, like I'm warmed up, and I go to a bar, pick up a chick, or go to a strip club. Me banging one out for 3 minutes takes care of all that. Like, it's not worth the wait. So by me not putting that much weight on sex, you know, I had a friend, Blake Conti, who was a brother's going to call him. He was a very good-looking guy. He was Navajo Italian. So I think of a dark Italian, fucking nice. The guy was slim thick, but it wasn't as much as he was good-looking as what he would say to her. He would throw them for a fucking in 1982. I hung out with Glenn every night. And I'll tell you what, every time we went out, he would either get his dick sucked, or fuck the chick, or fuck him in a car, or have a story, And I couldn't figure out, because he was good looking. No, because he had no fear. There was no depth in him. He'd go up to a woman, no, excuse me, you're looking beautiful. I want to suck your pussy to that. And either he'd smack him, or they'd walk away from him, or sit there and enjoy it.
Yeah.
If he, and I asked him why he did that, because you know what, it just gets me closer to him. I'm like, gets you closer to him. But then years later, I worked for a very smart Jew. And he told me that, and his pitch, I used to tell him Martin from, that the first fucking paragraph of his pitch was to get people to hang up the phone. Like he wanted to blow them out of the water. So I started figuring out what my friend Glenn was doing. He was blowing chicks in my head out of the water. So either it's like I said to you, it's either blue cheese or wings, go fuck your mother. If you don't have blue cheese, don't we have nothing to talk about? There was nothing for us to talk about. What are we sitting here? Same thing with whatever. You know, it's like when I had my ball sack up like the fucking avatar on Twitter, and people get mad at me. That's what I wanted. I wanted people to go, I don't want to follow a guy with his ball. I mean, like that. We end this right now. We don't have to. I don't have to get offended if I watch, wash your cock and sniff your ball if it's Friday. I don't need somebody to get fucking offended. You follow me, I'm too old to offend people. If you don't like it, go fuck your mother. Go listen to somebody else. That's fine. That's what life is about, is variety. That's why we live in America. We have choices of what to listen to. But back to that anyway. Now you got this chick. And what are you going to do? You're going to sit there and talk about what? You're going to talk about a grandmother and make believe like you give a fuck. Because that's what we do as guys. We make believe we give a fuck. You and I both know what the square root of this is. That little dirty fucking pussy that you got between your legs. And I hate to put it like this if ladies listen to it, but this helps you. Because now you know where the fuck you stand. You know, I go in this life, I want to know where the fuck I stand. So that's the whole thing. So you go to a girl, you like me, we're not Brad Pitts. So we're working on personality, we're working on energy, and we're working on dick slinging. Yeah, and dick slinging is how you walk up to this bitch. You ever see an ugly fucking dude with a hot bitch? Yeah. Is it because he's got $3 million? No, he probably eats a pussy. And he's probably confident. She was looking for a confident thing.
That's my thing. It's confidence. I've never had a problem. Like when I have sex, sex isn't the problem for me. I've been fine with it, and I've never. That's not my issue. I've always been terrified of just the talking thing terrifies me.
I'm terrified. So that's why I say, what the fuck? Just get to the heart of the fucking noodle. You know, when you eat that pussy, you gotta tear through skin to get to the full blood. They put somewhere in there, same thing in a relationship. Somewhere in there, they put somewhere in there. Oh no, go high, finger it up. I don't need this sacrifice. I gotta get gloves and fucking goggles and shit. Yeah. The point being that if you don't like it like me, just fucking drop it. Listen, man, I've been sitting here for an hour. You're a beautiful woman. Let me cut this shit. You shaved your pussy. You deodorize those titties. Let's take you home. Let's do what you came out to do. Let's do it. We're gonna lie to each other. Put the issue. I like music. I like this. I like Pink Floyd. No, you don't. No, you don't. And a year from now, you gotta tell them the truth in your head for you ain't fucking Pink Floyd. Now you got no fucking relationship. Yeah. No relationship at all. Listen, I've been with this woman I'm with for 14 years. She's 7 months pregnant. Well, let me tell you why it lasted. Because it's never been bullshit. It's stable. Yeah. It's never been bullshit. Like the first 10 days, I explained who I was, what I hated, what I didn't like. But that's why I want this girl. Because I didn't know, like any other guy in the beginning, oh, you like pink, I like pink. No, you don't like fucking pink. You hate pink. Pink. Now, y'all, I love, it's gonna bite you in the ass somewhere along the line. That's why with comics, date hot comic chicks. 9 out of 10, the hot comic chick isn't that fucking funny. But they date them anyway with the thing that they are funny. Yeah, that they lie to them. Now they're stuck with this woman for fucking 15 years of not being funny. What are you gonna do? You're gonna tell at the 11th year you were never funny? That's when my dick's up. That's why I be honest from the beginning. If you be honest from the beginning, you got no fucking worries, man. I can say whatever the fuck I want in front of my wife. Because she knows day one I've been honest. I'm not here to bullshit nobody. You know, it's the reason why I do this podcast. The main thing about this podcast is called the church. What's happening now, motherfucker? But I have a lot of friends on here from the old days. You know why I have these friends on? For credibility. You know why? Because it haunts me credibility. Because I know 15 motherfuckers that are on TV shows, another 50 that have podcasts, another 50 comedians that people think are great people. They're fucking scumbags. They got you confused. Yeah. When I talk dirty up front, when I say this shit, because I want you to know where the fuck you stand. If you don't like me, go listen to somebody fake. You're probably a fucking fake yourself. That's why you enjoy that shit. Yeah. That's why you enjoy that shit, because you're probably a fucking fake yourself. You know, I see these people on TV and I'm like, oh, they're fucking, I hear people in interviews that did nothing and they talk about like they played football for 15 years or they did something for 20 years. They did it for 2 fucking years. I've never told honest. I told people I made fucking mistakes. Am I proud of them? Fuck no. Would I do them again? Hell yeah. That's how you fucking learn. That's how you have a good day. These stories that I tell people, they fucking just get fascinated. They're all fabricated. I'm sorry. Sometimes my fucking English ain't that good. It's time to hit the vapor penalty. That's what the fucking problem is. When you get high this morning, comes up and watching you. 3, 4, 5. But they some this thing has been saving me. Really? King fucking Louis. I'll tell you how popular they get. They're out. And no organic. No organic. They're out. I wanted them last night to get another 2. They're out. I gotta wait till I see the kid next weekend. In Ontario at the Improv, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Don't forget about the cocksuckers if you're close by, San Diego, whatever. Come on up. We're going to have great weeks. Thursday, I got Corey and Chad featuring George Perez. Friday and Saturday, I got Felicia Michaels.
Oh, shit.
And Sunday, I got Edwin San fucking Juan.
Oh, great.
Felicia's freezing her ass off right now in Alaska. You know how that goes. But that's why I do this shit. You know, and eventually, I'm going to have a different guest on this week. I'm going to have a guest, Jim Handia, who really taught me how to become a comic. He taught me about goals. Like when people go, by the end of the year, I want to have $10 million. That's great. But how are you going to achieve these fucking goals? I got to work every day. I got to invest. I got to have my shoes shine. I can't, what I'm saying? That's what he make you do. I worked with Jim Handy when I was a car salesman at Toyota. Yeah. And I had learned how to sell cars from this guy, Artie Presley. But Jim Handy really taught me life. Because what he applied for the rest of my life and everything. When I come to you, like, I got to have 10 minutes. 10 days. I don't just write that in my notebook. I gotta have 10 new minutes I write down. A, I gotta perform every day. B, I gotta write jokes every fucking day, and I gotta put them together. What things are gonna get you there? And I do this. I do monthly goals, weekly goals, and I do fucking yearly goals, or quarterly goals. Why not? We pay taxes quarterly. You might as well do your shit quarterly. So I'm gonna have him call it. But after a while, I'm gonna have like Josh Wolf and friends of mine that come up today. Call in the morning. The problem is all these motherfuckers live in LA. They don't wake up at 6:30. Yeah, you know, I'm a soul fucking survivor here. So I gotta get up, and this is why, because I want to have credibility. Nothing hurt me more last year when you and I shot where I got my endorsement and we went to Twitter. We got $3,100. After fucking 3 weeks, people are like, "Where's the fucking documentary?" I mean, what is wrong with you? Yeah, you fucking idiot. And then every month I'd have 6 guys. And where's the documentary guy? You know, we have to edit it, put music. You know, it took a lot of fucking work. Yeah. Listen, we shot in September. We released it when? February? Yeah. That's fucking 7 months for 2 guys. 2 guys. We hired 2 other guys to do the sound and some other shit editing. Great guy. Yeah. And the graphics. Yeah. And the graphics. But I gotta call the graphic guy. He's a fucking great guy. Yeah, he adopted the dog. We were there and stuff. And we had it out in 7 months. Nothing. What did I say to you, bro? How many times did I say we gotta get it done because I don't want to let people down? You know, it was $31. People sent us $5 bills, $3 bills, 50 for the race bars and gave us 5. It doesn't matter. I always wanted credibility in your guys' eyes. That's very important to a guy like me. I don't ever want somebody to be beefing around me or nothing. That's, you know, I thrive on that shit. I don't want these people. So that's why I have these guys call up from time to time. They're crazy. You've heard Mike Ronnie and Ferrado and fucking. This is where I came from. This is why I try to tell you people. This ain't fabricated. This ain't, you know, I always hear these things. I'm from Jersey, but bad boy in Jersey. I don't say nothing about Jersey. I'm bad motherfucker. Play about bitches.
And speaking of phone calls, who we have calling today?
Danny Bianculo, because we got the pick of the fucking week. What time is it anyway? Yeah, we're gonna do some gambling today. We're gonna make you some money. Last week I had USC giving 41 to Colorado. Yeah, you told me about that. And I love Texas on Sunday, but I didn't do nothing against Baltimore. He should be home any minute. You know, Danny owns that company, Vegas, but so they give us the webpage. He's going into business with a referee when he gets off probation. That's fucking crazy. So if you guys are looking for fucking picks, take this guy's information down. I know for a fact he's fucking good. He was telling me today that he pays attention to these couple guys, you know, and bet big. And he sees where the money's at him. And he's always been a smart guy. And I'm lucky we're going to have him on all the gambling shows. He's going to be our gambling expert. Today, as far as me, who's your team playing today, cocksucker?
The Patriots were playing in London against St. Louis, which...
in London?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. They can't cover here. They ain't going to cover London, fucking New England.
We're -7 right now.
I see that. The Jets are playing Miami. The Jets are playing Miami. They give them 1 at home. I don't like the Jets. No. We got the Giants against the Dallas Cowboys. My pick for you, if you want to make a little cash today, look at the vapor. Oh, shit. King Louis like a motherfucker. It pays to smoke the best. My pick today is Philadelphia going down the floor. It's up at 44. It's going under this game. So that's my pick for the week. I love the fucking under. Why? Because the bookies raped you motherfuckers last week. And they're about to rape you in the ass again. Don't believe that. Tonight you got a great game. You got Denver against New Orleans Saints on the game of the week. But over and under, 55-5. That's great touchdowns. Is that quick. That's 7.
No, that's 8.
8 times 7 is what? 56.
Okay, so yeah.
7 times 7 is 49. You got 7 touchdowns.
A couple field
And
goals.
3 fucking field goals. You follow me? So you need 8 touchdowns to get the over on that.
No, I'm looking at it right now, and Green Bay is playing Jacksonville, and they're giving Jacksonville 16 and a half. Now Jacksonville sucks. Their starting quarterback.
Where are they playing?
At Green Bay.
Okay, so they give it 16 points at home. It's cold out. Hurricane Sandy's coming. Boy, it's coming to the other fucking thing. It's affecting everything.
It's coming anyway.
It's coming anyway. It's even going to affect you. You see this week what happened here. We got rain a couple of days.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Don't worry about that. 16 and a half points. If the line goes up, if you live in Green Bay, that line is 17. Well, there's no line on that fucking game.
Okay.
Because where you live, the points go high.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. What do you want to do?
That one, just because their quarterback went out, their star running back is out, or the quarterback might be in, but he's hurt. And that's just one like the USC one where you did where I might bet Green Bay just because Jacksonville's garbage.
Whatever you think.
Who knows? Let's see what happens tomorrow.
All I like is the fucking under. There ain't no bother in Jacksonville. Green Bay. What are you torturing me for with this shit? Lee, motherfucking Lee. I had a great weekend, Lee.
What did he do?
I smoked vapors. No, I went to the Laugh Factory. The Laugh Factory gave me a bunch of spots this week.
Oh, nice. You're not there that often.
You know what? I used to do Laugh Factory once a week in the fucking early 2000s on Mondays. You know, Jamie's always here saying Mobile Club Act. And 3 months ago, he called me. We started doing spots. We started sending me emails. And, I went to Long Beach. And I went to Hollywood. You know, I didn't do too well last week in Minneapolis. It bothered me. Really? Because I had been there 6 weeks before my writing, so it's really funny. And you know, some people get beat up by a manager. I get that beat myself up. Nobody beats me up like me.
Yeah.
So this week I went back to basics. I met Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh yeah.
And we're gonna start writing together. I'm gonna put that special together in September, so we're going to a special training camp. Headlining dates. I'm home for 2 months. You know, December and January. I got a great book today. This week I got Stephen King on writing. He recommended it. Somebody else I recommended. I read. He has 2 forwards in here. So I read the first forward last night and blew my fucking mind. And, but the book I really got caught up on was American Desperado. I don't know if you guys listen to Mike Roper called While Living in Aspen. It was a guy that got blown up in a fucking Jeep by a bike. His name is Steve Graveman. I talked about it. And a bunch of people told me to read this book. It's American Desperado. The guy's name is John Robbins. His real name is like John Riccobene or something. He's from fucking Teaneck, New Jersey. All those the fucking Antonoris. You know what I'm talking about? They don't know I know about the Antonoris. They think I forgot, but I didn't. But I read that book. I read about 3 chapters. It's got me. It's a heavy duty book.
I have to start reading it again. I haven't read since college just because it put such a bad taste in my mouth. Like when you have to read.
Listen, reading a book and sucking a dick is 2 different things. How you got a bad taste in your mouth? That's up to you. Maybe you should go see the Scientologist. Or your fucking dentist. What don't you like about reading? It's fundamental.
I liked it when I was younger, but going through school when you're forced to read, I don't know. It just it killed the fun for me. And fucking, there's just so many great movies and TV. When I have 20 minutes, I'd rather watch TV.
You gotta read. Reading is knowledge. Knowledge is power. I love to read because it takes me away. A movie's great. Don't get me wrong. I love it. One of the best books you'll read is Silence of the Fucking Lambs. You know, it's one of the best books you'll read. I mean, there's 2,000 really great books out there. I like to read because I like to see the styles of the different writers. And it's just a different patois of entertainment. You know, we're forgetting about this shit. You know, I just read that Newsweek and it was laying off people.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to have magazines or newspapers. And yeah, we have Kindles and you have audio, whatever books. And I like all that stuff. I like listening to books, but fucking there's nothing like reading.
Yeah.
Nothing like really reading something and getting involved in it. I don't need a glass of wine and a pint to make believe like I'm not leaving on that shit. Well, I need the silence, a good fucking joint, I smoke it. and I need my focus. You know, I'll put a big book away in 3 or 4 days.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, because I like them in chunks. I'll read a fucking book. I can't wait to read the Stephen King book.
Do you do it on the road a lot?
You know, man, when there was more, Wells Fargo, when there was more Barnes and Nobles on the road,
Oh, okay.
you know, I would go to a hotel and I'd ask for Barnes and Noble, and I don't give a fuck if the book is expensive, you know. I understand that they got good effort into writing that. Yeah, some of it goes to the publisher, whatever, but I know I've been trying to write a book for fucking 8 months. I'm up to page 8. You know, it's fucking tough to read books. So when somebody does something like that, I want to support whatever the hell they do. It's just you support somebody else.
Yeah.
And I don't like reading used fucking books. It drives me crazy. My wife goes to the library. Sometimes I have her pick me up and go to the library downtown. There's a great library down the corner. But I walk there sometimes. I just go in there and write judgments. It's boring. You can't eat there. You can't do nothing. There's homeless people trying to read a book about philosophy. This guy smelled like dog shit next to me. And
I can't see you in a
that fucking drives me crazy. But, you know, you look at the schedule. They have free movies there on Wednesdays. They show like old westerns and stuff. And sometimes, you know what, you go down there, you know, I like to do different things like that. Shit that I can do by myself. Just go down there and analyze the situation. But I love going to the library, man. All that stuff just fucking kills me in books. Hey, great. I could have spent the whole day at Barnes and Noble yesterday.
Really?
Oh, fuck yeah. I went over to get some clothes at the Fat Man store in Glendale yesterday. I had to dig up there. That's what sucks about being fat. It's not your health or your heart or your capillaries, or that your toes hurt or your feet hurt, or that when you take a shit you break the toilet. It's got nothing to do with it. Fat man alert. Fat man alert. It's got nothing to do with that. The hardest thing for being a fucking 2X guy is to find shirts. I went up there and they had jackets that cost $50. They wanted $330 for it. I don't mind if it's a great jacket, but they're garbage.
Yeah.
I couldn't find. You know this shirt here? You know why I like this shirt? I bought this at a fucking Walmart in Tennessee 3 years ago, and it's still solid as a rock of fucking Gibraltar.
Yeah.
You know, I like all this shit. I don't mind paying money for great clothes. You know what I ended up buying? Nothing suspenders. Fucking suspenders to wear in my suit and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I went there yesterday, man. This is like the third time. So now, you know what the Fat Man stores are around here?
Where?
They ain't none.
Yeah.
God, that one in the Glendale, and then I gotta get in the car and go all the way to like Tarzana to a Fat Man store. You know what happened? I did this commercial for Comcast. I got this big check like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I went to Weight Watchers. But I went up there, I swear to God, I must have dropped $3-4 grand in clothes. Weight Watchers, dropped 100 pounds. I had to give away all that fucking clothes. I got a roll of a suit there, that's beautiful. I had to give it away, 4X.
Yeah.
I had to give away all that shit. People don't know how hard it is to get clothes for the fucking Fat Man.
That was the thing that really kicked me into to start losing weight. When I went to graduate college, is I went to stores and they didn't have my size anymore. I was like, shit. So I spent $200 on stuff to wear to my graduation, and then I wore it there, and I lost 50 pounds, and it doesn't fit anymore. But it's nice to have in my closet, just because like I hadn't realized it because I was working. It never really clicked.
About the suit that don't fit.
No, I was saying the Fat Man store.
No, you're saying about the suit. I don't get
I bought
the suit
at the Fat Man store,
right? And then you lost the weight.
And then I lost it. It doesn't fit.
Where's the suit now?
In my closet.
I know.
Yeah.
The Sherman-Oaks?
Yeah.
It fits now.
No.
It don't fit. No.
What
the fuck did you bring it for?
I bought it when I graduated college. I was saying that's going to that store was what told me I had to lose weight. And I'm just saying that's.
I'm gonna stab you the neck to the store.
You're smoking too much of the.
No, you're over here talking about weight. I'm talking about the Fat Man fucking store.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But you bought the suit here?
No, in Boston when I graduated
Why the
college.
fuck did you bring it out with you if it don't fit me? That's my question.
I don't know.
For fucking inspiration.
My mom moved and I brought it my own.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So now I gotta go up to Tarzan. I gotta go all the way up there. When I used to go to Texas, if you're a fat fuck, you go to Texas, bang, and they close the set. It's everywhere. You know, Texas is not Houston. There's no one state for number one state in the country for fat people. Oh shit. What's up, Danny B?
What's going on, my friend out there?
How are you? Beautiful California. Where are you at, brother?
I'm outside building a ramp. You know, we're waiting for this fucking storm, so I'm trying to get the games in and trying to talk to my clients and build a ramp at the same time, and I'm bumping on my breakfast. So it's a good day besides that, though, Joey.
You know me, up here in California, the sun's out. I got the flying Jew over
Yeah, I
there,
know.
drinking my balls about the fat
Yeah,
man
you
store.
You and my cousin, you and James, Greg, James, all living out there while I'm here floating away.
Let me tell you, I'm going to see the boys next weekend. I'm going to see Greg and hopefully J-Lo and Greg's children, because I got to show out in Ontario. So, I'll see those
That's great, man. You know what? They were up here for my birthday, Greg. You know, had last one. He's a funny motherfucker still. What did we call him when we were little? The sailor? Didn't you do that little puff-like dance?
The sailor, something. The brother was J-Lo Bombitas.
Well, he was the freak. You know what? He's kind of dry right now. He's kind of boring. You know, the last few years, he's not himself. I don't know. I liked him when he was younger and sold it. He was funny. But now he's the coach. I call him the coach. The coach. Everything's with a coach. He walks around with stirrups all day.
You were telling me the story about like 20, 30 years ago, and I spoke to Greg about it. When you were home, when you lived at that block, 70 pounds a block, Fifth Street Deli, you woke up like 11 in the morning, you were walking down the stairs, and you saw Greg at the bottom of your stairs. You're like, oh, Jesus, Greg, what is it going to take to get rid of you? A quarter gram. He used to show up.
No, honestly, no, Joe, you know, it's so true. Greg was funny back then. We were all a mess, though. But yeah, I do remember that, those big stairs. Jimmy Bender, the fireman, owned that building.
Yes, he did.
But he wasn't the only one. I used to get guys throwing pebbles out my window. It's 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. You just get, you know, my mother coming downstairs. Damn fucking guys, if you're in there, what you... And then my mother be giving him bags of coke. It was fucking hysterical. And sad at the same time. Those were many years ago, but Orem Avenue, too, behind the high school.
Hey, let me ask you something. So, you've been on fire lately. We talked last week. You had a great week last week. What do you got going on for these people today?
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, it's a tough board. The weather's definitely going to factor in, but I did okay yesterday. I'll tell you what, let's start with yesterday. I had Ohio State with Georgia. Then I lost the Notre Dame over, you know, and that could have hit if the guy didn't get the pass at the 10. Today I got a small play that you know, it's a little late for guys if they can. You know, something small on the Jets today at home, you know. Nothing crazy, though. Nothing crazy. A lot of people are betting Miami. I disagree. Something small on the Jets, but, you know, with the weather the way it is, I'm backing off today. But tomorrow, I'll tell you what, that San Francisco-Arizona game, that's the one that I really like. So, if anybody out there, Joe, that listens to your show, that likes to play the games, I love them. Call me the Monday Night Gorilla. I'm knocking them dead on Monday night. Call me what you want, but make sure they call or they can visit us, as you know, at DannyDWings.com. So, yeah, tomorrow night's game, I love it. I love the side. I love the total. Today, I just, the weather, it definitely scares me. The winds are kicking in already. The lines are, you know, and so I'm going to go small on the Jets, though. How about yourself?
I like the under on the Philadelphia-Atlanta game. It's 43 or 40 something. I like the under on it.
Yeah, let me check that.
In Philadelphia, I know that the weather's going to be a factor there also.
Yeah, like I said, I'm building a fucking raft. I'm about 45 minutes away from the stadium. The total dropped from 47 all the way down to 43. I'm looking at a screen here because I can see shit you guys can't see. Yeah, it's a tough day on the East Coast. You know, you kind of want to focus on the maybe the West Coast. The Giant Dallas game, I don't know about that, so I'm backing off of that. And you know, maybe you root for maybe the Charger game tonight. I'm sorry, not the Charger game, the Denver game tonight.
Well, the Denver game, I was telling Lee, that's going to be on. That's 50. Lee, you remember Lee? Danny, you remember when we were kids? Fucking played on the Monday night, the Chargers. And somebody else, the score was like 54 to like 48 on a Monday night game. I know it was the Chargers and like Oakland, two offensive fucking machines, but 55 points.
That's Corky's. Did we watch that at fucking Corky's?
We watched that at Corky's on a Monday night or a Sunday before Hashway's burnt down, before Gary, the brother, burnt it down with the crack pipe.
Was it Gary though with the crack pipe?
Yeah, he was in the basement and he was smoking crack and he got paranoid. And when he went to listen for the noise, the pipe fell down, the blowtorch fell down, and it caught the fucking basement on fire. That's the word on the street.
You know what? Listen, I was never onto the pipe. That was not my gig, but they used to call me bazookas. Remember how you used to take the freebase and cook it and put it in the weed and burn it down in the oils?
Oh,
I got sidetracked for a couple of years on that. You know,
I got sidetracked for 6 months on that.
That was such a that was an intense high, and it was the worst point of my life. What Jesus. Those were the days, though. We're talking 84, 85.
I remember that one time.
That was,
I ran out of roller papers, man. I was getting the bazooka paste and putting it in a bong over the weed. And my wife had given me, not this wife, when I was a kid, that wife gave me a bong for Christmas. The next one, the bong was fucking melted. It had crumbled like one of the World Trade Center towers. It just, you think I'm kidding you? It just went out from the bottom and it just got, it was like a 2-foot bong and it went down to like 8 inches. It just crumbled like one of the fucking Arabs knocked it over with a fucking plane. That's how many bazookas I was smoking, man. We were fucked up on those things.
I'm shivering my pants thinking about it. Remember when you used to anticipate the bag of coke or whatever coming? You start shit.
Oh my God.
Anticipating the high.
When I quit doing coke, I did shit for 3 weeks, dog. I had to fucking snort fucking toe jam to get this. That's amazing. Somebody was just telling me last night.
Listen, you weren't as bad as some of the characters, though. You remember fucking, what's his name, Ronnie Montanelli? He's coming across the bridge. He's been carrying a fucking TV on his way to the Bronx. Just fucking 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you know? And that was Chicarelli. They were a mess, too. I mean, a lot of people weren't that bad. I mean, yeah, you peeked out a window or two, but who hasn't? My brother saw dinosaurs.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I would tell you this. You know Gary, how messed up he was?
Yeah.
You know Gary, my brother. Anyway, he was about ready to come out of jail after like 20-something years. You know, like I said, they're messing with him now. Well, they broke out of the prison. But 1989, I'm playing cards with, I don't know, Zemanat, I think Joey Solano. Gary goes off on a little mission to drop off an 8-ball photo. And then we're realizing 2 hours go by, where's Gary? You know, I start taking the shit out of him. And then finally he calls me back. I'm like, Gary, where the fuck are you? He's on 78. He's like, I just like, what? He said, there's a dinosaur chasing me. I'm like, Gary, like, man, guys, there's a dinosaur chasing Gary. Somebody give me a ride to where are you? So he's on 78 and Bergeline Avenue, so I'm looking for him. And all I see, Coco, there's a phone booth, the old style phone booth there with a booth. All I see is a little head peeking up and down. You just see it look like a little jack in the box. And I just tap on the window real quick and scare the shit out of him. Anyway, he jumps up. And I go, what the fuck's wrong with you? He goes, I said, where's this dinosaur? He points across the street. And at the Kodak, the film place, they were promoting the Jurassic Park thing. They had the big blow-up dinosaur. And they were just going back and forth. And that's how fucked up he was.
Do you remember? I wanted to ask you to let these people know about a story. Because I was talking about paranoia. I used to get paranoid. Mike Ronnie called. And he said that one day he gave me a hit up for Freebase. And I got really paranoid. Do you remember when Kurt DiLorenzo lived on the 34th floor of the grinder in the building? And he would put little parachutes on his cocaine.
The breeze. Yep. Every time, you know, because I got an apartment right there in Weehawken, so every time I pass that place, you also know that across the street, Hudson County Park is where the most UFO sightings were ever reported. Because everybody was fucking paranoid in that building. He was blanker. Yeah, he used to put fucking crystal oil on the 30. And I asked him, I almost broke my neck. I'm like, oh. And I go, man, what the fuck? In case they start climbing down at nighttime. I'm like,
34th floor, he would put crystal oil on the bar and on the fucking balcony, ladies and gentlemen. He used to put parachutes on the coat. He used to tie a string around his wrist connected to the door handle. So the string would be 40 feet. So if you turned the doorknob, you would get the pressure on the string. That's the paranoia of cocaine, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Coke, how about when he fucking almost took somebody's eye out with an ice pick that was looking through the fucking people?
That's right. That's right.
Remember that?
Yes.
Remember that? We called him Dirty Curdy. He was so Metro, even back in the day, Metro Kurt, but he's the same guy that go in his fucking laundry basket and pull out a shirt he wore 3 weeks earlier. Well, it still looked good on him. That was the ironic thing, but talk about a fucked up dude.
I got high on I loved his family, but he had the brother Chris that I seen about 7 years ago. I stayed at his house. And with Chris, whenever you stayed at his house on a Friday and Saturday, you had to lock the doors because he would wake you up in the middle of the night. He'd be so fucked up. He'd wake you up to talk to you. And he'd talk to you about the presidents and about the Kennedy assassination. And one night he woke his father up. That's how fucking coked up he was. He woke his parents up, sat in the room and started talking to them about the Kennedy assassination. And the father's like, get the fuck out of the room with that white lightning, you cocksucker.
You're right. He used to get kind of, when he got fucked up, he became smart.
Yes.
That's what he was anyway. He started dropping knowledge on you, like, and it'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they get, even Kurt, remember that look they used to give you, like, staring into space? That I tell you, a fucked up time. I'm at Kurt's place on Park Avenue. Dara Rego is still alive. To the late 80s, Kurt had a nice little 20 unit, very nice place.
I know exactly where it was.
That was the day the bat was in it. At fucking like 5 o'clock in the morning, we realized there's a bat in the house. And Gina's sleeping on a couch. Gina Giaccone is sleeping on a couch. And I just see Kurt pointing. And I'm like looking at him. Because weird. You know how he did that little point?
Right.
And I'm like, and there was a fucking bat in the house. So for about 3 hours, we didn't know what to do with this bat. So it was, I remember it came after us. It looked like Grandpa from the monsters changing, but some fucked up shit happens when you're on coke. That's why I don't do that no more.
No, thank God.
Anyway.
No. The last time I seen his brother, though, I stayed at the house. Older Chris, this is a true story. And I hear somebody banging on my door like 5. It's the mother, the sweetest lady in the world. She goes, Coco, you gotta help me. Chris is outside naked with a flashlight. He's looking for a leprechaun. So I run outside. I grab this motherfucker. I gotta carry him in. He's like, stop it. I saw the leprechaun. So I sit him down, right? And he's fucked up. He looks at me. He's like, you suck dick. I almost had the leprechaun. And he was completely naked.
Oh, and they believed it too.
They believed you.
And honestly, you gotta know the family to fucking understand what Joe's saying. It's fucking something to Vito. Funny and Bam, that was the name Bam. She was a drunk. No wonder she tried to deal with that crazy shit that the both brothers and Emil too.
Emil died. Who I loved, and everyone died. Babs died. Babs died. She died last year.
Kurt's mom died?
Yeah, so it's just Kurt and Flora. He's fucking crazy. The father's crazy. I don't talk to Chris no more. I love him dearly, but I had to stop talking to him. But he was putting fucking glasses.
That's sad, man. She
was the glue of the family, man. I still think about it every day.
Yeah, she's not back, man. I was just thinking about her.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, I drove by that area not too long ago. I thought this was Kurt's mother and father kind of left next to North Bergen. But yeah, that's I got to give Kurt a call.
No.
I haven't seen Kurt since 05. Listen, I was down in Miami Beach in Sunny Isles. At a beautiful place overlooking the fucking the water, ultra coastal, etc. He used to come there every day, Coco, with a briefcase, a computer that never fucking worked, and like a 6-pack. My baby's like 5 months old. Then I'm on fucking probation too, for the fucking gambling attention. So the thing is, he come in, I get the guy at the door, he drink purchase, should I let him in? I used to go door guys like $50 a day just to let Kurt in and out. Because it was embarrassing. When he come up there, he had no nails on his hands, his toenails were off. But anyway, it was the same.
His toenails were off. So what's the lock of the day? Give it to me so these motherfuckers can make some money. And what's the webpage they gotta go to, brother?
There's a couple of them. I promote a lot of different shit. I got this NBA referee, Tim Donaghy. That's going to be interesting. Real quick, you can catch me out right now at DannyBWins.com. DannyB as in boy wins.com. But Tim Donaghy, the former ref, you know his story, Coco. We're going to go to his first NBA game since the scandal, the betting scandal. Mob involved, fixing games, etc. November 9th at the Garden. Dallas plays the Knicks. And Sotomayor's hurt, the Winston's hurt. So besides that, it should be interesting to watch the camera, follow this guy into his first game since the scandal. It's like the Pete Rose of basketball now. But DannyBWins.com. But tomorrow night, man, honestly, you guys that listen in, all you have to do is say, you heard you on the Joey Coco Diaz podcast, my boy. I'll hook you up, man. San Francisco, Arizona, side and total. I really like it. Today, light play. I went light on the Jets. I wouldn't go crazy. I don't like the action much today, Coco.
I don't like it either too much. That's why I just came to the over on Philadelphia and nice and light, just some entertainment in the afternoon. A few numbers, I go to YMCA and I'm back to normal. You follow?
You do the karate still? You still do that little thing with the karate? I love that thing.
No, I don't do Joey karate no more. But Danny B wins. I will start doing MMA picks on Wednesdays before big fights. So let you people know that I got some nice inside info. I know a couple of managers. I know some of the training camps, so I get some good stuff sometimes. I don't bet on the main card.
I did some networking for us. I don't know, Thursday night in the Hudson. Ron Tooth is a fucking billionaire. Met some interesting people. You got when you come into town, we gotta talk. But yeah, I had a great week, man. Again, yesterday did okay. Today, not crazy, a little something on the Jets. Tomorrow night, love it, marry it, etc. But man, you gotta come see the family. I gotta see your family. We gotta get together soon, kid.
I love you, brother. Thanks for calling in the show, and I'll call your show Wednesday, brother.
You do that, man. Last time you had an interview, you kept me hanging. I kept talking you up.
No, Wednesday I had an audition, and sometimes on Wednesdays I'm fucked up, especially at 10:30. So we'll talk Tuesday night after 7. I'll know my schedule for Wednesday. I love you, cocksucker.
Thank you, my friend. Have a great day. Go get him.
Thank you for the lock, brother.
Bye-bye.
So go to DannyBWins.com. Get your pick. He's a good guy. We're starting to get some action now. Whatever. I was talking to Ootd Labs on it. I tell you what, man, that fucking protein powder is delicious.
Oh, you like it?
Yeah, the kush, hemp kush. The protein powder, the chocolate is delicious. It's some of the best chocolate, but I got 2 other proteins in there, but I really like the chocolate. We'll get that. We'll talk about that this week. What else is going on lately, Leland? I got a movie for these motherfuckers, okay? I got a friend, his name is Rick Ramis. He's a comic, he's going to be Afro's man with me. He talks about this movie like a religion. It's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen. It's one of the most character-driven movies I've ever seen. It's a movie by the name of Midnight Run, 1987. For some reason, in those couple of years, some good genre movies came out. This morning I woke up at 6, and guess what I was watching? Laughing my ass off. The movie with Nathan Lane and Birdcage. You never seen the Birdcage?
No.
This is what I'm talking. This is the youth of America, and they want to sit there and tell you how good fucking Avatar is, and the fucking honeymoon movie. What is it with Zach Galifianakis? Those movies won't even be around in fucking 3 years. I went to see 7 Psychopaths last week. Let me tell you something, guys. It was an okay movie. Ask me a scene from that movie right now, and I could not tell you. I sit here every fucking week. I go on the Rogan podcast, and I put down the movies for today, and I get this hate mail, and I'll tell you why. Because 10 years from now, you'll never be talking about them. They have not a sense of substance in them. I went to see Argo. That was tremendous.
Yeah.
Fucking, what's his name, is becoming a hell of a director. The Town and that. I went to see 7 Set. I hate comedies anymore because they're so fucking overrated. Listen, when you see a comedy gets 5 stars, that means you got 4 fucking laughs coming. The rest of the movie, you just gotta fucking look at it. And I ain't lying to you people. You people sitting at home going, Joey, you're a fucking hater. Whatever. I'm not a hater because I'm gonna follow up with movies. Like I always tell you, Train, Planes, and Automobiles, comedy movies. We're talking about Ghostbusters. Fucking Midnight Run with Robert De Niro. It never ends. Dennis Farina. This movie never ends. A bunch of character guys. I love the movie. In fact, the guy that plays the cop in Greenwich Village plays the guy in the bookie office. The guy from Hoboken, New Jersey, is a soprano. Joe Pantoliano's in this movie. I mean, it's a great movie. But one of my idols, believe it or not, if I was going to be if you came to me today and said, what mobster would you want to fucking play? Would you want to play Michael Corleone or one of the guys in Goodfellas? I liked all those movies, but my favorite mobster of all time is definitely Dennis Farina in Midnight Run. But he's also a great mobster in Snatch. He's been a mobster in Romeo's Bleed. He's been a mobster in great fucking movies, don't get me wrong. But I think this one is his best one. The funny thing is, this is 87. This is after Crime Story, which is another TV show. You know about Crime Story? No, Dice was on there. It was fucking tremendous. The guy from Major Crimes is on there at the times. Play the segment. It's called The Best of Jimmy Serrano. They made a fucking thing about the best lines from this movie. Midnight Run, 1987, De Niro.
Before I play, you told me he was a Chicago cop.
He was a Chicago cop. And he did Manhunt. He was friends with Michael Mann. So Michael Mann made him the cop in Manhunter. He also put him in The Thief, all his early movies, a Chicago player.
All right. There's more on number 1. Put more on number 2 on the phone.
Yeah, Jimmy's right here.
Yeah. I thought you told me this guy was going to be on the plane.
That's the information we got, Jimmy.
That's the information we got. I'm going to tell you something. I want this guy taken out, and I want him taken out fast. You and that other dummy better start getting more personally involved in your work, or I'm going to stab you through the heart with a fucking pencil. You understand me?
You got it, Jimmy.
What are you hanging around for? Take a walk. I heard somebody picked up my witness in New York. So, no, Sydney, I'm already on.
I don't have to tell you what'll happen if he becomes a government witness.
I can assure you that will not be the case.
Yeah, I assumed you were taking that position, but I'm supposed to advise you against such a...
Sydney, relax. Have a cream soda. Everything is going to be all over within a few minutes.
Sorry, Jimmy, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen. Say that again.
It just didn't happen. I mean, there was cops all over the place. There was a million fucking feds all over. Jimmy, it was a mess. It was a real mess.
You better get off the line, Sydney. If I got a tab on that line there, Sydney, shut your fucking mouth. Now listen to me, dummy. Do they have Mardukas in custody or not?
I don't know. Jimmy, I don't know. I mean, the cops are all over the place. We couldn't see anything.
I mean, you're too stupid, motherfucker, son. I don't want to get another phone call like this because if I do, I'm going to get on a fucking plane and I'm going to blowtorch the both of you. Do you understand?
Blowtorch is blowtorch.
You should have killed Walsh in Chicago a long time ago. Don't say a word to me, Sydney. Don't say a fucking word to me. I'll get up and I'll bury this telephone in your head.
These all
I don't
stories,
understand
guys.
the problem with you two. The guy's a fucking accountant. Jimmy's the man, look right down the line. Plus, this guy Walsh is pretty good.
If he's that good, Tony, maybe I should hire him than you.
Well, there's no chance of any of this coming back to Jimmy. No chance. We rented the chopper out of Kansas City. It's 5 times your so you're clear of this. No worry.
Hey, Jimmy, fucking moron. The guy's still out there, ain't he? Let me tell you two guys something. I'm not interested in seeing either one of you two alive again until you get the account. You got the message? All right. This is it. Tonight is the fucking night. You understand? I'm sick of all of these screw-ups. As soon as I get the discs from Walsh, you guys drop Walsh and you drop the Duke. You understand? I get the discs, you drop them, okay?
I don't think you should do this.
Oh, really? What do you propose that I do?
Send somebody with a cash offer for Duncan.
I know Walsh. He won't take any money from me. He's a very self-righteous type of guy. It aggravates me. In his mind, this is clean. He gets what he wants. I get what I want. The guy's a fucking burnout, Sydney.
Jimmy.
Sydney, sit down, relax, have a sandwich, drink a glass of milk, do some fucking thing.
This is all like 16. He always tortures Sydney.
So I'm finally in the presence of greatness. The Duke. And it steals money from the scum of the earth and gives it to the
I forget what it's just played by.
I want to meet you face to face. Did you actually think that you were going to steal my money and get away with it? They stopped by here to tell you 2 things. Number 1 is that you're going to die tonight. Number 2, you're going to go home, have a nice hot meal, and find your wife. I'm going to kill her too.
Tremendous.
You know, I was thinking maybe if
Don't
we
waste your fucking time with these new fucking movies. The movies I'm giving you guys are fucking classics. I may not be a genius. My fucking podcast ain't about movies. They're jumping up and down here. When I give you motherfuckers a movie, you're gonna hit me back going, God damn, I'm not gonna give you motherfuckers much. In about 2 weeks, on November 18th, one of those, I'm gonna cover The Godfather and the whole fucking podcast with me. Yes, I'm sure we're gonna do The Baptism, we're gonna do 2. I'm not sure about 3 yet, but I give you good movies, folks. This Midnight Run, this was a tremendous movie. See who played the guy. I mean, this is they were gonna listen about this movie. They were gonna make this movie with, because at that time, what's the fucking guy in New York? Robert Williams. They were wanting Robert Williams for this movie.
For what?
For this movie, they did not want De Niro, and they did not want. It was supposed to be De Niro and Robert Williams. That's weird. De Niro picked this guy with the fucking wig. This guy that was the advocate in the O.J. Simpson trial. He does all those movies with the dog. I forget what his name is. If you get a chance, watch Midnight Run, 1987. One of De Niro's best because he had to be comic. You know, if you know anything about De Niro don't fucking say much. I mean, he's a great actor. What makes him a great actor is that he's got the personality of a fucking dog. I mean, I'm just quoting here. I mean, you know, they had Rickles on Larry King Live. He said De Niro, talking to De Niro was like one hand clapping. So whenever you see De Niro, what's the guy's name? Whenever you see De Niro doing something in the movie, think of a guy that doesn't say nothing. It's like Chris Rock. Chris Rock, when you're sitting around Chris Rock, you don't say fucking 2 words. Then you see him on stage, he's a fucking savage. You know, so it's like kinetic energy. It's just potential energy. It's just fucking sitting there.
But
do you know if the Duke had a different name in the movie because it's not coming up on IMDb?
don't worry about it. It's all right. Don't figure it out. Take your 19 fucking years.
I haven't seen the movie.
You haven't seen the movie. That's what I'm talking about, Lee. This is what I'm talking about. If half of you guys like Lee and he refuse to see these movies, you're gonna really enjoy them. You know, I try to give you guys heat. I try to give you guys books. I'm gonna try this on writing. This is a recommendation from Tony Hinchcliffe. Like I said, Tony Hinchcliffe's a young kid that's a comic. He hangs around with Brian up at the Ice House, and I got much respect for him. He's written on the roasts, and he's also was a writer on the Burn. He's good friends with McGuire and Jeff Ross, and I like him. And like I said, if you're looking for a good book to read, this fucking American Desperado, if you want to read about people getting, falling in love or whatever, get 50 Shades of Grey, go fuck your wife up the ass. But if you want to take your mind away and have a little fun or whatever, this is the way to go. I want to give, I love Twitter. I was dead as a comic, and you guys on Twitter have put a fucking spark under my ass. I love you guys. It's like a Twitter family we got. And I want to give some shout outs to my man Pittsburgh Jay over there. Pittsburgh Jay Machero in Pittsburgh. I love this motherfucker. I want to give a shout out to DeHaven Clark. I want to give a shout out to my little Mexican Luis Martinez and my man Whiskey Bendejo Way. Carla from Space, I love you to death. And I want to give Cuban Ann with that hot little pussy a shout out. Dog, did you tell that chick to send you a picture of pussy? What the fuck you
No, I didn't.
For example, go to Cuban Ann on Twitter right now. I've told you this 1,000 times.
Yeah, you're a big fan of Cuban Ann.
Cuban Ann, I'll tell you why I'm a fan of Cuban Ann, because she's what a woman should. These are every woman in this country. Charles Grodin, thank you. Every woman in this fucking country. She has a Twitter. It's just a 7. That don't mean nothing. Maybe she's in jail. Look at this. She's a picture right on her fucking thing. Cuban Ann of a little fucking pussy, okay? Look at it. You see it?
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Right there. And then one day we were just talking. She's cute. And she's literally says, I know I'll show you mine. Not as sexy, but it's real. But I think on you. That means it's for you, cocksucker in Spanish. So that little monkey right there. She's a lesbian. She's a lesbian. She doesn't even like that. But I asked her, she's solid as the rock in Gibraltar, and she's got to do what she got to do, because that's what you do. You show the fucking guy your monkey when he asks you. You want to hold on to it like it's a national treasure. So ask her, because it cuts right through the bullshit. Don't be ashamed. You're just doing your job as a man. You talk to a woman online when it's their fucking computer. You got to, after a while, you talk to me, I talk to you. Look, you take a picture of your little helmet and send it to me. Sure, why not? You brush it nice and polish that little helmet and send a little picture. So what do you think? No, stop giggling, you fuck. I'm trying to fucking take you under my wings so you can sling some dick.
Let's do it, yeah.
I don't know when you sling a big dick. You're not going to become a manhole. Because look at it. I ain't no fucking. Listen, man, like I said, I hated sex. For me, it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. That's why I talk about it on stage. It's not that I'm so shallow. Oh, Joey, fuck that shit. I hate it. I fucking hate it. If I don't even know how my wife ended up pregnant. Because if I fucked 3-4 times a year, but what happened was after the fucking knee surgery, I was lifting up my legs with testosterone. I got warmed up. She's my wife. I might as well fuck her. That's what my wife is for. In my mind, you fuck when you're gonna have a kid. That's it. Like we were talking about it yesterday, like just me, how I am. And she goes, "Who do you find attractive?" I'm talking about my friend, the Asian girl that we hang out with. She's beautiful. I love her to death, but I don't look at her like that because she got 4 kids. Every time I look at the kids, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I look at a woman like that. Felicia's beautiful. I don't even look at her like that because of the kids. Once a woman had kids, for me, it's kind of weird. Don't get me wrong. I love something like that. That's the best blowjob. A single mom, shit. A single mom will take your dick to the home, Jack. She's been sitting at home all week, selling down the kids, lying to the kid about his father. He's a hero. He's out bagging bitches. A single mom will take that helmet. I was telling Mike this one time, he's on there yelling at people, single moms, stay away from him. A single mom will work you, Jack. Fucking single moms are great, bro. I was raised by a single mom, man. I love it. My mom had one boyfriend a couple times when she was alive around me. She had my stepfather husband. It's weird, I couldn't imagine. I could never disrespect like a fucker. If I'm 12, and some guy hit on my mom, I'd knock him the fuck out. I go for that motherfucker. I don't want that shit around me. So he understands. That's why I respect moms when I see him, Felicia, all these ladies. You can't fuck everybody. But there's women that are out there that they want to be victims. And that's what you got to do. You got to say, listen, when you take you home, put a firecracker in your asshole. And I'm just looking at you like, really, you got firecrackers. Fuck, I got firecrackers. I told Ralph me that story about that girl that was borrow money from me.
Yeah.
And I told him, man, listen, I'll lend you the money, but you gotta make money. That's just like, no, you can't do that. I go, listen, $1,500 is a lot of money. Now you're gonna pay me back. I don't know. She goes, well, shoot this movie, I'll pay you back. Forget about it. Give me a piece of ass. She's like, all right, I'll call you back in a little while. So I run downstairs, like in the car with Ralphie, and we're talking about some performance. This is a girl. She's like, okay, I'm ready. She goes, do you have the money? I go, yeah, meet me at the Four Seasons. And I had $10 in the fucking bank. And I'm like, listen, don't forget when I go down and light your asshole on fire. She hear it going down. I'll have to call you back. She called me back like 10 minutes later. Forget it. I borrowed the money from my uncle. You're fucking lucky, dirty.
Laid that ass on fire.
No, you gotta have a good time. I just want you to be happy. Because at the end of the week, we goof around here. I don't want you people to think I'm a fucking dirty freak. I'm just trying to help the kid out. You know, he's a nice kid. He's a sweet kid to me. He's a good catch. This guy, he's loyal. He works hard. He just worked 20 hours in 2 days, Friday and Saturday before fucking Halloween. I mean, you motherfuckers work Friday and Saturday, 20 hours before Halloween. I got a lot of respect for him. He break his balls when he knows I care about him. Done great things in a year. And now I want him for Christmas. I'm gonna tie him up and get 3 chicks to fart in his fucking eyeballs. You understand? Because he's never had nobody fart in his fucking eyeballs. You know what? That's it. Just hey, listen, man. I love having fun with all you guys. When I look at Lee, I think of all you guys who listen to the podcast. And hopefully you get some out of this. I really care about you guys. Uncle Joey loves you motherfuckers to death. You give me a lot of hope in my day. And that's all I do by trying to do this podcast. We got a great fucking podcast coming up tomorrow. Another one on Wednesday. We're taking next Sunday off. Let me see if we cover everything. We talked to Danny Bianculo. We played Shine On You Crazy Diamond, which a lot of Pink Floyd songs are written about Sid Barrett. A lot of people fucking know that. Sid Barrett was the founding members of that type of music. And he took too much acid. He went off the fucking deep end. Because I don't know. So Dave Gilmour replaced him. And all those little songs that they've done are too high to think of all right now. All pretty much dedications to. What are we going to close with?
I got a surprise for you.
Okay, but I'm not closing yet. But that's why I play a lot of Pink Floyd. Those songs, Shine On You Crazy Diamond. It's a tribute to you motherfuckers on a Sunday. I love you guys. I love you giving me a line on Facebook and Twitter. Oh, Testicle is still up there, number 3. Fuck that shit. We're knocking that motherfucker down to number 1 because that's how you motherfuckers do it. Also, this week I'm in Ontario at the Improv. Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Ontario, California. Get tickets because those tickets are going to go. And next Wednesday, November 8th, next Thursday, those tickets. There's probably 40 tickets left for myself and Ari Shafir at the Chicago House of Blues. Chicago, you know I love you. Stop bucking around. Let's get this party started. I want reefer down there. I want bazookas. I want chicks with fucking crabs down there. If you got crabs and you're a girl, don't go to the pharmacist. Come on down and spread them that night. I don't give a fuck. You don't know what life is till you get a crab in your eyebrow. Shit, you're at the pharmacist, the motherfucker jumping around. What else do I got? I'm at Arizona and Scottsdale on the 16th and 17th. Lee, where you at this week, cocksucker?
I'm at home, and then who knows? Maybe I might show up at the Ontario.
Beautiful. On Thursday is All Saints Day and All Souls Day, right? Correct.
Sure.
Something like that. Light a candle for your grandfather, anybody that you miss. And that's basically it, guys. I'm going to be home December and January, all home. So we're going to be doing some solid podcasts. At least taking a week off.
Yeah, Christmas, between Christmas and New Year's, but we'll record a couple before I go.
And then let's shoot a special in LA somewhere. I'm hoping on January 25th. Somewhere that's not like a theater or something. Thinking about my uncle's bar. I only have about 100, 150 people there. I don't know if I'm going to have it charged up or whatever, but we'll talk about that. But I'm going to be in training. So if anybody wants to get together and write, Mitch Nutter, I love the new podcast, Hiding from My Wife. I want to give him a shout out. You know, we get a lot of support on this podcast. You know, we're very lucky. We got a lot of friends and a lot of people listen to this. We want to thank you. We want you to have a great week and have a great Sunday. Don't forget, Danny gave out the Jets -1. I'm giving you the under on the Atlanta Philadelphia Eagle. Anything else we need to cover here? We gave you Jimmy Serrano. We'll have music. We'll have more movies. We'll talk about fucking life all this week. Like I said, credibility is the biggest thing in your fucking life. And sometimes I know you guys get upset with me. Like, Joey, this guy, hey, fuck you motherfuckers. I'm trying to give you a piece of my heart where I came from. I don't want you to think there's a made-up character. I'm bad flavors and figment of your imagination. And I don't ever want you to think the Flying Jew is a figment of your imagination. He's a bad motherfucker. Give him all the love and respect. The Hanukkah line will be coming out soon. The Hanukkah line will be coming out soon. The first one, the first yarmulke we're gonna have is white. It's gonna say "fuck you, baby" for all you dead hard fucking Jews out there that I love representing the flying Jew. We're gonna make a special flying Jew yarmulke for this fucking sick fuck. We're gonna put one stay black. Everybody's gonna be wearing a yarmulke in 2013. We're doing that out of respect. I love you guys. Hit me with some music. Better be something funky. I'm gonna stab you in the neck.
Supposed to be. Are you ready for some football?
I'm not ready for football. Biggie, I'm hypnotized. Biggie hypnotized. Something funky. Don't ever close with that football shit.
It's a betting one.
Fuck, bet on some guy singing, "Are you ready for some football?"
Yeah.
Why not? These guys think this shit be software. No more surprises.
More surprise. Stab you in the neck.
You're slipping the last 2 weeks in the closest. So
But you got hit right ready last time.
let's go.
Here you go. Bye, guys.
Oh, what? Smoothly, shakily, here's to my hooligans in Brooklyn. What? Have a great day with your family, guys. Go out there, sling dick, don't let them lie to you. You know who the baddest motherfucker is out there doing. The flying Jew, baby. What? Let's see here. That's fun. Oh shit. At last, that nigga rapping about blood for bras, tits and bras, menage a trois, sex and expensive cars. What? This album is dedicated to all the teachers that told me I never amount to nothing. To all the people that lived above the buildings that I was hustling for, that called the police on when I was just trying to make some money to feed my daughter. And all the niggas in the struggle, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, baby. It was all a dream. I used to read what's going on. Oh shit. Pepper and everything up in the rubber. Oh shit. Pictures on my wall. What's going on there, Lee? Sayat, the flying Jew. It's Monday morning, cocksucker. Good morning. What's happening to church? What's happening now? Joey Coco D is my main man. Lee Sayat, the flying Jew. Put that music on. Let's do this shit. Every morning. Let's do this shit. Kick it, dog. Take it this far. Now I'm in the limelight because I'm right. Trying to get paid, blow up like the world's trade. What? Monday morning, motherfuckers. You can do it again. This is your second chance. You got a dream, you want to go stab somebody in the neck, today's your fucking day. You know what I'm saying? It's Monday. That's why I love Mondays. And as usual, I don't work Sundays. I do comedy because I hate flying on Mondays. That's a big thing. And if you're flying today, you haven't been listening to me, so go fuck yourself. You deserve to sit there until your ass grows roots. You understand me? You're going to be sitting there like a fucking momo for 2 days. Because they're not going to fly. They're going to do things. You know, you can't fly into the East Coast. All those planes are all fucking confused right now. You got a connecting flight. Look at the head, Lee. Looking tight in a motherfucker today. Lee's all excited. Then when Patriots covered the spread yesterday in England, right?
Yeah, I finally killed him.
Like in fucking England. They had to go all over to England to cover the spread in front of the fucking Queen and Rod Stewart playing soccer with stinky fucking toes.
But yesterday was a weird day, so that
Yes, it was. I lost the under on the Philly game, but fucking Atlanta covered, so that's all that mattered. You know, people were saying, can Atlanta go 7-0? And they covered the spread of Atlanta's for real. There's a couple of teams. Let me tell you something. When Danny told me the Jets, my heart almost jumped out of my shirt. I've never liked the fucking Jets. I don't even talk about the Jets. I can't stand watching them. I can't believe we're in New York. Joe Namath is dead. I don't feel so good myself. Once that motherfucker died, it was all over. They had Kevin O'Brien for a while. I liked all that stuff, but I can't watch it. And now with this Mark Hernandez, whatever his fucking name is, I can't watch that fucking guy. I can't watch him. He makes me sick to my stomach. Debo, at least put Debo in. He's Christian. He's back there throwing fucking bombs and shit, jumping up and down.
They're gonna have to, but this is Rex Ryan's last year. He can't lose to fucking.
He sucks. Fucking the coach from Philly's gotta go. He sucks.
Yeah, Reed.
I mean, I watched Philly for 2 minutes yesterday. It was like a high school game. And people always say to me, Joey, you're an animal. What do you think about Michael Vick? I got 2 things to say. Number one, listen, Michael Vick did what he did, whatever. Listen, when it came on the papers, if I was seeing Michael Vick, I would stab him on myself. I got one problem. I got a second chance when I got out of prison. Regardless of that, when they put a guy in the trunk, what's the difference between somebody in the trunk or killing the fucking dog? You still disrespected something other than yourself.
Yeah.
I believe in second chances. I think people get second chances, So for me to sit here and bad Michael Vick, it's not like I'm going to go hang out with him and eat hot dogs and fucking watch a game with him. I just got to watch a game or exist or coexist with this man. So it doesn't matter to me. But I would be a really fucking big hypocrite. I love animals. I hate when people hurt animals. But at the same time, I would hate to not give this guy a second chance. There's a second chance you give it to me. So how hypocritical could I be? I don't want to stand next to the motherfucker. I'm sure a building is going to fall on him. I'm sure he's going to walk in front of Hearts one day that the animal building, by mistake, the building's going to crumble on him. It's so weird. I love animals. Last night, my wife's been sleeping on the couch because she's pregnant. She can't get comfortable. So at first she started bed and then she comes to the couch. When she goes onto the couch, she ruffles all the feathers in the house. The cats start moving. They don't know what's going on. So last night, as I was going in, I went to bed late last night. I went to bed like at 1. I was on Twitter fucking around letting people know, wishing some people happy birthday on Facebook. It was funny because one of the cats came in with me super bad.
Yeah.
So super bad for the last 3 years. He put me to sleep. He comes in with me, gets under the fucking blanket, lets me rub him, and as I'm falling asleep, I can feel it when he waits, and then it leaves.
Really?
Yeah, and then he leaves. And then about 5, he comes back. A lot of people don't understand this is, I'm coming up on 5 years sobriety next week. I'm not going to blow, which is a lifesaver for me. It's why we do this fucking podcast. It's unbelievable. What is that fucking buzz?
What buzz? Oh, I think my computer's running hot.
I don't know. I thought it was somebody mowing the lawn, but I'm at 6 in the morning. Mexicans are minding their fucking business, eating Gucci frito chips. So it's funny that a lot of people don't know the story. When I brought those cats up, there's 4 cats in that litter. Somebody was supposed to take the 2 girls, Lulu and Evie, and I was supposed to take the 2 boys. I hated super bad because there was another cat back there that looked like Timmy, Harry's brother. And he was small. I still have a picture on the phone. The motherfucker was the best cat ever. All I had to do was get outside and yell DJ, and he would come running. He was a little kid.
Yeah.
He would come running. I'd play with him. Super bad. Used to make him go up into the trees and do all this shit. So I was going to adopt DJ. I was just waiting for him to grow, for them to get pretty big for the last minute before I brought him upstairs. I already had him. He loved me and my wife. DJ and Super Bad got sick on the same day. Brought him upstairs. That's the story I was telling. DJ died, and I got super bad. One of the reasons why I stopped rolling low was because after DJ died, I just got on my hands and knees and said, I don't want this cat to die. Super bad was just as sick. It's funny, before that night, super bad never even associated with me and my wife. He didn't like this, and we didn't like him. In fact, he's black and white. The rest of them are the Siamese because a lot of people don't know this. A female cat can get pregnant by 2 cats at the same time. Really? She can carry like 2 fucking litters from cats and they mix and match. It's fucking weird. It's weird, but yeah, I'm no fucking anthropologist or whatever it seems to be, But I didn't like him, and now he's my cat. Without him, I can't even sleep when I go to a hotel. It's funny how when I go to a hotel, I gotta bring a fan with me, and I gotta make leave a hole in there, and I even have to say so bad.
Oh, really?
And that's how I fall asleep psychologically because he gets so close to me at night. Yesterday I took a nap in the afternoon. This motherfucker was playing on the bed. He attacks your hands. He's hysterical. You want to kill him, but he's your cat. So you know what, man? I know that a lot of people live and they're not happy or whatever. If you're not happy, get a fucking animal, whether it's a dog or a cat. Knock yourself out. What the fuck are we talking about this week? Anyway, with 3 days from Halloween, with 2 days from the Sons of Anarchy, the fucking Gemma crashed her truck with the 2 kids in the truck at the end of the episode. So we're on to episode 7, so it's getting big. The other day, some guy fucked me up on Twitter. Fuck you, Joey. You should yell spoiler alert. Listen, it was Saturday. If you still didn't see the episode from Sunday on fucking Saturday when it aired on Tuesday, go fuck yourself. You fucked up. That's all I got to tell you. What else is going on? What's happening?
happy today. You got a girlfriend now. And got a couple bitches all international. Like, it's got
No, it's good.
Yeah, he's a fucking, you know, a lot of people have been hitting me up about you and asking me, you know, what the fuck is wrong with Lee? He doesn't seem happy. He's a happy-go-lucky guy.
No, I'm happy when I come over in the morning. I'm this is the happiest I am. But I'm after I'm coming off of a 10-hour shift.
Concerned about that, like, you think you're missing my life.
Oh.
You ain't missing my brother. You know what fucking missing?
What?
I want to be around. Let's leave you slipping. Today's Monday. I play for the spirits. My mother's fucking spirit. Let's play this motherfucker. No, Lee, they're not saying that you're not happy. They're saying that you want more in life. More. Very proud of you. Here we go. Here you go.
I missed it. You told me to start with thinking.
I didn't go. I'm just saying. There you go.
I want to be around.
Every Monday, motherfuckers. Out of respect. Say, Tony Bennett, you smoke a number, you vape a penny, you light your asshole on fire, and you make the best of what you got. It's Monday.
Somebody twice as smart.
This Louis fucking pen is tremendous. There are a lot of cartridges over at NoHoCC. Smoking vapors here for reals.
I think everyone feels like that missing something. As a one buddy. I mean, did you ever feel like that as a kid, even though like we were having fun? I mean, you had kind of crazy lives.
I didn't know it was, you know, we used to call Hudson County the desert. Why? It was so much, but nothing on it. What was the music, Lee?
Oh, okay.
There you go, brother. You gotta drop it. That's Tony Bennett on Monday morning. Loves Company. What?
He just put out a new, I don't know if it was duets or just new songs, but there's a new album of his on iTunes. It's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, shit. Fuck Tony Bennett anyway.
Wasn't expecting that.
You know, it's funny. I talked to George the other day. By the way, George's grandmother is finally down from the cookie. It was like 10 days. There was no OCC cookies, dog. That's why I don't fuck with them. I haven't been to no OCC in about 2 weeks. The whole cool staff quit. Viviana quit. Yeah, they all took different jobs since he cut the hours, so they don't close. They don't open till midnight no more. So I'm very relevant over that. You know, now if these vapors a lot more, so they don't have to vape, but I feel bad. My girl Viviana Woodward left there. She was working at dry cleaners with her finance.
How can you go from a dispensary to like dry cleaner?
She got sick of it after 2 years. She wants to go back to school. Change. You know, it's funny because today I'm going to have a guy call in that has nothing to do with what you guys usually associate with me. In 1989, when I got out of the joint, I got all the parts of my life. I was trying to better my life, be a better individual. I was fucking robbing the shotgun. I was always trying to be a better individual. And I got a job in Boulder, Toyota, which is like this white fucking Boulder store in Boulder. I used to work in Douglas, Toyota, and Brown Super, all these fucking dealers that were actually shoot heroin in the bathroom. Then I went to Boulder, Toyota, which was like a whitish fucking, it was owned by the guy that owned the Jazz in the 80s. The guy that ran the store for him was a guy like George Jetson. He was a woman. He had a big launch pad. You know, we were used to selling 20 cars at another dealership. She would sell 7 or 8 because they didn't have the volume. But the manager there taught you how to get the most for your money. And there was 3 different managers. There was a guy, Marty Sadler, who was from Buffalo, I still talk to. There was a guy that was there, I forget what his name is, and I still talk to him from time to time. He's still a manager, older. But the main guy, his name is Jim Handy. And for some reason, bro, I was in Cali, and he liked me. He took a liking to me. And when I went, I had a couple of rough months at first, and then he sat me down, and he goes, what do you want to do? And I told him I wanted to be a comic, and he goes, you have to sell cars until you make that decision. I'm going to teach you how to sell cars the right way. I had been a salesman, and I thought that I was a bad motherfucker. He's like, no. And this guy fucking took me from A to Z. But the whole work that he did was about goal setting. You know, what do you want? You know, okay, so right now my big goal is, you know, you want to lose weight. Okay, so you want to go down to 250, all right? What do you weigh now? 300 is what you need to do. You need to lose 8 pounds a month. How are you going to do that? We all say we want to lose weight. We all say when we wake up in the morning, we want to lose weight, want to go back to college, want to stop doing drugs. You know, let's just say you want to lose weight. Okay, so he'd make you write a 6-month goal, you know, 50 pounds, a 3-month goal, which would be 25 pounds. Then he'd make you write a weekly daily goal.
So when you went into bowl, so you on every morning, there was a pad on top of your desk already waiting for you. Before you talk to anybody, before you got coffee, before you went outside and smoked a cigarette or weed or bullshit, you had to fill out your goals. So your goals were to have to sell one car. How am I going to do that today? I got to make 10 calls. I got to take 5 ups, which means I got to take 5 customers. And I got to ask for the sale. And it really worked. And I started doing it. I started doing it to motivate myself. We had Josh from these podcasts. We spoke about that. He had a separation and divorce many years ago. That he just wrote a goal every day to get up. If I get up, it's a good day. That's how we started.
Because you were saying like he lived in like a 1-bedroom apartment with his
3 kids
by himself.
And his brother, and it was rough. And I was on the couch, and it was really weird how he started this. And it's just the same thing I did. I didn't know he was doing it at the time. I know a lot of people that listen to the podcast, and people who are on Twitter with me and Facebook and fuck around with the music. We're all lost. We're all searching for something. And this guy really fucking put the goals into my life. I mean, to the point where I became a fucking salesman. But then he took an extra step. He knew I was unhappy. He pulled me aside with it. He's like, no, when you're out here, you're fucking rocking with these motherfuckers. You should try comedy. And I was like, are you serious? And I thought he was just bullshit. I had heard it like 20 times. I had really done time. The guy told me that. I just didn't know when to start. I was frustrated. One day I sold this car one night. You sell a car at night, they have to wash it the first thing in the morning. Okay. And when I went over to tell the lot guys to wash the car, his son was one of the lot guys, Jimmy Jr., was on Facebook. He's a great kid. And he said, that's funny. I told me this morning. My mother and my dad aren't getting along too good. And he said on the drive-in that he wishes he could just get a car and go on the road. And that meant more to me when somebody had faith in me. You know, like I thought that, yeah, he was bullshit me. I don't trust anybody. But when I realized that, I took his advice, and here I am. And I still talk to this guy, Jim Hanley. He was in D.C. now, but he's out in California with his family. His brother's sick, so I called him last night because I wanted to give people a different perspective. You know, all the times when I was trying to rob, be a douchebag, drugs, fucking bitches in the ass and all that garbage, crazy shit. At the same time, I was trying to get my life together, and it was a struggle.
And how old were you at that point, do you think?
I was probably 30, and I just got out of the joint. You know, I knew what I was doing. I knew how to handle myself, but there was something missing. And I knew I had to get divorced. I knew I had to get away from that fucking witch. I had to start my life over, and I shouldn't call it a witch. I fucked up myself. I knew I should have started my life over. You know, this guy saying those things to his son. Is he calling?
No. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't.
Yeah, so that's the crack. That's what's cracking that. So he's going to call up today and talk to me about goals and stuff. This is not your usual crazy guy that's going to call up and talk about throwing a hooker out of a movie car. And I'm like, in fact, next week we're going to have Joey Filato on again. Talk about shooting steroids and passing needle 15 deep. And the last guy foaming from the mouth. I have never forgotten that. I remember who he was talking about. Besides that, let me know what time we got later. 6:25. So we got a couple minutes. You know, it's funny because I was watching a bunch of Halloween movies this weekend. A bunch of movies more than you were walking in an American movie classics had Young Frankenstein.
That's a good one.
It is a brilliant movie. The thing about Young Frankenstein is you don't see it as much as the other movies. So when you do see it, you fucking giggle your ass off. But I got a movie for these guys, but I got to tell you about this weekend. All right, so I went to the Laugh Factory all weekend. It's a great spot. You know, I want to shoot this special in January. So it's like anything else. I'm going to sit down and go back to the drawing board. It was weird how we did the other special. Because for the other special, I've never done a joke. I've never done any of those jokes that you've ever seen.
Yeah, I haven't heard you do it.
Very seldom. I do those jokes at 1040 Club or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't really hear you do those jokes before.
You know why? Because I would just sneak them out into little clubs and try them. You know what's crazy? The real reason I don't do those jokes is I can't find the fucking notebook. I had a different notebook that had the special in. That was my training log, but I had those jokes and the stories handwritten down. I can't find it. I think I lost it that night. It's the fucking craziest thing. So I go to the Ha-Ha and the Flappers just to do little sets and try jokes. I don't want people hearing my shit before I put it out on a CD and a mask. I'll throw a premise out there at the Laugh Factory just to see where it's at, and then I'll haul it back and not say it until I take the special. And last night I went to the that's why I'm tired. That's why I couldn't sleep last night. I fucking fell asleep hard yesterday.
Oh yeah.
5 workouts a week, writing, performing a couple spots, wife, driving her. It just, it really does take a toll. I mean, I have a lot of fucking energy. I'm going to be 50 in February, but still, man, like yesterday at 11 o'clock, we got back, whatever, we did the podcast in the morning. We got back about 12. She came, she went shopping. I don't even know what the fuck we did yesterday. I got back, I was watching the game, and the games were on. I said, I got a nap. I napped till 4 o'clock, bro.
Yeah, me too.
It was a full fucking hour nap, and I got up and I wrote a little bit, I cleaned up, I washed my pussy, and I went down to the house. And last night was like a pseudo open mic, and I saw a girl, and her name was Maddox Manor or something like that. Fucking girl was amazing.
Really? That's great.
But here's the thing, like, she was the type of girl that she was naturally funny, she was very charismatic, she was cute, but she didn't have chops, like she didn't have 25 years ahead of her, over 10 years or whatever. She probably been comedy for a year, but this girl was already a star. Like, if somebody sees her, she's already a star. She's funny enough to be on a TV show. Wow. Like a lot of people are. That's why you don't see them again after a TV show, because then it just becomes work. Then I got to do the work. There's a lot of people who do their 20s who come here. They're very personable. They have more humor to them, which I got nothing against, And they get to a show, and it's as funny as they need to be for that show. What her next move is will be up to her. But when I left her, I talked to a bunch of open micers outside. It was so nice to talk to young guys. Like, I don't ever want to be in a position like they were fucking rubbing my balls. But we were just talking about movies and comedy and what you need to do with the amount of sets. And talking to them inspires me. When I go to watch an open mic, like I'll sit in the back, I'm not going to criticize them. I'm not there like that. That's not me. I know what it is to start off in comedy. And I know how hard it is in society, the media, life has for you. So I'm not going to criticize. I go watch and I get inspired by these young kids. That was me 20 years ago. I mean, I was an old man when I started. I was only 28. But that was me. And I understand their pain. And I'm watching them. And I see how happy they get with it. I mean, there was 9 people in the audience and 6 comedians. You follow me? There was 2 guys from the recording studio right around the corner. But that's what I had to do to get back on my feet. Like, to get back. I've been struggling stand-up wise this year because everything happened so fast. I had the CD written, and me, I try to write as much as I can, but then I had all these jokes. I had all these road gigs that I got, and I didn't have enough material for them. So I only have Chicago November 8th. I've got Ontario this weekend, which I'm fucking excited about.
Yeah.
I've got some material rolled up to the end of December and January, and I'm just going to stay in and do local gigs. I'm doing the end of the world road gig. I'm doing December 13th at the Madhouse in San Diego. But, it takes about 2 or 3 months to really develop. I want to go into training now. Yeah. When you see the UFC fighters rolling up with a mask, that's me only. I got to get a pen and I got to go to fucking the coffee shop and write. But I got to change my schedule and I got to get out at night a lot. And that's what you need to do. When you want to, yesterday I was taking the shit. I'm sitting there going, maybe I'll do 3 sets a week in training. When you first get here, it's like getting out of a rehab. You get out of rehab, the first thing you say is to get on stage 90 days, to get them to go to a meeting for 90 days after you get out of rehab, ready for all pills, alcoholism, drugs. They was taking go to rehab. That's what it becomes in your soul. It becomes a part of something. That's what I have to start doing. So I got to change my sleep habit around. I love being up at night. I just can't stay up no more. I'm 50. At 8:30, I'm fucking tired. I get an edible in me or whatever, and I'm fucking tired, So it's going to be tough this year to fucking really stay out. I got Flappers, and I got the Ha-Ha, and I got the Laugh Factory. And I'm working with Tony Hinchcliffe, who fucking one of the funniest kids. I'm going to have him on the podcast tomorrow. By the way, I woke up this morning to text on Facebook from Felicia Michaels saying that we got nominated. Beauty and the Beast got nominated for the best podcast or something like that.
I think it was a comedy award we plugged a couple weeks ago.
And I thank you people. I really thank you people from the bottom of my heart. I've always believed in Beauty and the Beast. I never saw the numbers or anything. It's always at 60 and 50 and 85, and it really always bothered me. I thought that Beauty and the Beast would do a lot better than what it did. I worked real hard on Beauty and the Beast. I have to get a fucking guest every week and make sure he's a fucking book and he got a second chance. And if not, your guest cancels, so it's really rough. We only do one podcast because she's got 2 kids, and I got what's going on. And now for doesn't here, take a shit in the cat with a box. The one thing about
doesn't cover this shit. He will come in here and cover this shit for the cat and go hit him in the head. I've seen it. I've seen it with the cat and just fucking whack him like put the dirt over the fucking shit. All right. And my heart goes out to the people on the East Coast today with Hurricane Sandy. God knows what's gonna happen. But that's the Jersey Shore. That Snooki and her radioactive fucking pussy is deterring the fucking waves and the small as it's coming in right now. All those fucking guidos down the Jersey Shore. I love you crazy motherfuckers, man. You don't know what life is till you go down the Jersey Shore. You better go fucking.
I've never been there.
They got the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island. They got everything, but there's nothing like that fucking Jersey Shore. That's supposedly the Jersey Shore. I see some pictures on Facebook. And people I went to high school with. There's a lot of people live down the Jersey Shore and put up. It looks already like the rays are fucked up. It's supposed to be super small. You know what's crazy? Like you sit there and this motherfucker, and now he's scraping your head at him. That's him. He took a tremendous shit with it. He's gonna walk out like a jump. He washes his paws. This guy's a fucking savage. I wish I had a camera. Fidel, come in. Fidel, come in. Fidel. I got catnip, cocksucker. Yeah, what's the catnip don't work when my wife is here. They don't give a fuck about my chubby. That's disgusting catnip.
That's really because, I mean, coming here at 5 in the morning isn't something I would normally be excited about. But when your wife opens the door and there's cat, it's great. But one of the coolest things I've seen since your wife's been pregnant, every time she opens the door, there's like 10 cats like guarding her.
Oh, they guard her, bro. The boys guard her. They got us. This is the best catnip in the world. In fact, it's continuing. And it's manufactured in Canada, which that just goes to show you don't have good weed. They also have catnip, motherfuckers. They ain't fucking around in Canada. This book is getting really good. This American Desperado. It's weird when you relate to a book. He's calling because this Robert's guy, he should change his name. His name is like John Riccabini. And he's talking about he was raised in Long Island or whatever. His parents, his mother died from New Jersey. And he's mugging people, robbing people in the same places I robbed. T-Nex, gas station. But the funny thing about this guy, there's a whole chapter on how to beat somebody up with a fucking bat. He talks about how to hurt somebody, but I mean, this book is fucking amazing so far. But it's really weird. His mother died. He wanted to be a big basketball player. I was talking to him about the last week. Yeah, technically was talking about that he still sees Dan Reeder. For a long time, I wanted to go shoot Dan Reeder. That was my freshman basketball coach. That crushed my hopes and dreams. I was going to kill that motherfucker. But you know what, man? Life moves on. I fucking killed that motherfucker. Oh, I was. He didn't start me freshman. Oh, Chris Gaynor. Chris Gaynor called. He was talking about how when he went up there, he seen one of those guys.
I think both of them
guys talking about this fucking vape was good to them. So, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Eureka vapor now. But this all the cartridges, I gotta wait. They come to the Ontario shows.
Okay. Oh yeah, and people are hitting me up. I don't really go with Joey to his shows. I'll try to come. Are you still doing a Sunday show? Yeah. Maybe I'll come to that.
Sundays will be good. It's myself. I have to say one Rizzo and fucking George Perez, my main man, George Perez. So I got it all mixed up for the weekend. I got some people. Guess what? No Death Squad. Everybody from Death Squad's out of town. So, please forgive me. I always try to get the Death Squad guys involved in that shit. But Joe's in Seattle. Redman's with him. Greg Fitzsimmons is with him. Ari's somewhere. Duncan's somewhere. I was hoping to see Duncan today down at Mimi's Cafe. We got to make it a stick. We're trying to get my uncle on the podcast. Uncle Jimmy Jam, what's happening, beautiful? How are you, my friend? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I just it's cold and with the full moon is out, so my heart is warm.
Okay, as long as the full moon is out there, you fucking vampire. Love to have you out here. How's little Jimmy doing? All the kids are good. Everybody's good.
Everybody's good. Yeah, Jimmy and his family are preparing for the Hurricane Sandy. They live just outside of DC in the Bethesda, so they're having to kind of scramble a little bit for now what they're going to do. They're going to evacuate, go to their mothers in Missouri, or just ride it out.
Missouri, have them ride it out. It's going to be all right. The Jersey Shore is going to get killed. They're going to be all right. DC, Baltimore, the storm is looking for Rabbi. Wherever Rabbi's at, that's where they're going to go hunt that motherfucker down.
So, Jim, Uncle Jim, the reason why I wanted you on the show today is, I always play these criminals I grew up with. They tell their stories, but the whole time I was getting in trouble, I was also searching bettering myself, and I ran into you at Golden Toyota, and you got me started in two directions. You really taught me the patois of car sales, and you got me convinced into getting on stage, but you taught me something else that I still do every day, and if America knew this shit, they wouldn't be in the problems they're having, and that's gold. Do you mind talking to us a little bit about that?
Well, goal setting, if you fail to plan to fail. It's really that simple. Goals have done so much for me. I'm a cancer survivor. Goals got me to those are sort of distant, put it in cleaner terms. The basics of how you're going to look at life, how life is going to treat you. And, there's still, as I said, 30 years ago, or maybe longer than that, the difference between being good and great is still there. For me, when I tried to fill in all of it, because I was learning as I was going through all this back then as well. Absolute power in this word. And that's what helps me on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, to some trying times. It's fantastic. Wonderful.
I was telling Lee that when we were at Boulder Toyota, the first thing we had to do in the morning before we got coffee and taken up was we had to write our goals. That was the first thing on the thing. We had to write what do we want from today, and then the three things to support that. So if you want to sell a car, you got to mail letters, you got to take 10 ups, and you got to make 15 phone calls. And I do the same now. I'm thinking of shooting a special in January. So every day I wake up, what do I need to do? I need to write 5 minutes a week. I need to get on stage twice a night and try the joke. I need to stay focused. These are the things I write down myself. So I still believe in this 20 years later, Jim.
Well, you're living through it. It's obvious. You and I have been talking all these years about this. I know you've been carrying on with your life and your professional and personal life. And it's a beautiful thing. To watch. It's and the real truth is that I could help keep you from trying out your new material all the time. That was a trial. It was always a talk to go with the PA. Years with Jim's office and the longest phone call. That meant trying out your material. And you actually selling the car.
And we had a good time on that lot. I was thinking about the guy that was coming from California, Cormier. Remember that was his name? I'll never forget that guy. He worked for the phone thing. And you also taught us how important the phone was and how to, call people. Like now, I still, by me selling cars, it was the building blocks for me to either be a good comedian or a decent comedian. Because a lot of people know that half the comedy war out here is marketing. It's not about the funniest guy isn't who's on TV and gets a special. It's about marketing, and that's what else you taught me is how to, get it out there. When you're trying to sell something, you have to call people, and you taught us that. But that guy used to come in, remember, once a week from California, and if you had the most people that came in off the phone, he'd take you to lunch at a nice place. Do you remember that thing? And we had the boots in the corner. His name was, what was his name? Joe, I thought it was Cormier for some reason. Joe Cormier or Bill.
I brought in 3 or 4 of them, and Cormier was another one. He was, I think he was a early rep that went really some known company. So, but yeah, he was another huge example of a guy that's extreme, and he was all over the power of the written word, and that there's true passion in power, and Joe, we're constantly selling ourselves. Nowadays, it's, like you said, it's not the guy with the most talent. It's the guy that can market himself, that can follow up. And if you're not writing this stuff down, you're missing out. And you're going to be good, but you're not going to be great. You're going to be fair, but you're not going to be good. And, it's that little bit of discipline. There's two types of pain. The pain of discipline, the pain of regret, and for not having them. And goal setting in any capacity. Just 2 minutes a day. Writing down 4 or 5 things that you want to get accomplished. It could be going to the grocery store. So, that's remedial. But it's pure power. Pure power. Without goals, you can't be prepared enough. And a lot of people would say, salespeople back then would tell me, "Oh, I got middle goals. I got it all in my head." Well, middle goal is just a broken promise to yourself. It's fulfilled, and it's not gonna carry its own weight. It's the power of the ritual that's carried today with goal setting and waking up.
I applied to my day. What a lot of people don't know is I have a notebook, and I'm showing the people on camera right now that I have a notebook. And I started off, it says 10:29 to 11:04. That's Monday to Sunday on that. And I know where I am every day to the fucking minute because of this. Every day to the minute. It says Monday, right, 1 hour, 6 a.m. podcast, 11:45 to 12:45 yoga. I got to write a blog. I got to fucking write comedy. I got to write pages in my book. Everything in there is for the day. Tomorrow, I got to go to acupuncture. I got to watch Sons of Anarchy at 7. I gotta do a podcast. My whole week is in front of my eyes, Jim. At all times, I have a little one, and then I have a big planner. I have a book in the morning that I get up, Jim, and I write what I think about the day, and then my goals for the day to be a better person, to help somebody out, and then to work on my stuff. So I've been following this shit since I met you, Jim. Since I met you, I've been following this stuff. I didn't have to pay for it. It was something that was passed on to me. This morning I get pissed off, Jim, because I have a cat, Fidel, and he likes to eat in the same fucking spot every day. And if you don't feed him in the same fucking spot every day, he has a heart attack. He's waking me up at 2 in the fucking morning. My wife picks up the cat bowls and doesn't put the bowl for him in the same fucking spot every day. So he wakes me up at 2 in the morning. Then when I get up at 6 and I'm trying to pee, he's like, wow, wow. And I'm like, because you move his fucking bowl. And I see this across America, that people don't want to do the same things every day. And there's things in life that you have to do when you're on a diet. You don't just not drink Coca-Cola Monday and Tuesday. That's every day. But people can't figure out why things don't work in their life. Because after 8 or 9 days, they go back to what they were fucking doing, even if they know that it's bad for them. And that includes myself. But at least you have to be knowledgeable of it. Like, you have to do certain things every day. When I get up in the morning, I come in here, I get some coffee, I do what I got to do. But before I wash my pussy, I write in that book. Before I get in that shower, I know my plan for the day. I know what I need to accomplish that day. And it makes me a lot happy. I think it makes me more positive in the morning because I know my fucking rule for the day. I know my map for the day. So,
mental exercise, physical exercise, associated with cranks up your serotonin level, keeps your dopamine going, and doing goals do that same thing for your brain. There's a lot of brain research going on now. Once if you don't use it, you lose it. Well, not true. Start goal at any age, and your brain power will increase. There's a practice is what leads to passion. Passion sells. Passion is what sells. There's a Malcolm Gladwell, great author. I've been reading that link and an outlier. His story of success. and being good and being great. But they talked about 10,000 hours. And it takes in any profession, sports, comedy, 10,000 hours is what to be an absolute master of that profession. And you break that down into 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, about 9.6 years. You can do this for 30.
I've been doing this for 20. I've been doing this for 20 on the books, but you know, I've been funny since I was 5. I just didn't know what to do with it. What most people in this country don't know what to do. They don't know what to do with what they got, Japan. They don't know what the fuck to do with what they got. Once I realized what I had to do and I realized where I was going, it made the journey a lot easier. You know, and
so many guys and gals that dig into our food store there and leadership and got into the program, got into writing their goals, and went from 0 to hero in about a week. The light bulb just went on. And I keep in touch with a couple other people through the years, and that was there. We talk about goals, we talk about a whole bunch of other stuff. The goals always talk about it. And how it just turned that 25 water into a 100 water, because the results are there, and the results are they're good, you know.
I remember for the last 10 years I was doing coke and pills and shit. I'd wake up the next morning and that was the first thing I would write, you know, to stop doing drugs, you know. And it took 10 years for the power of the fucking pen, but eventually I didn't have to go to rehab, I didn't have to go give somebody hugs or go get fucking ayahuasca in a mountain. You know, I sit here sometimes and I can't realize what made me stop doing blow. It's going to be 5 years in November, and I can't imagine what it was, but I think it was the power of the pen is so, you know, I kept writing it over and over. I got to stop doing blow. I got to, you know, stop fucking chicks at bars and get my dick sucked with STDs, and eventually it stopped, you know, it stopped, and I just really wanted you to tell these people that how far back we've been going, you know. Everybody always says that I have a story, that I changed my life. I don't see the change, but it was because I wrote stuff down, and I believed in it, and it's thanks to you, man. Fucking thanks to you. 20 years ago, I called a Toyota at Dead End Street next to a Lincoln Mercury fucking store. That's where I learned about life, you know.
Yeah. Well, you had to go. You had destiny, and you had to get the Hollywood. And that's kind of it. You made that day. You got to go. You got to go to Hollywood. You got to follow this dream and take it. And your sense of humor and look in your soul and get out there. And that's what you did. Proud of you. Proud of all of us. Trying time, good time, bad time, and it's in fact, it's perfect. You can call it whatever you want, but if you're practicing something, most likely, you know, if you want to be a good guitar player, violin player, you got to have a teacher. What that teacher's doing is giving you lessons are goal. Whether you're want to be whatever you want. You know, you'll quicker, faster, and more efficient by writing it down.
You know, I forgot about the talk we had when you told me that I had to leave and go do that, but I gotta tell you now in front of a bunch of people that listen to the show, it wasn't even that got me. It was one day I was telling Lee I sold the car at night. You know, when you sold the car before closing, the people would come back in the morning to get it washed. You know, and I got there at 10 to 9, and I ran to the back, and you were there, and I think me and Marty sold the car the night before, and I asked you where Jimmy Judy was, and his son was working with us that summer on the lot. And this is a true story. I went back there, and he was talking to the younger brother, and I guess at the time, you and your wife were having problems at home, and when I walked up on them, they both looked at me, and they were like, "Speak of the devil," and I go, "What are you talking about?" And he goes, "On the ride to work this morning, my father was so frustrated. And he said that he feels like quitting this whole thing and just taking you on the road and your comedy." Those fucking words went through my heart. I mean, it killed me.
I realized that you had that much faith in me, and here I was dicking around selling cars, which I was still trying to get my life together. But that was what really, when the two boys said to me that on the drive, you told them that you were thinking of quitting this whole thing and just taking me in a fucking car on the road. That was it after that. So I thank you for that.
Well, you had the passion, and you had, the talent, and, sales, car sales anyway, it all started with knowledge. Talking about it, enthusiastic about it, have passion to sell. You got passion.
That's all I got, dog. You gotta be passionate about something. I love it. I love what I do, and I love talking to people. And I'm happy I kept in touch with you, man, because you're still an inspiration. I can't believe you dropped knowledge on these motherfuckers like you did this morning. You got a question for me?
Yeah, Jim. I don't know how much Joey's told you, but I'm 24, and there's a lot of people my age who don't have jobs, and you guys have been talking about goals, and that's great. But for people who haven't done it, do you have like examples? Like if you were going to tell someone to start doing goals who's never done it before, like do you have something you would tell them to start with?
Yeah. It's, hold on. I lost you for about 5 seconds. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm in my early 20s, and there's a lot of people my age who listen and who don't have jobs. And you've been talking about goals with Joey, and I was wondering if you had if someone hasn't done goals before, what do you recommend starting with? Just because goals is great, but then you could it's so broad.
Sure. You start with a piece of paper and a pen. You get a notebook. You go get a sleeve notebook. It doesn't have to be structured. You don't have to go get a Tony Robbins seminar. You just start with a piece of paper. You sit down, and you can start out with just a broad sense of what you want to get done. Where do you want to go? And you start with your words. I want. And you start writing down as many things that you can put down as I want. Then prioritize those and start a little personal action plan of your own on one manageable task at a time. One manageable idea at a time. If you've got a list of 10, 20 different items, hopefully 3. Now you're manageable. And just get a notebook and the main thing else in that notebook. And plan to fill that notebook up and already think about getting the next notebook. And if it's anything, you got to review what you did yesterday. And my goal is it takes 5 minutes. Initially, it's going to take you just a half hour. It might take you a day. It might take you a day or two. Once you start looking at your initial list, you can say, well, there was something on there that really grabs me. Well, let's start another list. And something will grab you, something will make sense. And then just start from there, boil it down to a manageable list. You got it. Maybe concentrate on one and put down 3 action items. So you got the thing with it. If you've got to be a discipline, because you're going to have discipline of doing it, or you're going to have regret of not doing it. So it's really something you got to do.
And do you think it works because it feels good when you check something off, or why do you feel so strongly about it?
Well, there's so many different things that are going to come up with that you're going to find out a whole lot about yourself as you start crossing things off. And it'll start to, your future will take a little bit different shape. I'm not going to say, oh my God, you're going to have a revelation. But your future is going to start to become a little bit more declared. There's a lot of people your age, like you said, hard to get jobs, hard to get through school. Coming out of school, there's a big load on your plate financially, and but if you're not hitting the bricks and getting up early, and it's been late, I was looking for a job at noon. No, the jobs, they're all gone. Well, You got to get out early, stay focused, and write it down. Written word has just way too much power, and it just present itself to you immediately.
That's awesome. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, Jim, we'll talk during the week. Thank you very much for calling in. Say hello to the boys. I love you, buddy.
I will. I love it.
All right, thanks for calling in. Have a great week, my man. That was great.
Man, take care.
Much love.
Sorry, it really sounded cool, and I wanted to understand for me and for everyone else. Just it's I got lucky that I interned somewhere and I got a good job, but there's just almost all my friends like are either have jobs that they don't like they're working high school jobs or stuff like that, and just I try not to talk because you guys you don't know these people, but that it just sounded so cool.
No, listen, bro. This is not even about a job. It's about your life. I know you want a lot of things about this. You know, I sit here every week and I tell you stories, shit, I have crazy friends all on the other side of my coin. So I was always trying to better myself. That's why I took those college classes. Bring them to, you know, I was taking college classes. I didn't want to live like that. I never wanted to live like that. You know, it may sound like it to you guys. Something I got caught up in, and I'm not going to pull it back now because of who I am. It's being who I am. But I was always trying to better myself. I was always, you said something to me that fucking obvious thing. I don't like reading. I always read. I always thought that if I read, maybe I'm better than me. You know, this election's coming. Everybody's always saying this guy wants going to change. This guy wants to go on. I've never wasted my time on that because I know that to make things change, you got to change it from your heart. But then it all starts with that decision. You don't have a friend that won't go to fucking rehab. She won't go to rehab. I know for a fact she knows she needs to go. I had to stop talking to her because it's rehab is way beyond that. It's part of past the alcoholism, into being a kiss of death, where everything's so negative. That addiction has gotten from the inside out like it had before. You're a negative person. You don't think because you can't change. You don't think anything else is good. Like all the time when my wife was pregnant, she's like, look out for miscarriages. You know, it's always something. Yeah, it's always like the evil side of life. You know what? I used to look at life evil like that too, but I don't. It made my life a lot fucking better. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it all starts with just sitting down in the mornings. You know, people look at me and they're like, "Oh, but Joe, you're crazy. You know, you do drugs or whatever." Hey, man, that was a part of it. The other part of it was there was always a little guy inside of me trying to, you know, yell and scream and say, "I just want to be a normal fucking person." That's all I listen to you. And you're like, "I want more from my life. What more can you be doing? The only more you can be doing is being married and having kids, going back to college and getting your master's degree, or working at an office where you get your law degree, or you're Jewish. What the fuck are you doing? With cameras and shit." You know, me, I love a Jew attorney. They're the fucking best. They're the fucking rock. They cost, but they're the best. That they always come up with a by the way. They always show up with that rock and roll to fuck them with them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I love about the Jews. What else do you want from your life? You know, that's what you have to. This is where Jim Handy comes in. You know, because sometimes we're looking for this happiness. It's right in front of us. Yeah. You know, fucking it's right in front of us, man. We don't know what you're fucking stupid. We don't see it, you know, like I told you 1,000 times. What kills me in this country, the iPad, and the iTouch, and the iThis, and the iSuck dick. But when there's a problem, you don't look to I. You know, Lee does. You know, I that to that. But most people in this country don't look at the problem. They go to a psychiatrist. Now they pay somebody to tell them what the fuck their problem is. I never understood that. They pay somebody to put them back in life on the right fucking track. Well, people hit me up all the time. Boy, you're going to be my life coach. How are you going to have your ideas as your fucking life coach? But I understand where you're coming from. I laugh at first, but I know where you're coming from because I look at life from a different perspective. You know, I hate Halloween, bro. I hate Halloween because next Sunday was the last one talk I had with my mother, November 3rd. And she died on the 8th. And that night I didn't get home. You know, and all the documentaries we do for the movie interviews, I was just listening to the whole podcast because he said that the best thing about Joey B is that you never know what's recorded. Because I've always checked in. Carmine said it in the documentary. A lot of people, Joey said it. I check in with all my friends. One of the reasons why I check in, it's a commitment thing. It's something that I have to do to better myself, to let them know I'm watching them, they're watching me. I love checking in with people. I don't know where I was going with this. That fucking
because a couple of weeks ago we had we were talking, and you were saying how like you don't understand that people can sit around all day on Sunday and watch football. Do you think part of that is the goal setting with Jim? Like, if you're goal setting, you don't have time to be sitting around all day just doing. Do you think like that part of you that can't sit around is from the goals?
No. When I was a kid, if you listen to any fucking Michael Jackson, he always talks about how he stole his childhood. You know, he cries about it. I have the same anger in my heart. My childhood was stolen. Part of it because my stepfather was very aggressive. My mother didn't play fucking games. You know, we didn't play games. They were just very sharp on the ball people. And then they I'm 15, and then the Lord takes my mother. So I went from doing what I wanted to do to doing the things I had to do. When you're 15, you want to sit and watch a fucking game and jump up and down with your little hat. I couldn't do that. I had no money coming in. I had to figure out something to do. So that's always been on the bottom of me. So I had to sacrifice. What sacrifice? You just spend the day in there. You know, there's 2 fucking football games. I'm watching the one and the other half. I read a book. You know, this whole thing is about sacrifice. Last night I came home and it was ham and cheese. John Malaya. I was fucking starving. So I got a piece of cheese and cracker, and I ate a banana. I compromised with myself. I made a deal. I really wanted to make a ham and cheese sandwich with mayonnaise. I had Italian bread and fucking lettuce and tomato at 12:30, and then you can't sleep right. And to be honest with this morning. So all this life is compromises. Last night I wanted to go to bed at 9. If it was up to me, I would have made it edible. I got to bed at 9. I got to be out at 9. If you want to do stand-up comedy, you got to be out at 9. Yeah. So for the next 3 months, I'm going to be out of it. If something happens, she has the baby. Her water breaks. I'm right around the corner here. By the time she gets the bag, it's a cotton ball in her pussy. I'm ready to fucking drive to the hospital. You know, my wife is having a baby. I got to stick close by. You know, I love my wife. I'm having a great time with her. I went to the doctor for the last Thursday. Yeah, I went 8 doctors for myself. I don't want to get down with her. And I had a great time. They had the thing on. They showed the baby's head. It's fucking little figures. It's fucking feet and shit. And it had her ears. The ears are back to pointy, and it's got my fucking big head. And it's finally dawning on me what's coming up in my life, what I need to do, and all this shit. And it's feeling good. You know, I'm putting the pieces together. God threw a blessing on me in my life. The Jew God knows my life. The Cuban Jew God said, I gotta put a little fucking chubby Jew in your life. That's a bad motherfucker that's trying to get his dick sucked and his balls licked and shit. That little girl who's telling you to send a picture of your dick. You got a suntan your dick. You can't send that pale Jew dick.
I've never done that before.
Oh, you got a suntan, you gotta put some makeup on. You got a Felicia take a nice picture of your dick. Felicia took a picture of my balls and my asshole and me. Felicia takes good pictures of all that thing with Felicia. I can send her a picture of my Instagram of my dick, but I don't want to be more artistic. Can you help me? She'll take a nice picture for you with makeup and then you'll cut. And everybody's fucking happy. And you send her a picture of that little Jew cock that's all over the shop. A little yarmulke on the side, a little mouth, a couple fucking rocks, a picture of Jesus getting beat up, and then you're ready to go. You're slinging daily. It's Monday, you bad motherfuckers. Lee, what do you got for music for me? You lined anything up?
What do we want to do? Angel Heart or we're going to say
Let's do Angel Heart first. Let me tell you what's cracking, people. So I was telling you before I watched Angel, I watched Young Frankenstein, which was very funny.
Yeah.
And somebody had Nightmare on Elm Street on the other end. It's the first one I always thought was one of the funniest movies. I don't like scary movies.
Yeah, me either.
Because I have nightmares and then I gotta sleep with a fucking light on. And it just embarrasses me. So I don't like scary movies, but I like scary movies when I don't see people get chopped up. I like scary movies when it fucks with my mind.
Suspense? Yeah.
Suspense. I like, not even the suspense. I like suspenseful movies, but I like, The Exorcist. I talk shit about The Exorcist constantly because it just wasn't about a girl getting the devil. It's all this is going on. The director's eye and the shots he took of the priest and just the mental fucking up. This movie was made in 1970. And if you're still watching it, if it still fucks with you, people still hit me up on Twitter. I'm joking. I watched The Exorcist. Why the fuck did you put that movie in my life? It's heavy duty movie. He goes to Africa, he finds a statue, wherever the fuck he finds that open and back. It wasn't Africa, it was Jersey. I don't give a fuck. But Angel Heart is always one of my favorite movies. It came out in 1987. And it stars Mickey Rourke and Robert De Niro as the devil who calls himself Lucifer, which is really Lucifer. And the movie is basically about a private investigator that gets hired by De Niro, who's AKA the Saint, to find the kid that cut a deal with the devil, musician. Brilliant script. Cut a deal with the devil and then reneged on him. So he changed his name and tried to do all this thing, and now Saint was collecting his soul. So Saint was going to put him right now. I can't tell you any more than that. The reason why I love this fucking movie is every time they go into a different scene, they always show the cover. Where they did the deal with the devil was in this apartment building. The outside of it looked like the outside cover of Physical Graffiti, 1975, Led Zeppelin. Line, in the line. Anyway, I know I can't sing for shit, but put on Physical Graffiti. We laughing about fucking the Flying Jew. But I told Lee about this movie a while ago. My wife didn't even know about it. I had to go get Angel Heart on that Reba, and I got like $10, and I brought it over and watched it after a wrestler. She had never watched this movie. The real thing about this movie came out in 87, 88. When Cosby's were hot. Lisa Bonet decided to make the fuck scene. And the fuck scene is tremendous. He's fucking a Mickey Rourke, and blood starts coming down the ceilings. And it's just fucking crazy. Play that script. This is a part where De Niro finally goes crazy. The devil finally confronts Mickey Rourke. Hit it.
Cypher. Lucifer. Even your name is a time star joke.
Mephistopheles is such a mouthful of an head, Johnny.
You think posing as the devil just because it scared some superstitious old guitar player and that witch and that nutty old man? You think it's gonna scare me? It ain't. I know who I am. When you killed them, you were trying to pin it on me. And I know who I am.
If our cloven hooves and a pointed tail, which made no convinced.
You're crazy. I know who I am. You're trying to frame me. You're trying to frame me. Cypher, I know who I am. You murdered them people. I never killed nobody. I didn't kill Fowler. And I didn't kill Toots. And I didn't kill Margaret. And I didn't kill Cruz Mark. I didn't kill no one.
I'm afraid you did, Johnny.
My name's not Johnny.
All killed by your own hand, guided by me, naturally. Frankly, you were doomed from the moment you slit that young boy in half.
Johnny.
For 12 years, you've been living on borrowed time and another man's memories.
Hey, I'm going to tell Whitesap because he knows.
Whitesap, well, he's dead. Nasty accident. Don't worry, no one will mourn one less lawyer in the world. There's death everywhere these days, Johnny. But what gives you the life it's worth? Anyway, because someone loves it, hates it. The flesh is weak, Johnny. The soul is immortal.
Yours belongs to me.
Yours belongs to me.
God damn, I still got it, motherfuckers. Are you kidding me or what? I give you, what's the movie? Midnight Run. I give you Angel Heart for Halloween. Who loves you motherfuckers like me?
Oh shit. Here looks creepy.
I'm telling you guys.
Long fingernails.
I'm telling you guys, when he eats that egg and he tells them that the religion, some religions, the egg is a soul, or the soul, or he eats the fucking egg, but watch the fuck scene with it. And when you rent it, there's 2 fuck scenes. There's the PG one for your fucking Christians with the bell and the fucking tambourine, and you got the rated double X one. Lisa Bonet shows more black movie than the last one. You guys like that little dark pink? That's just on Thanksgiving. There you go.
Speaking of scary movies, have you ever seen Rosemary's Baby?
Oh,
That's another 70s.
that's another 70s.
That one freaked me out.
Around the 70s. This guy did a pound of blow and scared the fuck out of you. That's the way to do it. I don't want to. Who's going to scare me? Some 13-year-olds just getting stabbed at the beach. I want a psychological fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
I want a psychological. So please, Angel Heart. Let me tell you something. You guys always go to all these podcasts, listen to the next movie. dog, I'm only gonna give you one fucking movie a week. That's gonna be whether I give you music or an album. This is the shit that shaped me. You notice I don't waste time with shitty fucking movies. I can see a movie in a trailer to tell you what time it is. Don't take no fucking genius when you see a trailer. But that's the best part of the fucking movies. All these movies you guys go see today, like I said, in 5 years you can't drop a fucking scene on me. I haven't seen that movie in 20 years. Let me tell you something about Angel Heart. I saw that movie right before I could get that ground.
Really?
Like a month or two before,
That's
or three before, but here's the beauty of it. I went and sat there and watched the matinee, and sat there and watched it again.
Really?
I went out, smoked a joint, went right back in there in 87 or 88, watched it again because I didn't figure out the ending until I bought the video 2 years ago. I'm like, that's how strong this movie is, a psychological fun. So take all your little Halloween movies, children, and all your bad either. I can dig that one, but I'm telling you right now, the spookiest fucking movie is Angel Heart. Mickey Rourke and De Niro. It's the best two actors at the time. This is fucking Mickey Rourke. No, we're going to be covering this movie after the Raging Bull. They were in work for a few years because they said he was involved with Belushi. And that Belushi died. De Niro was with De Niro and so again, we're talking about Morgan Mindy. Robert Williams went down to the store to get fucking Richard Pryor to a party. And they were going to go beat up Belushi. A lot of people don't fucking know that story. So De Niro came back Midnight Run. He came back with fucking Angel Heart. So for you people who don't know and you love your little movies, there you have it. I was going to give you an album today, but you know what? It's too much on your plate. Hurricane Sandy, everybody's worried about what the fuck is going on. What was the final score? I know that the Denver Broncos didn't go over last night, 55, but they were close. It was like 44. It was 34 or something like that, wasn't it?
Let me check it. They might have gone over. Let me check.
No, they didn't go over. It was 55 fucking points.
34 to 14, so that's 48.
That was the easiest thing because the line, when they tried to fuck me on Sunday night, that's what they did. So I guarantee a lot of people went over 55. I would have gone over 55. I'm a ball loser. I should have it right up my fucking forehead. And that's it, brothers and sisters. I want to thank some people that support the podcast. My man Rich Powell, Luca Banner, Seahan, Jesse Hart, Kerry, Michael Walden. I love you motherfuckers. I'm happy that you listen to the podcast and you enjoy it. You're having a great time and whatnot. Don't forget, I'm at the Ontario Improv this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you want to get tickets, the number is 909-484-5411. I'm doing radio Thursday and Friday. We're doing the podcast again Wednesday. No gambling. Podcast next weekend. My boy took an 0-2 Billy. There's no sense of us coming back. I'm going to do pick for you to bring you motherfuckers back. Remember, November 8th, me and Ari Shafir, the baddest fucking Jew next to the flying Jew. I'm going to have to get you both a helicopter. I'm going to be at the Chicago House of Blues. The show is going to rock. Trust me, I'm telling you, we're having a good fucking time. My man Bitch Nut is showing up with my co-podcast there, hiding from my wife. There's going to be reefer. I got like 3 or 4 state alert people coming in there growing shit. They're bringing bombs, mushrooms. Make sure you're at the House of fucking Blues November 8th. Tickets are online. I'm in Arizona at the Scottsdale Comedy, whatever. This Friday and Saturday. I got to cancel Thursday because I got that Sweetwater movie. And that's it, brother. Testicle Testaments. Thank you very much for making it number fucking 8, whatever it was this morning. The love is amazing. Lee is getting fans. He's getting people on Twitter. Lee's a good man. Lee's my brother. He's helping with all this shit. We're going to shoot this special. What else we got, Lee? A lot of people keep asking me about the documentary that's on Payloads, where I got my balls from. Lee and I always reference it because when I took Lee, one of the things I wanted Lee to know where I came from. So we went back and shot it. And that's it. I'm having a baby in December. In January, I'm going to take a special somewhere in Los Angeles. And I'm going to have like 100 people come on through Twitter because that's all that fits in there. You know, so like the page is coming down. Come on out. It'll be in January towards the end. And that's it, man. This is a great show today. I'm happy you're part of it.
This is great.
You got goals today. You got a scary movie. We got the Sons of Anarchy fucking alert for next week. What else we got, Lee? What do you got for these motherfuckers?
That's it. I surprised you yesterday. I gave a choice: Biggie Smalls, Everyday Struggle, or Fly Me to the Moon 20 minutes.
How about Sympathy for the Devil? A lot of respect to Rolling Stones for the fucking movie we saw.
Sympathy for the Devil.
I was thinking about a tremendous song.
Rolling Stones. It was so funny. I was talking to George the other night. I go, George, you're going to pay $800 to go see the Rolling Stones? Like, fuck that. I seen them when they were 40. Why the fuck am I going to go see them when they're 70? I seen them when they were 40 at their best. So I feel the same, but I don't want to pay $800 to see the Stones. I love the Stones.
No, Jesus Christ.
No. So we love you guys always. We do another podcast Wednesday. Thank you for downloading. Subscribe and leave a fucking comment, cocksucker. Even if you hate the podcast, subscribe and leave it. If you say Joey sucked my fat little dick, call me Shorty. I don't give a fuck. At least you wrote something. We told you to write something. Where you at, Lee?
I'm ready.
Hit it. Out of respect for Angel Heart. Oh shit. What? You know the studio burned down. This is on a Vegas bank. Did you know that?
Really?
No. Fuck yeah. The studio burned down twice or something. Jewish lightning at its best. Now listen, the Jews didn't have nothing to do with Jiggly. Dolly. Oh shit. Stop. I love you motherfuckers. Have a great day. Stay black. Get out there and sling dick in a big motherfucking way. Like those few women. Swing that fucking pussy. Give a percent of that monkey. Let him go. Run shit. Be damn sure the fire. Watch your face. See your face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. But what's hurting you is the danger of my game. Stuck in St. Petersburg. When I saw it was a time of change. Killed Saul and ministers in stage. Straight to bed. I'm running tight in the terrorist ranks. In the misery bed and the fire stay. Nice to meet you.
I'm picking up with your foot down.
Oh shit. It's Wednesday. Happy Halloween. The church was happening now. Blast that leak. Oh shit. The heck of a phone. Straight 1970. Holy cologne. Let's do this motherfucker. Oh shit. Shout out to the Puerto Ricans in New York right now. Buried up there in the Bronx and all places north. I love you motherfuckers. What's happening, Lee?
Not much, but
We're here. It's Wednesday. Happy Halloween. The church of what's happening now. Let me tell you something. As usual, it's a beautiful motherfucking day to be alive here. Beautiful. My heart goes out to the people in Jersey and New York and North Carolina and Virginia and everything got affected from this. You know, I'm sitting there watching TV and I'm watching the streets where I fucking grew up. Little Ferry. I used to go out there to get hot dogs. You know, they're showing Lower Manhattan. That's where I used to get my Valiants and shit like that back in the day. And, you know, it's all flooded. It's a fucking nightmare. You got to think that 30, 40 years from now, a fucking storm will come and wipe that shit out. I'll tell you what the sad thing is about this. What next?
Oh, you think so?
Oh, fuck yeah. California is due for something, an earthquake, something, you know. So,
That freaks me out. I hadn't felt one up until a couple months ago, and I felt my first one finally, and it wasn't that bad. But it freaked me out for like a second. If there was a big earthquake, I'd be gone. I'd move back the next day if I survived it.
you ain't going nowhere, Lee. I really, you got a fucking generator. You know, you jumping jacks in your fucking apartment until they fucking clean up the trees and stuff, and that's it. You're gonna fucking go back to the wall. What are you gonna do in Boston? What are you gonna do? You gonna exchange fucking Twitters with this chick? Now you gotta show your little titties. What is wrong with you? I said, go for the monkey. There's a reason. There's a psychological fucking twist. We'll get to that later. We're gonna fill you in on details. We're gonna have a party for Christmas for Lee's face party, and we'll break that down for you. We were breaking it down last night. Lee was having a heart attack on the phone, so for the end of the year, we're gonna do a special thing for you in the church. We're gonna get together before Lee goes to Boston. Got a couple broads here to fucking fart in his face. I got the whole plan. He loves it.
He called me at work last night telling me this, and I've never heard him laugh so hard in the entire
You have
time.
no idea. You dread this stuff. We can't open this right now. We got shit to talk about. I got shit to talk about. It's Wednesday. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I'm gonna have my buddy Jimmy Lubes call up with the North Bergen report and let you know what's going on in the streets of North Bergen. They called me yesterday. He was telling me it was kind of sad. Even growing up there, you know, but a lot of people don't know this. I came from the second hilliest town in New Jersey. When we were fucking kids, and it would rain, the cemetery graves would wash up. The bottom of 46th Street, there'll be little fucking skeletons and shit. I can't even imagine what it's like now. I can't even imagine the bottom of those. But the mayor from my hometown was on CNN the other day, talk shit. So who gives a fuck? The lights went ahead. Listen, it's a disaster for the whole East Coast. Where it goes out there, they don't even have fucking sticker. They can't even get sticker right now. They're trying to get the subway. The subways are packed.
Oh, that's the water like up into the platforms. That's crazy to see.
Oh, and fucking Atlantic City's done. The other night I wrote a tweet. Atlantic City's done finally. I love Atlantic City, but it needs to get cleaned up. They have to get modernized. Seaside is fucked up. You know, I grew up on Seaside. I grew up on Seaside Heights. I was down there every fucking summer since God knows. That's where you go. That's where your parents take you. Long Beach Island, LBI. You know, fucking, I mean, it's just, it really is. It just does something to you. But anyway, fucking Sons of Anarchy, the plot is thickening. Gemma was getting high. The car went off the fucking thing with the kids. But the plot's thickening. You know, Clay is just a fucking shithead. But I got to watch it again this morning. Because what happens is on Tuesdays, it's my acupuncture day. I go to a store, get a little edible pool. And next thing you know, I'm watching this shit. I don't even know what the fuck's going on until after it finishes. But I know the plot is thickening and shit. Poor fucking Chuck Zito.
Yeah, sure. That's only Tuesdays for you.
What's up?
That's only Tuesdays.
Yeah, but I like it on Tuesdays because I'm busy at the end of the week. So I got to get my shit, my groove on like Stella on Monday and Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? You got to live like Stella. You got to get your fucking groove on, you know? What else have I got going on today? I got a couple of things I want to talk to you about. And I'll tell you what, for you people into politics and voting, see, it's like gambling, all right? You can look at the teams and the quarterbacks and the strategies and the number 3 on offense, and you can't figure out shit. People still lose. Look at the betting reports. Same thing's going on with politics. You guys sit there and you listen to what these momos are saying, the same thing that these momos have been saying for the last 40 years since I came from Cuba. Nothing ever changes. Nothing ever happens. So after a while, you just become tolerant to it. So you're watching all this shit. The other night, listen, I'm watching about this hurricane coming in. I'm thinking to myself, Obama's probably jumping up and fucking down.
Why would he say that?
Because, let me tell you something, this is what the country's looking at to see how a president reacts. You know, we got 0 marks with fucking, when the storm hit New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
They say the system fucking failed. Let's see if it fails for this. Everybody's watching. You know, that's why Governor Christie put in the interview last night, I think on 2020, whatever he was talking about CNN. He was talking about how, you know, we're going to start rebuilding next fucking week. He was just letting the president know how we're fucking doing this. We're starting to rebuild. Today was a day of sorrow, and tomorrow we're going to start fucking rebuilding this motherfucker this week. We're going to go for it. So right now, today, like last night, he flew in. He was hanging out with white people, Obama, singing Bruce Springsteen songs, jumping up and down. They were all clapping, you know, born in the USA. You know, the whole fucking deal. They're having fun. They got to get. If Obama is in Jersey today, and he starts shoving out fucking 20s all over his Jersey and New York, it's over. Romney, it's over.
You think so?
Yeah, because that's what they're looking at. Supposedly, Romney said shit about FEMA and all this stuff. Well, now we're gonna fucking see. We're gonna see if I don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just read little articles here and there in the paper. But yesterday was funny because when I saw that, that's the first thing I said to my wife. This whole country's watching now to see how this guy reacts. This guy saves a fucking little town, starts jumping up on Channel fucking 4. Obama, you little Romney motherfuckers are done. It's over. You might as well pack your shit, get your little tambourines and go back to Utah, wherever the fuck he's from, Boston up there. I don't fucking care. Yeah, we're gonna see how he reacts to this. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because I don't know if you watch 30 Rock anymore, but there's a line that Tracy Jordan had in the last one about an election because he said he was talking to someone and saying, I've done comedy all over this country, so that no one knows the country better than I do. So, I mean, you probably know what people are looking for because you've been.
Oh, I just know what society is looking for. They failed last time. They failed. New Orleans got hit, people, black people floating. Fuck
a week. They never wanted this to happen again. That's why they've been so precautious about both hurricanes that have come to this end. They're going to watch how the president reacts to this. This is going to be the real deal. Today, you should see the president on TV all day with galoshes on. That's what the president should do if he wants to win. He should go down there. All they got to do is show the president with a board in his hand, jumping up and down with Bruce Springsteen and fucking, get some other chick singing songs and shit. It's over. It's over. It's a chick from Jersey, barefoot with a fucking guitar. I'd say they'll show a picture of fucking Snooki's baby or something. It's over. It's over, Ron. And I don't care. I can't bowl. I know that boat fucking weighs. It's a disaster no matter how we cut it.
Yeah.
So I don't give a fuck. But it's happy Halloween. What are you going to dress up as, you little cocksucker? Look at you. You little Mortimer Brown hair dude today.
I'm going as a flying dude.
Oh, you really know what is a flying Jew consists? Because my man Einstein at 10th Planet Culver City is going as Jew-jitsu. He got to pick up the gi with the fucking Star of David on it.
That's
And
hilarious.
he got a long beard. You know how people do. Jews go crazy. Jews don't like Halloween.
I don't know how the wings made of money or something.
Jews don't like Halloween. They don't like buying candy for little fucking black kids. That's just the shit that people knocking on my door. They want candies. I don't think this shit. I can be spending this shit on fucking babies.
No, let me ask you something. Because I was thinking when you said that, I was thinking Jews probably wouldn't like UNICEF. Did you guys do anything with UNICEF? Because I would imagine that would have been like where you walk around with a box and you get coins. Did they have that when you were a kid?
No,
When I was a kid, yeah, you walk around and get candy and change for kids in Africa. So
that's a fucking UNICEF.
I assumed you would have stolen that.
You stole fucking from UNICEF. What's the matter with you? I got class. I stole from some blind kids once in the class in Carvel. I was like $3 to get to the city. And I fucking took the jar. I was guilty about that. I was in Carvel. It was next to around the corner from Eddie Murphy's gas station. Before I New Jersey, down there in the Snap. I was in there getting ice cream cold. It was no jar. Some kid was fucking playing the drums, missing hoof. It's like, no, I took the fucking jar with $3 in it. I never think it would have been so since. But it was funny that San Francisco, I was on the phone with my uncle, and he told me, he's like, oh, San Francisco's going to beat them. The scrappy team. He goes, Detroit's $1,000 suit. That's perfect. He goes, San Francisco's $1,000 suit with patches in it. He goes, they're going to take them down. It's funny how they won. I was thinking about something which I've never really discussed. We always talk about being poor. Like, my whole life struggle. We made the documentary. I was getting out of Northburg. And I finally left Northburg and I was robbing this gas station in Georgia. I was living like a fucking nomad. I had 18 grand. I got the settlement. I got 18 grand. I took 10 and I put it in the bank in Boulder. I got 8 grand and I played with it. And I didn't have to do nothing. Really, I was bored. I was 24 years old. I just went to board. And here I am bored with all I had to do was wake up every day with the Chinese food, get some weed. And I was working out in the gym on the hill. I was having a great time after a month there. Yeah. And here I got the money to cover me. And I started going out. Credit card sent down. Usually. And the cop finally put it together and they came and they wanted me to confess. And I took it to this girl I was dating at the time in San Francisco. And we lived in the Virginia Hotel, which is now a hospital now in Tenderloin. Okay. In 1985, I lived in a fucking Tenderloin. That's like living in hell. In 85, surrounded by black and fucking crazy people. I didn't give a fuck. I was young. So I'm living in San Francisco, hiding out. And I find, my mother died in 79. And in 79, after she died in Cuba, got into the country. Okay. And now for 5 years, I had been hanging out with anything but Cubans. Oh, wow. So in San Francisco in 85, I'm like, I don't know. And I realized there was a lot of Cuban refugees. This area down in Tenderloin, these 2 blocks were run by Cuban refugees. I didn't know that. It was amazing. I got in touch with myself again because I was lost, it was fucking crazy. But I would look at these guys. And it was sad because these guys were engineers and lawyers in Cuba. But they were political prisoners that had been thrown in jail. And then when Castro opened up the gates in 79, they flooded them. And they had Minnesota first, and they ended up in San Francisco. Okay. But now they're in San Francisco. They were fucking living like sons of Annie. They did coke, weed, heroin, guns, Cuban bitches. And they controlled these 2 blocks. I'm not kidding. They controlled these 2 blocks. And they were very nice. I got to talk to them. One guy, he was an old man. They called him Budo. He had white hair. Budo means pure. You're the pureness of the family. Oh, wow. And I became friends with him. And they liked me. There's like 4 or 5 of them that were gangsters. They really liked me. And I liked them. And I was useful to them because I spoke English. So they would tell me, come on down every day. Now, in those days, I used to dress up. Those days I used to dress tight because I wanted to look good. So when I went out and I robbed it, you couldn't tell it was even me who robbed it. You know, I would go into buildings and all fucking, fucking deposits, banks.
So you mean like a suit?
Oh yeah, I would dress up in suits or really nice shirts with shoes and pants. And I would hang out down there. And these guys used to give me their overflow. Like some days I sold nickel bags. Some days I cashed in travelers checks up in Japan City and in San Francisco. Some days they got jewelry. I would take them to jewelry stores and get 10-20% off the top. I told nobody about this.
No, I never heard of it.
So, one guy's name was Bambusi. He was a very dear friend of mine. It was weird that he was an engineer in Cuba. And Bambusi went out in the mornings at 7 and he fucking stayed out until 10 selling weed, heroin, like I said. At the time, I was doing a little bit. I wasn't doing blood. I was smoking weed. And I had this girlfriend, and Bambusi was my kind of like street guy. I reported to Bambusi and I reported to and every day. And I was making thousands with these guys. And I had 10,000 in the bank in Boulder, and I had $8,000 I was playing with. But I held on to those $8,000 tight, and I was just rolling up the street with the street money I was making. I would make about 40 here, 300, 800 on the travelers check. So to make a long story short, one day they come to me and they go, listen, you got a piece. At the time, I had this old fucking 38, and I was infatuated with weapons at the time. And I had this gun, and they called me, and he's a bodyguard, one of my friends from the weekend, okay. And the guy came up, and they said, go to the hotel, go to the Hilton. Across from where I was staying, it was a Hilton, it was a Hotel California restaurant there. A couple different hotels, it's all different now. And I went over there, and I get to the fucking hotel. It's this Cuban guy, it's like a gangster, really handsome at the time. Like daddy, Scarface. Okay. He was married with kids, but his freak was his fucking mental block. This is a big mental block of the guys that went to jail in Cuba. Was he liked men? He liked to smack the shit out of men that dressed up as women. So these guys weren't transsexuals yet. They didn't have a pussy. They were men. Okay. They filled their bra with paperwork. They fucking makeup. They were women, women you see on Santa Monica and like I think Santa Monica and like La Brea. That's Vestites. Santa Monica and Vine are fucking full deal. They went to the farm and they cut off and hanging out with Chaz Bono on the weekend to play the drums. So, anyways, so I get to this apartment, I get to this hotel, and this guy's like, come in, my name is whatever, good looking guy, and all of a sudden, all these guys dressed up as women start coming out of this room. And he's like, this is Sonia, this is Lucy, and I'm like, that's fucking Carlos, and that's Jose, who fucking you get.
So, do you like to have sex with him, or like,
yeah, he liked sex with them, and he would have one main one that he would smack the fuck out of, and she would cry in public. It was crazy. And then he had a parade of other ones that he would tell them to suck his dick, and they were like coke mules, man. So he would get them down to Miami to send, and he would pack them all up to send coke to San Francisco. So now, this is fucking crazy. I was just thinking about this shit, and I forget what the guy's name was. I know the guy that hooked me up with was Bambusi. So, I would have to go guard these guys at night. I have to go there like at 11 o'clock at night, and they'd have coke. They'd do cocaine. I couldn't do coke, and I would just stand out in the hall, and he would smack the fuck out of me. Every night he smacked the one gay guy. He smacked them, and she would yell, no, Poppy, no, Poppy. He would smack the fuck out of it. Oh, my God. It was great. Believe this was crazy. It's like I couldn't say it. I would tell the guys what the fuck did you involve me, and they would giggle. The guy was paying me probably $400 a day, $500 cash a day.
So there are guys who go to jail and they get into guys when they're in there, but when they get out, they don't go back?
No, the guys that go to jail, when they get in jail, they get a guy, and they say, from now on, you're going to be my fucking girlfriend. In the Cuban jails, especially when there's violence is, the main thing. The Cuban jails, not moral. They have this big room. There's a hole in the middle, and you walk around naked. That's where you piss and shit. So every time you shit, this naked men watching you, they break you down to the 28 degrees. Jesus. A jail in the United States, the jail from Cuba is two different situations. In the United States, they give you a blanket and a suit. In Cuba, you gotta fight for that fucking shirt. And that temperature drops. That shit gets cold out there like a motherfucker. And here you are in jail from the 16th fucking century. So it's a struggle. But what they do is they get a guy and they go, you're gonna be my bitch. And they make him put makeup on and lipstick and wigs, and they make him get a bra and fill him up, and that's what they do. It's hysterical. And the guys play along. They're like, hi, Poppy, don't hit me. And he smacks it. And there was no 911. There was no domestic violence. But the funny thing was that the reason why I lost my job with this guy is he had a Colombian buddy that was stashed in Loafer, and I found out who it was. And in those days, that was crazy. I think I told you the story. I went over there, and I got the key to the room, and I busted the fucking thing down, even though I had the key for some stupid reason. And I went in, there was two bags. There was a bag with blood in it, and there was American cash in it. And there was another bag with a ton of Colombian money. Tons, packed to the top with a little American cash in it. So me being the asshole that I am, I left it go. Because I didn't want to put it back on a plane. I didn't know how to take it. I was just stupid. I wasn't thinking. And I took the bag with the Colombian money. And I took that back to my hotel room and I counted it. And it was like 3 million fucking Colombian. It was maybe 10,000 American. So I get on the phone with my friend Lou and all these guys. I'm like, bro, we got 3 million fucking Colombian. I will be on the plane back to Omaha. And all I do is go to the bank place where you cash in your money. Right from there, not even packing. I'm getting a fucking cab to SFO. And I'm flying right to Newark for the party of the fucking decade on me.
So you stole from the Colombian mob. Remember the fucking...
The Colombian mob was just 3 fucking guys dressed up like Puerto Ricans.
Colombian.
That was this discovery. The Colombian mob was the fucking 2 guys trying to make a living. So I go into their room and I fucking take the wrong bag. So I go back to my hotel room and they're looking for me and they think it was me. The next day I lay low and I call this big fucking black dude I know. And Lucy knows, and I tell him to meet me at the hotel at 9 in the morning. I'm going to make a big delivery. And I call my buddies and I tell them to listen. I'm going to cash this money in. As soon as I cash it, I'm going right to the fucking airport. I'm flying back to North Bergen. We're going to have the party. It's probably September of '85. I had left in June of '85. I was really homesick. I was really home. Lose my mind. And the next day I get up early in the morning, I do my jumping jacks. I eat a nice breakfast. I got like $3. I promised the black dude 10 G's. I'm a big shot in my mind. The fucking thing opens at 9. I get there at 8:55. Excuse me, transfer money.
Yeah.
So you have money from Israel. If you want to cash it in, you know when they have a denomination, they put in the calculator. I had so much fucking Colombian cash, they couldn't even fit it under the holes. A guard had to come on, I had to hand them the fucking bag with all the Colombian money. This is how fucking crazy this was.
And that wouldn't like set off a bell, like
No, they don't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. Only on CSI Miami. When I'm making 10 points and get 3 million, nobody cares.
Okay.
So they're looking at the paperwork, looking at numbers. Oh my God. So you're watching too much television. So he looks at it, he brings it up, and they're bringing it up for fucking an hour. Count 20s, and they look me straight in the face. They're like, it's going to be like $340 American. I was fucking heartbroken. I robbed that mother. They're looking for me. I thought I had millions of Colombian money, and it was like $300 fucking dollars. I had to give the black guy 200 the bodyguard. I was already minus 2. So you have no fucking idea. So for some reason, I was just thinking of that last night with that fucking guy with the 6 gay guys hitting his knee. It was crazy, bro. And he never asked me, do you want to get your dick sucked? You want to play the bongos with these guys and put on the game? He just, I kept to myself outside this fucking hotel room.
So this is laying low for you. This is laying low.
I was laying low in '85. Well, I was trying to bring it to the fucking criminal business because I was bored like you. I thought I was bored. That's why I was thinking about the story. I was like, yeah, I got this money. I should be out slinging dick. I should be out robbing people. And that was one of my San Francisco was deep for me, bro. Those were 3 or 4 months that's what I was doing. I was carrying a gun. I was selling traveler's checks. I never wrote no money in San Francisco. That was fucked up. I had a little job bartending at Google's Nest up on Haight-Ashbury. I don't fuck around. I don't fuck around.
Jesus. So how, I understand that you found out they were Cuban, but how do you go from, hey, you're Cuban to, I'm going to start bodyguarding the head boss or whatever guy? It just happens.
It just happens, bro.
This is
I just started going down there and I started talking to people. And then after a while, they would say, listen, man, in '85, I would buy so many nickelbacks in 178 to Amsterdam. Those are Cuban refugees, dude. And one day I asked them to listen, what do I need to do here to
some nickelbacks, which is all right. They would give you like fucking 25 nickelbacks. Okay, at $5, that's 200, and that's $125. They would let you keep $25. So you would have to sell 400, 500, 600 nickelbacks in Harlem to make any type of money. Like 120. If you sold 500 nickel bags as a street dealer for those fucking guys, you make $125 for those days. That's all day. That's a 15 fucking hour day.
And is a nickel bag like a gram? Like
it's a nickel bag. No, I understand. Bro, those denominations don't even exist anymore.
Oh, I didn't know if it was like $1 or something.
You could buy a nickel bag today if your life. It's $18 for a gram. You know, what's a fucking nickel bag out of that? A nickel bag is half of that. You get 3 joints out of a nickel bag of brown.
Okay.
Lee, motherfucking Leland in the house. What time you got, Lee? I got my man Louie calling up.
6:32.
What's going on, Lee? What else is happening? I want to give out some shout outs before I forget this great fucking people. Shout out to Rich Lavos, Lance Johnson, Rob McKenzie, Louis Farhad Ali. This is I don't like fucking Arabs, isn't it? Farhad Ali, I'm with the Jews, I'm with the Arabs. And my girl, NB Leaf Girl up in Canada, she invited me to a fucking football game. I'm not going to take Lee over there to Miami against New England. That's how I know she did it. I thought she was coming by herself so I could squeeze her titties. Then she throws the fucking husband in there. How you going to act, Lee? You can say, clean cocksucker. You bad to the bone, Jew. What else is going on in your life, Lee?
Well, since you told the entire world, I'm seeing that girl when I go back, and so for the past week, I've been eating like super healthy. Like I've eaten, like I haven't had any fast food, or I've been eating really healthy. And I'm fucking hungry. It's tough.
It's tough. You know what, man? I'll tell you what might help. I'm gonna give you some protein powders.
You think that'll fill you up?
Well, I'll tell you what, man. You're trying to get healthy, you're trying to lose weight. You know, if you replace all fucking Slim Fast is a meal replacement with a lot of fiber in your shit, blood for 3 months. But you're not gonna live like that forever. You're not gonna live on Slim Fast shit.
No, yeah.
You go to Boston, you got your girl, you're gonna have to spend eating lobsters and shit. There's no shrimp fast. After you eat that monkey, you're gonna be laying out in the bed. She's gonna feed you grapes like fucking Julius Caesar. With dark shadows, hand built. But anyway, you know, I've been eating meal replacement, so I'm gonna send this bunch of stuff. You know, Joe told me about the protein shake. That's tremendous. I don't know what the grams of protein are in it. It's got some great stuff if you're a fat fuck, by the way. You get the mood enhancer to help you with your mood because you're hungry. Okay. Then you get the fucking bone and stone, the glutamine and everything for your joints. Because when you're a fat fuck, let me tell you something. They expect you to go to a Y and run or ride a bike. Let me tell you something. You're a fat fuck. You're over 300 pounds. Your joints hurt. Especially when you first start to work out. First couple of days, man, your joints are going to hurt. You're going to go, you know, I can't go back. My joints hurt. That's why you want stuff that is not high, whatever, high intensity. That's why I said, Fat man alert. Fat man alert. You're 7 fucking weeks from the holidays. If you don't lift your metabolism now, by December 18th, your asshole's going to blow and your head's going to blow from how fat you are. So you got to get on the bike right now. Fat man alert. Every 3-4 times this week, you start with 5 minutes a fucking day on the bicycle, or you go for a walk. I just read research out of fucking if you're a fat fuck, I'm serious. I read all this stuff about health on Twitter, and I kept clicking. It took me all the way back to fucking Korea, to the dude fucking clans. I'm just fucking Rabbi. But seriously, they did a study in Korea about 30 minutes a day. It lowers your cortisol, and it gets your heart in shape. You know, raises your metabolism 30 minutes a day of walking. And they say you can break it up into 3 fucking segments. So that means you can walk around your block for 10 minutes, go upstairs, eat a cheeseburger, walk around your block for 10 minutes, go upstairs, eat a fucking salad, walk around your block, eat an apple. And that's it. They're making it easy for you guys. So, man, fat man alert. Fat man alert. 7 weeks to fucking holidays. You got to start now because if not, by the time fucking Thanksgiving comes, you're going to be 80 fucking pounds. I mean, I'm talking about you.
No, I know.
I know you're doing junk. You're trying to do the best you can. But you're still not getting to the heart of the claw with this chick. I'm telling you, they get you in the hotel room. They got 3 black guys in fucking some part of Boston. They're gonna finger fuck you, and then they're gonna put you, and you're gonna be thinking about Joey. That's why it's a system. You're going for the monkey. You're like, send me a picture of your titties. What's that gonna do? I know a girl up the corner for $3 to show you your fucking titties all day long. That's not the problem. You want to get the fucking picture of the monkey. How old is she?
Trillion.
What are you kidding me? That thing, it pictures beautifully. It's not like you're 40 and the fucking lip is hanging off and the noodle's going the other way. It's 20. Tell her, take a picture and send it, and then you're in for sure. But she's got to put a part of it. I mean, I can't have my boy running around Boston. You know, all you need is a girl to get their hands on you now. And she's such a little dick and sniffs your balls. You'll be giving her every dollar in your fucking little true bank account. It's all over. You'll be coming back like a fucking bunny rabbit is with your pockets hanging out all below. Crying and shit. You got it together. You got to invest. You got a bunch of pictures hitting you up online. You're like a sweet daddy pimp. You're like, look, you know the fucking power that Lisa has from Israel Direct.
I think you know more than I do.
But what is one trying to say to you? Because you're sitting there all shy, your face is all red, like I can light a cigarette off your eyeball.
I'm sure you could right now.
Fucking no. I'm telling you right now, what we're going to do is this. All right, people, listen. We're going to get a location here in LA. I'm going to charge $25. I'm not going to make a dime, 20 of it. We're going to get, let's say we get 100 people to come down and watch 200 people. We're going to get that $20. I'm going to chop it in 3 ways. We're going to hit 3 hot chicks. They're going to hit me up on Twitter or your boyfriends. And we're going to show a picture of her. Shut up, bitch. And your boyfriends are going to submit you because they're not going to have sex with you. What they're going to do is we're going to get Lee. We're going to put them on the stage. We're going to get 3 chicks to sit there very nice. They're going to go to Taco Bell. They're going to go wherever they want in the daytime. They bring the receipt. Takes out of the tab. Go to Taco Bell. Get the Chinese food. Eat sour cream by the fucking gallon. I want you to get your asshole ready. Lee's going to sit on stage with his mouth open.
Last night you said they had to be clean.
Huh?
Last night you said they had to be
No,
clean.
their asshole has to be clean.
Taco Bell isn't clean.
Taco Bell's clean because they're gonna eat it, not shit it. I don't want nobody there with shitty mufflers. You're gonna have a nice muffler. You're gonna put you on stage. He's gonna sniff it first. He's gonna sniff the gunpowder because they know a good woman, their asshole smell like gunpowder. They smell like shit. They smell a little gunpowder. Then you're gonna open your mouth. Then they're gonna fart in your face. While they're farting in your face, you're gonna have your finger in there. Pussy, just moving it around when it's nice and wet. Lee's face is getting red already. So I don't want you to faint from the fart in your mouth. I want you to take it in there real quick, pop your finger out, put it under your nose and sniff it. So it brings you back. It's like when you go to a doctor and they give you a needle, you're gonna faint, they give you that thing under your nose, it's the same thing. So you're gonna take your finger out and sniff it so you don't pass out. What you do is
What does my mouth have to be open?
because that's part of the whole thing. You're eating ass, your mouth is open. You're not sitting there with your mouth closed like you're swimming underwater. You got that mouth open. Look at that fucking muffler. It's gonna fart in your eyeball. You gotta have your mouth open. So $20, let's say 200 people show up times 20. I'm gonna take that, chop it up between 3 girls, or 5 girls to you for damages. In case you gotta take it to the doctor, to the hospital, or you slip a tooth in your mouth or fart something. But at least you get something out of there farting in your face. You got your little pinky in there. You're shaking it around, so as soon as they fart, as soon as you feel a little weak, you just smell your finger and you're back like fucking Batman at 69.
Are all 3 of them doing it at once, or
No, one at a time. You gotta
oh,
see 3 different. Fucking, when was the last time a chick farted?
never.
All right, then what do you do next? Let me.
Have you ever burned your face?
Always. That's part of the whole thing. That's part of the whole world. Every savage is finally told him, go for broke, fart my fucking eyeball. Go. You know what I'm saying? Look at Lee, all giggly and shit. I gotta have a long talk with you. You're acting all fucking strange and shit.
Fart my eyeball. Oh my god.
Fart your eyeball. That's what we're trying to butt for you. We're trying to turn you out. When was the last time you've been turned out? You ever been turned out by a hooker when she says her finger up because it's sexy ball? Sings a ring of love songs and shit like that. You never been turned out. That's what your problem is. That's why you're like, if I knew like Rick James' sister to turn you out, we need like a pimp black chick to just turn you out. Put a bell up your ass, the whole thing, put a butt plug up your ass.
What is going on here?
You know what's going on, concept. We're gonna take it to the next level. Put some music up.
There's a pass out.
Where's this fucking guy? He's supposed to call. He's gonna call me in an hour, stuttering up a storm.
Oh my god. All right. Yep.
There you go, little Foo Fighters. I love this song. When I'm having a bad day, I put this fucking song on. I go out there, I sling dick with like a soldier, like a medic, like my buddy recommended there. He said, you guys are a doctor and a fucking soldier together. That's a medic. So a lot of people don't know that. I'm trying to throw you. We blast this shit. What?
spotless hollow. He won't do it. So
What should we listen to this song?
send a request to Twitter. You want to fly on his face a week before Christmas.
Oh my god.
I know you all do. Don't get mad. I'm sorry I'm calling. I gotta remind this fucking kid that when he probably went back to sleep and stuttering himself back to fucking. What's up, Wayne? Turn the music off. He's looking at me staring. You're in shock. What's the problem?
Yeah, I don't know if I can talk for the next couple minutes.
Nah, Lee, this is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about.
Stories on you. You're supposed to be, loving me and telling me this shit that this is what you want to do. You're a young man. All I'm trying to let you know is you got the world by the balls.
I don't know if
Listen, if you're fucking younger than 40 today, in today's world, you got the world by the balls. You can't do whatever the fuck you want to do. You don't even fucking know that. That's why. That's why I try to tell you the truth. You're a young kid, you're 24, you want to do more. But it all starts with this chick, this butt. How can you move this stuff? You haven't had a chick, you haven't sniffed a muffin. You sniffed that little ass that smells like a fucking stick of dynamite, like gunpowder. She's got little barnacles around her little head. Oh, you don't know what that's like. It's a fucking package.
That sounds like my worst nightmare.
No, you love it. You're a fucking pimp. You're a pimp slinging dick giving out bubble gum.
Yeah, but what does he have to have shit on her ass?
I didn't say shit.
What's
That's
barnacles in?
Barnacles is like the flavor. It doesn't mean you got shit on you. It's got a flavor.
Here we go.
So here we go. What's happening, my little brother?
What's up, buddy? I just had a little spin around the block before I went back.
What's going on?
It's cold out.
Is it cold out? Is it still raining back there in New York, New Jersey area?
No, those people that don't have heat, they're trying for them.
They're what?
No power.
They still got no power, but I heard you got power, right?
2 weeks back now.
Now, 2 weeks to get power.
2 million people, 2 weeks at least. Minimum.
Oh, shit. Now, how bad does the neighborhood look? How bad does the neighborhood look?
Oh, terrible. I tell you what, out of the whole town is 7 blocks that have power. Okay? You know, 80, like 79 to like 82nd. And then the rest of the town is wiped out. Trees down, it's everything. No power. It's getting cold out too. It's got to be like 40 degrees out there too.
Now, what do you got to eat? Anything open to go eat? Like fucking mixed pizza? Nothing?
None's open. No street lights, no nothing. You can't find milk, you can't find soda, you can't find nothing.
That's a fucking
So,
thing.
you know, it's like, you know, your worst nightmare now, you know?
And you can't go into the city. The city's closed from 39th Street all the way down.
You had a city last night, like, you know, like, those streets that we used to go to, like, you know, look at that, 23rd Street, those little dime bags of pot, right? Now it's completely pitch stop, and his cars just pitch stop with no lights, right? No street lights on there, and his cars flying by both directions, and he actually trying to cross the street with these little flashlights. The funny thing, and people with those minor hats on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the funniest thing.
My God. Now, the George Washington Bridge is open. Like, let's say you want to go get a package of fucking powder in the city. That's impossible. Nobody's out.
They don't even, I have 7 or 8, you know, like major bridges in that. The only thing that's open is Lincoln Tunnel.
Holy shit.
And they stop you there and they have a, and they say, why are you going into the tunnel? And you know, you have to, work or live there or, otherwise the Holland Tunnel is under 7 feet. It's coming in one of 7 feet.
Seven fucking. I'm watching on TV. They had Little Ferry on. They had all these fucking things on. I'm watching this. I don't know how many times I drove out to Little Ferry. I don't know how many times. Down the fucking Jersey Shore. I don't know.
It's like real life shit. Did you see Peter Clark?
Fucking gone.
and that they had that nice boardwalk and everything.
Yeah.
Now they get the Ferris wheel it's flowing in a. It shows you a picture. The Ferris wheel is floating in the ocean. The whole pool looks dark.
Remember, that's when we used to look at the open turkey sandwich. What was the name of that place?
Oh, those giant snobs,
Oh my God, what was the name of that place? The Flemings or something? I don't know. Somebody was just telling me it's still fucking open. They had, I remember getting in the car during the week and going down there with Conti and driving an hour to fucking get a sandwich down there and driving back that same night just to get those sandwiches down there.
Oh, yeah.
So when I seen the governor walking on the beach yesterday, I was heartbroken, man. I just, you know what do? Get up and fucking ride.
Even our governor that got there, Christie, that he was always crying. That was my childhood. It was my childhood.
You know, and here's what I was thinking about. I mean, I grew up downtown. You know, I grew up Human Terrace, right? And I know where like Carlos used to live and shit. You know, we were kids, and it would rain. Like it would just rain. The fucking cemetery would wash up. And I remember them having like that street closed off on 46th Street, taking up bodies like little skeleton parts and shit. I can't imagine. Like my basement used to flood in the 70s. What would happen? Did your basement flood and all that or no?
Oh no, I know. Don't worry about it. I live on the hill.
So everything, your basement didn't flood up the bottom of those hills, aren't you?
No, the water goes right down the hill. But like people like in like Littlebury, did you see that?
Yeah.
My basement flooded. His basement flooded. His first floor flooded, and then water came up and like two stairs. They were standing on the top of the stairs, shaking in that because you couldn't leave your house because outside the house was 10 feet of water. The lady said it was like, and in one town, listen to the story, there's one town in Queens, New York, where all the firefighters live right there. It's what went Greasy Point.
Right, they had like 100 fires.
They have 110 houses, right? And a fire started there. And out of the 110 houses, 85 were burnt down to the ground. And they couldn't do nothing about it. The wind was 110 miles per hour. It was blowing fire. And these people were crying, saying, well, what did we do wrong? Fire coming, there's fire, God showing us that,
Give us a fucking warning.
Yeah.
No, I was feeling, and you know me, man, I'm a skeptic, and I started hearing about this novel, like, what are they trying to do, scare white people? I go, that's what I thought they were doing, scaring white people, go shopping, go buy a generator. It fucking blew my mind. I've been calling you guys on Sunday, keeping track of it happening, motherfucker.
It was like this storm, like, like outsmart everybody. Came up and just sat there, building up some strength and waited for when a high tide comes, maybe for a full moon. Let's just go and burn Germany is the city for us all.
Let me tell you something. When we were kids, we got nothing out here.
No, you got that little shaky, little humble there,
Yeah, well, we got earthquakes and loops. I was thinking about the worst the weather would get when we were kids. It would get really cold. There's a park. Well, you guys that don't know, it's called Hudson County Park. And they have a little lake up there. The weather would fucking freeze in January. We would wait. And then the lake would freeze up in the middle of this little island. And we would cross.
Right. They should call it the island
of Saturday morning. And we would walk across with a cake.
Right.
And one night we ate a bunch of quaaludes and we went to the Wing Fun Chinese restaurant where we'd always run out of there. Joe Focaccia was with us. He had a couple of those. And all of a sudden he ate a quaalude and suddenly fell asleep in the fucking fried rice.
And his face felt right with the rice.
And the rice was going in his nostrils.
And it was stuck all over his nose, man. My guy, he came, what's so funny?
what's so funny, the fucking rice is coming out of your nose. I don't know how many times I died and dashed out of that fucking wing phone. They used to be pissed at me. I used to go late and run out. Oh my God.
Right. And then he said to me, wait, I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. And there he goes, died and dashed.
You would die. That's why I learned how to die and dash, the wing phone.
We should do it to where we were at the hey, I'll be right back.
Yeah, we just leave you there fucking running.
Back forth, and we think somebody sitting there, right? Like copy somebody.
Oh my God, Louis, that was so funny. We used to run out of there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm just happy that I got power. But, what do you do without power? At night, you just sit in your dark house, freezing, now it's cold.
And where'd you get the generators from?
Okay, how about this? My dad says to me, don't worry about that. Go with the Pennsylvania Street. We get power. I almost died. I almost died when he said that.
So you have a generator, correct? You have two fucking,
Yeah, but, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know it. He knows that we just got power because of him. I just tell him that generator. I'm trying to run it.
where'd you get the generators from?
What's that?
Where'd you get the generators from?
I go visit my boy up in Pennsylvania. He does all that stuff, the generators and
So what, you got diesel fuel in them?
yeah, diesel fuel. They run for about like 4 days.
Oh, holy shit.
And then, yeah. And I'm like, gonna keep filling that. But still, right now, people like, my neighbor goes to my house, ice cold in there. It's really, it's 40 degrees out. That's pretty cool, all night long, and your face is not used to that cold weather. You want to stop that cold in my house?
Is Mom cooking and shit or no?
But that's cool as shit, yeah.
What she cooked yesterday? Some chicken cutlets? What she cooked?
No, this morning, since you got me a brother, I put the order for some buttermilk pancakes.
They put the order. Oh, wow.
Yeah, buttermilk pancakes, please. What the hell?
You're a bad motherfucker. All right, you're going to be home. I'll call you in a little while. I'm happy you called us.
All right.
Gave us, I'll call you in about an hour. Get the address. You know I love you, buddy. Have a good day, cocksucker.
All right, buddy.
Stay black.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine you and him having a conversation, stuttering each other to death? Him stuttering, you stuttering.
I don't normally stutter. It's only when you tell me I'm black and it's going to fall on my face.
Oh, he's a great guy. This kid Louis, man. Let me tell you something. I've been friends with Louis since sophomore year, freshman year in high school. And I can't tell you how many times he covered for me. If I didn't talk to this guy, I would be the biggest piece of shit in the world. I mean, this guy used to come to hotels and bring me food, and he'd always show me, like if I called him and said, Louis, I got no money. I snorted coke last night. I'm broke. I'm hungry. He would bring me weed, chicken cutlets, mashed potatoes, a fucking Valiant, a couple of dollars to take a bus. I grew up in his house, so I'm happy he still calls. He's a bad motherfucker. He stutters up a storm. The only time he don't stutter is when you give him a couple bumps of coke. Then he's straight. He's like fucking ROTHSCHILD. He can sing songs and jump up and down.
I didn't know the storm was that bad though, because I don't really watch the news, and I figured it was just water. And
If I don't, I always downplay everything. If I don't see fucking people floating, I always downplay something. But I've called everybody. I called everybody yesterday, and I can tell a lot of people are answering the phone because they have no power. So they got to save onto the power, so they have to charge the phone in the car.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of people didn't answer, but my heart goes out to them. When I watch that shit, I grew up there. It's like watching 9/11. I'm not going to sit here and cry and be on my hands and knees, but the bottom line is I grew up there, and it does affect me, and my heart goes out to those people. There's something I can do. So what we're going to do is when we do the fucking your face contest, we're going to have proceeds out of your $5, whatever you're going to use. We're going to send it to New Jersey, and, for us to flying Jews up, not Jersey. What the fuck? Don't you want the Flying Jew to help out Jersey people? New Jersey know who you are. The Flying Jew help us out.
I think Mad Flipper should help out Jersey.
Well, that's what I do when I help out. But before in your face, and I take a percentage, 2 points. So you get 3 points, and North Bergen gets 2 points. Who's better than you? And you get the fucking finger bang and chickens by your finger. Come on, Lee. Taking care of you, you know what I'm saying?
I was just recovering, and now you're bringing it all back.
You're 24. And it's like the rest of you guys listen to this podcast and tweet me. I love you guys. That's why I fucking give you all love. Johnson and Rob McKenzie, Richie Lamos. I love that you guys were a family on Twitter. And then we all stick together and fucking bang this out. I was going to give you an album of the day today, but I'm not going to move for fucking music. It's Halloween. Who's going to stay in today? I'm happy that you're listening to this now. You're going to dress up, Lee?
No, I gotta work.
Jesus fucking Christ. I got a shit day too today. I'm not going to do much. I'm scared on Halloween. Oh, yeah, man, shit might go down. Somebody might fucking kill a cat, skin him, and put him on my doorstep. I'll be that bad luck. I got kids knocking on the fucking door now. They want candy. I'm in here stone locked up. Trying to watch the rerun of Sons of Anarchy. I got these little fucking Mexican kids knocking on my door. What the fuck? I didn't know what it was yesterday. They start early. These motherfuckers don't have a calendar. What the fuck? I had my gum. I gave one a pork chop. I didn't have candy yesterday. I had a meatloaf. I had to take the meatloaf. I don't give a fuck. They want some at a couple of dollars. I give them pennies, whatever the fuck I got, I give them. It's just kids trying to make a hustle. You know what I'm saying? It's funny because when I went to the doctor last Thursday with my wife, the Kaiser, and I fucking hate going to the doctor on my own, my wife. But they did the thing on the stomach. You see the baby on the screen, and they give you a Polaroid picture, 10,000. They give you a black and fucking white picture. iPhone's got the best camera in the world. These fucking medical places still give you a picture of the baby looking like a fucking skeleton in there. It's amazing that this is catching up to me. I'm becoming a father. This is what happens. It's scary. You know, it's scary, but I'm optimistic. I got you motherfuckers that listen to the church and what's happening now. You guys got kids, so you'll be answering a lot of my fucking questions for once. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love you guys.
I was just thinking about that. You told me about it. We were driving down, I think, to the Irvine Improv in Ontario, but now 6 or 7 months later, you're going to Ontario this weekend. And it's fun. It's hitting
once away, and it's hitting me because you see it. I see my wife, you know, when I tell you, like, I'm not that excited, but I'm excited when I see her. I love my wife, you know, I really do. I think the world of my wife. She's a cool lady to me. Like, last night I went to the Ha-Ha again, get some comedy, and I wait till she falls asleep. I hang out with her, and then I go out. You know, I definitely want to shoot a special in January, so I really want to be ready, and I want my peeps to be ready. You know, to try to get a little show, because the same people come to the front of the face of the show. And I'm being invited to the CD taping because that's just the way it is. Stop laughing, Lee. This is serious. We're trying to get this over. We got to overcome this shit, Lee. It's over. You know, you joined the church and what's happening now. You're my brother. I love you. And now I got to fucking do what I got to do. I got to take under my wing and do this kind of shit. But you got to pay attention. I'm going to fucking make a soldier out of you. Don't you want to be a fucking giggler and shit? You're jumping up and down. I want you giggling.
I used to think I did, but I think I'm fine now.
No, you're fine. You got to get out there. You got to do your thing. You just sat here the other day and told me how you're bored. You told me how this girl says that I can find you. You're my brother. You're the Flying Jew. Wait till the yarmulke's going to just come out and you have your yarmulke on the side pimping. Because we're going to have the yarmulke so the design goes to the side like a black yarmulke. You know what I'm saying? And you can bust this motherfucker out. So you know I love you, and all of you guys, man. I do this show. I get up at 5 and I do this for my health. I do this to get money. No. I do this so you guys get some money a day. You go out there and fucking apply it to get something from me and apply it to your fucking day. You know what it is? Smoke a little joint, fucking live your life and go out there and bang it out the best that you can. And accept it for what it is. If you fail, you get up and get to more and you fucking try again. You heard me till they told the story about being a bodyguard for a gay guy and a bunch of fucking transvestites. That was my life 25 years ago. I'm ashamed of it. Fuck no, I had a good time. Nobody sucked my dick. I didn't have to put a wig on. That's all that matters. But you know what we try every day. That's why I tell you, you got the world by the fucking balls, you young cocksuckers. You don't know what you got in front of you. You young, get up, wash your dick, shine your shoes. You can't go out with shitty fucking shoes on. I see these motherfuckers with nice suits and their shoes ain't shine. How you gonna get these dicks ugly? Your shoes gotta be spotless. You go to fucking the supermarket for $2. You get that shit you put on your shoes. Then you buff them out. You give you these $2 to buff them out with a fucking towel. And you go go out there and you greet the fucking day, dog. That's it. It's that easy. You know, like, we're not doing brain surgery. I'm not doing. That's what kills me about society. That you get a call saying that Brad Pitt was at the Edge bar and they picked up his tab, but some doctor that just fucking saved somebody who got hit by a fucking car and was walking across the street with a whip. He gets done. He's got to pay the tab. He's got to pay the tab. Our priorities are wrong straight. There's nothing wrong with you, bro. When I was 21 and I was a bodyguard for a bunch of gay guys, I could have gone home and cried and said there was nothing wrong with me. There was something wrong with me. There was nothing wrong with me. Just the people I had around me at the time. And even those Cubans are great fucking people because they watched me. I learned from them. So I'm not here to fucking poison you. I'm here to move your exploration along. The rest of you fucking guys, same thing. I'm not here to harm nobody. We're just having a good time. It's a great time we have here in the mornings. I love doing it. And I'm happy that you reminded me about Testaments. It's still in the top 10. It was number 6 this morning.
Yeah.
So thank you. Go to iTunes, pick up Testaments 1 and 2. We're going to release 4. We're going to have the whole fucking series. And then we're going to put it into a whole one show. And I'm going to go on the road and fucking tour for you guys next year. We're in Ontario this weekend, November 1st through the 4th. I don't know, 909. I don't know what the fuck the number is. TV or Improv. It's 909-484-5411. Call them to get tickets. I don't have any death squatters. Joe's going to be up in Seattle with Red Band and Greg Fitzsimmons, Ari's in Calgary, and fucking Duncan is somewhere, stabbing some Buddhist chick in the ass with dirty feet.
Yeah, you got great people on the show, though. You got Felicia on the
I got Felicia Friday and Saturday. I got Wazelle on. I got Corey and Chad Thursday. Doing some radio and article. So come on out to the Ontario Improv also. I think Chicago might be sold out by now. But I'm telling you right now, you don't want to miss the show next Thursday, November 8th, with the Flying Fucking Jew at the House of Blues. Tickets are online. I'll be in Arizona. And that's it, the end of the world show. I'm taping the special. What else we got going on, Lee? The documentary is still on Payload for $5 or on Amazon for $5 where I got my boss from. He was the executive producer, he was the director. I mean, you know everything on it. Lee, right or wrong, you learned. You didn't know nothing. You didn't know nothing. We learned, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm sure
That's
one
all.
day.
You gotta have the world. You gotta fucking get up. You take the world by the balls, grab the fucking balls, and say, fuck you, world. I'm going out and getting out what belongs to me. And everything belongs to you guys. You're young. Go out there, read a fucking book. Read that book, American Desperado. Tremendous. Yeah, tremendous. I'm gonna fill you guys in more next week. We're gonna finish the sponsors up, but I think I'm gonna do something without it because this fucking shake, you gotta taste this stuff and just enjoy the stuff they have. Never mind New Moon and Alpha Brain and Shroom Tech. These are all great products, and I know you and Joe talk about it. They got a money back guarantee, and if you guys don't want to fucking pay for it, steal the fucking chemicals and make them yourself. Even home like grandpa, whatever the fuck. You can make your own vitamins and all, but I don't give a fuck what you do. As long as you get help, that's all we want here in the church. What's happening now? I mean, I'm no fucking picture of help, but we're all gonna get healthy together in time, right? Lee, cocksucker.
Absolutely.
You're going to Boston, you're going to sling dick. If you're huffing and puffing, you can't sling dick. She's 21. You gotta give her 20, 30 minutes of cock. You gotta be moving and let your asshole on fire and tell her you love her. And, that pussy smells like Gemma's from Sons of Anarchy. You gotta work that shit.
There's way too much asshole stuff going on.
But you're just gonna lick the asshole. You're gonna sniff the muffler, the monkey, the patois, the pussy. That's the whole flavor. Is the asshole. If you lick it one day, you never lick the asshole.
No, I've avoided it like the plague.
This is what the problem is. This is the problem. This is society. Nobody wants to get to the patois, to the heart of the fucking matter. On a Wednesday, October 31st, don't forget, tomorrow is All Saints Day, and then All Souls Day, and then Friday is All fucking Saints Day. So you Catholics, you gotta light a candle. And even if you're not Catholic or you're a Christian, you had somebody who died, you light a candle and give them light wherever the fuck they are, whether they're in hell, purgatory, or fucking heaven. You want to give them a little light. I feel good this morning. I went to acupuncture. I had a fucking protein shake. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get full 8 hours, but I got like 5.5. I got a couple things. I got a podcast with Felicia. I had a couple things. And I'm back and thinking that it's Halloween. I'm locking these doors at 5 a.m. Fucking kid shit. I'm about to go right down the fucking stairs. You think I'm kidding? I ain't fucking around no more, Lee. I love you guys with all my heart. We're not having a podcast this week. We went 0-2 in gambling last week. What do you want to fucking talk to us for? I went 0-2. I mean, the under came in, but not really. Went over by 4 points and didn't come in. I got to go to service to Subaru today. That's going to cost me
$8 million.
$8 million fucking dollars. But I'm looking forward to it. What do you got the rest of the week? What are you doing, brother?
Got work, and I think I'm gonna come down Sunday.
You gotta come down Sunday with me at episode 1. Don't forget, we're at the Ontario Improv next Wednesday. I'm at the Chicago House of Blues next Thursday, November 8th. And then the 16th and 17th, I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona. At Scott, there's only 100 tickets at the place. I'm only doing 4 shows. It's going to sell out quick. Don't fuck around. And after that, I'm home for 2 months because my wife is having a baby late. Thank you very much. You know I love you, Lee. I kid you about how far this we're going through. We're going to have a party. And that way, if you have any suggestions, if you have any girls that, like I said, we'll split the fucking door. We get 200 people at $20. It's like $8 grand. You guys get $6 grand. We split it at fucking $2 grand to this fart in the guy's face, ladies. That's your Christmas money. It's legal. And he just puts an inch of his finger in your little twat machine guns it. You know what I'm saying?
We need a tequila coming in.
And then once they fart, once he smells it before he passes out, because you don't want little Lee to pass out. What's this girl's name you're flirting with?
What's your name?
Don't say her last name, just say her first name.
Rose.
Rose, all right. Tell her you love her. Say, Rose, I love you. I can't wait to get to Boston and suck your fucking twat.
Straight from the
Say it.
Straight from doing it.
Say it. I love you, Rose, because she's listening. She's just like Titanic.
She does listen. I don't know.
Well, just say it. Say what you want from her. Tell her you love her, Rose. I love you. Dirty bitch like that. Say it. Come on, Lee. What are you fucking holding on to your head for? You're Australian. You have the fucking... You got the thing. It's covering your little bottom's collar's head, dude. Let's tell her, Rose.
What music do you want to
tell her, Rose, I love you. Go ahead and say, Rose, I love you. Look at him, folks. Do you see what I got to deal with? Look at him. His face is red.
I don't want to say that.
So just say you love her through Twitter. I love these people on Twitter. I don't meet half of them. I see them in shows, and I fall in love with them like Monkey Todd and fucking...
She's a great person.
Say I love you. Once you say I love you online, she's gonna say, "What the fuck do you think I'm doing?" They say you love her. Trust me. It's like somebody dedicating a song. You ever see a broad when somebody calls and says, "I want to dedicate this song to my sweetheart Maria." In prison for 18 years. Say
I'll dedicate this song to you, Rose.
Anyway, go ahead. So put the best that you want by the Foo Fighters.
All right.
Fucking people.
Jesus Christ.
I love you guys. Drive safely. Have a safe Halloween, man. Be careful no matter. Keep your eyes in the back of your head. There's a lot of fucking freaks out there. Bring the gun and shoot somebody. Don't fuck around. Shoot him in the leg and run like a... Shoot him in the leg, cocksucker. Run like a motherfucker. Listen, you guys know I'm on Twitter and Facebook. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for making this podcast a success with you guys. And it's always great getting up. Go to my fucking, go to the church and what's happening now. Leave a comment, subscribe. This helps me out so we can get more sponsors, better sponsors. I can do this every week. We get a studio. We can fucking do live stuff. I mean, look, I'm going for it with this, guys. I need your help. Thank you very much for listening. Have a great week. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here Monday on stickem.com. I also want to give a shout out to my main man, Efren. He's one of the producers over at Stickem. The last week we had drums. He came over at 5 in the fucking morning, knocked on my door. I almost got the gun and shot the motherfucker. But it's real customer service, and I'm happy I stayed with Stickem. I'm happy they're doing a great job. And that's it, guys. Have a great weekend. Download this motherfucker. Tell your friends, your family. Tweet Lisa Ayat at Meth. Convince this motherfucker. Trust me, you guys have eaten ass. Talk to this guy. Tell Rose you love him. All right, we love you. Rose. This for you, Rose. Have a great weekend. Stay black. I got another confession to make. Everyone's got the chains to break. It's someone dating the best of you.
Oh shit. It's blast that shit, Lee. It's Monday, bitches. The church of what's happening now is full effect Monday, November 5th, motherfuckers. A little clip for you. Here you go. Take a link. I was already fucking hitting me. Good morning to all you bad motherfuckers. It's Monday. Joey Coco D is here, my main man, Lisa Yat, a.k.a. the Flying fucking Jew in Heat. You know what I'm talking about? It was a great weekend. First of all, I want to give a shout out to motherfucking New Jersey halfies. It's still out of light water hanging there. It's fucking coming. The camels are coming, cocksucker. Mama's showing up with like 15 fucking mules. But everything's getting better. I know there was an earthquake. That ain't going to stop New Jersey. Bro. That's where I'm fucking from. Up in northern New Jersey. I love it. Jersey pride in the house. I talked to Frank Yeager this morning. I was worried about him last week. I went to them like a junkie. I asked if they had heard from him. He's a Tom's River boy. Nobody had heard from him. I hit Mike Straka up. Yeah. I just went direct. Everything's beautiful, man. We can't have you pronounce it, motherfucking Frank Yeager. Number two, I want to thank the Ontario Improv this weekend for fucking rocking. Lee came down last night. We had a great time. Edwin San Juan. Felicia Michaels was down there. Lana Turner was down there. My Mexican brother, George Perez. I mean, it was a great fucking weekend. The Smash Brothers, Corey and Chad. If you came out to the show, I love you with all my heart. If you came to Saturday Late Show, you're some bad motherfuckers. There must have been 22 pounds of reefer, canes, fucking explosives, dogs, bitches with tits. It was fucking phenomenal. You fucked up.
I know. George told me it was great. George,
It was great.
It was like every seat was sold out. It was great.
It wasn't even about the seats. It was the attitude of the people. It was the church. It was the church in full effect. They were yelling, screaming, people shooting heroin. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see no fucking people sitting there like a Christian at church on a Sunday. We got a great fucking show for you today. We got my man Mike Duffy calling in from Jersey. I got a movie that will rock your motherfucking world. And it's just a great day to be alive. Go out there and tell them they owe you fucking money, because that's what's cracking today. We got some great movie. I hope you had a happy Halloween. You know, my weekend was kind of fucking weird. Tell nobody about this. It was one of my best friends died 5 years ago. Our anniversary was on Saturday. It was also Charles Bronson's motherfucking birthday on Saturday. He was 83 years old up there in hell, shooting black people and white mothers. Gotta love Charles Bronson, but it was fucking me old. It was a 5-year anniversary. Her name was Marilyn Martinez. 5 years ago, she got, she had cancer. And at the time, I was dear friends with Marilyn at the time. When she got taken down with the cancer, we weren't talking. We were fucking best friends. We had arguments, whatever. And I started hanging out with her again. I went to the hospital a couple of times, and they sent her home after the operation. And she didn't look good. She had never judged me, ever judged me as a human being. She used to hide my coat from me for years. If I had a
Really?
I give it to her and her husband. They had me in Echo Park. And after she got out of the hospital with cancer, she was sitting in bed one day. And I went over there with a bunch of people, my wife and some friends, and we were all talking to people. In some of these houses, people are scattered all over the house. And she was talking to me about just fucking life, like she was saying that if she went back to comedy, she got the strength to go back to comedy, and she wouldn't work dirty, because while she was under, God came to her and told her you were accountable for everything you did in this fucking world. And she was very religious. I mean, she was crazy. Her opening joke was she loved sucking Filipino dick because it was small and you could roll it around in your mouth.
Oh my God.
I mean, she was filthy. But she told me this, and she was explaining to me that, you're accountable for your actions on this earth. I mean, it was a speech she was giving me that was really hitting home. I couldn't believe she was telling me this. In the middle of this fucking speech, she just looks at me and her eyes locked into my eyes. And she goes, Joey, you really got to stop blowing blow. And my fucking insides froze. They just fucking froze, man. And that was the same week. All that shit was going on with the cats and everything. Like the cats were sick. There was a week coming up to that when I stopped doing it. It was like when she spread me the fucking riot act, I was done with love. Just the way she told me, and the look, like when somebody's talking to you, when I was a blue, they get a thought, like they just remembered. And she was weird. You know what? You really got to stop doing the blow, and you got to get your life together. And I fucking froze. I didn't say nothing to nobody. And she probably died a month later when I was in Jersey. I went back to do a benefit for the fire department in Hoboken, and the police department in Hoboken, my high school. And she died, and I had to come back. And at her wake, I caused fucking havoc. I
I'm gonna smack the motherfucker. Because, I get that wakes and shit. It's funny because Marilyn lives with me. I always tell people November's my money month. November's the month that, I went to jail. November's the month that I stopped doing blow. November's the month that I got arrested. November's the month my mother died. November's my fucking battleground month, as they say, for these presents. So when she told me that it was just weird, I had stopped doing blow a couple weeks later. It was the 5th anniversary, and it's weird because I'm dear friends with Rick Raymond, who's one of my biggest movie friends. And he called me, and it was his birthday, and we talked to him. I believe it was 5 years ago, and she's been dead. It's amazing, man, that you meet people on this planet, on this world. Some people come and go, but some people stay with you, and they die, and it's weird how they really, really, really affected your world. It's fucking weird. It's, when somebody's dead and you can't call them no more, or think about them, or, it's just the weirdest feeling, and I'll push it out sometimes because I want to talk with somebody, but I can talk to her. She was a Mexican chick, so, if you have somebody, a good friend, call them up, tell them you love them, because you never fucking know. You never fucking know. But anyway, we're back, bitches, I just get emotional because she was my goomba. What are you gonna do? Sometimes you have a friend. You don't know. You don't fucking know how they're gonna affect you, man. It's really weird when somebody leaves and you think about it, you go, wow, my life is different than their life. It's really fucking weird. So if you have somebody out there you love, you should call them every day, tell them so you don't have this situation when somebody passes, And it was November 4th was the anniversary when I came home late. I was 15, I came home late. And my mother smacked the shit out of me. Took me to bed, threw me in the fucking room. Because I got home late. It was a week before she died. And she also woke me up the next morning. She's like, hey, I didn't like fucking smacking the shit out of you last night, But if you're not going to be home at a certain time, you got to call. I hadn't have a curfew at whatever time I got home. She just didn't give a fuck as long as I called every hour. I said, Mom, we'll leave. I'm going to be out. I was 12. I had no curfew. 10. I raised my son. I had no fucking curfew. So I was 15. I came home late. I stopped calling her after 3. And that morning, she was, listen, motherfucker, someday you're going to be married. You're going to have a wife, a girlfriend, somebody who counts on you. You have to call them. You have to check in with them because that's what it means to be a man. And it fucking stuck with me. A week later, she was in a box. And that speech even amplified in my head. It still amplifies in my head, that you're a fucking man. Stick it out. And here I was 15, but it's that type of fucking day today. A little, where's I want to be around? Did you even log it in today? What happened? You forgot about me? You're slipping and shit like that? I got a great movie for you motherfuckers today because out of respect for Charles Bronson, one of the guys on Twitter, first of all, I want to give out some shout outs to my little brothers on Twitter who give me some love. First of all, I want to give a shout out to my girl Angie's Eat Pop. She gave me the shirt she owns. She has a creative colony and creative people and stuff like that. She came down to the show. I want to give a shout out to my man Buster Knuckles, Curtis Kachi, Peter Marin, Curtis Harrison for smoking me out in fucking Ontario. I want to give a shout out to my man Sergio Ortega and all you motherfuckers, Mikey Roales, all you motherfuckers that pay attention, send love, sincere. About the podcast, I love you guys. It's fucking Monday, bitches. Take off your fucking sunglasses. I won't look in your eyes when I talk to you, bitch. I hate wearing these fucking glasses, even though I need them. But I hate wearing these glasses. I'll tell you why. Because everybody wears these glasses like they want to be swarmy and shit. I got 2 bad glasses. These are the fucking fat glasses I got. This make me look like a computer fucking nerd. These are my Kaiser glasses, and these are my fucking SAG glasses right here. I got this on SAG insurance. This is on my wife's insurance. And I don't like wearing them out in public. Not that they make you look weak, but all these fucking momos put glasses on to like impress people. You ever see that? Like one night you watch the Oscars and Tim Allen, and I love Tim Allen. I'm just using them as a thing. They wear like little glasses to look more fucking intelligent. I want to look intelligent, all right? I'm a dumb fuck, and that's how I want it to be. I wear these glasses because I can't see you. Look like they go, Joe, you're an old man, you're blind. Bitch, someday when you turn 44 with all these computers and shit, you just stop seeing. Yeah. You just stop seeing. It's nothing. You can eat carrots. You can shove a carrot up your ass. You can hang out with fucking bunny rabbits. It don't matter. Once your eyes start going, and I asked my doctor, he says that it's the amount of light that goes into your eyes. So shit, that's all it is.
I can already tell a difference.
What do you mean?
I mean, I stare at a computer screen for 10 hours a day at work, and I can at the end of the shift sometimes it's going fuzzy, and I have to like shake my head, and I can only imagine after 50 years of looking at a computer screen.
Yeah, I think it was the computer. Once I really got into writing on the computers, when my eyesight started going.
Oh yeah.
And it's funny, man. This weekend, Friday, there was a benefit. I gotta tell you, people, it's just to get out of the way. Benefit Sandy. Listen, man. This is a national fucking crisis. If you can send $3, it helps. To the Red Cross. And usually, I'm anti-donations because they only get 30% of something.
Yeah.
They only get like 30%, 70% goes to administrative school costs and shit. So if I give you $10, you only get $3 fucking dollars. But I donated $50 just because what are you gonna do? And I know that I have friends that are gonna be in problems this week. I have one friend that's taking a plane ticket to North Carolina and she can't get to the bank. Nobody's working. So people gotta leave fucking money. So I already started getting it together to send a couple of my friends. When I spoke to a buddy of mine yesterday, they destroyed his job. He's on unemployment, like the fucking thing knocked down the building or some shit.
No.
He's on unemployment, and they used to making a certain amount. Unemployment pays you what, $450 fucking. That's $1,800 a month. If you got a mortgage, people are hurting as it is. But please help out. If you use your help. But talking about Hurricane Sandy and all that shit, I gotta tell you guys something. I don't know if you know this. People fucking brace for this one. I can't stand Bruce Springsteen. I can't fucking stand him. You understand me? And it's not just something. I can't stand him for 30 fucking years. I'm from northern New Jersey. I'm from Lincoln County. We ain't into all that river and all that shit. You know what? One on the run was good. The other one, 10th Avenue Freeze, I can listen to it. Put a gun to my head. The motherfucker drives me crazy. Okay, another guy. Let me tell you something else that happened to me on Saturday. For you motherfuckers that don't know, Marilyn Martinez was really into Tom Waits. And she'd always call me and tell me Tom Waits stories. And I guess that Saturday, I was here by myself. I was feeling sad about Marilyn. So I put a candle, I got some flowers, I had to take them down because the cats destroyed the fucking flowers.
Oh no.
And I sat and I put on Tom Waits. I put on like on a thing, like a piece, like 8 songs. And I was cleaning, I was moving around the room. I gotta tell you something, Tom Waits people that always think you impress me at fucking parties with your Tom Waits suggestion. That is the worst shit I've ever heard in all my life. I like to take Tom Waits and Bruce Springsteen, tie them both up, and shoot them both in the fucking head. And for you motherfuckers that think you're cute, like you show up at your parties with your pipe and your little fucking Tim Tam, like you're better than everybody else, and you always suggest, like, come on, Tom Waits, listen, go fuck yourself, okay? I can't stand that shit. When people show up and they always want to, like, go put on fucking the Black Crowes. No. They want to hear something like exotic, like to impress people with their fucking musical choices. And you put this shit on, and it's fucking unlistenable. It's unlistenable. And you're over there snapping your fingers like you're smarter than everybody in the room. Fuck you, motherfuckers, all right? It's Led Zeppelin, it's Tony Bennett, it's Sinatra. Nowhere that I fucking. This Tom Waits, after like 2 songs, I'm like, is this some fucking different language I don't fucking know about? And I came in here and I listened to 2 other songs. It was fucking horrid. It was the voice, what the fuck is that shit? No wonder she fucking died. That music was so bad listening to that shit. That is the worst. If you motherfuckers that think you're swarmy, they come into parties and they always suggest something else. Like, oh, no. Put out a Lou Reed or Iggy Pop. Listen, go fuck yourself, all right? I'm sick of you motherfuckers, you fake fucks with your musical choices to impress me. When I moved here, I used to cater in 98. Okay, it's a broke comic and I catered. And I go to all these houses in Beverly Hills, and all these fucking little waspy fucks will be playing the same song, that the Latin thing, Bamboleo, and they all sit outside like, oh my God, I love this Hispanic music. I want to stab them first. Why they fucking Hispanic music? Those are a bunch of confused fucking Puerto Ricans, Bamboleo. Get the fuck out of my face. I hate all that shit. So you motherfuckers that want to impress me with your little musical chick, listen, bitch, I got a message for you. It's Zeppelin, it's the fucking who, the background of this fucking country. Leonard Skinner, they're the backbone. People grew up on that shit. Later on, they want to get cute with their little hats and hang out at the fucking at Los Feliz with those people that think they're smarter than everybody. You're a bunch of dumb fucks with your little attitudes, all right? You don't know dick about dick, you just do shit. So other people think you're cool. Look at him. He's so cool. They wear fucking designs and hats and a little goatee like somebody fucking knows you slick. Fucking people. Sorry about the rant this morning, but I can't stand Tom Waits and all that bullshit that comes in. And Springsteen, I hope your fucking house got hit the biggest out of all of them. You fucking miserable cocksucker. I can't stand you with that bullshit all the time. He shows up. He's 80 with his little fucking Nazi head. Be a fucking Jew. Act like a fucking Jew. He shows up with a fucking little Nazi head. Oh my God. He does. With a little black leather jacket with that ugly fucking redhead. Oh, we're impressed. He has a black friend. Well, he died. God forbid. I like friends. He always had a black friend on his saxophone. Oh, he puts on a gray shirt, so did fucking the B-52s, all right? Don't make me put on rock lobster, put a little rock lobster. These motherfuckers. Hey, Sean, you're going to show up with that boring-ass fucking music that playing a piano looking like somebody kicked you in the face 55 fucking times. I hate that shit, man. You know, I like music because I like it, not because I'm here to impress people. Music I play in the mornings, I listen to this shit. I live by it. This is what I rock by. This is how I get my day fucking prep. That's a bad recording. That's live. I need a fucking album with 6 of them standing in the front. Another guy over here listen to fucking Tom Waits. If I see him, to strangle you. Bullshit. Fucking best thing. Come out of dirty Jersey. I hear you. My man, Jay Robinson on Twitter knocking some fucking heat out there. And I'm sorry if you're a fan from the heart, like if you really like him. But you know what I'm talking about. You know, it's like the type of people that come up to you like, oh my God, I love Yoko Ono. Have you ever heard the Yoko Ono music? Please, have you ever heard the Yoko Ono music?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No wonder. Speed that up to like, speed that up to like 3 minutes. See where we're at. I'm going to show you motherfuckers. I want to see these guys in 1980 New Year's. Right there. Crank this motherfucker up. Everybody was on a Quaalude. The album is tremendous. Let's do this, please. Watch this. Guitar playing. It's on the first 2 albums. Amazing. Speed it up a little more. Show these motherfuckers how the guitar player goes from where's my man Mike Duffy in the house? Spaghetti mustard time right here. So people are like your fake fucking music interest. So people think you're cool. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Okay.
Keep it up. You stop it. No. Speed it up a little more. A minute. Come on, Lee, a minute. Come on. Right here. Listen to this shit right here. Crank it, Lee. Listen to this motherfucking guitar. Shred this guitar. Solo. Got heroin. He was not eating a fuck. There was 700 people in this room at the Ritz or one of those places. New Year's Eve. And I remember turning around in New York. And everybody was moving to the same beat in this room. And I go, fucking in New York, this is what it's all about. Listen to these motherfuckers in Atlanta. Down, down, down. What? Break out the reefer bitches in the vapor pen. Oh. Where's my vapor pen? You hit it from that. It's good for Jerry's kids today, you know what I'm saying? Regularly, nobody can take that motherfucker. I knew it was the one that you knew it, but you didn't say nothing. You're supposed to say, you see, I'm fucking freaking out about space and Conways and Duff. Y'all know what the fuck he is. I call all this cops up. Election Tuesday. I hope you motherfuckers gonna be. It's really important that you get out there and vote. I can't vote. I got families at this point. It was like 20 years ago. So I can register, but if I vote, I gotta go to jury duty. I ain't got time to go to fucking jury duty and sit there and judge somebody. Who the fuck am I to judge somebody?
That's the real reason.
You know, and they always send me for jury duty. I always get letters. I'm like, stupid. I got families. I can't judge somebody. No, I don't care. Come on down. That was a long time ago.
Oh God, I haven't got it yet. I'm dreading that.
You haven't gotten it yet? No. You register. You don't want to vote. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It just, I'm not even political, but everything I see is them lying, both of them. And if I vote for like if I vote for like a random guy or Ron Paul, isn't it the same as non-voting?
Get down there and vote. You're a young guy. This is how Clinton won the election in fucking 94 or 92. You gotta get down there and vote. Voting is very important for this country. Everybody gotta get out there and vote. No matter what age, you're a young guy. I can't believe you don't act like young guys. You don't want to do nothing. Nothing. You don't want to vote. Most of these young folks walking around, they're walking around with their backpack today. They got 10 books in there. They're analyzing everything Obama and the other fucking folks got to say.
I mean, they're all going to do the same thing. The only difference, Romney's going to do a little bit. He's not going to give as much out as far as like assistance. But I don't know.
They're not supposed to be nothing. Now, this is great in the United States of America. We're supposed to be running on our own. You know, I know unemployment's high, and I know shit's going on. If you want a fucking job, you put that job together. You put something together. You know what I'm saying? You put an asshole factory, you fucking sucking dick, somebody going,
Not yet.
I don't know what the fuck Duffy is.
But that's my point. Like, if no matter who gets elected, I'm still gonna find a way to have a job and be okay. And I don't know.
You still gotta pay gas. It's just a cost of doing business. You gotta vote. Get out there and vote and register. This election. It's gonna be a motherfucker. It's a very important election. So get out there and vote. Very important. You know what? I might even not this time, but I'm not gonna do that. I just didn't want to go through all this shit. I got letters saying that I was allowed to vote now. The felonies vote. And I still vote in Jersey. Like, right now, they're gonna have email votes in Jersey. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh yeah, how are they gonna
Are
do
you
that?
kidding me? Let me tell you something. I want an absentee ballot. I can have 92 felonies be in prison, and they still figure out how to vote. But you vote in Jersey. Those Jersey motherfuckers don't fuck around.
Yeah.
You know, before I left Jersey, like, oh, you gotta sign some paper. You're an absentee ballot. So they just made the decision for me.
No, those don't even make sense. Do they count those? Because they know who wins that night, but people are still sending.
You gotta send it in before the 4th. They think it comes on the 8th, and they call it to you. Oh, you know that night, so you have to vote commitment. You have to send it in. You have to be responsible and get down there. It's funny because I don't like. I'm oppositely. You know, I grew up. I came from Cuba, and I believed in the system, and I really still do to this day. I believe in the system. The problem with the United States is we're fucking distracted, bro. You know, we have too many distractions. We have phones. We have this. We let ourselves. We used to be a great fucking nation, and we buy into all this stuff that all we have to do is keep doing our job, keep picking up papers, keep helping your fucking community. You know, donate, help with blood drives. You know, be a fucking mentor in your community. Help these kids that don't know nothing. You know, you walk around these communities and there's no kids in the neighborhood. If you're not working and you're a parent, go out there. Say, you know what? On Tuesdays, I'm gonna start a volleyball league on the street. And people gonna, we take donations from the parents. You know, everybody's forgotten that in this fucking country. Everybody wants it handed to them. You know, if you're not working and you're not doing something, become a part of the fucking community. Pick up papers. You know, chase people out of there. You know, after you leave, I go out there and tell people at the park on this block, they don't live on this fucking block. You gotta stick up for your own communities. And everybody does that in the community, the country becomes strong, bro. Because every community is tight and we're next to each other. Everybody's working together, but nobody wants to do that. Because everything is split up. If you have an iPhone or don't have a fucking iPhone, between the haves and the have-nots. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. We're community. Start as a community. If we start as a community, we just grow out, man. That's it. You start in your fucking community. But with the United States, we're always worried about somebody else, how to take over another government. And let's go to Macumba and help with that. Help the motherfuckers in Cleveland. Help the motherfuckers in Ohio that are under. That's what we need to fucking help. That's the problem right now. This country's in fucking, like I was telling my friend Duffy yesterday, traveling. I see what's going on. You know, when people get confused, oh, this guy's in Mercedes, we're in LA, there's traffic everywhere else, it's fucking hurt. Pittsburgh, you can't. The bars around Pittsburgh J, Bashero in the house, giving them a shout out. Those bars don't open unless it's a baseball game. No, embarrassing that is, because the other side of town, it's like these cities are, they work against themselves. For 20 years, you have a waterfront. People respect that waterfront. And then 10 years, the developer comes in, let's build in the downtown and call it the arts district. And everybody tells downtown to go fuck themselves. Now you have these owners that are making money and have restaurants that depend on the traffic. No, they go somewhere else because Tom Waits' music, they're playing that. So the sheep go over there and heat over there and shit like that. You know, we got to start working as communities. And as communities, then we get stronger. You know, when I was a kid in Jersey, listen, those mayors were thieves. They were fucking thieves. Joe Mocco, Peter Mocco. I love that, by the way. Little Mocco fought fucking Saturday night or Friday night. I don't know if he won or not. He's fighting out of America's top team. My heart goes out to his uncle Peter was a mayor. Let me tell you something. Peter stole. Peter's still a big shot in Jersey City. But let me tell you something about Peter when I was a kid. If I called the mayor's office, they answered. And if I asked for Peter would fucking, it'd take me on hold for 8 or 9 minutes, and Peter would pick up the phone. Really? And he'd say, what's up, Coco? And I go, Mayor, our net is broken down here. And within 20 minutes, it'd be a truck with a guy with a ladder putting the fucking net for us. Our park was immaculate. Yeah, call my boss out, lived across the street, so that raises, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if your father's like the chief of police and he lives in this area will be nice. Yeah, they'll pick the garbage up first. When it snows, they'll shovel the streets first because the chief of police lives in the fucking area. So everybody thought it was because of that. No, those mayors care.
So, did I really read the fucking newspaper? I wasn't like caught stealing or corruption. I didn't give a fuck because I know when I needed something, they fucking care for me. That's just a part of doing business, you know, in Jersey. That's why I wanted Mike to call up. I hope he calls up to explain Jersey politics to these people. That's what I believe in a big level. But I knew growing up in Jersey, man, my hometown right now, Nicholas Sacco, he's been there since 1982. Some people like him, some people don't. Dominic Christie fucking don't like him. They say it's corruption. But let me tell you something about Mayor Sacco. I heard praises this weekend. I heard praises from people saying that Sacco, this fucking town, he got it cleaned up and he worked hard to get the lights put on. Go to fucking North Bergen now. Let me tell you something. As much as it's communism, they have cameras on every like, hotel we stayed at. Yeah. I remember being out there with you, watching the cops pulling people over. They have cameras. You know, my hometown in Jersey, it's a fucking armpit one way, but it's beautiful. They've made it beautiful. You know, my hometown, they have programs. Sacco works fucking hard. They got schools for kids that are, you know, accelerated. They have schools for kids that are artistic. You know, they have schools for kids that are artistic. They have all these programs in North Bergen. So I don't give a fuck what Sacco's doing in his social life. If he's molesting fucking women because they always got him for sexual harassment, there's allegations or whatever. You think I give a fuck? He comes true. It's the motherfuckers that tell you they're there for you and don't come through for you. Those are the politicians that piss me off. They're worse than fucking criminals. They're worse than criminals. They're lying to you. You voted, they gave them their trust, and they're fucking lying to you. You follow me? And they're not doing shit for you. They don't care about you. Like I said, when I was growing up, I grew up in a very heavy political environment. I used to have to rip signs down every 4 years in North Bergen. You gotta work, bitch. You gotta pick a side and get out there and fucking pound the pavement and drive people to the polls and pick old people up. And I used to do all that shit in North Bergen. Rip people's signs down, and throw fucking fire bombs. That's old type politics. Somebody saying yesterday that what Romney did.
Oh yeah, George was saying that Obama gave out Romney hats that said "Made in Taiwan," and Obama was giving out Obama hats saying "Made in America."
That's dirty politics. That's what politics is all about. That's Chicago politics. That's why that happened. Chicago politics are on another fucking level. New Jersey politics, another fucking level. They know how to, you know, it's marketing, bro. Yeah. It's getting down and dirty in 2 days before the election. It's getting down and dirty. You got to do what you got to do. You got to pass hats out with a picture of legal fuck you. What are you gonna do? Made in Taiwan. It's classic shit.
Yeah, I don't mind that. It's just like the stuff that, like, with both of them, like they'll have videos of them giving speeches where they'll say, "Oh, I don't believe in the death penalty," and then 2 years later, I do believe in the death penalty. And I don't know. It just seems like a waste of
It's
time.
always fucking amazing. The other biggest issue is abortion. Everybody cares about what the president thinks or how he feels about abortion. He's not a fucking woman. So how can he feel? How the fuck is she? What does that have to do with us? But the fucking Christian states, you know, he feels this way about abortion. Listen, how I feel about abortion, I can't stand it. As a Catholic and a man, I can't stand it, but I understand women's situations. And it's their fucking bodies, so they're free to do whatever the fuck they want with it. I wasn't there when they fucked with guys. I know if you fuck with me, I don't know why my wife, I'm a loser. Sometimes a chick hangs up with a loser, she gets pregnant, she doesn't want to have the kid hangs up with her, they give her pregnant. Whatever. That's not my call. I have to mind my business, but everybody's involved with how they feel on abortion. It's a woman's issue. Got nothing to do with me, bro. Yeah. If they talked about cutting cocks off, that's got something to do with me. You follow me? But what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Sit here and make my decision on how you feel about it. Nobody likes abortion. I don't even want to hear the fucking word. I don't even like seeing Pep on a fucking commercial on television. I was telling these guys this weekend, that's what offends the shit out of me. When I'm sitting with my wife or with Felicia at her house and the kids, and they pop a tampon commercial, that's offensive to me. Yeah. What do you mean? Everybody fucking freaks out. You know, she got fat fuck talking dirty. I don't give a fuck. Abortion, I don't want to hear about it. If you're a woman and you want to go out there, it's freedom. It's what you do with your body. It's got nothing to do with me. So if you hate me for this, hate me. If you don't, my real beliefs, I'm Catholic. How the fuck do you think I feel? But it's got nothing to do with me. See, when Jesus wrote the book, you know, they want freaks out there.
That's the thing. Like, it's nothing religious with me. Like, I thought about it because I had to think about it, and I never had a scare or anything. But I thought one day, I was thinking, God, I don't know if I could live with myself knowing that happened. But the people who are so against, like, even not even abortion, but against anything like that doesn't involve them, like gay marriage. Like, why do they get so upset?
Why the fuck would you care if men want to be together? It's got nothing to do with you. Yeah. What do I tell them? Like, nothing. Shut your fucking mouth. Tell them nothing. What am I going to tell them? 2 men holding hands. They're fucked up. What do you want me to tell you. I don't know. They have a choice. This white, it's a fucking America. You know, I seen a show on one of these oxygen or something called Barcelos about these Cuban dudes that come home and they show these two Cuban dudes that were gay. They show the whole thing, how gay it is in Cuba. You know, it's like fucked up to be gay. You know, like if you're a parent, they'll walk away from you in Cuba. Like my mom used to say that there were stories of them taking kids shark hunting. Oh, no, yeah, shit like that. I ain't gonna lie to you. But what do you want me to do? You want me to hate somebody? I don't hate somebody if they're gay. That's a sexual fucking preference. That's why we live in the motherfucking United States of America, because we have that shit. That's why, brother. Yeah. Because we have those freedoms. Why live here?
It doesn't, and then it all goes back to the voting. Like Romney, his fucking entire family lives in Mexico, but he's big against illegal immigrants, and it's unbelievable. I don't know.
You know, if I was going to run for president, I'd be prepared of what they're going to say about me. I know I was a burglar. I know I robbed a couple people. I know I sold drugs.
You probably should run.
I should run because I'm better than half of these motherfuckers. You know why? Because I'll look you in the eye, dog. I'll look you in the eye, tell you no, yes, if I could do this shit. These motherfuckers, they always stay there non-committal. They're like agents and producers in LA. They'll never call you and tell you no because you might get big someday and then you're holding against them. You know, business is business and personal is personal. I know about business. You can't use me for that movie. Looking for a Chinese guy. You can't put me in the movie. You think I'm going to get mad? Then people will get mad. This time my friend Lee's doing a movie. And put me in it. Bro, he needed black people. Fucking you Mexican. What the fuck is wrong with you? You think he's on, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. People just don't understand this town here. It's like anything in life. You know, I want men to look me in the eye. That's why I don't hang out with people with sunglasses who think they're fucking cool. These are decisions you make in your life. You know, who you want to hang out with, who you want around you, who you want around you. All these other people, they come and go. It's like Tom Waits fans with their little hats on. You know, I can't stand fake cool people. I still got my 1980s fucking hairdo. I wear Adidas with stripes on it. You know, and I'm not old school. I don't want to be categorized. I'm a 50-year-old man, but I'm who the fuck I am. And that's all who the fuck you are. These people who dress up. I wasn't allowed to wear sunglasses in North Bergen growing up. I wasn't allowed to have an earring growing up. You know, or to be a fake fucking person. People hit me up on Twitter, oh, you're real, whatever. I've always been real. Because how are you going to show up like a fake with a hat to be cool? I hang with people to be cool. There's people in this town that I know when you went to high school, somebody had a Camaro, and they're like, when you hung out with them to be fucking cool, even while you're a fucking homo, that's fine when you're 17. But when you're a fucking adult, a 40-year-old man, you have decision. I see people hanging out with stars and they're fucking huge. And they're walking next to them like, look at me, fuck you, stupid. It's like when the president talks, those idiots that stand behind them, they drive me crazy. You know, you ever see the video to I Like the Walk, but hit the Big Mac. If you like static, raw bass and all that shit. No. You ever see that video that, what's his name's on the phone? They love that shit. The brothers love it. You ever see like a news report and they're interviewing somebody and there's a couple of brothers in the back and he's smiling and shit. Oh, that's great. Look at us. Look at me. What is wrong with you? Get out of that fucking camera, cocksucker. What is wrong with you? But everybody always wants to be cool. You can't be cool. You are cool or you're not fucking cool. You're who the fuck you are. Just because you wear a hat and these cute little sunglasses and you don't shave and you walk around like depressed. Get the fuck out of here. Get it together. That works on these little 20-year-old momos that had no fathers that didn't get talked and shit. When I have my daughter, I'm gonna raise that bitch to hate all these motherfuckers. You know, it's so funny. You know, I was in, I went to Ontario Friday night. It was a Friday night. Some guy came up to me and said, "Hey man, nice show. We had a great time. I take pictures with him. I love taking pictures of people." After the show, some people have fucked up armpits, though. And I gotta tell them I can smell that shit. They hug you on the fucking shirt, and then you have an armpit on your fucking sleeve the whole goddamn drive home. But this guy came to me and said, "Hey, you know what's funny? I worked in Bergen on a construction job for 6 months." He goes, "On Friday nights, I would go to bars, and so, you know, you people are, because first of all, you people are very to yourselves. We don't like outsiders, do you?" Because that's fucking amazing, huh? You know, women in North Bergen. I would try to talk to them at the bars, and they didn't bite at all. They would shut me down. I was a local. I wasn't, you know. And then I drove home. I went to 7-Eleven. You know, not on 7-Eleven. I was getting like something for my wife. There was these two girls behind me that were kind of cute. There was a two over two. So we're trying to get beer and shit. Yeah. And this Mike came in, just a disgusting man. And he gets like 2 beer bottles. And he's being cute with the girls. And I can't believe that this guy's drunk. He's like, where are you ladies coming from? And these two girls are talking to him like, you know, we're flirting now. And I'm looking at these two fucking momos. I'm thinking, this is how women get killed. Why are you talking to this fucking idiot? Look straight, smile, say hi, and look fucking straight, and don't look over there. Mind your goddamn being to talk to this fucking momo. And I get in the car and I go, I'm going to watch this play out. And sure enough, he's out there working them. And these two girls like, oh my God, and he's working. And these aren't 20-year-old girls. These are girls that just go to a bartender. They work that out. First of all, when they work, where they were standing, they were retarded. They worked at the house, the fucking moon with two momos, get pianos, and they play cover songs, and people sing along. Every time I see that shit, I wish somebody comes by with a machine gun and sprays the building. Because you're halfway dead. You're on vacation in California. You're sitting in a piano room singing fucking Billy Joel. That's another guy I can't stand. I tell you that. I can't stand Billy Joel. All that fake New York shit drives me fucking crazy. Take it to New York state of mind. When the fuck they mug somebody? You know what I'm saying? He's in a New York state of mind. All that shit drives me crazy, people. I don't like Billy Joel. I don't like Bruce Springsteen, but Tom Waits. I'll kill you if I see you on the street. Miserable cocksucker. What time is it here? Where's Mike Duffy? It's 6:45. I don't think Mike's calling today. Mike had flight school. Mike's a pilot. He had to fucking fly people around the world. You know how that goes.
Well, while you call, I'm sorry we didn't. I didn't get your name, but there's a couple guys last night. There's one guy who he said he works at the Kohl's distribution center, and 10 hours a day he's moving boxes. And he's listening, and I just wanted to say it was a. Like it's still like I mean I work with you, but it doesn't. I don't think I'm anything special. And people came up to me and started saying hi. And think that you're working 10 hours a day moving boxes and you're still listening to
the flying Joes. I go around here. I listen to podcasts. This motherfucker's got to listen to something.
Yeah, no, but it was great to go out and meet. There was a bunch of people out there last night. It was a lot of fun. And
listen to these shows. It's funny when you see these people. You know. You see their faces, this girl, how cheesy the girl that brought me the shirt. J.R. Gomez in the house. I love you, motherfucker. What did I say to you? This girl that gave me the shirts. You see them. Yeah, you see them. You communicate with them. Now you get to meet them. And it's something special. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know you motherfuckers. It's not a Rogan podcast. Now, I count on you guys. I count on you guys for everything. You guys are tremendous. I love you guys with all my heart. I really do. I love when they come to shows. They shake my hand. This fucking kid, this Curtis, whatever. I can't see without my glasses. Curtis Harrison, whatever his name is. That's a cool motherfucking white guy. We smoked 20 fucking bowls of bub out there. I almost didn't get home. I almost pulled over at the Anheuser-Busch plant over there. I mean, you know what, man? And yeah, there's crazy people everywhere. But you know what? I'm very happy when I do the family. I'm fucking happy with them. I'm happy when I see them when they come out and we talk. There's some great fucking people across the country, man. I was confused, but I always knew it. You know me, I love Americans. I love fucking traveling, going to Texas and going to all these crazy states, Mississippi. You know, next year I want to go to Utah. I want to go to Duke, Mississippi. I want to go to Alabama. I'm going to the South, right? So I'm going to Deep next summer.
Mad Flavor Tour.
I contacted my attorney working on that warrant. I'm going to have to pay a fine. They'll drop it. They dropped that warrant in Seattle. And I can do individual deals, you know, like go to Canada and pay taxes and do the gig and come right back. I'm ready, man. I can't wait to get to Canada. I've always loved Canada. Toronto was smoking dope 20 years ago. These people think they're cool walking around California. Oh my God, let me tell you something. In Toronto in 98, I was getting weed delivered to my hotel room. Oh, those motherfuckers rolled up in Toronto. Toronto's like a little New York, a little on the different cooler side. They have this Broad Street. They have all these waitresses that bring you you can smoke in there. I mean, it's a great little city. If you ever get a chance to go to Toronto, they used to shoot a lot of movies out there. Great fucking food, great Cuban food, and great communities. You know, you got, you know, and that's what I love about traveling. I can't stand these freak people that want to go to London and England, and you know, they always want to not London and England, but the Tom Waits people. I want to take a flight to a little island off the coast of Singapore. What the fuck happened to going to Kentucky?
Yeah, that was good. I drove cross country coming out here, and it was the best time I had. It just driving for like 15 hours a day.
It was more, you know, shit like that. You gotta watch it.
And everyone was nice. But I'm a Jew from up north. I had never been. I went to Florida to Disney World, but other than that, I had never been south of Virginia. and everyone, they're like Kentucky, Oklahoma, they're the nicest people. It took me like, it's not as bad as, or not as intense as North Bergen or Jersey, where they're like kind of rude or abrupt. But Boston people, they're nice, but they're not gonna like be overly nice to you. And the people down there were like weirdly nice, and it was great.
It really is. When I first started coming, I drove a shitty car, Nissan, B210 or something. I remember I was in Nebraska, but I used to meet some amazing people. And it's like if you travel across the country and you drive or something, it's like being like a hitchhiker, and just like your mind's like bring a little grief for you. You talk to people, you get mixed up because you meet some creeks on the road. I don't know why my car broke down. The frame kept breaking from the fucking car. Oh shit! And what happened was, I was standing there straight, and I changed the tire. I thought it was the tire that just popped. It was the frame that broke, and it was rubbing against the tire. And after 2 miles, the tire would get hot and just go pop. So here I am out there with 2 flat fucking tires. And I'll never forget something. I was standing there on the side of the road. I wasn't even asking for help. I didn't have a cell phone. It was 95 or something like that. 94. I was just starting out the road. And some fucking car pulled over. I forget what type of car. And some chick came out with like a spring dress with no bra, big titties. She fucking was like, "Do you need a ride?" I'm like, "This is like one of these stores in my house."
Yeah, there's a porn.
And I sit next to her and I get my luggage and my clothes. And she's like, "If you like, you can go over to my ride there. You can get a shower and spend the night for like." And I'm like, "Oh my God, this is easy as shit." And she starts talking to me, and then she starts saying, "We." Okay, she starts saying, "We cooking, this music at night." I'm like, "I love it. You're gonna love it over by us." And I'm like, also I'm looking at the tits, I'm getting full. I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna pull over, suck up big fat fucking nipples." And next thing you know, she made like a laugh or something. And a bush of hair came out from the armpit. I mean, it was 2 bushes just came out, bam, bam. And I'm like, "Oh my God, it's Patty Smythe." I didn't know who the fuck this was. She had some huge armpit, like hair.
Yeah.
And I couldn't smell her enough. I don't care if you got big armpit hair. If I can't smell you, I'm going down. I'm taking it down like a soldier.
Ooh, that freaked me out.
Then she keeps driving, and she keeps telling me how. Then she just busted out. There was some Christian organization. And Christ needs to accept it. This is Christ who did this to make you meet us and come to us. I'm like, "Listen, here it is. Pull over. Let me get the car door." She's like, "Oh, I just called home and they're ready to have a cot for you." And I'm like, "Listen, if I ain't sleeping with you in that fucking cot, I ain't going." She just looked at me like, "What?" It was Oklahoma, Nebraska. She's like, "What?" "Bitch, listen, if it's not you in that sack next to Uncle Joe, hang out with no dirty fucking Christians, so get your shit together." She got back in the car with a no bra. I think she was like a pigeon. Like she would just drive and pick people up. Like they said, "You go out and find it." Yeah, like go out there and find the congregation first. And she was going out there with no bra. She was a good looking girl with no bra. Like, you know, those girls that like have no bra, but the thing keeps falling and the tail half pop up. And you're like, "Come on, get it together." You know, something might think of that. You know, you walk around with a half a fucking gun out. The movie I wanted to talk to you guys about is one of my all-time favorite movies. Somebody tweeted it to me the other day that I just watched it. I'm like, "Great idea." And 2 days later, it was Charles Bronson's goddamn birthday. So one of my all-time favorite movies is a movie called Once Upon a Time in the West with Sergio Leone. Sergio Leone directed the whole Dollar trilogy, for $50 more for $50. And he did a movie called The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. He also did Once Upon a Time in America with Treat Motherfucking Williams. If you get a chance to watch that movie, that's a badass movie. Once Upon a Time in America, Treat Williams, Robert De Niro, fucking full blast movie. It's a 5-hour movie about Jewish gangsters. Did you know that? Oh, it's about Jew fucking gangsters. That was De Niro's character. Just amazing. And he's playing like a Maya Lansky. He goes to Israel. They give you the keys. I mean, it's a very important. In fact, go and find the trailer. Let's play Once Upon a Time in the West. Sergio Leone wanted to work with Charles Bronson, of course, and he offered him the ugly, the bad, the ugly. Charles Bronson's like, "I don't want to play the fucking ugly. Fuck you, bitch." So what he did was he offered him Once Upon a Time in the West. He plays harmonica man. He called him harmonica. And beauty of
this movie for you young guys. Listen, I tell you about these movies, and you're gonna call me back and hit me back. I'm gonna go Joey. I watched Once Upon a Time in the West. I'm gonna shot myself. Sergio Leone is a very precise director. He takes his time. He shows you everything visually, no explosions. There's no cool music in the background.
Officials in LA are working to keep renters from being evicted for not being able to repay rent owed during the pandemic. The Apartment Association of Greater LA People says he owns 6 rental units, and still works a full-time job to support his family. All those have another project as that costs that make up for the deficits that were made into the tenants were paying their rent for 3 years. Councilwoman Rabbi says most people can't afford to pay 18 months of that rent by August 1st. Officials say they would use an eviction defense program to help people get out. Being brought to you by Burner's Hero, the LA County Assessor says the 2023 assessment roll has increased by 5.91% over last year. So that means 13 years of continuous growth. The assessment roll's growth will put about $20 billion in property taxes towards funding public education, first responders and healthcare workers, and other tax services. The assessor establishes value of all taxable property in LA County. Those values are placed on the assessment roll. The FBI is trying to track down 5 fugitives charged with stealing money from EBT cards in Southern California. Investigators say the group knew when money would get loaded up in the cards and would steal money as it came in. The men are accused of installing skimming devices on ATMs and cash registers from LA down to San Diego. Cameras were also allegedly installed on ATMs to record people getting their pins in. Investigators are asking anyone with information on the group to come forward. 2 people linked to the case have been arrested and are awaiting trial. With Troy, News. A cook has been shot to death following an event at the Wilmington Recreation Center in LA's harbor area. LAPD Captain Keith Green says the man was walking home from the park last night when he was confronted. He was approached and suspects inquired for outside. The event at the park was about violence in communities impacted by gangs. Witnesses told police they saw 2 men in the wake of the shooting. A measure of consumer prices monitored by the Federal Reserve fell last month to its lowest level since March 2021. Prices rose to 3% in June compared to 12 months before that. That's down from a 3.8% annual increase in May. That target range is 4%. The Commerce Department says the country's GDP rose 2.4% in the second quarter. It's slightly up from 2% earlier this year. ABC's Rick Johnson says Taylor Swift and Beyonce might be behind the increased summer spending. Not only are people shelling out big money for tickets to see their shows and other performances, but cities from Philadelphia to Chicago are reporting hotels filling up and abundant tourism. One research group estimates Taylor Swift's U.S. portion of her tour will generate $5 billion. Swift is performing in SoFi next week. Beyonce will perform there in September. American Airlines has agreed to raise its pilot contract for more than $1 billion. The airline said last week the total offer reaches about $9 billion in incremental compensation and benefits. It will also include a pay raise and ratification bonus for pilots. The carrier and the pilots union announcing an agreement providing raises of up to 40% selling more Yeezy sneakers and cutting ties with rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. The sportswear brand based in Germany will track some of the unsold shoes and then will donate profits to groups fighting anti-Semitism. The online sale starts Wednesday. The Adidas cut ties with Ye in October when he made anti-Semitic and other offensive comments. Adidas now has $1.3 billion worth of unsold Yeezy. Southland weather from Game 5. Some clouds overnight and tomorrow morning, then sunny and hot again. Highs to the mid-80s at the coast, low 90s for Metro LA and inland OC, so a couple degrees cooler than today. Up to 104 in the valleys, 106 for the IE and Antelope Valley. Couple degrees cooler Sunday and Monday, then temps will be about 10 degrees cooler by midweek with highs to 77 in Orange, 71 Manhattan Beach, 75 in Cerritos, 91 in Haven Country. The KFI financial report is sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished the day up 177 points. The Nasdaq added 257, and the S&P 500 gained 45. Don't wait. That's my work compensation after an accident. Talk to Jacoby Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. That crash in Irwindale on 210.
Last week, just before the 6:05 was through, the carpool lane switched and escaped away from Huntington Drive, so watch it going into approach. And if you're in Anaheim, 57 northbound at the 91 stall car that's stuck in the right lane, that's probably slowing from Lincoln. And it's making it eastbound on the 60, that's right in Chino, just before Mountain Avenue, a crash there, blocking the carpool lane, causing the jammed up drive reservoir. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. And Pedro Moreno. Every day, it's thousands of tiny little germs, allergens, and viruses. Those are these invisible invaders making your nose impossible. Flush them out. Here's the problem. I'm Mark Cook, and there's the device to make your nose easy. Device uses powered suction, which will stay in one nostril around the back of the nose and out the other nostril, helping flush out everything that makes you miserable. Your ordinary use device to be better sure of you will help you work deep. A verified device user who writes, I've had trouble with my sinuses for decades. I always thought something like this would be different, but 1 year and I am hooked. I should have won this a long time ago. The results are immediate and incredible. If you suffer from sinus congestion, allergies, or snoring, the device is the safe, drug-free solution. Then what do you do? Device is warm, CVS, right? Target, device now. Device, and the good coach you know help you out.
Your safety is the only thing that matters. Introducing Trailers 7 Lifeguard Protection, only from Simple Safety Security. Now, monitoring engines can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor cameras to help stop drugs in real time and for fast police responses. Get 20% off any subscription with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced Security, 20% protection monitoring for less than $1 a day. Simply Safe, blame the safety.
Sure, AM radio remains in cars because when cell and internet services are down, this free emergency service is your only lifeline. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM for Every Vehicle Act. Data and messaging rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and the station. More stimulating time.
Radio station.
$40 million are up for grabs. It's tonight's Mega Millions jackpot drawing. KFI AM 640. It's later with Mo Technical Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You have until 7:45 p.m. to purchase your tickets. The first event I could ever see these strip. Big Millions, Super Lotto, Powerball, they're all the same to me. Just look at my ticket, I'll see how many, and I'll tell you. But I don't know which switch, okay? Mega Millions, their drawings are 2 Thursdays and Fridays. Super Lotto Fest, Wednesday and Saturday. Powerball, Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. So basically, you know, if you want to buy some lottery tickets, that has nothing to do with like the fantasy 584, which is the minor games. But yeah, as far as the big lotto games, you can always buy one of those just about every day except Thursday. That's I guess one of those don't sell lots. Oh, yeah, you can't win on Friday. Yeah, I like that too. I don't know that, honestly. I couldn't tell you. I actually had to look for all this stuff. But time is running out. If you want to buy some Mega Millions tickets, 940 million, as I said, plus the grabs, and the prize of the cash value of 472.5 million. And I tell you this all the time. I'm taking a lump sum payment. Let's say there's a lump sum payment about 472 million. So take that 472 million. Let's say put half of it in various accounts. And the other half are left just interest. That's interest like my lump sum payment every year. So I don't have to worry about risking it, spending it all, wasting it all, blowing it all. That means nothing. I've thought about it since I was so that. Yeah.
Isn't that funny how we often think about it? Like, and when it gets up there, I find it interesting that people start to talk about, what would you do? What would you do? What would you do?
I don't know what I would do first, but I know what I would do second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh. In other words, I don't have an initial purchase, but I know what I would do. Grants and things. I would love to like make annual donations to colleges and universities and causes. I would love to be the like Mackenzie Bezos, I don't know what her name is now because she's twice divorced, but I would like to be that person just handing out money like Santa Claus here, there, and everywhere. Name a building after me, something like that. But that having material items, not that I'm like a monk or anything, but that just doesn't really appeal to me as much as being able to, change other people's lives and station stuff.
Well, they have a funny little Maserati.
I would really want a Maserati, so thank you. Seriously, no, I'm being serious. Maserati, that's typically a two-seater truck body. So thanks for that two-seater truck body.
I want to hear you about that.
Thank you. Yeah, okay. I'll take that. I can use that. Something like with having a Maserati, a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, yeah, sports car. I got that out of my system. But that time my life is over and I'm okay with it. Even if I could afford a Ferrari, when I like Ferraris, I would want to actually buy one. That's big reference of a day. You know, like a car in my garage, day-to-day basis. That's just not what I am. Plus, a Ferrari seems like we all have lots of yeah, honestly. And for me, it's all about function. But as I was teasing to tell you on the show tonight, we have this huge announcement before we go to break. We have a huge announcement. It's going to change the way that this show sounds. No, we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. But maybe you might have heard in the grapevine or some other person might have said something to you earlier in the day. There's going to be some changes around here in AFI. And it would not be my place to tell people about this great news. And I always tell people, especially people I work with, their success is my success or our success. And I think we should all be able to celebrate other people's successes. So with that, I want to turn the show over to any key. Yes, bit of news for me.
This is my last show with Later with Mojo, at least officially. Starting Monday, I'll be hosting Wake Up Call from 5 to 6 a.m.
Yes.
And then we'll be joining Bill Handel and his newsmaker, what you've done now.
Maybe you'd like say something that you would be having to mornings and
Yes, I did because I did mornings for right when I start in radio. I jumped in the mornings and that's what I always did. And then I said I would never do mornings again.
even before we started this journey, I said, hey, you laugh with me, laugh with me, let's turn this into fun. I know, breathe in the laugh. But this is a collapsive record. And I remember there was a time we were talking about doing days on it, and I said, hey, just go ahead and lock in yourself, lock in, lock out. I didn't mean to say that. And at first you were apprehensive, but then you started really, really setting down on the segment. And I personally believe it was step which led to this next moment.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Thank you, Michael.
Thank me. Thank Stephanie, because he was the one who decided not to, undermine me like just me. He could have undermined me.
That's true. That's true.
See all the problems we had with Stephanie earlier on in the show? I mean, he just refused to give anyone a ring shot. He didn't do that to you guys. He never got in your way. He was right there with the ring shot.
This show has been so fun. I love radio. I always have loved radio. I love working at TFI, but I will tell you, working on this show has made it fun. So thanks for that. I'm thrilled to be going to the morning show. I'm thrilled to be doing Wake Up Call. Can't wait to start the day with you guys. But
Well, I said this to you privately, now I'm going to say it publicly. You are always welcome to come back and sit in with us at any time if you want to keep things fun for old time's sake in the future.
there's a lot of rich shows that I haven't talked about yet.
There are a lot, and you have a lot to talk about tonight as well. We're going to have some fun. I'm going to set the party up and come back and have some cooler split, an earthquake update. We're going to real because it's not an earth step of mine. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. This way we're going to get my news. Like everybody, I know you know I'm over. You get my 24-hour news.
Authorities allege he is associated with a racially motivated violent extremist group has been charged with several drug and ammo charges following a search of his home in Reseda. FBI, DEA, and LAPD found 3D printers, ammo, and weapons parts at home yesterday. A federal judge has stopped Montana's ban on drag performances along passed by Montana's legislature. 100 schools across the operation hosting drag story hour and bans drag performances in public or among minors. The judge cited with nearly a dozen plaintiffs who challenged the law for being too broad and ambiguously worded. Barbie is expected to kill it at box office again this weekend and is projected to cross the $700 million mark worldwide by Sunday. It will explore Warner Brothers' biggest week box office ever, taking over $578 million. Sunny and hot tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s, the beach is 90s at 106 inland. This report brought to you by Dell Technology. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. South LA on 110.
That's heading northbound just before Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. It's in a week of right lane DOT traffic stacking up right at 51st Street. And good news, you can east them in Irwindale before the 605 arrest area has been cleared out of the parking lane. The driver is recovering from Huntington Drive. And as you make your way on 15 heading northbound, stretch delays in the Huntsville close to 215. That's dangerous until you get to about 138. KFI in the sky helps get you that faster. From Pedro Moreno.
Now we're going to do it one half the week. Dell Technologies and Intel are pushing what technology can do. So great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now. This report is sponsored by Audible. Those cameras and listen. Look at all that. Listen to the biggest selection of unlimited things. When hope is the question, it is hope that the answer.
Because hope isn't just wishing for a cure. It's the most week was a historic year for the Dodgers. Tommy Lasorda picked the team to a legendary World Series win against the Oakland A's Tuesday, August 1st. The Dodgers versus Athletics on Tommy Lasorda World Series ring night, presented by Security Benefits with the Dodgers.com/promotion.
You have coins, jewelry, or precious metals, and are looking to sell for top dollar? Joe Regionalba, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Canada Investment and they offered me over $6,000. That's what absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions of collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I'm Vera.
She spent the last 10 years building and working in the largest companies in the world. We're working with some remarkable people, not miscellaneous.
Well, I see the people of Branson. I grew up exactly like them, and I think that transcends culture.
Check out the Outfit Zero Show. That is ViralRabbi and FRIRUM Show.
Listen to the Outfit Zero Show on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. To have this interview, it looks like a steak to me. Look at it inside on steak. I expected actually to take that to a We're right into the fun now. The Four for Four with Neil Sedago tomorrow afternoon at 2 on KFR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and Taylor Swift has been a huge news over the past, I would say, having to do with Ticketmaster prices.
I smell like Charlotte and Rudy. That is the Woods.
What would probably turn out to be the
The cousin,
financially successful
how you know, could be a big thing. I smell like Charlotte and Rudy. The Rothschild could be. Allegedly. Could be big. I smell like Charlotte and Rudy. In the beginning, click on Wall Street. You'll fucking Rothschild then for this record being at police. And here and there. Go fucking University Center. Okay. University motherfucking Rothschild was Michigan Center. Multiple spreads, right? So anyone knows anybody can be Michigan Center. Multiple spreads, right? Gotta put my addresses.
the invocation of that big star's name usually generates news coverage in and of itself. So if you were to say Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift took my girlfriend, Taylor Swift took my boyfriend, whatever, that would be a way of getting into the news, but it's actually about Taylor Swift. If you're using Taylor Swift's name, context to get news coverage. That's what I think is happening when I read that hotel workers union that asked Taylor Swift to postpone her 6 LA area shows, which are upcoming. Now, this labor union represents thousands of hotel housekeepers here in Southern California, and they've written an open letter. They published it for everyone to see in the LA Times yesterday to make a request of Taylor Swift not to perform in LA. Now, I don't know exactly how her not performing is connected to hotel workers. I don't know exactly, but I'll read you just a portion of the letter. Quote, we make beds, clean bathrooms, and take care of every guest need. Your shows make our hotels a lot of money. In Los Angeles, hotels are doubling and tripling what they charge because you are pricey. They also add junk fees on rooms, just like Ticketmaster does. But we see none of it. So, yes, and I would say, generally, that's true. We have a businesses and hotels they want gallons to shut it out. Pay like $15 for a selfie, and the hotel wants it 2 or 3 times your annual cost. That's not unusual, and that is not luxury. You're luxury in this level. But Taylor Swift has absolutely nothing to do with the film industry. And I don't know if it's a question about most movies and cancel TV shows. There's some TV shows there's movies that are popular. There's movies that are as successful as Trump did in successful too. Shows that were a hit show that are movies that started making millions of dollars each. Those are not movies yet. Not to mention how they had this movie thought about all of the people who will be out of work over the course of those 6 shows. That's a lot of people that were out of work. Security, hospitality, ushers, the parking attendants. There's a lot of people that are employed. They're not thinking about their job. No, they are not thinking about their job. And I'm just saying, like, what you want to invoke Taylor Swift's name, and obviously it gets in the LA Times because they published a letter, because that letter doesn't mean anything unless you put Taylor Swift's name attached to it. We're not talking about the KFI unless you have Taylor Swift's name attached to it. It's an unreasonable, ridiculous request. The issues are legitimate, but this request is not. It's a distinction that you make. And you want Taylor Swift to basically violate her contract if she were to take a citizen. She would be in violation of her contract. She would be sued immediately. There would be billions of dollars lost just for backing out of the concert at the last second for a reason other than an act of God. You just can't cancel concerts like that because you have a moment of I don't know, lucidity or something of consciousness. That's why they have contracts to protect against artists doing just that for any other reason. Taylor Swift said, I'm not feeling good. I feel bad. I don't want to perform this week. You can get against stuff like that because artists are a fickle bunch. Yeah. Now they have this ironclad agreements to make sure that any artist doesn't just, quit at the last second or postpone shows or cancel shows without a very good reason. This has nothing to do with that. Taylor Swift has nothing to do with the actual hotel workers. They're legitimate and claims and concerns. They are legitimate. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm saying that this is fabrication because you're throwing Taylor Swift into a situation where she's not. She has zero connection. She has nothing to do with the hotel workers. She has nothing to do with what Ticketmaster charges. That was an issue. She has nothing to do with hotels charge. It's all that political media complain about the cost of the subway sandwiches and food. With the silver line, because that's what the cost of is that she's kind of perform. It's the same thing. Yeah, she's one of the biggest pets in the world. Yeah, capitalism, people take advantage of that. Unfairly so. Yes, they are gouging. Yes, there are probably fees that are put into the hotel fees that you're not getting. Yes, all of that may be true. That's a legitimate nature. But none of that has to do anything with Taylor Swift. Absolutely. The most important factor of Taylor Swift's coverage all day, and that is the fact that her show has been reported by scientists as causing side effects, and that is something we need to be very clear on evidence. Now, her show in Seattle, it created actual viral activity. Yes, 2.3. What do we say about, here in LA, the show was much bigger, meaning a bigger spike, 2.8, 2.9, maybe 3.3. Basically, I think, look, just let chatbot or fakebot have the last word. First show in LA, we'll see what it registers. Look, it's more consequential than self-fireworks in my neighborhood. Than the people clapping and shaking at SoFi Stadium, especially as the jumping up and down. Yeah, okay, and thousands of people of field RIP. Maybe I'll feel like, was there a train spot? 2.3. You know what 2.3 feels like? You know, you team, Junior Bull Riders taking away the 2 right lanes for the delays coming away from Manchester. They groomed the one of them southbound, stopping with traffic in Hollywood, and get onto the boulevard. Now stay slow until you get to the 110. Nancy Whitney's on the 134 eastbound. They blend out right at the 2. An earlier right there, so get out of the middle lane. Stopping is recovering from the 5. KFI, the Try helps get you there faster. On Vegas Moreno. Get your tickets now. For our 2023 Iron Radio Music Festival. Arena here in Las Vegas. September 22nd and 23rd. Streaming live only on Hulu. Iron Radio Music Festival. Any time of your life is all your morning now. Or when you visit any ATM or more destination nationwide. Dial stay, play, and earn on all spins. Details at MGMAwards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states.
Over a century, AM radio has evolved to meet the needs of our community, and today, more than 8 million listeners depend on AM radio each month. It's also the backbone of the emergency alert system, keeping us safe in dangerous times. And even when Congress would ensure this free, reliable service remains uncovered. Text AM to 52886 and tell Congress to support the AM for Every Vehicle Act. Data and messaging rates more time to manage the best message of the month. Stop. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and the station.
Answer car accident victims to Sweet K. Injured motorcycle and truck accident victims to Sweet K. Dog bite victims to Sweet K. If you're hurt in an accident, see the attorneys at Sweet K. They will help you get the medical care you need and the money you deserve. You pay nothing. Until they win, there's a reason they've been awarded best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, call the firm. Thousands of injured victims trust. Call Sweet K at 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, or sweetmac.com. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Schedule a home for a safety check for just $77 with Runner Hero Tony and Ann. Your mistake of my mind. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Join us on July 29th as the Dodgers take on the Cincinnati Reds as we celebrate this legend of Dodger baseball.
So simple, Stevie Wonder can use it. Just take photographs of Dennis Arjun.
Okay, parents, let's talk right.
Rachel Diallo told the New York Post that lynching is very similar to the breadcrumbing trend. I hope you like them. You just don't like them enough to prioritize them. That's a booty call by any other name. Don't tell me that you just invented booty calls in 2023. Well, people are now upset about being a booty call. Look, okay, can I be honest with you? Back when I was like close friends, there would be someone I was dating, and there would be someone who I was calling. It's not the same thing. And on a Friday night like tonight, I'll be sitting there and saying like, and you go through the list. And there are people that you really want to spend time with, and there are people that you like to spend just a little bit of time with, maybe 12 p.m. 12 a.m. to 12:45 a.m. And that's all. And it was understood. For example, everyone's now that
Y'all ready for more drama? Here's the Dumb Wrestling League. It's gonna be one hell of a ride. See you. Practice.
what are you doing? In other words, you want to come over, are you? It's one of the two. And if someone is hitting you with a WYT at 11:45 at night, just know you're on the bench. It's not novel. It's not new. I don't think it's even disrespectful. Because the first time it might have caught you off guard. The second time, you know full damn well that you're not on the starting five. Yeah, that's true. I would stop. And if you want to get mad and say, oh my gosh, you're so disrespectful, I'm going to beat your parents. Well, you should have known you were going to leave my parents and go to the right. That's a big difference. And it pains me to have to let all of you know the real truth about me. It's not me. You can't be held junior at now. Feels the same back in 1985 when I started Gigolo. You got a break? Well, way back then, when I was doing that stuff, I would never do it now. But when I was Gigolo, there was an understanding. Even before we had text messages and cell phones and things like that, you had this communication where you weren't trying to spend quality time. You weren't trying to meet each other's parents. That wasn't a part of it. But it was a mutual understanding. Now, if you're a lot of someone, it's something long, it will not last long. But usually, like, hurt you, you have different experience for them. You kind of know who's open to accept why you can do it. If you have established their roster correctly, you have true trusters, build leaders correctly. And yes, you have a strong bench, and you have NASCAR 5, and you are ready to go. You're Jackie White. He knows exactly who the front guard is, who can hit that shot. It's not new. And I was similar to what I was done today. Yeah, I kind of know. It's like, okay, I've been working you all week. You text me rather late on a Friday night. I got it. I may not be the first WIP because a lot of times it's predicated on response quickest. I get it. And I don't take personal offense to that. For me, I just look at it like, hey, it's nice to know something. Yeah, I was not mad at you on the last one. And I know I have often heard that, coach, you always play for a good play. You are my starting players. You did it this year. Look, I'll say this. There was a time in which I knew I was on the bench, and I told myself to start talking. Because when a coach puts you in, you got to be ready. Okay? And when you get in the game, you got to make the most of your opportunity and take to the not into the basket. And you have an outlet. So you can't help it. That's right. You can't.
Too many sports metaphors, guys.
It's called benching. That's right. That's the whole thing.
Football and basketball.
What's the whole dating idea that people have set about? It is literally a sports analogy. Yeah, it's predicated on my Spotify's out of town, or the Disney, whatever. Anything like, well, what's so-and-so doing? WYT. What? And all of a sudden, if you type it in today's world, in the back of the day, it could be WYT, you could text it. Yeah, codes and yeah, and that was a way to communicate in a clandestine way too, because he may be in somebody's house at that time, and that's how the game sometimes works out. And you have to keep your ego in check. But if you go back all the way, you've never done a WYT. I was just confused. But I go back to that for a minute. It's just look up to the sky and stop. Stephanie already knows. But that's it. And I don't see why people get upset about something that just been connected.
She's better. She's beautiful. She breathes me. You're handsome. But she's better. Just look at it. There's a universe. And same brother, same brother. Yeah, like sisters. Baby, I got beautiful favorites. Congratulations. Look, I feel you. I love her. I agree with you. She is. I'm not going to look at you. No, here, brother. Yeah. Shit. Beautiful. She breathes me. You're handsome. But she's better. She's better. There's look at it. There's a universe. And same brother, same brother. Yeah, like sisters. Baby, I got beautiful favorites. I can't imagine how many younger siblings are in wheelchairs because of guns. And proudly in wheelchairs too. Thanks, brother. Let me get some live session. Thanks, brother. I remember once wrestling and when I knew I needed pads because I was a younger brother, dude, and we were gonna get it. Now I can't imagine.
Expedient. When you first realize your dad is really that dude. First 2 years.
The podcast outlines the good constant story of the Robin Hood of Greece. Follow this mystic girl from Athens to Mountain Hideout and discover how the bank robbers journey into the forest and storm the hospital. Listen to Outlaws
I'm a girl gone wild, boy. I'm a boy gone wild.
Hey. Yeah, I gotta watch it. What's going on in the world?
They're college girls and they're wild. They've gone wild. They've gone wild. We gotta have it.
Okay.
I can't have it sent to my house.
Okay, I have to tell a quick story about this. So, I was a teller at a financial institution when I was 18. And, like, without a doubt, this would happen every month or two. That some man would come in really pissed off about his account. And he'd be like, okay, sir. And he'd be like, every single time it was a guy. That one time it's a girl. And they'd come in really pissed off. And they'd be like, I want to see my transaction history. I'd be like, okay, sir. And you'd send it to them, and they're like, what's this? And it's like, I don't know what you're referencing. But what is this right here? GGW. GGW? I don't know. They're like, GGW keeps getting taken out of my account once a month for $19.95. And it's like, I don't know what GGW is. Well, it turns out if you bought one of these Girls Gone Wild videos, that it wasn't like you just bought one. You were in like some kind of monthly subscription. And it turned out that all these guys were like had bought Girls Gone Wild, and they were coming to the bank like openly admitting it and not knowing it. So they'd be like, I want to talk to the supervisor. Okay, so you go get the supervisor. And the supervisor knew because so many people had done it. They're like, JW, might have been for a tape. And they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Okay, no, it's fine. And then they'd be like, okay.
Okay, good. My office. Yeah, I'll let her on the phone. Okay, bye.
You need to do a Where Are They Now? It's like, yeah, I showed my tits back in 2000. I was on the commercial.
What are we doing about the piss mark in the backyard? I thought you were supposed to be taking care of that.
Jeff's got this Indian guy. They're wandering bear. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna see Jeff tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And while we're here, have you noticed that we had sex?
Sure, I'm watching this thing about hippos.
This is the longest we've gone since we've been married.
You had the dog, right?
I know, and it was a while ago. It's better, isn't it?
You're
So we use condoms or something.
Okay, I'm so embarrassed to buy. I'm not good at it.
Why don't we do this? I'll call and make an appointment for you. And then we don't have to worry about this any longer.
Okay, fine.
No, but
I'm not good at it.
why don't we do this? I'll call and make an I know, that was a while ago. It's better, isn't it?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to do it.
So we use condoms or something.
Okay, I'm so embarrassed to buy. I'm not good at it.
I know, that was a while ago. It's better, isn't it?
Yeah, but you wouldn't have to do it.
So we use condoms or something.
Okay, I'm so embarrassed to buy. I'm not good at it.
Why don't we do this? I'll call and make an appointment for you. And then we don't have to worry about this any longer.
Okay, fine.
No, but I want you to
I'll get the
gun.
condom. We'll get the condom.
So have you seen my phone pilot?
It's not in here. It's downstairs. I think it's downstairs.
Everyone's talking about it.
Yes, I was thinking about ordering the tape, videotape. About the college girls and wildness. They went wild or something. Somebody told me about the wild.
I can't believe it, Larry. I can't believe it.
Okay.
Marvin, I broke it. Man, I can't believe it.
Yo, dog.
Larry, I can't believe it. I can't see it.
Summer Rabbi.
I just don't understand, Larry. I don't understand why it happened. Everything was going so well. You know, I thought we were going to maybe get married. I didn't see this coming at all. How can things be going so well one day and then a trip, and then the next day it's over?
Well, there's a hell of a hand, you know. How do they get the essence of orange like that? It's amazing. Just with chemicals. Well, I need you to get some cash for me, and I got a phone. I need some freeze on. Get some Mentos. Fill up my car. It's good, fresh breath stuff. A lot of freshness. Just reach into the well and have unlimited breath supply.
I would think you're shitty, but
Okay, so lie and then get some treats for her. Girls Gone Wild, Larry.
Hey, what are you doing opening my mail?
I thought it was my name. I ordered a Pilates video.
Well, look, it says Larry David on it.
Well, I was a little distracted.
Anyway, it's not for me. Jeff.
Jeff,
Yeah.
come on. Girls Gone Wild? Do you know
It's
how...
supposed to be college girls gone wild.
Oh, college Girls Gone Wild. That's even better. They're younger. Crazy
College
girls.
gone wild.
Do you know what that does to women?
Terrible. I agree with you. It's terrible.
Do Jeff a favor and throw that away.
I intend to talk to you.
Good, Larry.
What the hell does he need this stuff? Hey.
Gotcha what you need. Everlast Commons, my friend.
Hey.
The best in the business.
Really? Oh, thank you.
Those babies, you're never going to stop.
Never gonna stop.
Never going to stop.
Well, I want to come and get it over with.
Not Everlast.
Yeah. How long do you think I want to do that for?
I don't know. All night long, I would guess.
Boring. Come on.
Fucking's boring.
It doesn't get boring after a while. It's bored. It's enough. In and out. These things, by the way, really good as well.
Why, just roll
Can't
out?
get them on.
Come on, they could
You got to get them on some fast, you know.
Who's timing you? They make you a different kind of man.
They really make you like last, ever last.
All night long.
Well, thank you for getting me. I'm too embarrassed to tell you the Hey, remember that Indian you were telling me about?
Yeah, Wandering Bear.
I need his number.
I'll be glad to give it to you.
Okay.
But don't say you got it from me. He's pissed off at me. Really? Susie doesn't want me to pay him because he went $200 over the estimate.
But it's an estimate.
It's an estimate. Hey, what's going on with your gal down the hall there? She's crying.
First of all, boyfriend. Frankly, I'd like to do the same.
Why don't you fire her?
I can't.
Why?
Because she knows everything about me. She knows my dietary habits. She knows about all my web of lies and bullshit and deceit. She knows more about me than Cheryl does.
You can't fire her.
She's destroyed.
You're trapped.
I'm trapped for life. She doesn't want to do anything else. This is it.
Oh, dear God, you're trapped.
You know what else she knows? She knows about this.
Oh, man, I can't. Wow, college girls gone wild. You know what? We can go to my house and watch it.
Oh, yeah, well, if I can autofocus.
Autofocus party. I got the big screen. I'm watching.
What's great, man? You're gonna do?
I'm not great.
Oh, great.
You know, you can check.
I'll be willing to go.
You can go to the free time.
It's the hottest girls going wild video ever.
I struggle with these glasses. I got these bifocals. Stupid, and I can't get used to them.
Just watch.
You know what? I want to go to the car and get my other glasses, okay?
Go ahead.
All right, so just pause it. I'll be back in 2 seconds. No, I'm not going to pause. You're not going to
I'm not a
pause.
pauser. I don't like pausing.
It's not being very fair.
Fine.
Hurry up!
Ready?
Yeah, that's all right.
Oscar!
If you stop me up, if you stop me up, I'll never stop. If you stop me up, if you stop me up, I'll never stop. I've been running hot. Up on my top. If you stop me up, if you stop me up, I'll never stop. Never stop, never stop, never stop. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. They're love hard. They're gasoline. I'll make a smooth out like a rain. I'll get up. I can't compete. I'm not trying to get all the heat.
Put the video in, watch it. The whole time my mom would ask me, watch the video and keep an eye on it at the same time.
I'm not saying don't take it to the back. You need to.
Watch the video and monitor.
Video and monitor. That's it.
Hey, let's get him in the car. Come on. Hey, come on. Let's not tell anyone about this. Anyone. Yeah, he knows about it. He seems okay.
Seems fine.
Well, is it my imagination?
No, he seems fine.
He seems okay.
Yeah. I got this guy. I don't even think I hit him. I don't think you hit him either. I did not hit that dog. You did not hit that dog. Let's make a bet right now. If we don't get anything wrong while we're watching this tape, we're going to stop the tape and take a look at that. Immediately. Let's go. See, it pays to lay off that sex for a while. You know, it kind of reminds me of when Mel was injured in 63. He's out for about 2 months. Comes back, first at bat. Out of the park, home run. Huh? It's kind of similar. What?
There's something really strange here.
Start it up. You make a grown man cry. Don't make a grown man cry. Don't make a grown man cry. You're so late. Not over to and every place is a man say. It's love you. Never, I got it out. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. Love it the way I double speed. I make you feel that you never say.
You didn't tell me you didn't know how to put it on, Larry.
Yeah,
I didn't even put it on inside out.
Stop me out.
Hello?
Never stop. Never stop.
What? Now show him this whole number of China. Don't you know how to put a rubber on? It's dark in the room. I can't stop looking at the package and reading instructions. How'd you get that back? I knew there was something uncomfortable about it. It's really squeezing the life out of it. They're designed to go the other way. Never heard of this before? What? Number China? We got bigger problems than number China. What? Oscar is not good. It's just a large stars. And it's large like master. That's like making a something.
Nick, tell your opinion.
Sushi and someone's home now. Listen. Sushi's got I'm sorry about your Jen.
You got it. Never. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. You make a grown man cry. And you can win. I double speed. I give you places that you never seen. Yeah. Stop me out. No, never, stop me out. You make a grown man cry. Yeah. You make a dead man come. Yeah. You make a dead man come.
like some people are very specific.
Oh, yeah.
I can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction because I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm driving in my car and a man comes on the radio and telling me more and more about some useless information that's supposed to drive my imagination. I can't get no. No. Hey. That's what I say. I can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no satisfaction because I try and I try.
Hey, by the way,
Push perhaps.
Remember for a young man. What? You're right about that. It's 4. Right, 5 was coming in today. 4:30. So again, I'll pick up at 4:30.
Because I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm watching my TV and a man comes on and tells me how white my shirts can be, but he can't be a man because he doesn't smoke the same cigarettes as me. I can't get no. No.
He's gonna get hit by a car.
Hey.
Who's gonna leave the door open?
That's what I say.
Jeff, did you leave the door open?
I can't get
I'm not saying you did it on purpose. Maybe you wanted to get something from his car.
You know what? Maybe you tried to strangle him.
I
Something else happened.
can't
You
get
weren't
no reaction because I try and I try and I try and I try. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm talking around the world and I'm doing this and I'm finding that and I'm trying to meet some girl who tells me, baby, better come back maybe next week because you see.
Oh, I'm sure I just wanted to see you. That's it. At least the rest are going to take care of the job. Hey, hungry bear. Might not be such a good idea to ask my wife how much I do. I don't know how it is with American Indians, but the Jew generally doesn't ask other men's wives about their vagina. It's a custom. Well, if you take a vagina like that, doctor, you will not only touch the vagina. Good point. Anyway, it's really working out. She's feeling a lot better. Thanks again.
I can get no satisfaction. I can get no girly action. Cause I tried, and I tried, and I tried, and I tried. I can't get no. I can't get no. When I'm riding around the world, and I'm doing this, and I'm trying to meet some girl. Because maybe better come back, maybe next week. Cause you see, I'm on a losing streak. I can't get no.
Or maybe I will. That your mom's freaking bailing.
No.
How about that?
That's not
Dr. Cheryl's
Hey.
about college girls gone wild.
That's what I say.
College girls gone wild, Cheryl. It's hot. You know what? Everybody's gonna know every lie, every deceit, every half truth. You have never told Mr. 8 years of service.
Come on, all right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. If you can't quit, come on. I'm sorry.
Larry.
No satisfaction.
She quit.
No
She quit. She
satisfaction.
exposed me to the world. She said she's going to tell everybody about all my lies, my deceit. And, I've said terrible things about so many people. And you and Jeff and Susie and Louis, everybody I know. And, oh, did I say you?
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean you. No, the others. The others, not you. But the point is that I'm going to be groomed. You understand? I'm going to have to move.
Why was she so upset?
I don't know. I yelled at her a little bit. She was supposed to do some stuff for me, but she didn't do it.
I'm sure she'll be fine when she...
Well, she's not going to be fine. She hasn't been fine since she broke up with her boyfriend. That's the whole problem. So, if I can get those two back together... Just talk to her boyfriend. Bring it on.
That'll take a whiz.
Hey, Mark.
Hi, Larry.
I came to see you.
Sit down.
Yeah, sure. So, I wanted to talk to you about Antoinette.
Yeah, that's a tough situation.
See what happened? You guys, he was such a great couple.
Yeah, she's a great gal. She really is. I love her. Yeah,
What are you breaking up with her for?
it's that's what she said.
It's a tradition of America.
Larry, that's not it. It's not it. Speaking. I'm finished. Every last condom. We used condoms before.
I haven't used this one. All night. Just got one little word of advice for you. Don't wear it inside out.
Thanks, Larry.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, bring my jacket over here.
How's Oscar?
He's not good, Larry. He's not good. He's the same. He hasn't gotten any better, and I know you did something. I didn't forget. Yeah, good. Go.
Oh. Wandering bear.
No, I don't want him in the house.
Hey, hello. Don't you collect my money?
You know what? Wandering Elf, whatever the fuck your name is, you were paid already, okay?
Talk like that. You're a better person. No, she's not.
We paid you. That was it. I'd like you out of my house.
I need to be paid for that, please.
You don't get out of my house, I'm gonna get my dog. All right?
Susie, come on.
Oscar?
Susie, come on.
Oscar!
Please don't do that.
See this? He's useless. He's useless. You see what you did to him? He's useless. This used to be a watchdog.
Hey, take a look at it.
Fine. Go ahead.
I feel so stupid for this like Shabbos. Just getting you live. My mother was like, you live. That woman live. Don't worry. She's not overthinking. You're the king of overthinking. You're the king of oversharing and overthinking.
Why have you married this man? What the schmuck? Shlomo! What is taking you so long? Oh my God! What the hell are you doing? Get out here! You are such a schmuck. Can't you do anything right? Is it so hard to keep this with that?
Thanks. Sorry about that. That was okay. How are you, Anna?
Oh, I've just never been better.
So what could I do for you, my friend? Well, got a little suit here. Needs some cleaning. My wife and I vows 10 years. Oh, yeah.
Is that you making a better?
No, she's the most beautiful.
Pretty fit, well. Why you stay so fit? What you do?
Run away from hoodlums. Gives you shit. So what do you think? You get this done for me for tomorrow?
You can have a better life there.
So, do you care anything?
I know. You know.
Ready. It's okay. What? Can I be the new character? I think I can do it. Can you do it? I think I could. So, okay. I'm all ready for Saturday. I want to thank you for doing this. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Yes. Completely ready for Saturday. Okay. Looking forward to it. Is that you? So, I'll tell you something. Uptown? Yeah. Right. What a shame. Well, hey, Rabbi. Can I discuss a private matter? Please, anything, Rabbi. Well, anything you want to say. 10 years ago, before we got married, my wife told me that we stayed together for 10 years for our 10th anniversary. As a present to me, she would let me have relations with other women. Just one day. This is a gift to you. It's like I have total permission to do it. She's almost kind of challenged me, kind of demeaning me. She doesn't suave. And I want to. It's the only opportunity I'll ever have for the rest of my life. I've never cheated on her. I never would cheat. This is all on the up and up. Conflicted. Yes, I kind of, I'll be honest. Be nice. You know, it comes to my mind. What comes to my mind is the story of Sarah. Sarah could not conceive, and Sarah said to Abraham, "Go into your handmaid, Hagar, and have relations with her." Abraham's wife said that? Yeah, absolutely. It's right there in Genesis. I think that we can look at that as a very real lesson. And this woman's never going to replace your wife. She's not going to do, of course, anything. Of course not. So, there's no danger. No. It's not an act of love anyway. It's lust. So love. I would say that hasn't been said. I'd like to keep it. Yeah. I would say that she's giving you something out of generosity, and I think you're probably accepting in that same sense of generosity. I'm not a bad person. No, you're not a bad person. Well, I'm a bad person anyway, but I'm not an extra bad person. It does not make you an extra bad person. You gotta start coming to Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you tomorrow night for dinner. Oh, yes, I'm looking forward to that. Oh, listen, Larry, I was talking to a friend. And he's a survivor. And he loved me. Of course. I want to impose. There's no imposition at all. You want a friend of yours, bring him over. That's fine. It's just going to be my family. That's all. It's no big deal. Okay. Go. Enjoy. Okay. Yes, Your Honor, I do admit for the last 20 years I've been lying, double-crossing, two-faced.
Why don't you just stop it? I can't stand anything that we're going to do.
It's not going well. I've got 2 weeks.
Doing great.
Oh, the rabbi said he's bringing a survivor tomorrow. Should I have my father bring his friend Solly? He's also a survivor. Left out in class high. Remember him? Think that's a good idea? Do survivors like seeing each other? They like to talk about old times, or side of, the survivor depressed them.
I think you should invite him. Invite him.
I guess if I was a survivor, I'd want to see
You
somebody.
want to see somebody you have a shared experience.
Yeah, talk about. See, that's the thing. They want.
How are your vows coming along?
I just haven't had that much time to really.
This is important to me, Larry.
The whole thing's going to be embarrassing anyway. You didn't tell me this was going to be part of the whole thing, that I was going to have to say this in front of people.
Okay, I'm giving you a good gift. So this is what I have so far. May I always have the wisdom to look past your shortcomings and appreciate all of the goodness you possess. We promise to continue loving each other unconditionally, not only throughout this lifetime, but after death through all eternity. We stand before you. We will love each other throughout this lifetime, but after death through all eternity.
This is continuing into the afterlife.
That's the idea.
I thought this was over at death. I didn't know we went into eternity together. Isn't that what it said? Death do us part. I thought it was.
Do you have a problem with eternity?
Huh?
We finally found each other, Larry, and we're celebrating this for all eternity.
I guess I had a different plan for eternity.
I'm sorry. I'm interrupting your single life in eternity?
No, I just didn't realize that this relationship carried over after death.
Well, it does. It carries over.
So I guess I just took that.
Okay. Do you not want to renew our vows? Because
no, I want to renew our vows until, I didn't. Can we take out the eternity part?
a treat. Really a treat. Hi. Look at you. You look great.
Happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy.
I really need to wear a suit for this.
Yes, look at everybody's dressed up. Oh, yeah, you should say hello to the rabbi. And, let's mingle.
Larry. Hello, Rabbi. Hello.
This is Colby.
Hi, Larry.
Nice to meet you.
Where's this survivor?
King Business. From the television show. Survivor.
I was over in Australia.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Seinfeld.
He really is.
How is Jerry?
He's good.
Still doing stand-up?
I just thought you two should be here, fellow celebrities.
Thanks again, man.
No problem. Okay, I'm gonna listen a little bit of that. Little kitty.
Hi.
Hey.
You're the survivor guy, right?
Hello, Solly. Hey. Good to see you.
You have a beautiful eye.
Oh, thank you.
There's going to be a dinner.
Oh, the delicious dinner. Yeah. Hey, Solly. Cheryl and I are renewing our vows. So, why don't you come keep your phone? Thank you. Yeah? It's from the television show. Survivor?
So here we are in a region of Australia, out of the world's 10 most deadly snakes. 9 of them inhabit this region. It was a hero. You come across a taipan on the trail, you get bit, dead. You already get to flat.
My face
I'll tell you, that's a very interesting story. Let me tell you, I was in a concentration camp. You never even suffered 1 minute in your life compared to what I've been through.
Look, I'm saying we spent 42 days trying to survive. We had very little rations, no snacks.
Snacks? Yeah, fucking talking snacks. We didn't eat sometimes for a week, for a month. We ate nothing. I went from
I mean, I didn't even work out when I was hungry. I certainly didn't have a gym.
What?
I mean, I wore my sneakers out, and then the next thing you know, I've got a pair of flip-flops.
Flip-flops?
We slept on the ground, on the dirt. Okay, 118 degrees during the day, 98 at night with 98% humidity.
45 degrees below zero.
Did you guys have a bathroom?
A bedroom?
We didn't have
We had 12 people at a time would go and shit.
Well, I'm sure you had toilet paper.
We had newspaper.
We had mosquitoes.
You see this glass eye?
Have you even seen the show?
Did you ever see our show? It was called The Holocaust.
Look, all I know is I was damn close to the right? The whole time, everyone's backstabbing me and undermining me, trying to get me kicked off the show.
You don't know nothing about survival. I am a survivor.
I'm a survivor.
I'm a survivor.
I'm a survivor.
Somebody get a sponge.
Listen, why don't you get a sponge?
Are you getting dressed, Larry? The rabbi wants to start the ceremony by noon.
This is not in the dry cleaner. I can't find it.
What are you talking about?
It's not there.
I mean, the guy gave me everything that we had in there.
She wasn't there?
No, it was the husband was with me.
I wonder why she doesn't give me a ticket. No, she doesn't. I go in there.
I go in there a lot. She gives me a ticket. Well, this is where you want to, okay?
Well, I got this new suit just for this occasion. She can make me wear it to the dinner party.
Larry, I don't know what to tell you. If their clothes are closed.
You know what? I always see that van on our campo. I'll bet it's parked in front of their house. Maybe they'll open the store for me. It's worth a shot.
Okay, then if that's what you're gonna do, you need to go now. All right?
No, I'll wear the
You'll wear the white one.
Larry, what are you doing here?
Well, actually, I kind of need a bit of a favor. I'm so sorry for disturbing you.
You would never disturb me if you tried.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. Anyway,
How did you know I'd do it?
I had seen your van parked outside before.
You've been stalking me, haven't you, Larry?
No, not really. I just saw the van out there. Anyway, I'm so sorry to bother you on the Sabbath. I was kind of wondering if it would be possible if there was any way that you could go open the store so I could get my suit.
No, this is Sabbath.
We can walk over there and say,
You know what? Shlomo is at shul.
Actually, you know, I don't have that much time. Our pals. And, I kind of got to get going.
Your vows with your wife.
Yes.
10 years.
Yes.
I've seen you married for 10 years.
Hey! What are you doing here? You should be getting ready. I had to go pick up my suit from the dry cleaners. I had to go to our house. See them? Yeah, the one I was telling you about. She invited me in for a drink. What we went to the store.
You're kidding me.
And guess what? I've got the rabbi's blessing. You talked to the rabbi about it? I spoke to the rabbi about it. I have his blessing. So you gotta go get a sheep now, huh? Nazis, they have sex with sheep. That's not. Come on, that's a myth. Let me tell you something. You better show up with the sheep. You're gonna be in big trouble. Really? Yes. Hey, Susie. Forget the cantaloupe. Come here for 1 sec. Come here. How do the Hasids make love?
What do you mean?
When I see them make love, what do they do?
Oh, with the sheet you're talking about?
Yeah.
They put a hole in the sheet and they through that.
Sure.
You didn't know that. It's not a myth. They cut a hole in the sheet. The man puts the penis in. They can't touch each other. It's a religious thing. This is what you talk about?
No, it just came up. The subject came up.
Help me with the fans, all right?
Yeah. You like that, huh? I got it. Shit. Yeah, you do. Just read for a sandwich. Really, I love that. Sliding all over the place. Cut it beforehand? Beforehand. Show up with the hole beforehand. You got to do that. I would think it might be kind of fun cutting the hole with it, sharing it.
Jeff, will you bring in the groceries?
I'll see you later.
Larry?
You glad I picked it up?
My mother is very upset right now, and she says she's not coming to the ceremony. Because of your sponge comment. Yes, I do. She was just trying to help out.
Well, then she should have got the sponge. Why should she want somebody else to get the sponge? She's trying to help out and get the sponge. Mom, I just want to apologize about the whole sponge thing. What happened that night was because of the whole survivor confrontation. It just brought up all that stuff about the Holocaust. It's kind of in my DNA. I was very flummoxed by it. Very flummoxed. You won't understand, but if you were in my religion, what happened to my people, things came out that shouldn't have been said. Certainly apologize for that.
Let's just talk about how you respect me.
I don't think you like me. And you know what?
I like everybody. I like it. I'm a people person. I like everybody. I love people. You know what? Let's just put this behind us. Come on. Let's go, sir. Come on. No, this is crazy. It's so silly. Come on. Sponge. Yes, come on. Next time you're standing by the kitchen, you'll get a sponge. You're just standing 2 feet from the kitchen, you get the sponge next time. So what?
The shot is finished with a banana.
Beautiful, Cheryl. Larry.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
It's so nice. What a pleasure this is here.
Right here, yourself. Listen, wait till you see these two getting married. You got a big affair yet.
What is he doing? He's mimicking me. Why are you mimicking me?
No. The light from your glass eye, it's reflecting on me.
You're not making fun for me.
No.
I don't like this here. I don't want to be here more. Hold it. Stop the cow.
Don't get it. Somebody get a sponge.
Right, so then do the blessing. Just open it up, and then the glass on the floor.
That's what everybody yells at Mazel Tov.
No, it's Mazel Tov. It's the right.
Can we just say yippee or something? Yippee. Hallelujah.
Can you guys just say Mazel Tov, please? Just the Hebrew. I mean, are we going to know what you're saying?
Yeah, I'll translate. This is very
Let's
basic.
translate for you. We love God. God, thank you, God. Thanks, God. God, you're great. Oh, God. Oh, you're wonderful. You're amazing. God. Oh, God.
Well, it's a blessing. It's more about you than God.
Oh, God.
Larry, I'm sorry. I don't want to change the subject. Isn't there something you can do about that stuff? It's wonderful.
Yeah, I know. It's a go home sting, but I didn't go home.
I mean, it's kind of disrespectful. Just in terms of standing in front of the ark.
Excuse me, does anybody have a mint?
I got a mint. It's in my pocket. You want me to hand it to you? It's loose. It's not in the package. What do you want? Put your hand in my pocket and get it yourself. You got three options. You can do one of those two things, or you can refuse it. There you go.
Cheryl, honey, reach in Larry's pocket for an unwrapped mint. Great. The loose mint. Hurry, you got it. Great.
Okay. All right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's roll.
Let's roll. My brother-in-law died on September 11th. How dare you say something like that?
With all due respect, wasn't that just a coincidence? All right, poor choice of
Well,
words.
kind of like,
All right, that's the wrong
you know, I don't want to do this.
Oh, I didn't know that if you died uptown on 9/11 that it was part of it. The tragedy. So that uptown on West 57th Street was part of the tragedy.
I don't think I want to do this. I really don't. I mean, you look like a slob. I don't think you're taking it seriously.
What? No.
You could have gone home with the state.
Rabbi, you're going very far with this.
We came all the way from Florida for this, and we would like to just share with you.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He really does.
What do they say in the Bible? He knows not.
Don't try to quote the Bible.
Yeah,
Just don't try.
Yes, Rabbi, thank you. Really appreciate
Knows
it.
not whereof.
I'm sorry about your loss.
Thanks.
Come on.
All right, let's vamoose. Let's vamoose.
May we continue to love each other unconditionally, not only throughout this lifetime and after death for all eternity.
It's very good. Just speak to Sharon.
Things have been good. Very good relationship for 10 years. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I am your devoted servant. Well, I'm not servant. And I'm not a servant. I'll certainly help you. If you need help with anything, you know that. My house a lot. I open up a bridge table or something, whatever you need. I'm not a great handyman, and I'm not good at making plans. That I don't do very well, I have to admit. She makes the plans, She makes good plans. We always have stuff to do, and I will love you for the rest of my life. Till the day I die. I'll love you until death. That's a pretty good thing. Not that many women have that. Right now, until the day I die, there will never be any other woman till death. We don't, so after death, who knows what happens? Even you don't know what comes.
I promise to love you for all eternity.
All right.
Okay. Before I pronounce you man and wife, it's time to break the glass. Oh, my God! Oh, I'm bleeding!
buddy, get a sponge.
It's about fucking time, Larry. Wake up. I've been waiting all day. Come on in. What is that?
My suit. Got it stated ceremony. It just looks like America at all.
Drop it off with me.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, yeah, I figured you said we'd trip.
Why don't you just take it to the cleaners, Larry?
Well, I'm here. You're a cleaner.
I'm not gonna just schlep your dirty clothes all the way there. Why should I do that?
Oh, it's what's the big deal? Put it in your trunk. You're going right over there.
You throw it in your trunk, Larry. You take it in your fucking car and you go over to the cleaners. It's not a big deal. That's how you do it all the time.
Look, you gotta kill two birds with one stone.
I am not going to schlep your dirty fucking clothes over to the cleaners, Larry. My God.
What do you do with lipsticks?
We get them up.
Butt plug.
Of course we get blood. We get everything. We're
Really?
the best
Wine and
cleaners
blood.
around, Larry.
Wine and blood.
Wine and blood.
All right, you got your work cut out for you with this one.
What is wrong with you?
Oh, don't get too bad.
What's the kind of thing?
Go in the store anyway.
Fuck, you come here to talk about your dirty suit. Fuck or suit? Okay, let's go. I don't got all day.
So you're not gonna take the suit?
Jesus Christ! Where'd you get the sheet?
Good story.
Who brings the sheet to a hotel? What's it? There's a hole there. Would you believe that stupid shit? What kind of fucking idiot are you? Oh my God! Gee.
Larry! Hey! We survived!
That's where we get the whole of this shit, kids.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on case.
Yo, dog, are you done? This sucks. My life sucks. Look at these moves, yo. You know, like shit and stuff.
Who are you?
I'm Leopold Blue. I'm an accountant. I'm from Whitehall and Marks. I've come here to do your books.
Watch on
I'm here to do your books.
Oh, Mr. Boom! I've been expecting you.
No, I've come here to do your book. Oh.
Oh! Oh!
You have.
Oh, you have! Have you?
Huh?
Oh, you have, huh? Okay. I had it yesterday. I had the whole thing. We went through the whole play. I knew it backwards and forwards. Why am I forgetting it all of a sudden?
Maybe I should go with you and run lines with you on the plane.
No, you
Instead
can't.
of going in 2 days, I'll go
No,
play
it's
with you.
crazy. It's crazy.
We can
I'll be
align.
fine. You stick to the plan. You got the NRDC meeting tomorrow. I want you to go to that. The environment is a lot more important than the show. What do you think of my plane outfit? Okay, you like my plane outfit?
It's great.
It's comfortable, right?
Who's going to be on the plane with you?
Sick chef. David Schwimmer.
Oh.
She plays Ola in the show.
It's very obvious why you don't freak out.
Are you nuts?
And,
Hoffman? What? Yeah, come on. Shit's my guts. I met her at Ben Stiller's party. She understand it.
You better work fast, my friend. Yeah. Forget gonna cash in on this 10th anniversary gift. Have what, 3 days left? You have some work to do. How's it going, by the way?
It's okay. It's, not really pushing it.
New York's a big place. This is a good opportunity.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah. Okay. So I will be there opening night. Okay. The next time I'll see you will be after the play, but I'll be there. Okay. So know that. Love you. Get him.
Hey. Oh, hey. No Cheryl? No, she's got that ROTHSCHILD meeting. Great. She's not coming till about 3 days, man. Yeah. 3 days. You never know. Yeah, 3 more days. Till we open too. Isn't that amazing? It's the exact same day.
You're gonna be great. Listen, Katie went to get some coffee.
Oh, she's here? Yeah.
She's here, and she confided in me something.
What, she hates my guts?
No, she had obsessive compulsive disorder.
Really?
Yeah.
Katie has OCD.
I told her that you have it too.
Nuts. What's the matter?
No, come on, that's funny.
That's funny.
That's really funny. She was so excited.
It was not just a stupid joke. Letting somebody take advantage of you.
Hey. Oh.
Hey, where's the coffee place?
123 steps that way.
123 steps. I'll be 10 minutes in a few minutes.
Okay.
Jeff told me something about you.
Really?
Isn't that kind of great, though? I mean, like
I'd give you a 5, but I don't want to touch your hand.
I'd have to wash it.
Yeah, me too. Acting, cleaning.
Clients can drive me crazy. Really drive me crazy.
That whole for one bag is devoted to soap.
Oh, here's David. Hey, David. Sorry.
How's it going? Good. Is that apples? Yeah. See you, Katie.
Okay.
See you on the plane.
Well, I'm all checked in.
Okay.
Should I wait for you?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good.
She looks like they could be programs. Bring it on. That's amazing. Do you have anything?
Sit here. No, I just said.
How can you bring a book or magazine?
I don't need one. I like just sitting.
I could sit on a plane for 5 hours like that. It's crazy.
I can't.
Sir, could you please put your seat for the upright position, please?
That's a question.
Yes.
Did
Who tell me what?
the guy with him? Did he tell you the seat wasn't there?
I don't know what you're talking about, but we're trying to take off. So I'm gonna need,
I saw him talking to you. Did he tell you my
sir, let me tell you what I need. I need you to be quiet and in this seat with the seat fully up. Okay. That's what I require. Okay?
But I saw him talking.
Did you hear what I require? That's all I require. Yes, ma'am. It's very good. You're running quick. Excuse me?
Would you mind telling me what he said to you? I saw him whisper to him.
Sir, I'm trying to get to New York. Do you want to go with me?
Yes, I do.
Then we can't talk any longer. I got stuff to do. Okay? All right.
Sure. Did you tell the stewardess my seat was in the air? Oh. Interesting. What are we talking about?
That's my business.
Just let me stay.
No, the discussion I had is privileged.
And it's the area. Could you be talking to a student?
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. If you're up and about the cabin, please return to your seats and make sure your seatbelts are securely fastened. Thank you.
Welcome to the Regency. Welcome. Hi, how you doing? Good. Okay. All right. You know what? You don't have any small bills. I'll get you later. Okay. I detect a little skepticism there. It's okay. No. What's your name? Tim? You're working tonight? Yes. All right, I'm all over this. All right? Listen, I'll be back.
Sir, the bell can bring up your luggage after you check in.
Oh, okay. I only have big bills. I'll get you later.
Sir, whatever it is.
Okay.
Fine with me.
Do I detect any doubt there? Because
No,
I'll
not
get it.
for me. I trust you.
You know what? Yeah, this is a better idea. It's 20. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Split it with 10. I'll turn outside.
Split it with Tim?
Yeah, give Tim 10.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
If you're hungry later this evening, there's a lovely restaurant in the lobby called the Library. I highly recommend it. Okay. This is your key, access to your room. It's a card. This is the card slot. Simply insert the card into the slot. There's a beeping. Wait a second. From apply pressure, and in you go. Some of the amenities, quickly, you have a telephone, dial 9 to get out. There's a television here. Okay, these, and you have remote control for power on and off, channel up and down, volume up and down. Menu bar also underneath. Got it. Thermostat for air temperature control. Yeah, I've seen that. Bathroom with shower. Turn on the water. You can go like that with your wrist, and the water comes out. Yes. The cold is on the right. That's a window. Yes. You walk over to it and look out. Is that what it's for? Yes. Basically, that's what it's for. Basically, yes. All right, excellent. I think I got everything. I think the floors for standing. I got it. Complicated. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Very well. I don't have a feeling right now. I only got like 20. Sorry. I'll get you tomorrow. Don't be dubious. No. You're dubious. I'm going to get you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you outside. Seriously, I will. There's no problem. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to give you 20. That's nothing, right? Come on. Sure. It's very nice. It's crazy. Have a pleasant evening. I'm supposed to give you 20. Hello? Hey. Let's go down to the next one. I just got here.
met her. She's so far in between in Memphis. She had to take me upstairs for a ride. She had to make me ride across her shoulder. I just can't seem to drink you off my mind. It's so hard. It's hard, woman. Give me a honky tonk food. Later, things will play in New York City. I had to put up some kind of a fight. So later, that she covered me in roses.
You're the producers. You're kidding. Why are you making that face? You don't have it, kid. I'm a fiction teacher.
Okay, let's be honest here. If I had made it up when I've said it.
I know that you made it up.
No, I didn't make it up. No, I wouldn't have said. No, I wouldn't have said.
No, it's absolutely true.
You find that on your own.
Oh, sure.
Okay?
I am a collection teacher.
You have classes?
I'm an expert.
I don't know how anybody can do that without a blindfold on.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's a grotesque
Oh, no,
blindfold.
it's not grotesque. Don't
Yes.
say that. No, it's beautiful. And it's sad if somebody doesn't get tears tonight, so yeah.
All right. Next golly. I love spicy.
She blew my nose and she blew my mind. It's a hard, it's hard, woman. Give me the honky tonk blues.
What's your favorite part?
It's a hard, it's hard, woman. Give me the honky tonk blues. Give me the honky tonk blues.
Never making salmon any other way again. This killer cracked salmon.
Do some crap, kid. Calm down, man.
I regret this. Thank you. Thank you.
What's wrong with you? I can't say.
No, we open in 2 days. I'll be fresh.
Yes. Dude, have you seen my watch?
lost my watch at the rehearsal. It's a black tag with the 3 silver things like dials on it. Seriously, have you seen it? No. I don't know what I didn't see any watch. Hey, you guys made it! Yeah. Hey, sorry. Sushi on its way, all right? All right? Nobody. Okay, hold on. I'll see you at the meeting tomorrow. Yeah? Get some sleep. Seriously. Almost done sitting for that. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Well, they just get it. Really smart guy. I could never do that. I could study for the rest of my life every day, 8 hours a day. I could never do that. 8 hours for the rest of my life. I'm not even kidding. All right. Beautiful, beautiful. $8? It's breakfast. I don't set the prices. Eggs, pancakes, juice, coffee, $53. It's a visit. Yeah. People generally give me more when they extra bonus to. Yeah, sometimes. They do? Yeah. Well, I'll give you another 2%. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, you too. Wow. I called you. Yeah. Oh, there I am. Are you coming tomorrow night? Yeah, of course I'm coming. Okay. I got one ticket for you. Okay, I can get it. I'll leave it a will call. Okay, fine. I'll go there. Okay, I'll get there early. Fine. How is play practice? How's it going? Rehearsal. I got play practice when I was doing this. Stayed after school for play practice. But how is it? I don't see you doing it at all, but you'll be great. You'll be wonderful. Sorry, man, I really don't. You know, no person like me. Really? Oh my God.
I was born in a cross hurricane. In the house, and falling, sounding, but it's alright. No, in fact, it's a gas, but it's alright. I jump in that gas, it's a gas.
Excellent job. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I was raised by the hateful spirit it has. I felt cold with a strap right across my back. But it's alright. No, in fact, it's the gas. But it's alright. I jump in that gas. It's a gas.
Okay, come on. Hey, let me ask you a question. Did you find that watch on your card by any chance?
Yes.
Really? I know it's watch that is. Sure. Hey, I hope you get this message. I found your watch. You can thank me at the meeting. All right, goodbye. Hey. Remember me? Yeah. Everything okay? It's all straightened out? Straightened out what? You gave the other doorman the heavyset guy with the glasses? Yeah, I gave him $20. I told him to give me 10. You didn't get the $10?
I jump in that gas. It's a gas.
You didn't give me any money? No, not a dime. In other words, after $10 now, the show's not giving to you. Is that what you're saying? No, that's not what you're saying. I'm saying,
I was down, I was washed up, left for dead. I was down, in my feet and the soul is dead. I was down, and to head. Yeah, I was down, with a black light in my head. And the song, right. And back again, and the song, it's something that cracks, it's
I was talking to Tim over there. He says you're a little upset this morning that you didn't get some kind of. That's your job, Sanji. Well, it's just, it's just like, hey, I appreciate this, common courtesy sometimes. Just, hey, thank you, courtesy, really? You're not putting it down, you can fix it. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Okay? You know the show, the producers? Oh, yeah, big show. I'm in the show. I'm going to get some tickets today, and I'll give you a ticket. How about that? Yeah, ticket, Silver Square, right? Yeah, that's good karma for you. All right, Sanji. Hey, that's good karma. Sanjay. Thank you. Excuse me. Would you please take our photograph?
Thank you.
Yeah. Like this, because I get all the background. I see the buildings, I see the signs. Okay, but just take it horizontally, and if I want it vertical, I'll Photoshop it. This way I have the option. So just all right. I mean, if you saw what I see, you would just.
And it's all it's again, but it's all right. It's something that cracks, it's the best. Something
I got your message, by the way. Thank you so much. Welcome. My watch. You found my watch. I love drop out of the pocket.
Well, that happens.
Take your jacket off and get it. I'm just trying to comprehend this. You lost my watch that you had less than an hour ago in your hands, correct?
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, you want me to watch?
What are you, nuts?
You didn't even have a watch to begin with, so you're in the same position you were. There's no change.
It's a little different. You had my watch. You had possession of my watch.
He's right. The watch was lost, so it continues to be lost.
What can I say?
You can say, I'm sorry, and I'll buy you a new watch.
Buy you a new watch?
Yeah.
There was no.
He found the watch. He found the watch. What is there? He had it.
David lost the watch.
David lost the watch. Who found the watch? Why is David this upset now?
He's upset. I don't know why David's upset now. I mean, it's...
Because it's not your watch.
He did not.
But you can't find it.
No, he lost the watch. Maybe he just...
Possession is not
If the watch had never been lost, right?
All right. We must go on here. We have a show to do. Max and Leo have got to get along. The whole point of the show is that Max and Leo love each other. That's the success of this music. Is that journey. They not only become successful producers, but wonderful friends. Now, we can't let what has happened here come into the show.
That's right.
All right?
This is right. It's almost like you're building a sandcastle.
Now, fellas, the one thing I wanted to talk about was that opening scene.
Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna watch my hands.
I don't know. We need to get started.
Let me see. Have you noticed him doing this?
I have noticed that he's washing his hands. Some people get nervous. They wash their hands.
It's a quirk. It's a quirk. You know, people have quirks.
Okay.
All right. So now about that first scene. The thing is, you have to drive that scene forward. Larry. Yeah. So you've got to pick up the cues. All right. Why don't we go to page 9 in the script, see if we can get started here.
You know, it's not like I lost it on purpose, did I?
No, he's like a little crazy or something.
Did I take his watch and throw it in the river or something? Of course, I wanted to keep the watch. I was excited I got it for him.
I didn't understand that.
That's so crazy.
It's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh, Larry. Opening night. It's opening night.
I'm just doing it. I'm down, kid.
Now stand up. Take this and go out there. You can't do it. Don't even look back.
Watch it. I was born in a cross-eyed hurricane. I'm the house, never bombing, driving home. But it's alright. Nah, in fact, it's gas, but it's alright. A jumping jack flash, it's a gas.
to watch it in the first place and stop lying. You're in the same position now as when I started. So I like it.
I was made, I was toothless, bearded hag.
By the way,
I was got ooh, with a stripe right across my back. But it's all right now. In fact, it's a gas. But it's all right. A jumping jack crash. It's a gas, gas, gas.
You're gonna be great.
No, distract her entire show. Don't you understand?
Now you're doing a great job. They don't love you. You're gonna get out there and have
Why are they gonna love you? Just like me and Jen.
great.
What is not gonna love you?
Yes, they are gonna love you. They'll never let you. You're really every single night. Yeah. Pacing and then Kettle County.
No, I do. Well, because my mother used to say when I was growing up, don't bang your head against the wall. And I took it literally, and I did. I used to bang it against the wall. I think that's why I got this condition in the first place. So this is
Jumping jack crash. It's a gas, gas, gas.
Dangerous. Oh.
I was down. I was out for left for dead. I was down. With my feet and I saw a blade. Yeah, I was down. I was like, yeah, I was down. With a bright light through my head. Yeah, I was all no, I got this again, but it's all right. A jumping jack flash, it's a gas. Jack flash, it's all jumping jack flash, it's all gas. Jumping jack flash, it's all gas.
What were you thinking? It's your bush. Who gives a flying fuck? I'd fuck her with a bush mask on. I think these glasses are okay. I think I'm gonna mistake. I look like I'm about 85 years old in this costume. I swear to God. Oh, you look great. Hello? Andy, they're in the window. At the Whirlpool window. I'm not from there. Are you crazy? I can't go. I got my costume on. I'm not gonna go out there. Write it down. All right. They don't have my ticket. Why did you give them to me at the hotel? Give them to me. How would I know to ask your name? You said they'd be under my name. Well, honest to God. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Hey.
What? No, I just didn't want to.
I know, but there's a line here. Go to the back of the line.
I'm in the show. Yelling stuff.
I don't care who you are. Go to the back of the line.
Shit.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on tape. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on
My full power. Good shot. She might still correct. So, let me do something. Yeah, let something.
Hey, I'll go for coffee. Hey. Thank you for the ticket. Oh, you're very welcome. It has your name on it. Not a name. That's you. Sure. That what? I found it. Yeah, in the hotel, right? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, but that's David Trum's watch. No, I found it. Yeah, no, I know you found it. You found it in the hotel, right? Yes. Yeah, okay, it belongs to David Schwimmer. No, finders keepers. Finders keepers? No, not finders keepers. That's not right. Oh, I found it. No, I know you did, but it's not your watch. It's my watch. It's my watch now. Come on. Okay, fine.
What are you doing in the lobby? 20 minutes before the show, flirting with a Sikh.
I gotta get out of here. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
How did it go? How did the anniversary gift go? Cash in?
Alas, I'll still have an hour after the show.
No, you still have an hour. Okay, you should keep going.
Look a little familiar. What happened? This guy's from the hotel. Never mind.
Thank you. I'm sorry about maybe I went a little.
Well, I went too. I'm sorry. More water on this fridge. Yeah. Just in my own edition. What did you say to this?
S-T-U-N-N-E-D. Stunned. You guys are terrific. You look great. You look like the Irish Factory. And you look like Bloom. What's your first name?
The reviews come out a lot faster when the critics leave an education.
Perfect. Okay. And your first one, you kind of really scares you?
Scared. Cape Cod.
Perfect. This is going to be fabulous.
Thank you for everything. Thank you.
So everything. O-V-E-R-T-U-R-E. Hear it? Overture. Okay, good luck. Don't break anything.
Will it flop or will it go? The cast is taking its final bow. Here comes the audience now. The doors are open, they're on their way. Let's hear what they have to say. He's done it again. He's done it again. Max Bialystock has done it again. Can't believe it. You can't conceive it. How he achieved it. It's the worst show in town. Set their side. Rolling and crying. There's no denying. It's the worst show in town. Only one is to stand over here. It's your shit. But never like this. Max Bialystock has done it again. The songs were rocked and the book was stinking. But he did to Shakespeare, put it in again. We have the specially made up Max Bialystock. We couldn't live faster. What a disaster. We are still in charge. Who produced this song? Somebody says it must be what a rock.
Things come out a lot faster when the critics leave an intermission. By the end of Funny Boy, Max Bialystock's hopeless new musical of Hamlet, everybody is dead. They were the lucky ones. And this is the best review we got. I used to be the king. The king of all Broadway. It's good to be the king. My praises they would sing. Ziegfeld, so they'd say. My shows were always filled with class. The best champagne would fill my glass. My lap was filled with gorgeous ass. You couldn't call me crescent anyway. We believe me, thousands will agree. We believe me, we believe you, thousands will Sex refuse. After they insult me in this manner, how quickly they forget I am Max Bialystock, the first producer ever to do summer stock in the winter. You've all heard of theater in the round? You're looking at the man who invented theater in the square. Nobody had a good seat. I spent my entire life in theater. I was a protege of the great Boris Tomaszewski. Yes, he taught me everything I know. I'll never forget. He turned to me, not at that fellow, and said, "Excellent! Elementary about check to the guts, cut, keep me cut."
What does that mean?
I don't know, I don't speak Yiddish. Strangely enough, neither did he. In my heart, I knew he was saying. He was saying when you're down and out, and everybody thinks you're finished. It's the time to stand on your 2 feet and shout. What are you gonna fuck? They're gonna bring you this down. Favors in my sights again. I'll take those fancy fights again. I'm on the scale, the heights again. The only stock will never draw. The only stock will never stop. The only stock will be on top.
Anybody here? Mr. Bialystok.
Who are you? What do you want? What are you doing here? Speak to me, dummy. Speak. Why don't you speak?
Can't talk.
All right, calm down. Relax. Get a hold of yourself. Take a deep breath.
Who are you?
I'm Leopold Bloom. I'm an accountant. I'm from Whitehall and Marks. I've come here to do your books.
Oh, you have.
Now, let's see. We add these deductions, we get... It's absolutely amazing that under the right circumstances, a producer can make more money with a flop than he could with a hit. Yes, it's quite possible. If he were certain that the show would fail, a man could make a fortune.
Yes.
Guess what?
What you were saying? Keep talking.
What was I saying?
You were saying that under the right circumstances. You were saying that under the right circumstances.
What was I saying?
That under the right circumstances.
Under the right circumstances.
What? That's the question. What? Well, you got a nice, healthy head of hair there. You know that? Look at that. It's like a pelt. I didn't really get the good shave today, you know? I don't know why. I'm an excellent shaver. Feel this cheek. Well, feel that cheek. It's like a tush. It's not a tush. I got a tushy cheek.
Boy, oh boy, please, Mr. Bialystok. I've discovered that a man could make more money with a flop than he could with a hit. Does that bring any scheme to mind?
Ever play this game? That one?
Take your hat off! I can't see you! That's what I'm saying!
You gave me the biggest unit to pop out and try to watch you.
No, fine, just watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my cousin Andy. It comes as no surprise to you to learn that he is the product of incest. Of course, among friends and relatives, Andy is known by his affectionate nickname, the primary reason for anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, I know from experience the only way we're going to get him to calm down is to put a Swanson frozen dinner on his lap. You know, he's quite partial to the Salisbury steak. You know, there might be an upside to this whole experience because if any of you are looking for an apartment in New York,
goal is to protect the environment by reducing methane gas from decomposing food in landfills. And it is part of city law and state requirement that there be a fine component, that there will be code enforcement officers going out there having to do some inspections along collection house. Crews will start checking bins this fall, and the fines will start at $100. The city says people should be receiving their designated organic bins in the coming weeks. The FBI is trying to track down 5 fugitives charged with
investigators say the group knew when money would get loaded onto the cards and would steal money as it came in. The man accused of installing skimming devices on ATMs and cash at the bridge from LA down to San Diego. Cameras were also allegedly installed
is urging people to avoid swimming or eating fish caught at Lake Pyramid Lake in northwest LA County is under a danger advisory because
Hey, how are you, Rachel?
algae has been found in the water. The lake's swim beach is also
I just asked how you were.
algae is toxic to humans. It can cause eye irritation,
Hey,
rashes, mouth ulcers, vomiting, diarrhea, and
I'm well, thank God. Just enjoying a quiet evening and speaking with you. So we're talking. You were going to go to a music venue, but then you might go tomorrow night. And then we were talking about you feel like a dork when you dance. Yeah, I may have to reread your text, but I thought that's what you said.
it says the 12-year-old who told her parents to help the man down until police got there. She says the search warrant turned up more recording devices.
Yeah, you said you feel like you should learn some new dance moves so you don't feel like a dork.
A member of the white supremacist group has been arrested in San Fernando Valley. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the man faces charges of conspiring to distribute meth and being a felon in possession of his position. Prosecutors say there's
Certainly. Have you ever taken lessons?
federal and local officials seized 116 rounds of ammo.
Yeah, good. I have too. It's a,
printers, Nazi propaganda, and what appears to be an improvised explosive device. A new robot could help with
do you enjoy it? I love ballroom dancing and swing dancing. They're fun. Yeah, definitely. Yes. It does. It was. I went to an interesting high school, and it was actually something that was. It was on our. It was mandated by the school that we take ballroom dancing classes, so it made us well-rounded people, I guess. But yeah, and then I've taken some classes since then as an adult, and it's a lot of fun. And so we learned jazz, swing, salsa, tango, waltz. Basically, if it's out there, you name it, I can do it. And I think good if you learn at a young age, younger. I mean, I was a young man at the time, but it helped us to, I would say, a few things. One, we treated women with respect on the dance floor. Some women don't. Some women want you to go crazy. Other women, do want that respect. But we knew what to do. And then at least for our prom, it was very, I would say, elegant. And then you learn those steps as a younger person, and then you kind of have them with you for life. So when you're at a wedding or anything like that, it's not necessarily you don't feel out of place. I noticed that some people who don't have that type of background knowledge are intimidated by dancing, and at least in my case, I never felt that way. That's correct. You said you like 80s music? So, who are your favorite 80s bands or artists? How, how do you like Michael Jackson, Madonna, Duran Duran? I'm a big fan of 80s music. I like 80s hair bands, not necessarily primarily, but I do like I like Bon Jovi and um, Twisted Sister and some bands like that. Though I would say my favorite probably is 80s pop. I like 80s synth as well. New wave is interesting to me. Um, I like Tears for Fears. What I really like that took place in the 80s, like Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel. I love that kind of music. It's not. It's not necessarily like club music, but Billy Joel's great. I love Billy Joel. One of my favorite. I like to watch on the stream. Exactly. I like to watch his concerts, and he did this. He did like the last big concert at Shea Stadium, which was where the New York Mets played, and this was maybe a decade ago at this point. But he had some really interesting collaborations there. I know off the top of my head, he had John Mayer, he had Tony Bennett, who just recently passed, and his concerts are just amazing. She did, I know. I love that song of hers. Yeah, she's 56. Nothing compares to you. Did you know Vince wrote it? Yeah, I really think nothing compares to you. I really think she was a brave individual. She was quite outspoken politically, and it took a lot of courage. At least she was on Saturday Night Live and made a political um, action against what she thought was going on in the world, and I thought it took a lot of courage for her to do that. And I think it really affected her career. She's very beautiful. Not necessarily. I'm not into that short of hair, but she had a beautiful face, and I think her career was perhaps tainted by some of her political uh, opinions, and I think it was brave of her, though. So I like to do, like, I mean, obviously you get bored on the stream, but one thing that I like to do, that's why I always ask you, do you have Instagram? And I completely understand why you don't. And if you do, I'll give you my screen names, and I think that if you like 80s music, all I do is sing 80s music, and I lip sync. I also sing it as well. But like when an artist dies, I'll sing their song and do a little tribute to them. So I did one for her this week, and I've done one for like Tony Bennett and some other people. Um, One thing that an eagle, like, do you know the band Eagles? So they one of their founding members died, I think yesterday. But it's interesting the way that with the way that Instagram is. It has like every artist in there, so you can like sing their songs and do whatever you want to do in Instagram. But they don't have the Eagles, and I love the Eagles. The Eagles are one of my favorite bands of all time, but they're not in there, so it's unfortunate. So recently yesterday I did Michael Jackson, all of Michael Jackson's hits, which is like, I don't know, dozens of songs. And I love, my favorite genre of music is Motown music. Do you know what Motown music is? It's definitely like by far my favorite. So I did a bunch of those. Soul Train, yeah, Soul Train's the more modern version of it. So like that's the 70s. Yeah, so my favorite is probably the 1960s, like the Supremes, the Temptations, the Four Tops, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye. I love those artists. And but yeah, definitely it gets into soul music as well, where you get into like Barry White and the Commodores and quite a few different other bands as well. So I do love those. I also like 90s. I'm a child of the 90s, I guess. I was born in 1985, but so most of the music that I at least from the 80s, is kind of retro to me because I was only 5 when the decade was actually like ending. But the 90s I definitely knew, and so I like to sing those songs as well. And I I literally just I have like entire albums that I'll sing on Instagram, and um, it's an interesting thing because I don't know if you use Instagram, but they have something called Reels, where they can use this augmented reality to make you look like the artist if you want. So you can look like Michael Jackson, you can look like Madonna, you can look like anyone you want. So I like to sing those, and really, I mean, they're not like amazing. I mean, I don't have that great of a singing voice, but I do find I get a lot of joy, believe it or not, from them when I watch them later. So I have them from like years ago that I did, not many years ago, but like a couple years ago, and I like watching them just because it's like it's very nostalgic to me. So I hope in the future I'll watch them and be like, oh, I remember when I did that. It was very fun, and it's interesting too. I think to just go through at a certain point in your life and sing. It's important to sing. I think it can raise your serotonin levels and bring happiness, but also like then you have this point in your life where you sing a bunch of different songs by a bunch of different artists, and it basically like it's kind of like a watermark of where you were in your life where you were doing this. So I get joy out of that. Exactly, and yeah, exactly. So I enjoy doing that, and yeah. So trying to think the last time I honestly I don't go clubbing. I have, but I lived a very religious life, believe it or not, before I started this stream, and so I definitely wouldn't go clubbing from like 2016 to like 2021. That's when I was like definitely my most religious, and um, I found, I mean, just like good questions would be asked, and I found that really the people who I was around, even the rabbis who I learned under, when I'd ask them good questions, I could stump them, and it caused me some issues because, like, here's one. So it's Shabbat, it's the Sabbath, like at sundown to sundown. Okay, but we don't know that for sure because it goes back to the Bible, but we don't know exactly on what day God determined what Shabbat was. Does that make sense? So, for instance, there's actually a 1 in 7 chance that it's Shabbat tonight, meaning like there are 7 days in the week. One of them is Shabbat, the seventh day for us. Okay. But we don't know for sure because the calendar hasn't been consistent. There have been times where we've had to realign the calendar, both religiously and in the secular ways as well. So nobody really knows when, quote unquote, Friday is. And at least if you, according to Jewish law, if you celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day, it's the death penalty. So basically, if you like take it uh, statistically, there's only a 1 in 7 chance that it's Shabbat, which means that's like a 14% chance out of 100. That means there's an 86% chance that it's not Shabbat. And I think a lot of people, particularly in Israel, realize this. That's why Israel is such a secular country. And at least I personally, I have religious background, but I live my life more in a secular way. I realize that people will in the future not necessarily be held on all of these old religious doctrines, and so at least like personally I don't necessarily get caught up on some of those things. I've been very orthodox. I've even been Hasidic at times of my life, but what I consider myself is post-modern Orthodox. So there's a segment of Judaism that is modern Orthodox. I've been that, but I'm really past all that, as many Jews I know are. That's why there are most Jews are 90% of Jews are pretty secular, and so only about 10% are very religious. And I find people, while they they are religious, they don't really want to ask those questions, like what day of the week it is, and that's just an example. There are contradictions that you can find in the Bible and some other things we don't necessarily have to go into. Getting back to the um, clubbing aspect, I certainly lived my life as a younger person and enjoyed time. So, does San Francisco have many dance clubs? certainly LA does, and they're they do, and they're fun, and they're like world famous. And when I first moved here, those were the places that I go, like the Whiskey a Go Go, the Viper Room, those kind of places in like Hollywood. But I found that they weren't what I expected them to be. Firstly, they were really pretty small venues, and also like they weren't in their heyday. You know what I mean? Like there used to be, I guess, like the way that people party, it kind of comes in waves, just depending on the economy and political aspects. But um, it just was kind of, at least when I went, I would go on like a Saturday night, and it was not that happening. And there were other places that I went that were, but they just weren't necessarily in like that old Hollywood um, atmosphere. And like, like in the 80s and even the 90s, people would line up outside of these clubs for like almost many hours, and just to try to get inside. Now you can get in if you just walk up. It's not what it once was. So um, I found, I mean, I haven't gone since the pandemic, but I have found just generally people in society aren't out there as much. I think the pandemic. Exactly. I'm certainly guilty of that. Certainly. I it reminds me of there's a John Mayer song. Do you like John Mayer? Do you know who John Mayer is? I like John Mayer as well. Which one? He he has a song called Split Screen Sadness. I like his older stuff. Just not because I don't necessarily like his newer stuff. I just haven't gotten that into it. But I think it's a profound song where basically you have two people who are on opposite ends of a screen. Go ahead. What did you say? Oh, um, just like two people on opposite ends of a screen. And he wrote this song like in the early 2000s, the knots as I call them, or as they are called. And I found that that's quite a profound song. He has some really beautiful songs. Daughters, Your Body's a Wonderland. Certainly, even his first song that became big, No Such Thing. He's just, I think, a really underrated artist in society, and probably, I think, in future decades will be seen as one of those kind of classic artists that we have. Yeah.
And so by moving it off of that, I think they've been trying to broaden it so that somebody can say, oh, no,
I'll have to listen to that. So that's a very good song that you like.
I believe in UAP. I'm not
That's a song that definitely. Oh, more than that, since 2000, I think is his first hit. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up because it's so curious if he was there in the 90s, but I don't think so. I think he started around the year 2000, and his first big song was called No Such Thing. Okay, so it was 1999. He independently released his debut Inside Once Out after a 2000 performance at the South by Southwest Festival in Austin, Texas. He signed with Aware record label, which released his full-length album Room for Squares. So about 2001. So he's been going now for like 20 some years, and I think he's a really underrated artist, and probably because he's not like super rock, and also his songs aren't like, I don't know. I find, yeah, exactly. I find that if you are an artist who pushes the boundaries, that you get more press. He has a lot of love songs and like, like mellow songs, like you're saying. So he doesn't. I understand. I'm in agreement with you. He was somewhat mellow, and then has turned into very provocative to the point where like he's wearing like devil costumes around and stuff. And I feel like his his label pushed him to do that. I feel like that's what happens. Basically, you get an artist who doesn't necessarily want to, they just want to play their music, let's say, and the album says, well, you have to get a tattoo like on your face, or you have to, exactly. I feel like they do it to corrupt society. Not that the artist does it, but the label does it to help corrupt society and to push boundaries. Exactly. And if they choose not to, then that's fine, but they won't get another record deal. And so you have like, um, I feel just people, it's quite immoral in a lot of ways what happens to people, and they have to sell their 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 sense of morality for money. And I understand. I mean, I I, I get it. The fact that like um, if they make a certain amount of money, let's say with their first album, and they want to continue to live that lifestyle. Well, if they want to, then they have to keep selling themselves out or selling their kids out, and it even gets into the generations where they will corrupt their children or like um, ensure their children are like in a certain field or industry just in order to ensure that those checks keep coming. But I think it's really sad too that there's no way for them to necessarily continue living that lifestyle if they don't continue their immorality. And um, personally, I mean, to each their own. If they want to do those things, they certainly can. But I don't think, I mean, like you hear them speak out that they're corrupted by their music labels and their managers and things. And I think it's unfortunate because kids see that and then become they kind of they emulate what they see, and then that hurts society. People don't value relationships. They don't value friendships. I mean, like for instance, when I was a kid, no one. It was like very rare to hear about infidelity or someone cheating on someone in like certainly in day to day. I'd never heard of it, um, but like celebrities, it just wasn't necessarily a commonplace. But as it is now, where basically people don't even necessarily get married. They don't, they just have flings, and then the term baby mama and baby daddy became very commonplace. And I think that's pushed. I think that there's a segment of society perhaps at the top that wants to corrupt society, and they don't want that nuclear family like you might have had in the 1950s or something like that. And I think that's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. Agreed. How, like your friends? I mean, I imagine you have. Are they mostly married? Are they single? Mixture? Yeah. That's very common too. It's expensive. And it's, I mean, of course, a huge time commitment, and it totally changes your life. So I understand that. It's quite more common than like a generation or two ago, where everyone would be a couple and married and everything. I think I think science has changed a lot of this as well. Not necessarily for everyone, but it will be. The idea that women can freeze their embryos means that they can be moms whenever they want. There's no longer a timetable on that or a deadline, so to speak. And it's become more common of people who I know who have used like, yeah, quite a few actually, and both. So they freeze their eggs, they have a career, and then they have children at a later date. And sometimes they use surrogates, and sometimes they just have the children themselves. It is, but it's very futuristic. Um, I wasn't used to that necessarily, and, and the fact is, quite a few women I know who are like in their 30s or 40s will freeze their embryos for a later date, just so that they don't, uh, for whatever reason, but a lot of times they want to continue their career, and it, I think it's an empowering thing. I I like science and I like technology, and while it does go against general traditionalism, it is something that I feel helps women to be able to continue their career and provide for a better family in the long run. I've known people who um, essentially it's wild what people can do when you get technology involved. So, like, um, you can have like twins that are different ages. So, how does that happen? Basically, you take an embryo and you split it and you freeze them. So, that embryo is like two of the same DNA, and you thaw one of them, let's say 1 year, and then 5 years later you thaw the other one. So they're actually twins. Uh, it it absolutely is. But I knew this to happen 15 years ago. Yes, so those kids are almost 18 now. The people I knew who did it, she was a law professor and he was a judge, so they were probably pretty well off in society, and um, he was older than she was, and she wanted to continue her career uh, at a certain point, and um, she didn't want to have children right away, so she was able to have children a little bit older, and I think I think there was it was pretty groundbreaking as well. But there's the idea too, like there's do you know what CRISPR is? CRISPR. It's the ability to edit genes of a child. So it's becoming more common as well, where basically you can ensure that your kids don't necessarily have um, genetic defects, but you can also choose their eye color, their hair color, perhaps even their skin color, and you do all this through gene editing. So if you are creating the best kid that you can, let's say, you're not going to necessarily make like only one version of that the best one, period. You will perhaps split the embryo so that you have different versions of that. There are also complications that can come into effect as well, where the some of the eggs get thawed, um, they can get destroyed, or the fertilization doesn't happen correctly. So I mean, it's good to have backups, but it's becoming very common. I think for women, at least now in California, it's like $5,000 to freeze eggs, and I know, like I've had friends who just want to do that because they don't know what the future can hold, and so that's becoming more common. And just I I that was just different than like I came from a pretty traditionalist background, and people were definitely not doing that. So I just found some of the people with whom I had interacted, they were doing that, and they have real babies. I mean, I've seen them freeze their eggs, have get those eggs fertilized with a husband, and then they are pregnant for 9 months and they have a child, and the child is just like a normal kid. You would never know any different. But it's pretty wild to me that like wow, that we've been quote unquote playing God, and it's quite interesting to me that people are doing that. So if you haven't heard of it, it's coming. I mean, you'll probably know people that do that.
About half of the 100 million people who signed up for the new social media platform Threads have left.
That's correct, and I think that's
To keep Threads users engaged longer and hopefully become daily users. A bear in Burbank is taking a break from the heat, taking a dip in a jacuzzi in the backyard of a home near Elmwood Canyon. The bear then climbed over a wall and up a nearby tree this afternoon.
correct. And with some medicines that they have now, you can prolong your time when you're fertile. Um, exactly. You're right, and I feel as if it's empowering to women. So before, men kind of had the advantage in most relationships because there wasn't a time limit. Men can stay fertile till up through they're 80 or older, but women up until about 45, there was like a time period where between like say 18 and 45 that have they had to reproduce during this window, and so that put a lot of pressure on them. Now with the advent of cryogenics, so the ability to freeze your eggs, that time limit is no longer there, or it's not as much. The thing that becomes the issue is cost, because it can be quite expensive for some of these things. But if you don't necessarily have a budget, we're gonna have, as a society, have women in their 50s and 60s and 70s having babies, either most likely through surrogates. Well, with life extension technology, it may not be as sad as it once was. I would feel sorry for.
That's why LA County's putting in the work now for a safe, clean, reliable water future. Find out more at watertolA.com. The podcast outlines the distance, tells the story of the Robin Hood of Greece. Follow his fugitive trail from Athens to Mountain
It's
and discover how this bank robber who shared money with the poor.
it depends what aspect of society. So you're yes, and so they exactly and talk about it, and I think that it's somewhat of an inspiration. I'm someone of of small means, but I don't think I'll always be. I really, I mean, I see things from a futuristic standpoint, and if I do this stream long enough, eventually somebody's going to think it's important, and it will be an important, at least, time capsule of what society is. And I think there are ways to certainly monetize that um, in a major way. So, but as of right now, I'm just a regular person, and I know what you're saying is absolutely correct. We've got GMOs, genetically modified organisms that we're eating. There's a lot of pesticides. There's a lot of like even um, types of like things that are no longer natural in our food that they add to our food supplies. So like um, wood pulp and sawdust and things like that. It's really unfortunate. Yeah. So I don't eat at McDonald's, um, but I think I saw a statistic that I don't eat fast food, but I saw a statistic that like like there's something like 49% of a chicken nugget is allowed legally to be sawdust, and some amount of that is utilized. So, and paper pulp. That's what it is. Let me look up what that is. Paper pulp is what I remember. Um, but I mean, they sell it as um, chicken, I guess, right? That's what a chicken nugget is, and it's unfortunate that they're able to do that, and people just consume. And I understand they're they don't have time to really be able to quote unquote digest this. So okay, Burger King, McDonald's, and other fast food companies list the ingredients of several other foods, microcrystalline cellulose or powdered cellulose, as components of their menu items, or in plain English, wood pulp. So yeah, They do. Um, and then they put out like articles like, yes, there's wood pulp in your food. No, you shouldn't worry about it. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why shouldn't I worry about it? Well, and then we're moving towards that kind of world as well. We're we're moving towards a world where um, essentially veganism will be the norm. And I mean, we're kind of moving towards that already, but where it will be illegal to have the slaughter of animals, which I personally, I don't like animals dying. I don't know of many people who do. So I'm a fan of that, that people no longer killing animals. But and then I don't know if you've seen, and you have companies like Beyond Foods and Impossible Foods that are coming out with replacements, but those are really high in soy as well. I'm more of a fan of. There's an Israeli company that's able to make a steak using the cells of um, using the cells of a cow without slaughtering the cow. Exactly, you're exactly right. It's like a 3D printed, and I think we can get away from that, where you just basically it's I'm in agreement with you on that. And exactly, I think you can actually buy in the store now, um, like a type of chicken that is that that does a lot of the animal, which I'm a fan of. I don't think that we need to kill animals anymore if we're at a point societally and scientifically where we can get past that. I think it's a good thing. There are a lot of there's a lot of back perhaps from the farming industry because it's like, well, how are they going to be able to put food on the table, for lack of a better term? But it's like, well, everybody in society is having to change, and I really think in the next perhaps as few as 10 years, but definitely within the next few decades, we will all not have jobs anymore, traditional jobs. Everything will be replaced with some type of robot or some type of AI, and we'll be on a universal basic income where it's just, and I just, so that's a good question. And there are a few ways. Uh, and if I were president, I would do it through the tariff system. I don't know if you're familiar with the tariff system, but before 1913, we didn't have an income tax. So how did the government pay for itself before 1913? Through something called tariffs. So what are tariffs? Tariffs are basic taxes that you put on international goods that are imported into the country. So, for instance, if somebody wants a Mercedes Benz or a BMW or even a Honda or Toyota, those are foreign companies. So, if you want to import that type of vehicle into the country, that's fine, but it would be higher than a domestic, than an American company. Um, that's one way to do it. And that's the way that we did it for about 100 years in this country. So there's a tariff system. There are also some other ways to do it as well. You can sell off, like the government has major areas of real estate, particularly in the West, that they could sell off as well. I'm not as big a fan of that, but there are certainly ways to do that. Additionally, I mean, there are microtransactions that occur on the stock market. So basically, stocks are traded at very high speeds on Wall Street, but they aren't taxed. You could put taxes on those transactions in order to pay for universal income. And I've seen proposals that have said that if you were to tax stock at X amount, I'm not exactly sure the percentage, but even like 1 to 2%, you could pay for every man, woman, and child to get $1,000 a month in the United States, um, without without causing any issues to society. And so those are certainly some ways. Um, but I think we're moving away from the traditional positions that people have, particularly doctor and lawyer. Um, I mean, just within the last, ChatGPT has been a part of society since November 30th, 2022. But it already uh, has passed the bar, and even law firms are saying that it provides better legal advice than most law firms, and medical groups are saying that it's providing better medical information than most doctors. Doctors can make mistakes, computers not as easily. So I really don't think that you'll have necessarily your traditional lawyer or your traditional doctor within the next 20 years or so. And what do you do with those people? In the same way with farming, you could have drones do most of that, and robots. There really isn't a single position that is safe from this, aside from, I mean, there aren't any. There's certainly people who at one time thought they had safe positions like coders and, you know, like software engineers, and that those are the first jobs that can be replaced by AI. So it's quite interesting the world in which we live. Do you ever feel that we live during interesting times?
Okay, then you have to agree. There have been plenty of people who are PhDs who are teaching in mainstream universities who would have had different experience.
It's correct.
Absolutely, but then yet
The
technologies that I created was unlike anything anyone on this planet has utilized. And for the purpose of application, I took existing technology and augmented for the application of scanning space.
it is not. It's coming very quickly. There was a group of people known as the Luddites. I don't know if you've ever heard of these people. But basically, when the Industrial Revolution started during the 1800s, they were against this because they foresaw all these issues that we would be experiencing. So, can you repeat that, please? That's correct. So they saw that machinery, yeah, in a lot of ways. So you're exactly right. So essentially, we have the Luddites, was the name of these people, and they were against the machinery and specifically the wool industry. But they saw this long ago, where hey, if you allow these machines to take over people's jobs, you won't necessarily have jobs in the future. How will you be able to provide for yourself? And I always thought those people were very, they had a lot of foresight. Um, they were essentially, their movement was killed off um, by the Industrial Revolution.
And that's what David Fravor was saying.
That's true.
We're agreeing that it went from Mach 0 to Mach 1 in like 1 second.
Even and or they've had to adapt. I mean, even the Hasidic world has had to adapt. The Hasids that I know, the very Orthodox people that I know, they still have cell phones and they still have the internet, and so they, yeah, and even I've seen documentaries on the Amish. Many Amish have cell phones as well, and correct. But they do use them when they realize that they are beneficial. And then what ends up happening, like at least in the documentaries I've seen on the Amish uh, and Mennonite culture, there's this time of upbringing. So they grow up very conservatively, where it's like um, they're farmers and they're perhaps like quiltists, and then there's this period ages 18 to 19. There's like 1 year. It's something called Rumspringa, I'm gonna have to look up exactly, and where these people are allowed to do whatever they want, essentially, and like live. I guess they call them like the English, because there's like Amish and English, so they're allowed to live like normal life, so to speak. And it's a wild time in a lot of their society where there's a lot of parties, there's a lot of drug use, alcoholism, and then after that 1 year of this freedom, they can either go back to that society or live amongst the English as they wish. And I think I've always thought that's interesting of a culture to allow its population to move away from the culture voluntarily. I've always thought that's interesting. That's correct. Exactly. That's absolutely correct. I know, at least within the Hasidic world, um, I mean, you might have 3 dates maximum. A lot of times, though, it's just set up by your families, and you just need a date and a hall, basically a date of when you exactly. But I find that it depends on the arrangements. Depends on the families. I think it's case to case. In the people I've known for it to happen, the marriages last and they have lots of kids, um, but they're not necessarily always that happy. And particularly the women, because they're these very strict laws or you know societal and cultural determinations that state how they have to live their lives. And when they've had friends who are not necessarily living that way, there's a certain sadness that I can see. I mean, I've known very religious women to um, it causes them to rebel, and sometimes they leave their families just because it's not very common, but it does happen. Where, but then there are really beautiful aspects of it too. I mean, I've lived in very religious societies where people didn't speak English. You only spoke Yiddish, and people weren't necessarily they didn't like go out in the outside world, and so you only knew, at least in these, like you only knew religious people, and if anything, you might know people who weren't as religious as you were, but certainly you didn't have um, a lot of uh, interaction with like the outside world. They might like perhaps drive by them or walk by them, but there wasn't much. Exactly, there wasn't much interaction. So, um, but yeah, I would say, I mean, there are just different ways that you want to live your life. At least, at least within Judaism. So we've talked about a little bit of that, like religious conservatism. Um, there was a movement that came about known as modern Orthodox, where you'll see, like, I mean, I've had in the past like a really big bushy beard, like down to my belly button, basically, and I've had that traditional look where it's just a black suit, black hat every day, and I actually really liked it. I can't say that I didn't. Every day was basically the same, though. It was very monotonous, but I liked that. My whole day was set up for me. From like at the crack of dawn, I'd be at synagogue and I'd pray for an hour. I would go exactly. So there were some nice aspects of that, but then but as you learn, you don't really interact with general society as much, and so at least at the time, I was in a community too. It depends on your community as well. So in Los Angeles, it's much easier to live that type of life than it is in Orange County. As I found, I was like the most, I don't want to say the most Orthodox person in Orange County at one time, but I was probably in the top 10. Certainly, there were the rabbis. At the time, I wasn't quite yet a rabbi, but I was learning under them and had very traditionalist um, interactions like lived that in that type of culture. But the people around weren't that way. They were much more modern, and so I think it depends on where you live as well. Because at least I found that it's very difficult to be extremely one way when no one else is like that around you. And it's easier to do in New York City as well and Brooklyn. But basically, it depends where you are. I'm sure if you had like an Amish person and put them in. I mean, do you know any Amish people in California? I don't. I've never even known of any to be here. I've only known of them to be in the Midwest, like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, kind of places. But I've seen documentaries on them. But it seems like you need a, community in order to do that. It's quite difficult to do on your own, and I found that myself. That being extremely religious, um, there weren't that many people, at least in Orange County, and Orange County is different than LA County is, but people here were much more suburban, and so uh, I was at one point advised to to become more modern. So what did that mean? It meant cutting my beard, dressing with color. Because before I wouldn't dress with color, I would just have like a white shirt, black tie, black suit, black slacks, the whole deal, a black hat. But that made you stand out, and I could tell. I was wherever I would go, I would people would look at me. In fact, I used to get stopped, and people would ask me, um, like Christians would ask me if I was Amish. It happened. Yeah, it didn't happen much, but it happened one time in Santa Ana, where I got stopped because they just saw my traditional look and weren't used to Hasidic Jews or the way that Orthodox Jews dress. So it's quite interesting, I would say. And basically, at a certain Shabbat, like a certain Friday night dinner, you would have people who were it's very interesting. People who are dressed like that, and then people who are the people who basically, have the in vitro fertilization and are professional in people, and it's quite an eclectic bunch. I mean, the kind of people that you get, but there's like that traditionalist mentality where you don't want any kind of scientific infiltration of your life, and then there's the opposite of that. So I've lived both of them, and I would say honestly, I was the happiest I ever was. There was one year of my life where I it was like I just became very religious. It was actually before I moved towards smicha, which is religious ordination. But people saw how religious I was and wanted to learn under me. That's all rabbi means, by the way. It means teacher. So basically, there it's an interesting term. You traditionally you only had male teachers, but it has opened up now to some extent that you have female teachers as well, but they're not necessarily as recognized in some aspects of the culture. It just depends. But people also think that all rabbis have congregations, and that's certainly not true. In fact, in Orange County, there are only about 7 people who have congregations, but there might be 100 rabbis. So, like maybe 1 in 10. It's different, I guess, than Christianity with pastors and priests and things like that. But well, I should ask you: are you a religious person? Well, you're busy. Well, from my understanding has, I believe, I think it's Roman Catholicism has had some changes where previously homosexuality was like banned, but now it's more open. Is that true?
How does this tie into things like talent mutilation? I believe that they're looking for possible genetics.
Okay, so it's just like a papal opinion.
Issues associated with LA. They're looking for something that could replace whatever issue it is they have, and make their systems better. Okay. It seems like the whole cross circle thing has been largely debunked, but on the presumption that it at least some of it works through, why the crop circles? The ones that are sure, the ones that are precise, the more precise crop circles are obviously done by advanced intelligence, in which they were able to establish uniform consistency in their design applications. Okay, so what would they do with it? What would, I mean,
60?
okay, so the message to us, it could be a lot of things.
Isn't that where they went from Latin to English?
So if we just consider galactic graffiti, it could be a point toward where water is. Or
what else changed?
I mean, I don't know what the resources they want. But so that at one glance, they'd be able to know even the more novel they did some research on crop circles, and they determined that the circle was generated by a field of some sort because the plant itself was set specifically and uniformly in a location in which it would be physically impossible. Yeah, I've since heard evidence to suggest that was wrong, but let's just leave that there because you and I will we're out and we have a half hour left to go to open up the votes for the discussion. How about what happened this week in front of Congress?
That's a lot of changes.
Slowly taking it apart. What about the whole experience? The first goes to AM. This is the
What's intermarriage? Like between different religions? Wait, you mean you don't have to be Catholic to marry another Catholic? They don't have a conversion process?
Services are exposed to germs and bacteria. So-called point. Certified technicians using marble, granite, and more to remove buildup. They apply a seal to protect the bacteria and film. Give point a call today and be sure to have your natural stone surfaces cleaned every 12 to 24 months for a healthier home. Call 800-4-POINT now and take 35% off your next cleaning. When people the question, what do you hope to do on point? Because hope isn't just wishing for
One thing that I think, so I mean, the Catholics are the largest, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not Catholic, I don't know how it all works, but they're the largest group of Christianity, and Christians are the largest segment of the United States, so it's a powerful group within the United States. And as I understand politically, during the late 1960s and early 1970s, I believe, there were at least 2 priests that were elected to Congress, and I think the Pope made some kind of, I don't know what you call it, a bull or something like that, a papal order that said that priests could not run for elected office anymore. But I think that would have made a huge change because it was starting to become common where people were electing priests into Congress. Have you ever heard of this?
stands for greatest of all, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner. They're my best. Dad, you're the goat.
Correct, even higher at points.
Visit adoptus.org or see whether your Department of Health and Human Services adopt U.S. kids in child cancer. Things shift, things stay the same, things change for better or worse, regardless of what's happening.
Oh, interesting.
It's what we do.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Swifties beware. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. has issued a consumer alert warning fans and concert goers against counterfeit tickets and scams ahead of Taylor Swift's tour stops. From January 2022 through February of this year, the Better Business Bureau got more than 15,000 complaints regarding ticket sales. Onto says avoid having a full summer by purchasing tickets from authorized websites only and never provide personal information to get tickets.
And if I'm, please correct me if I'm wrong, there are some groups that did not go with Vatican II. They're like the old Catholic Church, or they consider themselves that. There's like a traditionalist segment. I've heard that as well, but I could be wrong.
The detention center was closed in 2019 after abuse allegations. People have been protesting outside the detention center since earlier this week. Law enforcement in Fullerton is searching for more young girls who may have been reported by a man charged with multiple felonies. A 2-year-old girl went into a women's basketball during a softball tournament earlier this week.
Fort County Jail Woman Kimberly Estes, the girl allegedly spotted Jacob Ariola with a camera.
She immediately told her parents that the man had been videotaping her while she was in class, and the parents subdued the defendant and held him down until police arrived and arrested him.
It says another phone with camera was found in the bathroom, and a search warrant later turned up 4 recording devices containing child porn. In Fullerton, Corbin Carson, KFID.
I have known priests, and just it through being like a religious leader, and it seems like a lonely life, not being able to marry. And I know it's quite a major undertaking to take on religious orders, but I personally, I don't know. I think we're moving towards a world where they may be able to marry in the future. I know there's been discussions of it. Do you think you'll ever see that?
The original Frosty was one of the Burger King's original 5 in 5. Southside Motor from KFI, sunny and hot again. Highs in the mid-80s at the coast tomorrow. Low 90s for Metro LA and in the big at 206 in the Valley, Sunny and Antelope Valley. A couple degrees cooler Sunday and Monday. It's 72 in Reyes, 70 Lake Forest, 68 in Marina Del Rey, 75
Very
in
interesting.
Burbank. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
There is a hotel. This is on the 7-day northbound from the 5 to Olympic Boulevard. Great winds going to be stepped out for road work until 6. We're seeing slowing throughout that area. Baldwin Park, we have good business. Earlier back on the 605 northbound, right before the 10-half-6 clear to lanes. Your drivers recovering in that area. And in Santa Ana, there is a hotel 55 northbound from the front route to the side. Great winds going to be shut down for road work until 5. You're seeing delays from the 405. Stay high, the sky will get you that fast for a day. And you, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement. Through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have a supportive, reliable, hardworking
And I could be wrong, but didn't they used to have married popes? Or I think there were 2 popes that were married. And then, like originally, like I'm saying, like 1,000 years ago, I think there were some. And then, as I understand, what'd you say?
There is a solution. DINOVITE. Dynavite. It's a grand total of 2 weeks. The dog stops itching, the hair stops falling out. Try Dynavite for free.
The indulgence scandal, right?
Learn more at dinovite.com/baby.
Exactly. Yeah, where you basically pay for forgiveness. Is that correct?
Lifeguard protection, only for physical security. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders who are new in your account to help stop them in real time and for fast news.
Very interesting. And then that isn't that, as I understand, that helped to cause the Protestant Reformation. Is that correct? Yeah, where you had Martin Luther. He was mad about the church, the Catholic Church, allowing for, I believe it was called lay indulgences. So as I understand, he was like a, yeah, exactly. He was, that's correct. And it's unfortunate, but yeah. And then, so, I mean, as I understand Christianity, you have like a big group of people, but they disagree on like really minor points. Is that correct? Like one, yeah, like one group will like follows the Pope. Exactly. And then you've got like the more modern Mormonism. Is that correct? Very interesting. So, what do you mean? I understand. Very socially progressive. Oh, wow. Very interesting. So, do you find a Beyonce, and that's different than Catholicism, correct? It's wild. Oh, wow. And that's not a thing of Roman Catholicism, correct? Judaism experiences its own aspects of that. So within traditionalist orthodoxy, there are not women rabbis, but within the other sects, yeah, they're like the Reform. And really, I mean, there are people who attend synagogue with a woman rabbi, and it's interesting because kind of like how you were saying that, like we consider them Jews, but it's certainly a decisive or divisive aspect of the religion, where there are some people who consider them rabbis, other people who don't necessarily respect them as much as they they perhaps should, or I mean, really at the end of the day, they're female teachers. That's what it is. The term rabbi means teacher. So they just are teaching their congregations, but there are certain aspects of Judaism that do not identify them as such. So it's, and I mean we're talking about a very sliver of a society. When you're looking at Jews being less than 2% of the population, it's not that many people. But yeah, I mean there are definitely women rabbis who have congregations, but they're what you would consider in conservative or Reform Judaism or Reconstructionist. It's not an Orthodox, but that's 90% of Jews are either Reconstructionist, Humanist, Reform, or Conservative. Orthodoxy is only 10%, and so Hasidics within that. So you have people who that yeah. So are you talking about with in Israel? Well, there are different there are different segments of it. So I don't think you're talking about Hasidism. I don't think you're talking about Chabad. So there is a movement in Israel where the women, you're not talking Chabad either, correct? Yes. So as I understand that it's within Israel, or it depends if you're talking. Oh yeah, definitely. So that's kind of more of an outside group. So like on the uh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's not as mainstream as some other things are. Um, and yeah, I mean, as I understand, they wear like a burqa. Is that what you're talking about? And it's, as I understand, that was more an Israeli like sect. I don't know how prominent it still is, um, but I think it has spread a little bit. But again, like especially with women and freedom, they don't want to necessarily be under that type of persecution, so to speak. But there are aspects of it that people like as well. You don't have to get dressed, and you can. Um, I don't. People aren't looking at your external aspects of your life, and then that changes within more orthodox communities as well, where women have head coverings and have modest clothing, and then you get into different, where people want to show skin, and then it kind of just becomes secular as well. You seem like a pretty modest person. Would I describe you accurately? Yeah, no, I understand that. But I mean, you're pretty rare in today's day and age to be a religious person to some extent, um, and it seems like you're trying to find some type of spiritual connection to a higher power. Is that correct? I think everybody is, and that's why, at least I mean, I found this in all aspects of Judaism, but I've also seen it in Islam and in in with the Christians with whom I've had experience. Like, okay, we can get all we can certainly disagree on whether Jesus was Messiah or Muhammad was a prophet or John Smith was a prophet. We can like get those are like intricacies that we can argue about all day. But at the end of the day, or in conclusion, basically, we all want to be good people. We have that in common. We want to build proper societies. And when it comes to the discussion of God, I find even with the most ardent religious people that if when people ask me, Rabbi, what is God? I say God is energy. And when I say that, what does that mean? It means like there's a certain energy that runs through the universe or the multiverse within every atom, within every um, particle, and that that basically it's the power that's within everything. That's how I describe God because I don't really have a wonderful answer for it, and no rabbi does. But correct. But the I get a lot of people who, no matter what their religious background is, they agree with that, and so that moves us to what's called monism, monism, and I think we're going to be moving towards that in society, which is essentially we're all one religion, and maybe that might not be today or tomorrow, but perhaps in the future. Yeah, definitely. So we call it the world to come. That's correct. But we think our belief is that, so we don't believe that Jesus was Messiah, which I'm sure that is controversial, but we think that there'll be messianic, like we call him Mashiach, a religious person who will help to unite the world. Additionally, that there'll be a new age that comes where we'll have something called perhaps revivification of the dead, bringing the dead back to life, and perhaps like longer lasting lives. It'll be a new epic, though, a new, um, like a new age, so to speak. And we're all waiting for that person to come. That's general Judaic belief, whether you're Orthodox or Reform. But I think a lot of, and the issue that many Jews have with the idea of Jesus is that if I understand this correctly, and I could be wrong, Jesus was God at the same time as like with the Trinity, I guess. But yeah, it's like the Holy Spirit. But the idea that Jesus died, and many Jews don't think you'd be able to kill God. And so there's the idea that like if Jesus died, then he was human. You can't kill God. So I mean that's kind of where the difference is. But that's like a really small detail of a much larger part of society where we could be agreeing on many other things, you know, religiously as people when it comes to, providing for clean water and food for the whole world. But it's like a lot of times we're not able to. No, you're right. You're right. That's why, at least on my stream, I've done my best to. Um, I mean, it's certainly Jewish when it comes to our daily praying and the blessings that we say, but I've done my best to read the Bible, audiobook versions of it, um, and also the Quran and the Christian Bible as well. And so that in the future, if people were to watch this, we we call it Tanakh, but yeah, I mean Torah is generally what it's known. Yes, but I think in the future, if people were ever to watch this stream, Jews or non-Jews, they'd get a very good essence of what society was, because I do my best to implement all types of spirituality, not just Judaism. So we have Hinduism, Taoism, Confucianism, Buddhism, then certainly some elements of, and I'm not saying that we believe in all of those. No, by no means. I mean, I'm a Jew. I want to have a Jewish family, Jewish kids, and things like that. But I want them to be aware of what these other beliefs were. So in the same way that people like I had some background on like Greek mythology. I would want my family to have the same kind of understanding of what other people believe, or Roman mythology, or Egyptian mythology. I know who those other gods are, but that doesn't necessarily mean I believe them. It just is like from a historical standpoint, I want them to know what that is. In the same way, I want my family to know what the Quran was, what the Christian Bible was, what the Book of Mormon is, all of those things. That's just what's important to me, because I want them to be well-rounded individuals. So I want them to know basically what's going on in the world. So in my own way, I've done my best to provide that digitally, or like via video. And I know it's a big risk that I've taken. That, I mean, in some ways it is. I mean, I look at it like, hey, I could be making $100,000 a year, $120,000 a year, like I was. So I'm not currently doing that. But on the other hand, it could essentially be something that's very beneficial to society. And even if I have to go back to work, uh, which I'm not against. I really like to work. I really like my profession, which is a project management professional, just organizing and building software. If I have to do that again, I see no issue with it. And then I've got a really nice archive of what society was like during my you know adulthood. And I really think in the future it'll be beneficial. Again, it's like a time capsule for society, and everyone with whom I have interactions with thinks it's a great idea. It's like, well, why hasn't it caught on? Why isn't it like the why isn't it viral? Well, firstly, my internet has been an issue with that because it's difficult. I get throttled by my ISP, and then you have to always, in order to get a huge following, you have to be interesting all the time, and a lot of times you're just sitting in your room, and I absolutely understand that currently is not very interesting, but with AI, very similar. Exactly. Exactly. But with AI, it will be able to edit that so that it'll only have what is of interest to perhaps people in the future. And as it sounds, I'm very positive about what what kind of groundbreaking technology we will have in the future, and not too distant future. I mean, I've already said, you know, I think I told you that there are apps right now that all you have to do is put in a link, and it will edit a video that's like 24 hours into a 3-minute YouTube short. They do. The only reason why I don't use it personally is I have 6 videos going every 24 hours, let's say, and it takes that AI app several hours to put out even just a 3-minute snippet, and it's not that accurate of what many people might see to be the most interesting discussions that we have. So what does that mean? So it may just see me typing on my computer, but I may be typing to 25 people at once, but it doesn't necessarily know that. And a lot of times it's only picking up like sound. So it's complicated on how it of what it thinks is of interest. But I think AI is going to improve that, and I think there will be a feature within YouTube in the not too distant future where it does that for you automatically. It provides an outline for you, or a transcript, or an overall summary of what's going on in a video. And so when that happens, I think that will be pretty groundbreaking, especially for someone like me who has as much content as I have. I mean, literally, I know it doesn't make me any money right now, but I have more content, more video content than any single person has ever uploaded to the internet. That's a wild thing. There's also this. Have you ever heard of the dead internet theory? So it's it's a theory that basically the internet died in about 2016. What does it mean to be died? Um, that much of the content that used to be produced that was unique and creative has either stopped or has been forced to go to other platforms. So, for instance, like and I'm sure, I mean, I don't know how old you are. I don't need to know, but I can just tell probably generally. You remember when like people would create their own websites? Do you remember? Like especially in the early days, people would create their own websites and it would have their interests on there, and they might even have a blog. They it was a living thing though. But basically, people don't do that anymore. They don't create their own websites. Usually, it's only for business purposes that they'll create a website, and people don't really blog anymore. You know what I mean? Blogging used to be a thing. You know what I mean by blogging, right? People would write like journal entries and such, and any of those that content has now been buried on the internet, so that basically no one reads it anymore, and it's not kept up. So that has somewhat changed. Blogging has moved into, and like what killed off the internet? Quite a few different things. Social media, a lot of people took all that energy that they would put into a blog and put it in social media. And so there's that aspect of it. There's also the idea, though, that Google, your major search engines, no longer promote that type of content anymore. So when before you might type in a subject into Google, it would come up right away with unique content. Now it'll come up only with like verified sources or fact check sources.
It's not dismantling the system. It's that the system itself is fine. We just must send a message that the system
Exactly.
is inflexible to
Promoted content. Yeah.
And if we see that
Oh, you're smart. You're absolutely right.
perhaps you experience it in your own life. In different governing bodies, for things like hospitals or universities, not uncommon. They want to give the appearance of supporting their staff. They want to give the appearance of being the kind of
You're right, but it's still difficult.
come on in and tell us what happened to you and how we can help. But they don't actually want you to do it.
You're right. They don't want you to be able to do that kind of research anymore. They would let you, and they changed their algorithm so that it basically only promotes verified news sources and verified articles. It is so annoying. I don't use Google. I use Google. I shouldn't say that. I don't use Google for research purposes though. I I use old web. Like I use this one um, search engine called Dogpile. Dogpile. Yeah, you know what it is? It's an it's an old it's an old search engine. It 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 basically kept Google's old algorithm that allowed you to find content. Yahoo became the same like Google as I use it. But dog Dogpile does not as much. It uses the old one. So like I stream content all the time. And before, like on the internet, you used to be able to just type like for instance, I wanted like a movie that I wanted to brush up on that we discussed in the past few days. Um, uh, was one second because I didn't even start it. Total Recall, and so like I used to be able to just type into Google like where can I watch Total Recall for free, and it would bring me like a bunch of sites, but it doesn't do that anymore. But if you go to Dogpile, it does. Oh yeah, definitely. It still gives you the old types of results that. So, and then like as well, like I know, I had some friends in college that were um, like there was this one person's name I could not remember, and I was trying to search for their name using Google because it was just bothering me. Why can't I remember this person's name? And I I knew they were on a like I was friends with some teams in college and athletic teams, so I knew they would be on the roster. And I typed in to Google like what I thought this person's name was, and um, Google would just give me recent like standings, and it would give me like recent results, but nothing like more than 3 years old, and it was really annoying. I went to Dogpile and it came up right away. I got an article from 2007 about it or 2005 about it. And I was like, oh yeah, that's what that person's last name was. I couldn't remember what it was. And I find that yeah, if I use older search engines, the results, believe it or not, are much better. And um, I mean, when I was a kid, well, I say that kid, no, but when I was like when I was a teenager, there were maybe 15 different search engines out there. There was Ask Jeeves and Lycos and No, it isn't running anymore. But you're right. Exactly. There was Yahoo and Alta Vista, and and I remember Google wasn't even the one that people used. It I mean, there was like it was not used. Google really became big in the knots, but like around 2006. At least it was when I was in college, and I remember like professors saying like use this search engine. It was like they all got a memo one day that was like, yeah, we're all going to start using this one search engine. Was Google? And sure. Well, uh, a little before then, you had the choice of what search engines you wanted to use, and so you get different results. And now you don't have that as much. It's like, you know, 75% of all web traffic goes through Google, and it's all the same stuff. And it's so that gets to the idea of the dead internet, because most of those articles are um, either like boilerplate, or they're pre written, or they're AI written. So it's not like that humanistic touch that you used to get when people would be blogging and doing all kinds of other things. Um, and at least in my kind of world, I'm not what's defined as a blogger, blogger, but I'm a vlogger, vlog, video, exactly. And boilerplate, yeah. So it's a term that's basically like pre-generated um, content. So it's a business term. It is. So um, here, I just looked it up, so I got a good definition. What is a company boilerplate? A boilerplate is a single paragraph which sums up your entire company, who you are, what you do, and why you exist. It's essentially a condensed version about us. I don't know why it's called boilerplate though. That's a good question. But it's basically like um, like regurgitated information that isn't new, if you understand what I'm saying. Like it's not, they're like short standardized things. And sometimes people want more content than that. And you used to be able to get more content, and it's no longer that way. Um I I personally, I mean, I remember when you go on the internet, and just depending on how long you've been using it, it was, if you search for something, you would get the first 10 results of Google even were like 10 independent people's websites on a topic. It's no longer that way. Now now it's like New York Times, Time Magazine, just exactly what you've referenced. And it's unfortunate that it's that way, but it's just how it is. So it makes it much more difficult to find things. So I have been using, and I finally use Dogpile. I can't believe I'm using that website. I remember, um, but I do use it, and I find that it can find information for me better than Google can now. The way that I learned about it, I had a teacher when I was in 8th grade who was like, we were just starting to use the internet in like school, and Google was not used yet. So basically, whatever your browser's default search engine was, that's what you used. So a lot of times that was like Ask Jeeves or Lycos or Alta Vista are some of them. But he told us about this one. We were doing like medieval history um, projects, and he said, "Well, use whatever you want, but this one I like. It's called Dogpile." Just one moment, I got something in my throat. Pardon me. Um, and so we were like, Dogpile, and he's like, yeah. I mean, he's like, I don't necessarily like to call it that because, or like, not call it that, but I don't necessarily like the name, because the idea of it was like dog pile is like a pile of dog feces, if you understand what that means, like poop basically. But it was easy to remember, and what he said was good about this one was that it searched all the other search engines and then gave you your results. So at the time, it would search like Lycos and Alta Vista and all of those for you and then give you the results. And I find that they never changed their algorithm. So it still does that 20 years later. So that's why I get good results. Now, is that the only one that I use? No. I I I don't think we had this discussion, but perhaps we did. Basically, the most important relationship in business between two companies, perhaps in the history of the world, has been the iPhone and Google. So Google pays, it was only like $1 million a year, but it's certainly, I'm sure, more than that now. But a certain amount of money to be the default search engine within the iPhone. Basically, they're, by them doing that, it has revolutionized society. Now, I know you don't necessarily use an iPhone, but you use Google because that's what Android's based on. So when you use a search engine, it's automatically Google. But on an iOS device, it doesn't have to be that way. Yet Google pays for it to be that way. So if another company came along, say Bing, and was like, "Hey, uh, Apple, we want to be the default search engine," they could revolutionize society by that, by being the default search engine on the iPhone. And why is that? Because it's basically, people don't care what search engine they have to use. It's just they want the information as quickly as possible, and they're not going to go in and change all the settings in order to make it a different search engine. So like that basically has been a huge relationship that between Apple and Google that's really changed the world. I personally, I find that uh, it can, it doesn't provide for that good of content, but even I use it just by default. It's what's there. If you remember, do you remember in the 90s Microsoft got in trouble with uh, well, they got sued by the federal government over monopolies based on requiring their um, their software to have Internet Explorer as a default browser. Do you remember this? So basically, Microsoft was broken up as a monopoly during the 1990s. One of the things that they would do is that when you would use Windows as a software, the default, meaning like the, the automatically used software for searching the internet was Internet Explorer. And there was a case that arose that said that Microsoft had too much of a monopoly over searching preferences. And so they've had to lighten up on that a little bit. I believe Netscape. Have you heard of Netscape? Netscape was the big, um, they were the big competitor. And they basically said that it was an unfair business practice that Microsoft was using the only browser out there. So anyway, these companies just do that though, and people are like robots, and they're like, okay, well, I'll just use what's available because it's fastest, and that's what they end up doing. By the way, did you ever get your computer fixed? Well, you let me know when that happens. You rely on your phone mostly. And for it to be, you said you got your phone in 2017. That's 6 years old. Does the battery still work on it? Well, that's a good thing. Samsungs are good phones. Right. No, I understand. Well, it's not an app, but it's just it's a piece of software that I highly recommend is ChatGPT. You should try it. It's amazing. Well, so what makes that a revolutionary technology? Just in the same way that search engine was a revolutionary technology, you could go to a search engine. You like cats, so you would type into Google or whatever search engine, what is the best cat? What in your opinion is the best cat? Okay, perfect. So currently, if you type into Google what what is the best cat, it'll give you a bunch of articles about people who have written about what they think the best cat is. Okay. But what ChatGPT will do is when you type in what is the best cat, it will give you reasons of for why each breed is the best, and they're customized to it. And white tabby may certainly be on that. So it's kind of like an enhanced version of a search engine, which again I highly recommend. I use it on almost a daily basis, and it really helps. I mean, like for instance, here's one. Here's an interesting thing. Like I saw this music video. It's from the 19. Um, okay, there's a song. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it's called Black Betty. Have you ever heard the song Black Betty? Oh wow. Okay, so it's a song by Ram Jam, and I remember seeing the music video for it. And the music video is very plain. It's like outside this house from the late 1970s, and it's just like these guys playing instruments in their yard. But I could not remember the name of that song, and I could not remember the band Ram Jam. So I typed into ChatGPT, can you please tell me what song has a music video that is it's outside a house in like a rural area, and they're playing instruments on the grass. And it was able to tell me that's Black Betty by Ram Jam. And Google would not have been able to tell me that, if that makes sense. Exactly. It's exactly right. You're exactly right. Large language models are essentially artificial intelligence assistants. And so if there's anything like there are questions that I've had that it's like I can't find this on Google, or I can't find it on another search engine. You can ask it, and it's really really smart. So I those things are really interesting. Well, Rachel, I want you to know it's been a pleasure speaking with you, but I can hear you yawning, and I'm gonna let you go. You can let you get your beauty rest, and I look forward to speaking with you again soon. Excellent. Well, have a wonderful evening. Take care, Rachel. Bye-bye. Being here in a second, let's go.
Yeah, all of that may be true, but I also think that the more people who did it, the less likely that would be. And I think again it comes down to, do we have the courage of our own convictions? And do we really believe in a transparent society? Or do we, there's certain things I think we kind of jadedly predict. I think that 1960 report was based on faulty information. And I think it's the same sort of thing that I'll go back to 9/11. You know, you have people in a plane outside of Pittsburgh who then suddenly knew what was going on. And they took action, and they were willing to sacrifice their own lives to stop another leg of that tragedy from happening. And I think that's what we would end up doing. I think that we would rise to the level of our better angels. And we would then also say, okay, well, here's where we are. You've told us the facts. We're not being infantilized. We're not being treated like children. We're going to make the tough choice. I'd like to think that's what would happen, but I might be more optimistic than some of those reports. But I do think the fact that the Pentagon has come forward is a good sign. Tom is in Montana on Coast to Coast AM. Tom? Good evening, Ian. How are you tonight? Oh, couldn't be better. Tell me what's on your mind in open lines. I was a pilot my whole life. Private? No, I was a military pilot, and then I went to work for the airlines and did that for the remainder of my career. Right? And if people knew how many UFOs there were, they would just absolutely crap. I'm stupid. I sleep fine. I take an Ambien, don't sweat it. And that's my point. So there is all these reports saying, oh no, if we saw it, we'd be panicking, society would collapse. Really? Well, just give another day at the office, didn't it? You don't see them every flight, but you know, I've seen as many as 9 at a time flying formation out over east of El Paso on the way from Los Angeles to Houston. And the other guys in the crew saw it too, and we didn't report it because, you know, you never know what's going to happen if you do stuff like that. But I told my wife about it, and a couple weeks before that, I had gone out to Las Vegas, and I was flying a trip to Las Vegas layovers, and I had a jumpy rider who was a friend of John Lear. And he said, well, geez, I'm going to call John when I get into town. Why don't you just come with me, and we'll go talk to John. And so I did, and John took me over to Bob Lazar's house, and then we got to talking, and of course, John knew when the UFOs were scheduled to fly up at the restricted area, so we went up and watched the UFOs fly up there at Area 51 or S4, whichever you want to call it. And I told my wife about it when I got home, and she said, after you get back from your next trip, we're going to Las Vegas, and we're going to go up there to Mailbox Road and watch the UFO flies. And as we were flying out, I got off my trip and went to her flight that was ready to go, and I got on the airplane, and we were flying, and I went and found a row of empty seats, and I laid down and went to sleep. Well, as we were flying along, a UFO joined up on the right wing of our 727. My wife got to see this thing about 20 feet off the end of the wing, and she had never believed any of the stuff that I told her before. And after that, she realized that I was telling her the truth. And if people realize how much stuff goes on, they would never fly in another airplane again. Well, tell me about that, though. They're all over. They're all over, but would they really not? I mean, you still got to get someplace fast with this stuff with the buses. I don't think so. I don't have the answer to that. I think I have truck wherever I go. Yeah. But I just mean, I don't think that that's true. I think most people would there be like, oh, cool. I want the window seat. Well, that's probably right. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's what they'd be fighting over more than ever. Is who gets the window seat to see something they're going to come down and they're going to buzz us or they're going to fly alongside of us or however it is that we categorize it. I think we're going to find that's not uncommon. But I appreciate the story because that's it. Kathleen is in Scranton on a wildcard line on Coast to Coast. Kathleen? Hi, Ian. Hey, I saw an interview with Friedman, F-R-I-D-M-A-N, and he did it with Ryan Graves. And the story that Ryan Graves tells as a pilot, he saw these UAVs. A lot of times he was working off the coast of Virginia, and he said that he was landing airplanes onto a ship and then taking off. And during his training exercises he saw as a pilot, and not only that, he tells the same story back then that he tells the committee that right, he wanted to agree with the testify this week, yeah. Right. So what I'd like to know, because I do believe that this is real, because it's just too much. You know, it has to every time an incident where a pilot has hit any of these flying objects, and if so, when or where, that would be a good question to have answered. Like, does anything ever hit the wings, hit? Right. Like, have they ever eaten so much as blood? Right. I'll throw that up there. Somebody's going to know. Who knows? Jason is in Oregon on a wildcard line on Coast to Coast. Jason? Hey, Ian. Hey. Hey, I'm just working on my car here out in Oregon. All right, you got to tell me what you're working on. What car? It's 40K from putting a 1-inch lift on the truck and getting this thing ready for a little overland. I was doing so I didn't do a lot of the work myself, but so I drive a 2013 convertible, Volkswagen, right? And it's really great. It's a program. It's got a little lift to it. And I love driving that car, but it's been like 10 years since I've owned a car. So this week I had the engine cleaned, I put some new tires on it, put one of those new protective skins on the front and the back or rock chips, and then I went through and I detailed and I shampooed and everything. And I don't know if this is true. It may just be very superstition, but I will tell you, it feels like it runs better when it's clean. And I just been driving it around and it feels like it's right off the shoulder. Oh yes, I believe you. Hey, and I agree. A clean car is a happy car. Yeah, and that's what I do. I like getting out.
He is subletting his mouth. There's a lot of room in there. A lot of room. I know there was a Taliban living in there, but he left, and he's now renting some space under the Sikh's turban. But the turban, it has all kinds of practical applications. It's a tourniquet. It makes a lovely sash. Say you want to have an impromptu game of pin the tail on the donkey. Get a blindfold. All right, what was I saying? You were saying that under the right circumstances, a producer could make more with a flop than he could with a hit. It's quite possible. Yes, you keep saying that, but you don't say how.
Well, it's simply a matter of creative accounting. Let's assume for a moment that you are a dishonest man.
Assume away.
You see the look on their faces? And why we did, we forgot every line of it. He went up in smoke.
I'm so thankful, thank God, that this damn play is going to be over.
He has freed us from the which is in vain. Our gotta be safe. No more openings in Cleveland. No more sleeping in dirty beds. Free. Free. This guy's a disaster. He's a living disaster. He's a storm. He's like a storm that will destroy everything in his path. I mean, he's got this gift. Everything he touches, he dooms. He's a little cyclone, tornado, destroys, and changes. Any minute now, the show will be dead. Here, a toast to the death of the producers. Rest in Innkeeper, another round of drinks here. As a matter of fact, another round of drinks. Everybody in the place. Here's to fame.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
Partners, Leo, all the way. And nothing or no one will ever come between us. No one knows.
Come in.
Excuse me, I got some things stuff.
Casting. No, I'm sorry, miss. There's no casting today.
Actually, there very well could be casting. Come in.
Honeymoon, you were shining in June. Still breathing, well, you got away so It's intermission. Quick, hide your faces. They'll tear us to pieces.
I'm kind of in hack.
2 whiskeys out.
So far, this is about the funniest thing I've seen on Broadway.
I've never laughed so hard in my life. Absolutely hysterical.
I can't wait to sleep my side.
Don't panic. A lot of shows on the street. You may not necessarily be talking about Larry David and the producers.
Who would have guessed Larry David would be so hysterical?
In fact, he was brilliant in the second act as he is in the first. The show's going to run for another 5 years.
No way out. No way out. No way out. No way out. No way out.
Listen, this is a small portion of the audience. Let's go back and see what the majority has to say. Yes, the majority. Come on, let's hear from the majority. Let's hear from the majority. Yes, we'll hear from the majority. This is the majority.
Leo went back, up off our backs, and found the great right way. Leo went back on our tracks. We're back on top to stay. So when we take your money, never fear. We're back Broadway, right on its ear. The cast is great, the script is swell, but this we're telling you, sirs, it's just go, you're not no show without the producers.
I'm drowning. I'm gonna die. And somewhere, I'm not religious at all. I said, God, help me. And I'm deposited right on the beach. I went swimming that day. For some reason, something drew me to the water. Why, I don't know. You know, so I was like a baby drawn to the nipple. You know what I mean? An adult is drawn to the nipple. Either way, right?
You know what I think?
Is that divine intervention?
Yeah.
Huh? Is that not divine intervention?
What I think,
Huh?
I think this happened for a reason.
Yes, I think so too. It happened for a reason.
Now maybe you'll start to be more respectful to people, treat people better.
That's good.
There's Larry, yeah.
Why the hell?
Whatever.
Oh, I'm very nice.
Yeah.
So, anyway, amazing? Is that amazing? True story, every word, huh? To life. Right. Yeah. Go to temple. My holy days.
Yeah, of course.
I think I want to go to temple this year.
You do?
Well, yeah, I mean, given what happened and everything, don't you think I should be there?
Yeah, it's a great thing, but you gotta get your ticket like 6 months in advance. It's a tough ticket to go to
Why should I
that.
need a ticket to go to temple? It's crazy.
I'm not saying I justify it, but you need a ticket. I've got my tickets.
Am I going to get one?
You know what? I'll make some calls, and if I hook one up, I'll call you tonight.
Okay, we'll see. This thing. Look, you see a handle like this on a cup? What's the point of this? You can't. Yeah, look, you can't get your index. What's the point?
Oh, I got my Leo Delicatessen. What's up on the board? A brand new sandwich called the Larry David.
Get out of here.
Swear to God.
Your name is Sandwich Jeff?
Yeah, he was Sandwich Jeff.
You're kidding?
Yep.
I can't believe it. I'm on the board.
You're on the board.
What is it?
Let's see. There's whitefish, sable, capers, onions, and cream cheese.
That's the sandwich?
Yeah. You got a sandwich!
Disgusting sandwich, really?
And I'm going to get some.
Oh my gosh, what happened? Did you bump into it? No.
You bumped into me. You bumped into me. Oh. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey.
What?
We're going to take off.
What? Be careful with you. I'm not ready to leave yet.
Yeah, it's enough already.
Larry, what the fuck? I'm having fun, Jeff. They want to go.
You want to go?
You want to go?
Yeah.
Be careful.
No, we want to go.
We're not ready to leave, Jeff. We just got to school.
Listen, you'll get a ride.
Fine.
If you don't get a ride, you'll give me a call.
Fine, yeah. You'll be hearing from us.
I will. I'll come back and get you.
I believe that.
Call me Mr. Chips.
I don't care.
No, this is kind of important, though.
Come back.
No, I'm really. Hello?
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Made some calls, but I'm going to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You know what? He's a driver scalper.
Really? What's helping?
What do you do? I have no idea.
All right, I'll get some stuff.
Get some scalper.
Still down there?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for trying.
Sure, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Get off of me. What am I doing? What are you doing?
What? What's the big deal? What?
Why'd you have to answer the phone?
Because I told you I was expecting a call. Why? So what? I don't know.
Good night.
Right. Mustn't interrupt intercourse. Oh, sacred intercourse cannot be interrupted. Oh, everybody, quiet. Quiet for intercourse. Shh, don't disturb the intercourse.
Some kind of sandwich. First time I really smelled that. Look at that very English sandwich.
Yeah.
I really smelled it. It's something out of the
All right. I don't even like it. But I like it.
Whatever you said just now, you love it, which is something you do. You do not do a lot of love. I have a lot of respect for speech. Speak a little bit. It wouldn't hurt anybody up. Not even hurt anybody.
I don't have respect for speech. I do. I respect speech. I disagree.
Look who's so good to see you. Oh, it's Dave. How are you, sir?
Leo, first of all, I want to thank you for putting me up on the board, having my own sandwich.
That ain't never seen.
Look out, Brady.
No problem. It's my pleasure to put the Larry David sandwich up on the board.
Such a wonderful thing.
You like it, eh? You like it? What is this way?
No, not really big. I can tell you the truth.
It's the best wife thing in the whole wide world. No other place got this much more but me.
No, I'm sure it is. I'm more of a, pastrami, corned beef kind of guy. Can I get a pastrami corned beef thing?
You are a white fish savior. It is. What do you want me to do?
Come.
No. God.
Let me ask you this, okay? What if I got somebody to switch sandwiches with me? Yeah, maybe, Ted Danson. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's what it is. Mr. Danson said, okay. I can.
Jesus, that guy almost broke my hand. I said he almost broke my hand with that handshake.
None. Once in a while. If we were legend.
You can drink of water. Make some water. Okay, Pop. Everything's gonna be all right. I got your glasses.
Your dad is a mild stroke. Yes, he's going to be fine. He's sedated right now. But he's doing very, very well. My feeling is we may do a little corrective surgery. I don't know exactly when, but we'll have him here for a while.
Let me ask you a question. Your dad not reading in the telly? Actually, they need a sandwich. No. Yeah, I got my own sandwich. That's great. I'm up on the board. Larry didn't go in there.
Oh, I see that on the menu.
Yes, but that I can't stand it. I see you recall the breath thing.
No, not at all.
Anyways, here's my question. Is it possible that the sandwich had something to do with
If the sandwich was caught and he started choking, and then fearful, I guess it's possible. It could raise his blood pressure. His life is less threatened. He's fine and he's resting. So it's really fine. Do you mind? I'm a big fan of
Father's here. There's a wonderful show. Thank you. I'm going to do your photos. I'm chief surgeon here. Usually I delegate it to somebody else. I would be happy to do this. Thank you. Now, you're a photographer, right? Would you like to I think he's fun from the
Get it.
Got a whole handful of them.
Tomorrow, you watching the show? No, you watching the show? Yeah, you watching the show? Yeah, you watching the show? Yeah, you watching the show? Oh, but you watching the show? I got you watching the show. You watching the show.
Adopted? I'm adopted? Okay.
Now.
Adopted.
You have to leave now. Let's go.
Adopted?
Come on. Let's go.
Adopted?
Let's go.
I'm adopted. I think I'm adopted. I might be adopted. I think I'm adopted. I could be adopted. I might be adopted.
Dennis!
Where'd you come from? Upstairs? Oxygen to his brain or something? Don't ruin this for me. I'm not trying to ruin it for you. Hey, get this here. Hey! I can't catch it.
No, we were just, I was at his office.
Right,
You know,
you're filming.
yeah, you know, check out the and, oh, guess what? The Oats? Yeah. They named a sandwich after me.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, you're kidding.
Not a sandwich.
That's wonderful.
On the board.
You've arrived.
I am on the board.
That is fantastic.
Yep. So, the thing about it, I was wondering, because I know you don't go in there very much. I'm in there all the time. I'm in there 3 times a week. You know, and in as much as you don't go in there, I was just thinking that maybe, because my sandwich is a great sandwich, but I'm not really a fish guy, and it's kind of you gotta like fish. You like fish, but anyway. So I was thinking maybe you wouldn't mind switching. Yeah, you know, because you don't go in there. I'd like to eat my own sandwich. It would be fun to go in with my dad, eat my own sandwich. You know. Huh? Really? Fantastic. Oh, okay. It's you know, whitefish. You know whitefish?
Whitefish.
Whitefish and sable. Sable is a fish.
Fish and whitefish.
Smoked fish, yeah, but they blend very well. Like scientists. What else? It's not grape juice, it's
Capers.
There may be some capers, I'm not sure. I don't like it. That's the I knew it.
My sandwich is turkey, coleslaw, Russian dressing. It's a classic.
Yeah, but you're not there. You don't go there.
People use my sandwich to ensure they show up all of a sudden trading. My dancing sandwich is all of a sudden it's hairy.
It's not hairy. It's not hairy. Shut the fuck up. It's not hairy. Okay? It's white fish and salmon. That's not hairy. Instead of ordering a dancing, people go and order a Larry D. What's the difference?
One tastes good, one sucks.
Why did you taste it? Taste the sandwich. Taste it.
I don't want to taste it. It's
You don't want to taste it?
I don't want to taste it.
You don't want to taste it?
No, I won't taste
You
it.
won't taste it?
Sandwich. No,
All right, so you're not tasting it. Yeah. I got the wow. Let's see what you got. It's 5 inch 2 cents right now. So I can't go back to spitting all over. Really? You should. What are you drinking? No idea. That's cool. You can screw with me. All right. All good.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's a very popular day.
Go around.
By the way, okay.
I really never expected to get my car connected.
Very sorry about that. Listen, this adoption thing I was thinking about, here at the end, was somebody from childhood.
Any relative who would know, they're all dead.
They're all dead.
All dead, yeah.
Every last one.
Just one person, though. I had a nanny. I had a nanny, Johanna Seidel. When I was a kid, Antoinette tracked her down. They said Johanna Seidel in the nursing home in Queens.
Well, this is terrific. That way you'll have definitive yes, no. You might not be happy with the answer, but you'll know the answer.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. You pick up the phone from Jersey?
You're your loved one. You're going to pick them up.
Larry, Rob.
Oh, so, can you shake Rob? We got a bad.
It's okay. So this is your wife?
No, what? No, that's my wife.
Okay, I'll see you inside.
Okay, see you inside.
So, really, it's always the thing.
Stop.
No.
What?
This happens to be a very expensive hat, mister. And
Let's go ahead and correct. Sorry, sister.
This happens to be a very expensive hat, mister.
Let's go ahead and correct. Sorry, sister.
שאדם האוכל פרוטקט בעולם הזה, be among those who cherish truth above ease. Their fruit we eat now, their essence remains for us in the life to come.
That sandwich at the devil. Look at it. That's how I can animals. I tried them. That's your picture. I take stuff. I give it to Chad. What are you talking about? That's what you're talking about. It's your business right now. Then you the sandwich stinks, buddy. It stinks. You see your ticket. Your ticket. Problem? You can have your ticket. See? Oh, shush. You spilled the coffee, by the way, because I couldn't put my fingers through your dainty cup. You just saying a great picture of my Gentile wife. You know, it's the first time it's happened. Mary, what's happening? They're kicking us out.
Well, are you going to wait for us?
It's going to be this day.
How are we going to get home? We carpooled with you.
People play this stuff. People's going to ask somebody. Come on. Friends, let us get you on Facebook.
I think if she gets the letter, she's going to get in touch
Start of the week. This is game number 2 of this tournament for her and her team of on-pitch officials. In the VAR hub, Tom van Boekel of the Netherlands leads that team. About the 2-11s then, Sweden unchanged from the victory in their first group game against South Africa. Centre half Amanda Gillis's winner came right at the 90-minute mark in that game. The captain, Kosovari Aslani, has been struggling with a groin problem, but has declared herself fit enough to start. Stina Blackstenius scored against Italy at the European Championship in 2017. And the game that Sweden lost to She's out putting on my father.
You need to call him and tell him not to do it. You're going to have to get somebody else.
I hate it.
So you don't have a choice.
Italy goalkeeper Francesca Durante is still yet to be beaten at this tournament. The back four are untouched from that win over Argentina in Auckland.
Where's my father?
Two teenagers again in the Italy side, Beccari and Dragoni. The only change from last time out is up front. Sofia Cantore comes in for Giacinte, which means that Cristiano Girelli, despite scoring that crucial late winner a few days ago, is on the bench again.
I call for Davis.
There's a nice buzz inside Wellington Regional Stadium. There were plenty of Swedish and Italian fans who have been milling around the city centre today. The Italians have just arrived. The Swedes have probably been here a while, considering their first 2 group games are here. There's the one change amongst the 22. Sofia Cantore, who will lead Elena Bertoloni's front line tonight.
Yep. Is there any girl in the World Cup who can't get it? No, everybody's in the World Cup. It's rock, baby.
So off we go on a Saturday evening in the Southern Hemisphere. Sweden and Italy trying to make it into the round of 16. So far, only Japan and Spain have confirmed their place in the knockout round of this Women's World Cup. We have a winner tonight in Wellington, and they will be the 3rd team to qualify. Already immediately springing forward for Italy is Sofia Cantore, who has tested Vujovic. Tested out well too.
Well, that would have been vindication for Bertolini making the change in our lineup. Kantoure with the first try of the night. Testa Vujovic as well in the Sweden goal. Just that you have to say Sweden's number one this past exemplary circumstances, really, because it was not a tricky one to hold on to. Followed by Natalie Bjorn for Sweden.
Oh, is that not offside?
Salvai goes back to goalkeeper Durante. He didn't get quite the purchase she wanted on the ball. Here's Bertolini, 6 years in charge, the Italy head coach. Very freely admits that her future in the role as Italy's number one will depend on the outcome of this World Cup. This World Cup is starting well for Italy so far. They've taken a huge amount of confidence from that victory over Argentina. This angled down. Tennis is pretty quick off the mark, but covering well with Salvai for Italy. It goes to Bonacea, who has hooked it on for Giuliano, who again has sent the ball forward towards Kantoure, who's seen a lot of it in that wide area at the moment for Italy. Kantoure with a couple of options inside the penalty area, well met at the near post by Eriksson. Giuliano's efforts. Bar a deviation behind for the first corner of the night.
Giuliano.
Good start from the Italians so far. They were lightning quick in the early stages against Argentina as well, setting out their intent. As you would expect, though, the noise coming from the Italian camp off the back of that victory in their group opener is one of huge confidence. They are full of belief right now. Reflected in the first 3 minutes so far in Wellington. Giuliano's corner for Italy and towards that near post, and it's waywardly over the top by Ariana Caruso. But all very promising for Bertolini's team. She was almost in tears herself off the back of that late winner for Italy in their opening game. Came even later for Petja Hudson, Sweden side, 90th minute, Amanda Illested's goal. They had to come from behind to beat South Africa inside this stadium. Markedly different conditions to the ones experienced tonight as well. It's dry, there is hardly a dash of wind inside this arena. It was wet and it was pretty wild here when Sweden and South Africa met. Nice old battle for the ball in midfield, which Sweden temporarily came away with, but not for long. This is Bonacea for Italy. Foul actually not given against Boatini. It's the offside for the fullback, Lisa Boatini. Fifth meeting between the two nations today. They drew 1-1 the last time they faced each other. That was in the Algarve Cup, which was a friendly tournament in Portugal at the start of last year. Valentina Giacinti scored Italy's goal. The player has been dropped tonight. Caroline Sager equalised from the spot for Sweden. She's on the bench again this evening, the experienced midfielder. Yet to really find their rhythm so far tonight in the first 5 minutes, Sweden. Vujovic wanted to take that back into her own penalty area, I think, but the presence of Sofia Kantoure ensured she couldn't do that. It's going to be the Juventus player Cantore with the Italy throw. When it comes to this Italian team, most of the squads, let alone the 11 on the pitch tonight, either represent Juventus or Roma, the now Serie A champions. Women's football back in Italy. 6 members of 23 in the squad did not play for either of those two clubs back in their home. Strong challenge by Rubinson just to keep things ticking along for Sweden. This is Asllani. Fridolina Rolfa, who did score against South Africa, but apart from that was relatively quiet. Asllani's got it again, the captain. Scored ground as well, but hasn't got the free kick from the Welsh referee. Now Boatin for Italy. Giuliano. Boatin back to Cecilia Salvai. Be delighted to be playing in this tournament and having her opportunity because she's had some wretched luck, the Italian centre-half. The last two major tournaments, the World Cup in 2019 and the European Championship in 2022, she missed both of them with second ACL injuries. Layoff by Cantore. Right nicely into the penalty area before Bjorn is able to sweep it away for Sweden. Rolfa. And off goes Blackstenius, who needs a little support, otherwise she's going to have to do this alone. She can't because Elena Linari comes away with it for Italy. I thought in the main those two centre-halves, Linari and Salvi, were excellent against Argentina in Italy's first game. Here's Salvi now. Sayer barged off it. Take the on for Sweden. They won the third place match of the last World Cup 4 years ago, Sweden against England. There's one occasion in history where a nation finishing third then won a tournament 4 years later. It's the United States. They finished third in 1995. They went on to win it in 99. To Guglielmo, fullback, playing the ball carrier role as well. Moves possession straight back to Italy, though, the Swedish midfielder. Magoni, the 16-year-old in Italy's team. Kari is 18 herself. It's going to be Italy free kick for the foul on Cantore, who's having an impact so far. She's really versatile as well. Sofia Cantore, she can play anywhere really across that Italy front line. Had her opportunity this season with Juventus because in the previous 3 seasons she's been sent out on loan in every single. No surprise to see the centre halves are forwards. Salva is there. Imagine that Sayer will be a presence as well from this Italy free kick. Vucevic came, but there was somebody waiting in front of her to ensure that the situation was dealt with adequately. It was Delena Eriksson, I think. Torre with this Italy throw. Roth's high ball. Stenius looks a little isolated at the moment up front for Sweden. 16th in the world, Italy. Sweden 3rd, so there is a little bit of disparity between the two nations. Basis of the 11 minutes we've seen so far, Italy, at the very least, look like they are on par with Sweden. Throw for Italy to be taken by Lisa Boattini. Beyond, but not away yet for Sweden. It's Caruso who was weaving, but unable to negotiate her way through. It's a fair challenge by Salvi. And it goes from Dragoni. She's got it back as well on Cantore. Piano. It's on the same wavelength, unfortunately, as Guglielmo. This challenge again then from Salvi. Yeah, she got a bit of the ball. It's a good decision.
Look at this one, look.
Lucia Di Guglielmo with the Italy throw. That's from Giuliano. Goni's managed to get that through. Kari. Good strength from her. Salvi. Boattini provided the cross for the Italy goal against Argentina with a very similar delivery to that one we just saw there. On for Salvi, so she's going to go back to Durante.
I am aware of the effect I have on women.
By Bowen
I am aware of the effect I have on women. I am aware of the effect I have on women. I am aware of the effect I have on women.
Taking a lot of heart from that early save from Sofia Cantore. It's inside the first 60 seconds. That's a little better from Sweden. Aslani working it wide. Anderson, Aslani slipped as she was more than anything stretching to try to keep the fluency of the Sweden attack moving. Actually pitched back by Rubenson.
I am aware.
There's some pressure on Sweden to deliver a better performance tonight, for sure. This is angled hard for Sweden and too much on the pass for Johanna Cambrians.
I am aware of the effect I have on women.
I am aware of the effect I have on women. I am aware of
a little late, wasn't it, that challenge from Fridolina Rothberg?
the effect I have.
It's the confident Salvi, but pass was astray. Aslani has it for Sweden and feeding through towards Blackstenius. Big night though for Kosovari Aslani, not just because it's her 34th birthday today, but also because she plays her club football in Italy with AC Milan, so she will know and have faced so many of these players on such a regular basis, Aslani. Speaks Italian as well, I think, so we'll understand perfectly what's been said by those in view around her. It does look like Chiara Vicari is playing a more central role for Italy in that forward line.
Those slaves we got them on sold in the market down in New Orleans. Some slave and they're just doing all right. Even with the wind and just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, y'all? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah. John is beating home when you get on top. Lady of the house running where it's gonna stop. I don't know, but they were doing alright. We should have heard it just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, man?
It's just Vucevic who has pushed it back out. She had held it there potentially. Did manage to get a little prod in it as well. Dick Guglielmo was coming in. She's been tested so far, but she's been receiving goal. She's only got third. Second cap today. She takes this goal, she's going to potentially grab a little bit of
Brown sugar, how got the young girl should,
settle
yeah.
herself down. She doesn't look wholly comfortable, does she? Ticino Vucevic.
Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah.
A tough call for Tia Hartson to decide whether it was going to be Vucevic or Jennifer Fyfe as his first choice goalkeeper for this World Cup.
Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah.
Such a remember Sweden's goal for so many years.
Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah.
Might get the speed of the pass back to her. I don't think that Francesca Durante wants it. Bjorn now for Sweden. So far, so Italy's goal in the 19th minutes in Wellington. Crowd again inside the stadium tonight as well. We've had a really watching series with top attendances as well.
Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, man? Brown sugar, just like a black girl should, yeah. Now I know that your mama was a Texas queen, and all your boyfriends were sweet 16. I know Sweden, but I do what I like. We should have heard it just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, yeah? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah.
Not that United States Netherlands game, I'm actually going to use watching with great interest by these two as well, because that is the group that this group is key. Two teams in it will face in the round of 16. Let's not forget it isn't just the United States and the Netherlands. Portugal is still in with a shout as well in qualifying. Here's Cameron for Sweden.
That was really,
Now doing some defensive duties, Cantore.
my heart, Italy, my eyes, all the way up. But
Minor
then
problem
both
for
out.
Lisa Bowen's in here, or at least Italy won't be hoping it's tonight,
Like a black girl should, yeah. I know that your mama was a Texas queen, and all your boyfriends were sweet 16. I'm no school, but I do what I like. Knees were the herd of just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, yeah? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, yeah. Yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah.
They've decided not to talk for the past 24 hours in the build-up to this game. Sembrant to Sweden and
Just like a cracker should, yeah. I know that your mama was a petrol queen, and all your boyfriends were sweet 16. I know school, yeah, but I do not like. You should have heard it just around midnight. Brown sugar, how come you dance so good, you know? Brown sugar, just like a young girl should, you know? I said yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo! How come you dance so good? I said yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo! Just like a young girl should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Woo! Yeah.
Anquetal put the ball down pretty nicely. Cameron's cross. And then struck through a crowd by Richardson. The first save of note for Francesco Durante in the Italy goal. Sat up pretty nicely for Rubenson. A fair amount of power behind it as well, but Durante didn't have to shift the feet too much. Sweden's first attempt off the night in Wellington. Italy, by the way, have already had more shots in the first half than they managed against Argentina in total on target. Just to give you an indication of how their first 23 minutes have gone. This is Dragoni. Really seen a huge amount of her so far, but she's such a talent now with Barcelona, the 16-year-olds. Quite what's Caruso wanted to do there. Final touches being applied to those in blue and yellow of Sweden tonight, the dugouts. There's loads of Italian fans as well inside this stadium, and even if there weren't, you'd be sure to hear them. Watching this bright new young side, it is a starting 11 tonight that is the youngest that's ever been fielded by Yatsure World Cup match. 25 years and 129 days on average, the 11 players on the pitch tonight. Field by Natalie Buell for Sweden. Again, is sunlight. Both those Italian centre-halves, Linari and Salvi, 29 years old, so as defenders go, they are right in their prime now. Godal. Blackstenius, clever pass.
No way.
Camrid, Aslani waiting,
Oh,
didn't come
no.
to her though. It's Rubinson.
Who do you
Better
want to
that
win?
from Sweden.
Sweden hurts.
Nari maybe feeling the
Imagine if Italy was
effects of the
winning.
nerves for the first time. Didn't clear that quite how she needed to. And then there is a foul on Chiara Bakari. Slani's ball in, and Giuliano was very calm, wasn't she, under pressure there. And the number 6 for Italy. She wears the number 10 for her cup side Roma. There's no one in the men's Roma team can do that because that shirt was retired for Francesco Totti. One of the greats of men's football. It's the 16-year-old Giulia Dragoni. Italy's youngest ever World Cup
Then she
player.
can't get it. Sorry, go back. Anybody 18 can get it.
Italy's youngest player. She's absolutely smashed it as well by 4 years. From Sweden, Blackstenius was there. Godal, Aslani and Godal. Roll for now. Another fine block. To Guglielmo in the way. Guglielmo, by the way, still down for Italy. The Sweden aren't going to stop, I don't think. Anderson. Anderson's cross, attacked by Aslani, and Camrid is there, and still not away, and then turned away eventually. Rodfo was coming onto it. Italy have just about repelled. And repelled with depleted numbers as well, because De Guglielmo can play absolutely no part in that defensive part there for Italy. That block, which was really brave from the number 4. Whether she twisted something on landing. We'll see her De Guglielmo.
Never be a piece of burden.
A bit of a test now, isn't it, for Elena Linari and Cecilia Salvai, the 2 Italy centre-backs who are feeling the presence now of increase in Swedish authority. Linari right ahead of Durante.
What happened to one commercial?
Her goalkeeper.
A Salvo commercial?
Last season after having to have hamstring surgery, Lucia de Guglielmo, so she certainly won't want to be afflicted by another injury on this early stage of the ball. She lives Sweden corner, that's at least we know. She's on top of Durante, and she got something on at the goalkeeper. She had to as well. And wide by Bjorn. Not really a tester either from Sweden's right back. Really awkward for Durante. Wasn't too close to
I'll never be your beast of burden. My back is strong, and it's a hurting. All I want is you to make love to me. I'll never be your beast of burden. Got the miles, these are hurting. All I want is you to make love to me. Am I all enough? Am I rough enough? Am I rich enough? I'm not too blind to see. Never be the beast of burden. Got your home and draw the curtain. Because it's on the radio. Come on, baby. May have to be. hard enough? Am I rough enough? Am I rich enough? This was the first song I ever karaoke. With whom did you do it? I forget his name. Really? Yeah, but he got me up there on my friend's birthday. It was
It's going to be really
22.
intriguing to see how that
Really?
midfield
Yeah.
battle shapes
You don't
up
remember his
tonight.
name? But he's a legend. Really nice person.
Half an hour
I just
gone
forget his
already
name.
in New Zealand's capital. You'd argue that perhaps the best chance of the game so far came 24 seconds in for Sophia Cantore and Elena Bertoloni's team. Silva Angodal, held off by Rolfa, and then Bjorn spotted that Anderson had some space. Rubinson. Illistead. Bjorn. Have a little spot that see Rolfa. Just worked the space well for Alina Rolfa. Italy's going to beat Durantes.
Not enough. Am I rich enough? I'm not too blind to see. Oh, sister, you're pretty girl. Such a pretty girl. Come on, baby. Please, please, please. You can drop me out on the street. Put me out with no shoes on my feet. You can put me out of misery. I'm famous. I can suck a dick. If there's one thing, baby, I don't understand. You keep on telling me I ain't your kind of man. Ain't I rough enough?
They all signalled that this match would be
Ain't I rough enough?
Aerial shoulders can be key as well, but also perhaps who will have the power in the legs in the latter stages of the match as well.
Never be the beast of
Angle something for Blackstenius to chase with her pace. The up there at the moment, she's had the ball into the right area. Solani was the closest to it, but in truth, nowhere near it. Top scorer with the Women's Super League side in England, Arsenal this season, Stina Blackstenius. Didn't really step up to the mark as well in the absence of Vivian Miedenmar. She ends up playing a more central role for Arsenal, which is why the goals flowed so freely. There's another player who plays her club football in England. It's Everton's Natalie Bjorn. Canrid. Much everybody close by is appealing for a throw, and it's gone Italy's way. (2022's player of the season in Italy, Lisa Boatin. Bjorn and Say getting nice and close again.
on my feet. Put me on with no shoes on my feet. Put me out, put me out, put me out of misery. I'm sickness. I can suck the dick.
Top their group Italy a few
And
years ago.
turn it on.
This tournament, they finished ahead
There's
of
one
Australia
thing,
and
baby,
Brazil.
I don't understand. You keep on telling me I ain't your kind of man. Ain't I rough enough?
See both Brazil and Jamaica later on
Ain't
today,
I
not against
tough
each other,
enough?
but 2 more matches to come in Group F.
Ain't I
This
rich
Women's World
enough?
Cup,
Not
France against
enough.
Brazil in Lisbon, which almost immediately follows this match. It should be a tremendous fixture between those two.
Never be your beast of burden. Never be your beast of burden. Never, 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 never be.
Things stay as they are. It could be that
Never be your
all teams
beast
going
of
into
burden.
final group games could all still qualify.
Never,
Ultimately, this is probably the outcome that both South Africa and Argentina would like.
Yo, dog.
Salvi with the Italy
I'm
free
gonna say
kick.
Kenya is packy, but you know, packy thing.
Quite posed the same danger as they did in the first 10 minutes, the Italians.
The test of a good relationship is, are you like this or like this? The test of a good relationship is, are you like this?
Nicely worked by Sweden as well.
Well, I do.
Off the turns it infield. Here is Ellen Rubinson. Bypasses Angeldal to bring Bjorn into it. Cameron now. It has that turn of speed and touch one swing in the corner.
The test of a good relationship is, are you like this?
Decent defending from Lisa Boatin. One of the more impressive players in this first half for Italy.
Let's have a good relationship. Are you like this?
Forward come Illisted and Eriksson.
You should be.
Her second goal of the tournament already, Amanda
I love
Illisted.
it.
Has taken up that position
Remix
right
and
on
shit.
top of Durante, who at the moment is a red-shirted player in a sea of yellow. Jonna Anderson's corner is headed in.
No,
Durante
it's
couldn't get there, and Illisted does have another goal in this tournament.
No, it's
2 in 2 games for the Sweden centre half, and almost in identical fashion.
It's over. I told my wife.
Italy concede for the first time at this 2023 World Cup. And if it works, keep on doing it. That is Sweden's method and motto. Great leap again by Illisted. Was so brave and almost off balance when she made connections with it. But it is her crucial touch. And for Sweden, a crucial goal. Had to come from behind to beat South Africa here a few days ago, but this evening in Wellington, the advantage is theirs far earlier in the game. Now Italy might feel they have to find a bit more
Control, you are so hard.
reset themselves to get themselves back to how they were in the early stages of this match when they were a genuine threat to Sweden's defence.
Who is this?
It's over. That's all my wife. Resting overhead. Gone too far.
Tony Elmo, nice bit of movement to get it from Bakari.
What?
He's working hard just to keep that in place, Alvo. Up on it, Bonacere. Drop well because it's... Still it's there to clear that ball away.
There they are, standing in the road. I've got a lovely bunch of coconut.
Now that you're out of my life.
Well, she is the fourth Swedish player to score in the opening two matches of a World Cup after Lena Videkul in 1991, Victoria Svensson in 2003, and Kosovari Aslani 4 years ago in France. Both via the same routes as well in 2023 for Ilestedt.
Anyway, so I'm in control, but I'm out of control, and I'm also controlled. So anyway, so I'm in control, but I'm out of control, and I'm also controlled. So
You ask most people what their number one fear is. What do you think it is? Most people's number one fear.
I wonder whether this makes Sweden a bit more composed than it was ragged in the first 15 minutes, but certainly they were coming into that game before Ilestedt's opener.
And now it's just time for me to say, this one does not do. Did you
As much as she would have enjoyed the goal, Amanda Ilestedt, her primary focus, and still will be on making sure they don't concede.
that's who I've always been. You try to change yourself according to thinking.
Oh, it's him.
People call it money. Money is the biggest problem with all of this. Because if every woman in this room was independent, if she was someone who had no money, understanding of how to use no resources, very difficult.
It only gets comfortable when you do that. You know, like to me,
They'll take that Italy because it could have been a whole lot worse. Guglielmo's pass back was nowhere near enough for Durante. It's exceptional goalkeeping with the feet. Rolfa, who had players ahead of her, ensuring that there was no further route to goal. And it's an exceptional tackle from Durante.
No, I'm not. This isn't. I'm not trying to
Ask the question.
have to. I don't want to.
Perfect, really, from Francesca Durante. Look at Amanda Ilestedt again. In fact, like Stenius is there, and so is all. There's three of them all around Durante. What a Sweden corner. And you know where it's going to go from Ilona Anderson.
No way, it's already done.
It's another one. It's 2-0, and Rolfa's got her second in the tournament. Two Sweden corners that Italy have simply not been able to deal with. And there are some looks amongst those Italian defenders at one another to say, how on earth have we found ourselves in this position again? Has just about crossed the line there, I think, from Rolfa. Probably won't go down as an own goal. It will be Rolfa's. Is that presence again of Ilestedt around Durante that flummoxed the Italian goalkeeper? Rolfa's shot ends up bouncing in off Lenari's knee, I think. Tried to stop it from crossing the line, Lenari, but couldn't. 2-2 games for Fridolina Rolfa. Sweden 2, Italy 0. This game has very quickly changed and moved firmly into Sweden's grasp, hasn't it? So into added time we go in the first half in Wellington. Sweden looking far more comfortable, hungry for more as well. It's returned to Pyramid and with
No
options
way.
in the middle.
Three.
It's 3-0.
Oh my god. They're
Sweden
looking
are taking this game away from Italy. And just like she did at the European Championship in 2017, Stina Blackstenius has scored against Italy. The Azzurri are all over the place. But this is far more like the ruthless edge we expected to see from Sweden in the first game. They are turning it on against Italy in the latter stages of the first half. Great exchange between Cameron and Aslani. And Blackstenius was brave enough just to follow in. Watch this little 1-2 between Cameron and Aslani. Once Durante was out of position. Again, agonising for Linari, who was closest to it, but could not deny Blackstenius. Sweden, totally commanding.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man, well, I'm paid.
3 goals in what has essentially been 6 minutes to Sweden. Instead, Rodfa and now Blackstenius. Now a massive problem for Italy. And how baffling it is that they find themselves 3-0 down when, up to that opening goal, I have to say, I thought Italy had defended relatively well. Scratching their heads of how they find themselves in this position going in at half-time.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man, well, I'm paid. Been around for a long, long year. Story man, so today. I was around when Jesus Christ had a moment about was paid. Thinking for the pirate.
Fast approaching in Wellington.
She was fake. Nice to meet you. Hope you guess my name. Nature of my
So
game.
far removed from the Italy performance against Argentina.
Stuck around St. Petersburg. And I thought it was time for change.
Giuliano's free kick.
No take on his ministers. Turn the pages. Free the page. I wrote it.
Italy right at the end of the first half. Everything's happening at the end of the first half in Wellington. Those 4 minutes of stoppage time, minimum of course of being gone, and Sweden could totally finish the game off before they even go in for the break. Goal kick. It's not been a super 45 minutes from Sweden. It's been a smashing 7 minutes though. They've whipped the carpet from beneath Italy's feet in the closing stages of this first half. Amanda Ilestead and Fridolina Rodfa both with goals to add to the ones they got against South Africa. And Pettier Hatson's side have the advantage. And that cleared daylight at the break thanks to that third from Stina Blackstenius.
Yo, man, I have little things like this when I was a little baby.
Italy look amused and puzzled. Having so much to do in Wellington at half-time. in Group G, Sweden 3, Italy 0.
I wrote a tank in the general's rank, in the blitzkrieg cave, and the bodies say, pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. Oh yeah. I'm watching you is the nature of my brain. Oh yeah. I'm watching you and the kings and queens. Mother Day, on the library. I shouted out, who killed the Kennedys? When after all, it was you and me. Every day introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. My hands goes to the doors. Rather than the graduation Sunday. Pleased to meet you. Hope you just my name. Like a trusting you is the nature of my dream.
Emotions running high for several players as the nation.
You know what? You are rude and mean and sloppy and frizzy. I don't like you at all. Unfortunately, I don't care about being liked. I care about living in this bush. You know what?
Jesse Best of Sports, TRUMAN and Supersport on DSTV, your home of entertainment. It's about grace, love, joy, it's about all the people who reflect
Nice to meet you. Hope you guess my name. I'm not losing you is the nature of my game. Yeah. Okay. Every cop is a criminal. They're all the same. I can't really understand. Lucifer, it's not in need of some restraint. But you need me, have some courtesy, have some sympathy, and some taste. Along with all the politics, and the legal, salty ways. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Hope you guess my name. Yeah. Well, how much wanting you is the nature of
2023 Formula One season. Race as one. Live on Supersport on DSTV Premium. Proudly brought to you
I hate to think where you'll wind up. You're wasting all your...
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
oh, is really snappy other her kicking me in the face with a ball.
Wow, the Cloud Colts really just working super hard and running to a fantastic start in the first half. 3 goals.
How much wanting you is the nature of my game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the ball friendship versus Sweden, it says something. It doesn't like the time is Korean and Sweden, but like, you know, the game of football is something else. It's one of the day, because the fans are really very good that you have to do. Every game passes attempted the ball
recovery time as well. It seems as if Italy do everything right. Same for sport. They're doing everything right. They started to get awesome power. First 15 minutes.
What's my name? Tell me my name. What's my name? Tell me my name. What's my name? Tell me my name. Okay.
They're sticking to gameplay. They don't even change, and the way they execute it in the set pieces, I mean, you could see it's not a cross, it's a pass. I pass you, I want you to score. Look how beautiful they executed it. That's what it's a beautiful goal.
Yeah, so much that I'm reminiscent of that game one because the soft side goes for a while. And of course, the way that it came about, it's very clear that this is where Sweden really does fun. This is where they
You gotta take a whiz?
when they get those set pieces, when they get those corners.
Yeah. Skill and tennis.
Really, really well.
Which tennis?
They do know how to make them for good and it's important that
I hate to think where you wind up. Wasting all your time and energy without any money. Did it ever occur to you? Some people just don't care about money. I hate to think where you wind up. You're wasting all your time in unrefactories without any money. I mean, did it ever occur to you that some people just don't care about money?
Yeah, I mean, she's making a presence felt in that box because of when you can see them, they are overloading that area. I mean, even if it's not the second one, you find the numbers, Sweden win day because at one moment after Spain, I mean, Italy was doing what Sweden is doing, but they didn't see it.
I mean, this is all about look at how they change in the difference in the league. And that's no difference. That's very for excellent stuff.
Yeah, because of first 2 minutes, I mean, Sophia was doing very well, and then she was taking a student. I mean, Italy was taking a more. I mean, those first 2 minutes, and then I could tell that they want to score. But when the game progresses, it seems like the flame just way down. They focus more on defensive and not really make a lot of mistakes. And when you make a lot of mistakes, the opponent will take the advantage. That's what this will did. And they were happy to get those services.
Yeah, and you know how the let's look at them. Yeah. Great recovery from Sweden. Reliever of the pressure. And now it's the other end, and it's Italy that is under pressure. Blackstone is making it at regular course.
Yeah, but for me, the goalkeeper there, Italy goalkeeper decision making, she was not supposed to even get out of the goalpost, but let's not take anything away from them. They did very well. They rotating the ball and they knew what they wanted to do. See, every time when there's a second ball, they make sure that there's a Swedish player there just to tap the ball. Their goals are so easy in counter.
They're similar goals, and what I've liked is we talked about them playing closer to each other, and that's exactly what they're doing. There are times when they were big fans on each other, but now that they're playing big closer, now they see the difference in the goals.
That they really expose the defense of Italy.
All right, when you are trailing by 3 goals to nil, how do you get it back? Will Italy have those answers? Are they going to remember how they started this game and come back really, really strong? Remember, it has to be a victory. Otherwise, it's just too much pressure. Amounting to kind of reading a final game. It's amounting to kind of already in the second half for the other team. All right, so we're looking forward to see how this match is going to play itself out. As are we looking forward to this final rugby championship clash? It is the Springboks taking Argentina. This one at Ellis Park Stadium, and an opportunity for the Boks to take the title. Should the other result, of course, to be seen as one of these more over the Bucks.
match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Welcome you to our wonderful world packed with endless entertainment. With over 500 games to choose from, sign up today and take a spin with us.
Honey, did it ever occur to you that some people just don't care about love? Serious. I hate to think what you want to do. You're wasting all your time messing about this and that anybody. Honey, did it ever occur to you that some people just don't care about love? Serious.
A must-watch new season of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport on DSTV, the home of India's game. Broadcast is proudly brought to you by McDonald's and Samsung.
They've conquered the continent. Now, a much tougher test to face Desiree Ellis's bag of champions. On the greatest stage there is. Mission 1, a shutdown with the number 3 side in the world, Sweden. Mission 2, an encounter against the aspiring South Americans, Argentina. And Mission 3, a colossal clash with 2019 finalists from Italy. Can Banyana deliver down under and strike a powerful blow in women? Catch every moment of their quest at the FIFA Women's World Cup, live on Your World of Champions. This podcast is brought to you by Stanza, insurance good and proper, and powered by Hollywood Films.
How do I look? Santa, wow. Boy, how do I look? Beauty's on the inside, but it's really true, and I think that someone said once that the face that you have when you're 50 is the face that you deserve. Beauty's on the inside, but it's, my life is complicated enough. The last thing I need is
In this final boutique clash of the FIFA Women's World Cup, can the African champions win their way to
I know how to fix it. I have fixed some things.
This broadcast is powered by Hollywood Films.
Your bank account is overdrawn. Now what is the reason? You don't give me enough money? I don't give you enough money! Well, we both agree that must be the reason. This ain't where you can't see the light. So turn higher through the clouds when everything you do in life is like a plane flies away. For the stars and infinite galaxies with futuristic jetpacks. You can win up to 10 million flying with us. So sign up today and get access to a world of fun and fantasy at your fingertips. Hollywood Bets. Take a part. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first.
Not out of it.
Everybody's cup of tea, and that's okay. Because some people just like tea that tastes like dope. Some people like drugs.
Some people like alcohol. So far that have scored 3 first half goals were Spain against Costa Rica. It was in this stadium. There must be something in the water in Wellington. First half for Francesca Durante, particularly from set pieces. Italy goalkeeper indeed Elena Bertolini, who at the very least will want to see some sort of response from Azzurre in the second half.
it's really important why. It's not me. It's not a bloody lie.
Away we go then for second 45 minutes in this second game in Group G between Sweden and Italy. Just as a reminder, a victory for whoever tonight at the moment would currently lead towards Sweden. Be sure that
Not everyone that's hurt me.
tonight book their place in around the 16.
I think.
Forced to hurry herself along. Said that there were changes afoot. I don't think there have been any changes at half-time for either team. It's no vastly improved in the next few minutes for Italy. I would imagine Bertolini is going to pull the trigger on that. Cantore, who had the best two opportunities for Italy in the first half. Cantore
for siege. Never seen.
Look at me. I'm.
This is a side note. Come on out!
Sweden have not won against Italy for 10 years. Their last victory was at the European Championship in 2013.
Why don't you have it come down and use them that way, like cliche, exploitative way?
Blackstenius, who will be full of running and full of belief now. Blackstenius has got it as well, but trying to take it back off by Salvai, but not for long. Nearly a Sweden 4.
Look at me. I'm Julia Louis-Dreyfus. I was on
must have thought that was travelling
show
into the
about
bottom
white
corner.
people in New York.
Great work by Blackstenius to provide the pressure to Salvo. It's unlucky from his angle, Dahl's effort.
Shut up. Look at me. I'm Julia.
Similar sort of position and indeed location of shot that we saw during Ward's score for the Netherlands against the United States here 48 hours ago.
Anything on the yoga? No, but I expect to hear any
Netherlands against the United States. This is
why do you say that?
How about that dinkus?
Dinkus?
I expect to hear any time. Season I'm joined from Chelsea in the past few weeks, along with her partner, Rodfer deviated up and over the bathroom corner.
No problem, it's good. It's good. Out of left field.
There's a talk back in Sweden about Selena Rodfer's ongoing knee problem.
To hear any time.
Much of an issue that is really causing her, and obviously the Flames were fanned when she underperformed in that first game against South Africa. She's looked much brighter tonight as this game has crept on. Come the main dangers again. Position to shoot for instead.
Ways to go. We didn't really have a lot of
Durante will be nervous, I'm sure, the Italy goalkeeper. Near post and over the crossbar, and another corner will be coming Sweden's way. So Bjorn was close to it.
I would just read it. And now when I watch it, I see all that work.
It's a in the game for Sweden.
Did you add the flag or was it in the
Most pleasurable route to goals.
And they would just come whenever Kramer felt appropriate, right?
Great as well, because it's just doubled up on that
I
too.
read somewhere that said you didn't play him, he played you. True. Did you feel that?
Everyone save outcome, save the scorer.
Who scored again?
Italy can't stop her, that's for sure.
Thank you to Jerry Simon for being our guest.
It's getting slightly ridiculous now. Bertolini is reviewing the evidence, but the evidence is clear because we've already seen it once in this game. It is a rinse and repeat.
They are so good at corner kicks. Easy.
It is practically identical. Many players on Amanda Illistead as you like, but nothing is going to stop her. Even the tall frame of Bonasea couldn't get close enough. They're laughing, and well they might. Might be Sweden's route to success. It's certainly Italy's downfall. The imposition is ongoing. First time ever that Italy have conceded 4 goals in a World Cup match, and the worry for Bertolini's team is that there are still just under 40 minutes to play. And you'd imagine in that time, Sweden are probably going to get another corner. I'll tell you who else might be looking at this with great interest. Italy's next opponent, South Africa.
No way. No way. Get it again.
The flag is raised.
Kick this guy.
Durante is hurt as well, the Italy
Quick clip.
goalkeeper.
Quick kick.
It's actually that initial pass from
Gary,
Aslani.
you drugged a woman in order to play with her.
Away. That is the one that's been penalised, not that coming together between Blackstenius and Durante.
I've done it a few more times.
Blackstenius was well within our rights to go for the ball.
Really? I don't want to make them feel bad. I want them just the opposite. I want them to feel good. But doesn't it bother you that they think they're guys? It's not about muscle.
Italy's number 22
It's
is
velocity B and
well at the moment.
gravity, of course. This guy,
It's her who was chosen ahead of Laura Giuliani.
said,
Few expected it to be Giuliani as the number 1 ahead of Durante in this World Cup. She's had a brilliant season, Durante, in
so
Italy. She's named as the best goalkeeper.
many things that I think you can point to as proof that the humans.
Physically, she looks back to bruised, and mentally, she will be too.
No. You don't know what it's like again. All night long, the free guy cracking in that red light.
I think Italy are going to make changes.
Stress. What am I supposed to do? I don't have that fur hat I wore at the box. They're going to take me down like this.
You know what the Bob talking about? Well, he told us that about the way after talking. He sells Russian hats without a battery. No, people just think. Oh yeah, I like this.
All right, let's give it a shot. Let's go.
The female brain is cooking all the time. The female brain is one of the most confident and capable organizations.
Swiftly moved on as well. They're sensing the vulnerability, Sweden. There'll be some Sweden supporters who might be celebrating a goal right now. She goes up instead.
So you won't believe what happened today. It got back to him that I made this little dentist joke.
Plays as well to Donna Anderson because every single corner that she has hit, she has hit the right area.
And besides, the team already does so much for Vucevic on all levels.
Here it comes from Sweden's fullback Anderson. Out comes Durante, better from the goalkeeper that time. Robinson over the top.
Restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave. You want to go to the park and fly a kite when you can just
goal kick rather than goal.
So how did you two meet?
Much better for Durante that time. A little further away actually from her goal line, which was probably a bit more preferable because she had a bit of talent to beat it.
Just remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Jared, just remember.
Just a shake in Italy.
Just remember. Jared, just remember. It's not a lie if you believe it. Jared, just remember.
It's a fourth World Cup for the Italians, but for the first time ever they're appearing in consecutive tournaments.
Just remember.
Years ago they won in the knockout round for the first time ever and beat People's Republic of China.
Jared, just remember.
Finalists
It's not a lie.
The quarter-final stage.
Jared, just remember.
It's
not a lie
if
you believe it.
At least 3 Italy changes here for Milena Bertolini.
Jerry.
Angeldal for Rogfa.
It's not a lie.
Aslani, AC Milan player, who will be enjoying this moment. Only just trying to settle things down.
What about the breathing?
Barbara Bonasea, who is one of the all-time heroes of Italian football. Italy really need great things to happen. There is always the danger as well that Sweden are going to add to their tally before Italy even get their first tonight, if first is to come. Eriksson, though she landed awkwardly in that coming together with Vicari. I think now Magdalena Eriksson. It's 2 years since her last international goal, which she's feeling pretty jealous about. Illested's heroics tonight. There are the trio waiting for the go-ahead from Bertolini. Is Anna Maria Sertorini, Martina Lentini, and Giada Grecci, who are preparing to come on for Italy. Those weren't the greatest circumstances on which to enter the game, is it? Gee, they won't be able to play their way into the team for Italy's final game here against South Africa. Which, by the way, is on Wednesday at 7 o'clock, that final game in Group G. Sweden are off to Hamilton next to take on Argentina. A couple of changes then. Versatile midfielder Greggi, who did come on in Italy's first game against Argentina. It is Dragoni, Valencia and Guglielmo have departed. There's Anna Maria Sertorini, who is an actual forward, really. Just give Italy a threat to try and work their way back into this game. Charlie looking to push it through. Cantore. Should be tied that angle covered. What's a corner? Kick is the decision. The position that Tia Hartson finds himself in now means that he can make changes with relative ease and pride.
Ooh, a storm is coming. Right today. If I don't get some shelter, yeah, I'm gonna fade away. One children, it's just a shot away. It's just a shot away. One children, it's just a shot away. It's just a shot away. Yeah.
Forward pass. The panting, the moaning, the screaming. Sabotin.
I think.
Also sent it forward, but Sweden have it back to Stevenson. Smashed over the top of Black Tennis. Might get to this, you know.
No way.
Super quick off the mark, Stina Blackstenius. She's not offside as well on that ball. Just hesitating
It's just a shot away. It's just a shot away. Children. It's just a shot away. It's just a shot away.
It's 2023 FIFA World Cup. She scored the very first goal of the 2019 World Cup for Sweden, Rabbi against Chile.
Murder. It's just a shot away. It's just a shot away. I feel like there's something
The whole production. Jerry, just remember, it's not a lie.
The closest Sweden have come to the ultimate prize in the 2003. Got to the final, they were beaten by Germany, beaten actually by a golden goal in extra time. Over the golden goal concept. One goal ends the game in extra time. That's how it works.
It's the shot away. It's just a shot away. The sun is setting. Today. It can give me a shelter. Oh, not fade away. More children. It's just a shot away. 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 Hey, love, sister. It's just a kiss away. 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 Kiss away. Kiss away.
That's a brighter though from the Azzurre. Actually for Sertorini. Herself, actually, has not scored for the national team in over 4 years. To play provider there.
I always wear black. It's such a happy color. And my
If you believe
Anderson. Linari for Italy.
Yoda.
Monte. Salvi under a bit of pressure. Sweden's heroine Ilestedt. Down by Sertorini. You've seen a bit of the ball since she has come on. It's been unlucky. Bakari has fallen awkwardly as well. This might be a problem for Chiara Bakari. Really hope this is not something serious. So innocuous. Just watch that ankle just gives way. The foot goes beneath her. See, sometimes when the leg keeps moving and the foot has gone a slightly different way than you wanted, it can cause a problem.
I always wanted to do that. But yeah, it's amazing. So as you can see, this guy, the full
She's one of the great prospects of Italian football, Chiara Bakari. On loan with Como this season from Juventus. She was named as the best under 21 in Serie A.
I'm just speaking English.
Joint leading scorer at this Women's World Cup, Amanda Ilestedt. She has a method as well. It is working for Sweden. 3 goals at this tournament, all with her head.
I could put that to work.
Bakari is off the pitch at the moment, but let's just see if she's going to come back on here, because there's a suggestion that Valentina Giacinti might be about to be introduced as well for Italy. She has come back on for now, which is good to see. The point of note with Italy is, where is Cristiana Girelli? She's on the bench tonight. Has not been introduced yet by Bertolini amongst all those changes. It's one of the substitutes, Anna Maria Sertorini. Giuliano. Reggie. Too much on the cross from Zini. Spin from Reggie. Sertorini. Good cross that. Reggie. Deflected away. It will be an Italy corner. But they've got more of a presence with those changes. Certainly Sertorini and Reggie are making things happen now for Italy. Short one this time from Boatin. Reggie, nice lift up towards that far post. Anderson it was who hooked it away for Sweden. This is an Italian team that is in a generational transition at the moment. It feels slightly obvious saying that when you have a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old in the squad, but there were some players that Milena Bertolini made some big calls over to leave out, the likes of Aurora Galli, who was instrumental in their World Cup campaign 4 years ago. Linari is to use her strength to see off Skug. And of course there's the Italian captain as well, Sara Gamo's a true legend of the game back in her home country. Bertolini admitted it wasn't easy leaving her out, but so they have players now who are ahead of her, and she had a duty to pick them. She's going to make another change here as well. Ariana Caruso coming off. In her place is Valentina Chinoia, who is one of the great Italians of her generation. Chinoia, the 32-year-old. Won so many trophies during her time with Juventus, but she will be with AC Milan next season, so she'll be a club teammate of Safari Asmani, Sweden captain who has left the field in the last 15 minutes or so. And you see Caroline Sager again as well. Yogi, nice little pass inside. Just well from Linari, stopped the fast moving Cameron there. I think she should have a corner, but Linari is saying the ball came off her, and the referee agrees with the Italian defender. Serie A Defender of the Year, Elena Linari. There can't be too many players in the men or women's game that have won a league title in one country with 3 different clubs like Linari has done. First won it with Brescia, and then subsequently won it with Fiorentina, and then with Roma this season. Breaking up the dominance of Juventus in Italy in the women's game. Well, they've stemmed the flow, Italy, that's for sure, but they don't really look like they've got enough to trouble Sweden in the final 15 minutes. Certainly not to the extent that they need to get something miraculous here in Wellington, which is exactly what it would be from here. We're calling on the spirit of Argentina, who did come from 2 goals down yesterday to draw their game with South Africa in Dunedin. Hopefully those 2 teams will still have a chance to get out of Group G as well. The 2 more Sweden changes then. Another World Cup appearance, the 19th for Caroline Sager. Kannerid and Rubenson are getting rested and prepared and ready to go again a few days from now. Sweden may well be tempted to make a few changes for that final game now that they've secured their place, or almost have anyway. So on comes Sophia Jakobsson, it's her 4th World Cup, and there is Caroline Sager. Actually scored Sager in the last meeting between these 2 nations last year. Bakari picked up that knock earlier. The 18-year-old is so being removed for Italy. Tina Giacinti, who started the first game for Italy, coming on. Cecilia Salvai. Noya for Italy. Rotin. Little trick to get around the outside, Boating.
Little dog. Oh, that was sick.
Clearance actually came back to her.
No, I'm tired.
Yeah, great attendance inside Wellington Regional Stadium again tonight. Just short of 30,000, 29,143. That means we've had 3 extremely healthy turnouts in these last 3 games inside this stadium. Because a lot of them was for the New Zealand and Philippines match. No surprise, considering that involved the co-hosts. Sweden have pitched it back and are in 4-5, but not quite. For Skog, will race to retrieve and will block out to throw. Scored the fastest goal in Sweden women's national team history. Skog scored 16 seconds into a game against Moldova back in 2015. Well, this is a rough old night, isn't it, for Milena Bertolini, who was inducted into the Italian Hall of Fame back in 2018 at the same time as Max Allegri. She's won multiple Serie A titles during her time, 6-time female coach of the year, Bertolini. This will be troubling her. Yanogi, perhaps in the process of 2 thoughts, whether to pass or let fly. Jakobsen, I should say, would have been offside had Yanogi tried to thread it through to her. A message Bertolini for her Italian team in the build-up to this tournament, and indeed to the media as well. She was very open about it. Said that she wanted her team to play good, attractive football out here in New Zealand and Australia. Certainly started well, Italy. They were right in the first 10 minutes or so, but really had the winds taken out of their sail by that first goal from Ilestedt. So quickly did they crumble as well. Just over 7 minutes at the end of that first half it took for Sweden to score 3 of their goals tonight. Ilestedt were on for Blackstenius. Ilestedt adding second just after the restart. Skog. Jakobsen now for Sweden. Jakobsen across goal. Rabbi back towards Skoog, and Italy able to clear, and indeed the flag is actually up anyway. You see, the protocol is to wait, so that was very much the right decision to do, despite Sweden's frustration of continuing on. It simply was offside. It's a play by Eriksson. They're 10 minutes away from Sweden from getting their first clean sheet of this 2023 Women's World Cup. This is the sort of result that could give them a massive foundation to bounce on in this tournament as well. I want to win the group, Sweden too, because they know the potential opponents in the round of 16 could be the United States of America, it might be the Netherlands, it could even be Portugal, depending on how things play out. One of those three teams is going to be playing one of the three of Italy, South Africa, or Argentina, who are all still in the running to make it to the knockout rounds. Right down the middle for Blackstenius, who is racing and ensure that her goalkeeper gets the ball. Tina Lenzini. Lisa Boatin. Italy at least find something to cling on to. Soterini, did well to do so. It's a play by Skoog. So in the squad for the European Championship in 2022, Anna Maria Soterini. Zini closed down by Skoog. Stayed in play as well, and Olivia Skoog has it back for Sweden. Sager. There's Eriksson. Amanda Ilestedt. Obviously, Sweden can move the ball around with great composure, which very much suits Caroline Sager in there too. Robby just disrupted from her stride. Angeldal and Natalie Bjorn combining passes. They've been best friends since a very young age, 5 years old they first met. As kids they spoke about the dream of playing for Sweden in a World Cup, a dream that has come true in 2023. Blackstenius marching her way into possession again and then really unlucky, lost her footing. Stina Blackstenius put her foot wrong too many times tonight. Still down at the moment, actually, Stina Blackstenius, not yet back to her feet. It's a touch of cramp, maybe, for Sweden's forwards. She Has run that forward line really well, and increasingly well actually as this game has gone on. Has her goal tonight as well, Blackstenius. Continuing a terrific record. She's scored at every major tournament that she's ever played in. Goals at 2 Olympics, 2 different European Championships, and now with her goal tonight, 2 different World Cups as well. It's an extraordinary record. Sweden with 4 and looking for 5. Away by the head of Linari. Left by Yanogi. Here's Sega. Angeldal. The first pass by Angeldal, really smart. Blackstenius waits at the near post and flicked away by Salvai. Such a taxing night for the Italian defenders. They'll just be hoping that these next 4 or so minutes plus stoppage time go as quickly as possible, I think. Out of the near post by Francesca Durante. Giada Irecci for Italy. Hooked on by Sertorini. Cantore now. And with some support in the form of Giacinti. And she has hit it over the top under pressure. Unlucky Valentina Giacinti. Still found the pace in the legs to run at the Swede, Sofia Cantore. It's scored 7 goals in qualifying. Giacinti, which has won about every 3 games for Italy. 1 there for the substitute. Here's Blackstenius, and look at the options she has available. Threaded through, and Jakobsen, not quite. Durante, delighted to cling on. Sofia Jakobsen a little irritated that she didn't do more with it. Oh, that's tight as well. That may have been offside. That would have certainly been looked at. Smothered in the end. Jakobsen by Durante. Yanogi, there are some tired and ragged legs now in that Italy back line. There'll be some tired legs amongst the Sweden contingent. The difference is, of course, when you fall in life, you just don't feel it. Comes Rebecca Blomqvist. More goals tonight for Stina Blackstenius, but 1 will do. 1 in the first half that ultimately put Sweden beyond reach of Italy in this game. Our World Cup is off and underway. Comes Rebecca Blomqvist, who has an amazing story actually, because she turned 26 at the start of the week, but at 22 years old, Blomqvist was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. She was back playing football again within a year. It's an incredible tale, one of great character and great bravery. There's so many stories like that at this World Cup. Elena Bertolini just trying to offer whatever words and actions of encouragement she can for her players. As soon as they switch off from this and focus on their next game here, which is in this stadium against South Africa, the better really, because it will be essentially a winner takes all. Italy win that last game, they will be through to the round of 16 if South Africa beat them. And potentially it will be them that progress. It certainly won't be Italy if they lose that game again. Sweden are going through to the round of 16, that we can say with absolute certainty now, as we go into 6 minutes of stoppage time.
It's the most amazing 6 minutes in athletic human history of all time.
Soiree, who's been a little unlucky tonight, Sophia Hattori not to have scored for Yatsure. Linari. Missed by Boatin. It was an awkward one really for Lisa Boatin to try to get hold of. Well, tonight for Petter Johansson, around this stage, a few days ago against South Africa, was preparing to talk to his team off the back of a 1-1 draw before that late winner from Amanda Illistead. There's going to be no late reprieve for Italy tonight.
No.
Janogy, who has shown off her fast speed since coming on for Sweden. She is again. This is closed down by Boatin. It's worked ever so hard tonight, Lisa Boatin, to try and restrict Sweden. Last few minutes then for Italy to essentially preserve any further damage. Goal difference tonight has taken an absolute hammering by this defeat. -3 if things stay as it is. Here's Illistead. 2 goals from Amanda Illistead tonight for Sweden. Joint top scorer of this 2023 World Cup now. If it stays as it is, it will only be the 4th time that Sweden have won by 4 or more goals in a World Cup match. They did it 4 years ago in France, actually. They beat Thailand 5-1. This is going to be categorically Italy's heaviest ever World Cup defeat. Actually, their joint heaviest defeat at a major tournament. They were beaten 4-0 by Germany at the European Championships in 2005. 5-1. It's a pretty disappointing Euro 2022 for Bertolini's team by France. Jeopardy in this game. Wellington Regional Stadium has long gone. It disappeared really when Sweden scored those super fast goals at the back end of the first half to go from 0-0 to 3-0 in the blink of an eye. Jon's lost out. Work by Greci to get it back. Jakobsen is claiming that it should be a goal kick, but in the meantime, I think there is more cramp to be dealt with. It's just an indication, really, of how much the players have put their bodies on the line tonight. Deflating night for Italy, a really delightful one for Sweden. Don't get beaten, Sweden, too often in World Cup group stage matches. Actually, the last 3 times they've lost in the groups, they're all against the same team, the United States. They haven't been beaten by anyone else this century in a group stage match in a World Cup. Frankly, Italy nowhere near changing that tonight.
No
Sweden
fucking
on the
way.
charge.
Finally a
Looking for
breakaway.
5.
Yes.
Scoring brilliantly.
That girl
It's the
is
substitute,
amazing.
Rebecca Blomqvist.
No, it's a new girl. That was amazing, girl. You can get it.
And that completes a perfect night
Finally,
for Sweden.
a fucking breakaway.
Italy ramshackled run off the park.
That was amazing.
And Sweden on this evidence
This is the biggest loss in EA's history.
are looking bright all of a sudden at this 2023 World Cup. Just a touch on, which was clever from Jakobsen, but so much for Blomqvist to do. Took her goal brilliantly. It was the fresh legs, really, of the substitute that just cantered away from the Italy defence. The finish was pretty sweet too.
That was amazing.
Enjoying the moment of scoring her 5th goal for her country, Rebecca Blomqvist. Italy's very, very difficult night has just hit another new low.
Yosh, dog. Yosh. Yosh, get the fuck out of here.
So Sweden
Stop
have
the
battled
bleeding.
for the round of 16
Sweden, you're
and have
strong.
done so in the most comprehensive fashion possible. 2 goals from Amanda Ilestedt to put her right at the top of the goal-scoring ranks at this World Cup. But others have left their mark as well tonight. The likes of Rabbi, Blackstenius, Blomqvist, all on the score sheet for Sweden, who are marching on in this tournament with suddenly a state of real assurance and self-belief.
That was amazing.
Much more worthwhile night for Petter Johansson, and much work to do for Italy, who must pick themselves up from the most difficult night in Wellington to respond, because they return here for a winner-takes-all game against South Africa in the final match in Group G. It has finished tonight on Sweden's night. Sweden 5, Italy 0.
Dude, Sweden just dominated. Like a rabbi, dominated a rabbit too.
Well, sure, I thought they had some defensive concerns coming into this encounter, but boy, oh boy, we didn't quite anticipate a net rush like that. 5-0, utter dominance, even though there was still plaudits to how it is that Italy started the game. You looked at the numbers, it was so close. There was something that they could do with some of those areas in which they dominated, but the second half, just different class. They went up a gear to Sweden, and now confirming their passage through to the knockout stages for an 8th time at the FIFA ROTHSCHILD.
Yeah, we didn't see that coming, Cloud. I mean, when Italy started the game, you think that they would dominate the game, but second half, I mean, the team has changed, and then I must say, it's a great game from Sweden. You could see that they were just setting a tempo. I mean, from the first game, Banyana 2-1, now they're setting the standard again, the bar high with 5 goals, and then, I mean, for me, it was just amazing to watch those goals.
Well, today, they look like a third-ranked team. Oh, yes. We questioned that earlier, like, first 15 minutes of the game. But after they picked up themselves and organized themselves and played the possession game that they enjoyed and got in those resting, now they said, okay, now this just justifies why they're ranked in the world. So it's a classic performance from them. There we go, qualifying for the knockout stages, and now the critical clash of match day 3 between France and 1 team
it is one of them. Yeah, it's going to be a critical one. I mean, when you look at, for example, Italy, you look at
Then Mike was talking about how strong the groups were in group play.
anything can
He really thought
happen.
Group G was short, and he was right.
I mean,
I know.
yeah, it's just something else because this group it's
Hey,
another
Mark
different ball game
Kamala.
because of you thought you would see
Then he was
maybe
watching South
Italy
African
defense and
broadcast.
New Zealand, but now they show
Where's that one
correct
girl with the
New
fucking
Zealand, and then
short hair?
it's like it's gonna be tough for
That's the only
Italy.
reason why
They're
I'm
losing
sure
by
check. To be
5
honest
million.
with you.
By such a large margin, really is going to be tough. I mean, not just they're going to be questioning themselves because, like you say, it seemed as if they were doing everything right, but to not have continued and capitalized on some of those key areas where they really were dominant, and to lose like this. But we talked about it, just the precision. Look at how precise they are. There's telepathy about the Swedish side. They know exactly how to locate the teammates.
Yeah, you'd think that playing with some kind of stream where each one is being pulled, but they've done this so many times. It looks like it's a rehearsed. Because from build up up to where the goals are being scored, it's the same thing. So it's class, it's quality from Sweden. And also, I like how they use their system because of now they've changed it to when they defensively it's 4-3-3, and then now they change it to 4-3-2-1, and it's working for them because they realize that Italy they have 4 center back, then let's send more numbers there, then it's going to be 1-on-1. Hence, you find Italy defense they didn't know what to do there because of they couldn't respond because of they were just overloading there. So it worked for them, as you said, like they knew what they wanted to do and they capitalized on that. And then surprisingly, they're beating them with the set pieces again on the routine, extra routine. Yes, yeah. Because look at how the Sweden is standing in that box. They're surrounding them. Yes, the Italians are not trying to protect them.
Right, this goes Poncho. Hey, Melissa, Cape, solid. I like your poncho.
It's like they're playing poker. They're showing their cards, they're showing their hands. Exactly. But you still can't do anything to try and prevent them from scoring. It's like no images. Cut and paste. Exactly.
Yeah, it shows that it started from training session, and then they just master this one. They just master it.
Not really
and then as you can see how they take those set pieces, the way they position themselves, like in the box, they're like
press, cut,
they
paste,
just let one defender defend because they know their strength, and then the way they jump, and then just hanging the technique. I mean, I'm very much impressed with how she does it.
Hitting that ball. We know all about the technique, and we know all about their heights as well. That's something that all of us are not going to get on that opening side. Fantastic performance from the Black Bulls, and now, of course, to the knockout stages. They're just the second team to have scored 3 goals in the first half, joining Spain. Remember, they clashed against Costa Rica that ended 3-0. All of those goals, of course, it was 3-0 rather at halftime. Now, one can only imagine what it must have been like to witness those goals, to witness that atmosphere in the Wellington Regional Stadium, right? Well, I know one individual who certainly knows what that's like, and that is Tato, who is at the stadium. Tato, wow, so good to see you after an unbelievable performance from Sweden. But strangely enough, Tato, yes, scoring all of those goals, but a fighting performance. If you break it down and look at the numbers and look at some of the chances that they had, a fighting performance from Italy.
A very feisty performance from Sweden. Good evening, Carol. Good evening, everyone. Studio. Wellington Stadium has been absolutely a vibe, especially when that fifth goal went in. The stadium just literally erupted, with everyone quite happy to see how Sweden has played. And very interesting to see how Italy could not really come back into that game. But also, talking about that game, is that we know that it gives South Africa a bit of a fighting chance. They have to face a very difficult Italy, who also want to make sure they go through to the round of 16. And so maybe they place in the round of 16. But South Africa also going to need Sweden to do them a couple of favors and do themselves a favor by getting all those 3 points against Italy on Wednesday. But this game, Cal, has been absolutely fantastic. For the fans to see 5 goals in a game and to witness it was absolutely fantastic.
It was fantastic, Tato, and also a fiery encounter, warm and hot on the field of play. But it looks as if atmospherically, it is very, very cold out there today.
It is extremely cold. We moved from Dunedin and come here to Wellington, and it is still quite cold here in Wellington, but not as cold as it was when South Africa lost 2-1 to Sweden. Perhaps it was the loss that made it even more cold. But tonight is also quite cold, but a good night of football and some 5 goals can warm up any football lover's heart.
Oh, it certainly can, Tata. Great stuff. Thank you so much for just giving us a sense of the atmosphere out there. We can only imagine. Enjoy the rest, and we'll catch up soon, Tata.
Super, 29,000 fans enjoying a good game of football tonight.
Oh, wow. That's really, really awesome numbers. The great numbers. And the fans that are packing the stadiums out in Australia and New Zealand have certainly just been unbelievable. Just breaking records. And it shows just the enthusiasm for the women's game. Wow. What a performance today from Sweden. I think everyone New Zealand
Like this one's Pancho. But she's got some pretty milkers under that thing. Can't really tell.
Another big fight. Big fight. Yeah, to be honest with you, it was a great game. It was a great game, and we would love to see
I like your earrings, girl. Dick moves. How big a dick can you take, girl?
And one thing worth noting, Harry, is we haven't had a VR check in this match. Hey, we haven't. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, quite right. Yeah. Interesting. I love the fact that when I was speaking about that critical game between Italy as well as South Africa on match day 3, you also pointed out that Argentina themselves are still very much in the mix. Yeah. Right. We switch focus now from Group G and we go to Group F. This one is going to be a big clash. France coming up against Brazil. A lot of people talking about Brazil and how it is that they started this competition. But then overall, with the experience of the learn that they can be quite difficult opposition tonight.
Perhaps
So looking forward to this clash also live and in high definition, and we'll build up to it after the break.
0-0. What's your favorite?
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
It's always dog. Look at this nappy head and kicking me in the face with a ball. Insurance gang probably snuck up on me. Game on in 10. Game on in 10. Yo, dog. Yo. Who's got a bicycle? Hey, man. That sucks. 10 bucks sucks. Looks good. USA? Hollywood Bucks. Yo, what show is this? This show is called the most boring television show of all time. ROTHSCHILD. It's on at 8 p.m. Yo, dog. Is this the one with the field that right there? Is this basketball? What fucking sport is this, dog? Some crazy ass sport. What is this? CS5, Spark Coaches. Netball? What in the fuck is that? They're 50-48. And you? I've seen most of them already. Really? No. What about half?
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
It's always you cunt.
We're happy that it is the first game. It's always difficult. 4 goals, and sometimes we play quite
Who's
well.
your favorite
It's not really
Brazilian player? Which one? That's one.
and they denied.
Which one could it be?
Number 5,
Jamaica did really well. Didn't they play into a tie? The generation is second. Look at that facial thing.
Big battle at the Brisbane Stadium as Leblanc come up against us.
Who's your favorite Brazilian player of all time?
For such a frustrating outing in the opening clash against Jamaica, showed the spoils for France there. A result that they were not expecting. They want to make things right, but they're going to have to do that against a rather rampant Brazil side. Ran to a very dominant victory, of course, over Panama in their opening encounter. Very commanding performance, commanding victory. They want to replicate it today. All right, the big thing here is let's talk about what's happening in that lineup. For France, they've made 3 changes from that team that started against Jamaica. Yeah, they made 3 changes. They brought in Rabbi.
Yo, dog. Why don't you milk yourself and then try to go to bed? Look at these moves. Oh my god, shut this bitch out. Late Summer. Oh, dude, I know her. She's my friend. It's actually Late Summer D or something like that.
Who sustained a calf injury in that game against Jamaica. She was a doubt for this one. She is
Because I like some Summer D, baby.
A sign of relief. I mean, because of the that balance and the experience as well. Because of remember, if you don't have experience in that defense, you're about to make those mistakes. And then her being as a leader, I mean, it's a booster. And then, as I said, it's a sign of relief. I think they are ready to go. They're ready to go. They are ready and raring to go against this rampant Brazil side. Look at that. Oh, man. That performance against Panama really stood them in good stead in Group F. They are ranked 8th in the world and they started fluently. They started at their very best. They want to continue that. Hence, just a solitary change. Yeah, they only change one. And then I think they, as I said, like consistency is very important. I mean, if you tell in their first game they scored, 4 goals. So there's nothing much to change unless maybe tactically they but I think it's a striker for striker. So for me, they're still on the right track.
Yeah. Still on the right track, and of course, again, having the depth that they need. This is an important one as well for Brazil. You know, they are at the top of Group F, and like Sweden, they want to make things safe. They want to make things safe to build Sweden. This is a clash of attack. It's not going to be an easy game for both teams, but for pedigree, Brazil obviously wants to. They've got an advantage. France really have their opening game, so Brazil obviously wants to continue where they left off against Panama and go up against the wall when they are in this game. It's not going to be easy for Divina and Rabbi yesterday, so but we're going to see how it goes. You're saying advantage of Brazil, you most certainly agree. What's the final score? Can you start with more? What's your prediction?
Okay, let me give it to Brazil. Maybe 2-0.
Okay, there's like a difference in how they split. One is a bit more physical, the other is tactical.
Legend.
Okay, there we go. It is Pro Brazil here in the studio. Once again, hashtag SS Football. Here we go. The dominant forces in Group F coming to an end. Going down at the Brisbane Stadium. Who is going to take
Bill fucking and setting off in sharper. Does anyone else seem like you look at this like look at energized?
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Here for all 64 games of the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 from 20th July to 20th August with Stay Connected to DSTV. This broadcast is brought to you by Hollywood Bits.
The Williams sisters. Never before has a surname ranked so synonymously with the sport of tennis. Dominating the game for over 3 decades, winning every title imaginable. Few players will ever achieve the heights of the famed duo. With 14 Grand Slam titles and 3 Olympic gold medals as a doubles team, and 30 combined Grand Slam singles titles, winning almost seems like second nature to Serena Williams. From inexperienced teenagers to seasoned vets, nobody could have predicted the sisters' careers. Or could they?
It's about family, friendship, love, joy, hate, pain, victory, and defeat. It's about all the people who reflect who we truly are. These are our stories. These are our people. We tell the best stories.
Catch football's next generation only on Channel 216.
Anati, you're being promoted. How does cheap digital business sound? Sounds like I'm U-Car.
Say hello to my new good friend Carl. We'd like to sign you to a record label, Mr. J. What do you think?
Ooh, I think serious shopping spree.
When your lifestyle changes, so should your insurance. Switch to Suntime's Executive Insurance Solution.
Hollywood Beds welcomes you to our wonderful world packed with endless entertainment. With over 500 games to choose from, sign up today and take a spin with us.
Women's World Cup 2023 continues in one of the co-host countries, Australia. Coming up, an eagerly awaited clash in Group F between two teams ranked in the world's top 10. It's France against Brazil as we welcome you to Brisbane, Nianjin.
Well, it's been another beautiful day in Brisbane. Temperatures in the mid-70s Fahrenheit. Officially winter here in Queensland, the Sunshine State. What an atmosphere we've got for this Group F encounter, where Brazil sit on top after their opening 4-0 win over Panama in Adelaide 5 days ago. France and Jamaica sit on 1 point each following their goalless draw in Sydney. Panama and Jamaica play in Perth later today. Brazil can guarantee themselves a place, though, in the round of 16 this evening with a win. Well, delighted to say that the former England international defender Laura Bassett is alongside me for commentary. Two high-class teams on view this evening. One of the most mouth-watering matches of the group stage.
Yeah, the attacking talent that we've got on show tonight is absolutely world-class. The creativity, skill, flair, the vision that they have for each other is amazing. We've got Brazil who have already scored 4 goals, but France is still looking for their first.
With the Renard, very familiar face, skipper's France. There had been a doubt about her fitness, but she is in the side and so reliable in that central defensive position. Always nervy moments for the players who are about to get a welcome here.
Yo, the Maori people. Why don't they do anything for the shit?